In the realm of the afterlife, on the road to the Yellow Springs, a woman clad in white walked with a vacant expression, a sight not uncommon among the spirits that lingered here. "This girl bears a grudge," murmured the other souls, sensing the lingering resentment emanating from her. Some even approached her cautiously, inquiring, "Dear lady, your bitterness will prevent you from crossing the Naiha Bridge." The white-clad woman simply passed through one of the spirits, continuing her path toward the bridge. However, her unresolved grievances led to her rejection by the Naiha Bridge, leaving her stranded at its entrance. Before long, a grim reaper arrived by her side, escorting her to the court of Yama. Wang Qingrong, a native of the kingdom of Qing, the sole daughter of her family, aged 72 at the time of her passing, and she died unmarried. The Grim Reaper succinctly introduced the woman's background. 72 years and never betrothed? Have you uncovered any details of her romantic history? Yama, his eyes nearly closed in drowsiness, snapped to attention upon hearing the Reaper's words. He leaned forward, scrutinizing the kneeling figure before him. Her skin, nearly translucent due to her ghostly state, was only complemented by the faint blush of her lips. With her gaze cast downward, she remained silent. "My lord, to uncover her romantic history, we must consult the Old Man of the Moon," the Reaper replied, noting that this woman was no ordinary soul typically. The romantic histories of spirits were directly delivered to Yama by the Old Man. Yet, in this case, nothing had been sent. Never mind the inconvenience of visiting the heavenly realm. Let us simply inquire directly. Wang Qingrong, what unresolved matters tether you to this world? With countless vengeful souls having crossed his path, Yama was no stranger to such inquiries, his beard bristling with impatience. "I wish to see the god of the vast sky." The white-clad woman finally spoke, her voice reminiscent of the rustling of dry leaves beneath a footstep. The Grim Reaper, unfazed, flicked his sleeve, conjuring 5 chains that ensnared her neck, wrists, and ankles. "Another divine calamity, take her to the Old Man of the Moon." "What an irksome task," Yama remarked disdainfully, waving a hand dismissively, indicating for the Reaper to escort her to the heavenly realm. The bound woman was taken aback. Was the heavenly realm so readily accessible? In the celestial realm stood a temple dedicated to the Old Man of the Moon, its exterior graced by a magnificent tree of fate, identical to those found in the mortal realm. From this tree, countless wishes of lovers could be discerned, typically revolving around desires for eternal companionship. Adjacent to the temple was a small shrine, filled with memorial tablets bearing the names of mortals. A blank tablet appeared in the lower corner, inscribed with the name Wang Qingrong. The Reaper left her before the temple, advising her to remain still until the old man emerged. The circular door of the temple bore an inscription that read Temple of the Old Man of the Moon, which captivated the woman. In truth, it reminded her of her past when she was alive. She had visited this very temple, beseeching the old man and expressing her hopes for a lifetime of love with a certain someone. Yet, ultimately, that wish had never been fulfilled. Wang Qingrong, "Come inside," called the Old Man of the Moon, his voice resonating with the weight of experience, reaching her ears through the circular door. There was no need to open the door, she could pass through walls. However, in the next instant, she collided with the door, surprised and rubbing her aching forehead. With trembling hands, she pushed the door open, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the enormous tree of fate within. It was identical to the one in the kingdom of Qing's temple. At that moment, an elderly man, his hair white and face lined with wrinkles, slightly plump and dressed in festive red attire, revealed himself as the Old Man of the Moon. "Child, come here," he beckoned to Wang Qingrong. Unbeknownst to her, she was no longer in her ghostly form. Now, she stood on solid ground, her complexion revitalized with a rosy hue, her lips alluringly pink, and her eyes brimming with emotion, though a clarity lingered beneath. Her figure, somewhat frail, suggested a delicate constitution in life. For reasons unknown, as she saw the old man extend his arms, she felt a surge of emotion, a warmth that nearly brought her to tears. The old man embraced her, now akin to a grandfather, gently patting her back. Qingrong, you must rest for a while. The one you wish to see, the dreams you wish to fulfill, they shall all come to fruition. His voice, aged yet soothing, enveloped her in comfort. Wang Qingrong wept in his embrace, murmuring complaints about the temple's ineffectiveness and the futility of the Tree of Fate. In essence, she lamented. At that moment, as the old man spoke, the weeping Wang Qingrong transformed into a wisp of white light, merging into the tablet that bore her name within the small shrine. As the light dissipated, a simple hairpin fell from the tablet. The hairpin, adorned with silver petals encasing a dull, colorless bead, was a common, inexpensive trinket from the mortal realm. The old man of the moon ambled into the shrine, picking up the hairpin with a deep sigh. The number of these tablets continues to grow, yet not a single wish has been realized. If this persists, they will all emerge once more, their grievances rising to the heavens. Gazing at the nearly 30 tablets, the old man's face was etched with concern. Though he spoke sweetly, not a single wish had been granted thus far. Old man, you requested that I procure a branch of intertwined fate. The altar crafted from this branch is ready, a divine warrior announced, cradling a red altar as he approached the temple, knocking on the door. The old man hurriedly opened the door, carefully accepting the altar, inhaling the unmistakable scent of intertwined fate. After expressing gratitude to the divine warrior, the old man murmured to the altar, and soon, orbs of white light began to coalesce around it. Gradually, the light formed a human shape. I am 13. Why have you summoned me? The voice was ethereal, devoid of emotion. 13. Cease your pretense, I know your true nature. Behave normally, the old man retorted, recognizing the entity he had summoned. This being, known as 13, was a half-spirit who drifted through the heavenly realm, lacking a corporeal form. Her presence was faint, often disregarded by the gods as mere air or a passing cloud. Summoned at will, yet dismissed just as easily. Chapter 2. Wang Qingrong. Before the altar used to summon the 13th, there were no inscriptions, which likely pertained to the nature of the 13th's identity. In an instant, the previously solemn white form transformed into a rather carefree demeanor upon hearing the words of the deity of love. Had it not been for her distinctly feminine voice, the deity might have mistakenly believed the 13th to be male. Really, O deity of love, you have summoned me with this newly crafted altar for what purpose, precisely? Her tone bore a hint of impatience. Despite being treated as a mere afterthought in the celestial realm, the 13th felt an unexpected thrill at being summoned so formally for the first time, though she feigned indifference. After all, lacking a face, she had little to fear regarding the deity discerning her true feelings. The red altar, connecting to the 13th's white form, was lifted by the deity of love, who proceeded towards the small shrine. I need your assistance with something of great importance, he stated, cradling the altar in his left arm while pushing open the redwood door with his right. Wow, there are so many mortals here? The 13th was taken aback upon seeing over 30 memorial tablets, and when she read the names inscribed upon them, astonishment washed over her. It was her first encounter with deities venerating mortals. The tablets were arranged on a 4-tiered platform, and as the deity placed the altar on the highest tier, the 13th felt both honored and startled. Are you placing me here to assist in releasing their spirits? The deity of love had indeed heard of the 13th's name. Though often overlooked by the gods, some still remembered her, particularly given the ease with which her name could be recalled. Unlike previous summons, where any god's altar could call her forth, this was the first time she had been summoned with a brand new altar. Typically, her half-spirited state meant she was called upon to perform trivial tasks. It is said that one can summon at will and dismiss at ease. However, you cannot perform the rite of release with your half-spirit power. Fear not, for the task I require of you will surely please you, the deity assured her. He would not typically call upon the 13th unless absolutely necessary, and this situation was indeed exceptional. 13th, you must carefully remember what I am about to disclose, he implored, his expression grave as he focused on her elevated form. The 13th nodded her large head obediently, settling into a cross-legged position, waiting for his next words. The mortals honored here are all former celestial deities who encountered romantic tribulations during their mortal lives. Some ascended without overcoming these trials, leaving behind women who, unwed in life, now seek to meet their beloveds in the afterlife, often harboring resentment as spirits. This shrine is intended to honor them, and I aim to alleviate their grievances. However, I have deceived these women by suggesting that their wishes would be fulfilled, when in reality, none of the desires represented by the tablets have been granted. The knowledge of their unfulfilled romantic trials is not lost on the celestial deities. Some have actively sought out the deity of love to atone for the women they wronged, yet the resentment associated with these tablets remains unchanged. Could you please simplify that for me? Just tell me directly what I am supposed to do, the 13th interjected impatiently. Having grown dizzy from trying to comprehend the lengthy explanation, the deity of love, visibly frustrated by her attitude, retorted, "What I am saying is of utmost significance. The best way to dissipate the grievances held within these tablets is to transfer the emotions and memories of each woman regarding her respective deity onto you, allowing you to merge with these feelings and fulfill their wishes. Moreover, if the merging truly occurs, your experiences will directly resonate within the tablets. If I become one of these women, my experiences will be hers, correct?" The 13th pondered, feeling her comprehension abilities reach new heights. Yet, she found the deity's explanations lacking in clarity. "Indeed, I will also assign a small celestial attendant to assist you. Should any deity wish to descend and undergo trials soon, they will come to the deity of love's temple, but you must remain concealed. Understood?" The deity of love appeared pleased that the 13th grasped his intent. From his sleeve, he produced a branch entwined with another, tossing it to the ground. With a puff of white smoke, a small, handsome celestial boy appeared, standing respectfully before the 13th and bowing. "I am Mu-He, your celestial attendant from now on," he announced in a youthful voice. The 13th, charmed by his demeanor, gave a thumbs up, approving of him. Later, when the deity Haokong visited, the 13th contemplated playing a trick on the deity of love by slightly opening the shrine's door. The void within the altar was accessible only to deities and those granted permission. Naturally, Mu-He could enter freely, and he observed the 13th seated cross-legged, seemingly sulking. "How old is this 13th? Mu-He mused, recalling the deity of love's warning against allowing the celestial deities to see her, for if they did, they would surely recognize her identity during their trials. After the deity Haokong departed, the deity of love opened the shrine and found only Mu-He waiting. He understood that the 13th, lacking a celestial body, was often regarded as a mere afterthought by other deities. Her playful nature likely stemmed from a desire to assert her presence. The deity of love's understanding of the 13th had its limits. Her temperament was something Mu-He would have to discern on his own. For now, Mu-He's impression of the 13th was that of a child, perhaps 3 years old. Having listened to the deity of love's instructions, the 13th leisurely materialized before him, still sitting in her casual, cross-legged position. "The deity Haokong has informed me that he has accepted a young woman named Wang Qingrong, claiming he owes her a lifetime of love and wishes to descend to fulfill her heart's desire," the deity of love explained. He then produced a hairpin from his sleeve, which belonged to Wang Qingrong. Though the hairpin appeared cheap, the 13th recognized that such seemingly worthless items could hold immense sentimental value. Every object represented different meanings to different individuals, irreplaceable in their significance. For deities needing to undergo trials, such experiences might be merely fleeting dreams. After all, those who face trials are destined to be reborn, and none will escape their obligations. The deity of love handed the hairpin to the 13th, instructing her to hold it with both hands and chant Wang Qingrong 10 times. As she completed the 10th recitation, the tablet inscribed with her name emitted a faint glow, sending wisps of light into the 13th, merging with her essence. In the kingdom of Qing, the Wang family, owners of a rice shop, had spent nearly a decade together. However, it seemed that Wang's fate was destined to be that of a father-in-law. Madame Wang gave birth to their only daughter, and thereafter, despite their relentless efforts, the couple could not conceive again. In despair, Madame Wang reluctantly allowed her husband, Mr. Wang, to take a concubine. However, even after 3 years, The concubine bore no children and, feeling guilty for the burden she placed upon Mr. Wang and his wife, chose to end her own life. At this time, Wang Qingrong was already 7 years old. She was the first to discover the concubine's lifeless body hanging from the rafters. At that moment, she could not comprehend why the concubine would choose such a fate, why her calls went unanswered, and why the maid, Xiaozue, screamed and covered her eyes, creating an atmosphere of dread within the household. From then on, Mr. Wang and his wife resigned themselves to the fact that they would have only this one daughter, who could inherit the family business. With careful guidance, they believed she could uphold the family legacy. Thus, Wang Qingrong was nurtured as the heir of the Wang family until she reached the age of maturity. The family's rice shop flourished, and it became well known that Mr. Wang had only one daughter, who was nearing maturity. The matchmaker's visits grew increasingly frequent, and it seemed the threshold of the Wang household would soon wear thin. In the tranquil pavilion of the backyard, the young lady, Wang Qingrong, sat quietly with a book in hand. Despite her unadorned beauty, a blush crept onto her fair cheeks as she overheard the maid, Xiaozue, excitedly discussing the suitors brought forth by the matchmaker. "Miss, this time it is the young master of the East City Merchants Association who has sent the matchmaker to propose," she exclaimed. Xiaozue, who should have been married by now, lingered for reasons unknown. Wang Qingrong's delicate fingers gripped the book tightly, causing the paper to crease slightly as she bit her rosy lower lip. This marked the 10th visit from the matchmaker this month. Observing her mistress's bashfulness, Xiaozue boldly remarked, "In my opinion, the young master of the East City Merchants Association is truly worthy of our young lady." At this, Wang Qingrong's face flushed a deep crimson, rendering her even more enchanting. Just as everyone anticipated that the young master of the East City Merchants Association would win Wang Qingrong's favor, a group of exorcists arrived in the usually tranquil town. Coincidentally, Wang Qingrong was riding in a carriage with Xiaozue en route to the Qing'an Temple in the southern part of the city to pray for her ailing mother. The wind, whether by design or chance, lifted the curtain of their carriage, allowing Wang Qingrong to catch a glimpse of the exorcists as they passed by. The leader, with a cold demeanor and hollow eyes, had a striking profile that captivated her attention. In that instant, she could hear the wind's wild whispers, her heart pounding like a thunderous drum. At that moment, she was oblivious to Xiaozue's calls. "Mississippi. Mississippi. Miss." Xiaozue occupied the seat beside her, unaware of what had just transpired. Realizing she had stolen a glance at the exorcist, Wang Qingrong felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, hastily covering her face with her hands in an attempt to hide her blush. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and the voice of the coachman echoed, "Miss, there is an exorcist who wishes to speak with you." It turned out that Madame Wang's ailment was not a mere cold, but rather a curse of demonic energy. Fortunately, the exorcists arrived just in time to prevent the malevolent energy from affecting Wang Qingrong. Thus, she learned the name of the leader among them, Haokong. On her 4th covert following of Haokong, she was discovered. He stood still, his back to her, and spoke, "Miss Wang, the demonic energy afflicting your mother has been eradicated. You need not follow me any longer." The next day, the exorcists, having successfully cleansed Madame Wang, prepared to leave the Wang residence and continue their journey westward. Haokong. May exorcists marry? This bold inquiry was perhaps the first of its kind from Wang Qingrong in her entire life. Her question momentarily stumped Haokong, who had always been focused on his mission to vanquish demons, never contemplating matters of love. He found it perplexing that Miss Wang would pose such a question to him, particularly when she could have sought answers from any other exorcist. Still facing away from her, Haokong remained silent for too long, prompting Wang Qingrong to step in front of him, closing the distance between them. As she realized how close they stood, her face turned scarlet. Yet, instead of retreating in shyness, she steadied her resolve, observing Haokong's reaction. In his first encounter with a woman at such proximity, Haokong instinctively took 3 steps back, maintaining a distance of nearly 2 meters. "Perhaps you should inquire with another exorcist regarding the matter of marriage. My sole focus is on slaying demons. I possess no knowledge of such affairs." Subsequently, the exorcists departed the town, journeying westward, and rumors of their exploits began to circulate. Later, News emerged that the sole daughter of the Wang family had gone missing. The ensuing events unfolded as Wang Qingrong devoted herself to accompanying Haokong, striving to win his heart, while he remained oblivious to the changes in his own feelings. He resolutely chose the path of divinity. At the moment of his ascension, Wang Qingrong confessed, "I have spent 5 years by your side, yearning to be seen in your eyes and heart. In the end, all my efforts were in vain. Haokong, I love you." As her long-standing affection matured into love, Wang Qingrong's desire for Haokong's reciprocation intensified, yet ultimately, she received nothing in return. The only cherished memento from him was a birthday gift, a symbol of her devotion. It was difficult for her to comprehend why she would forsake her family for an exorcist, only to end up in a state of solitude and despair. In the eyes of the immortal beings, a mortal's lifetime is but a fleeting moment, yet for those who encounter a kindred spirit, the sacrifices made for love seem inconsequential. Wang Qingrong's perspective diverged sharply from that of the immortal, who deemed her love for Haokong as blind devotion, questioning the worth of abandoning everything for such a fleeting passion. "Do you still wish to remain by Haokong's side, hoping that one day he'll be moved by your presence?" the immortal questioned. Had Wang Qingrong acquiesced, she would have been dismissed from the ethereal realm. Fortunately, she shook her head. In her previous life, Haokong was an exorcist singularly focused on his mission. This time, she would embrace the identity of a demon, hoping to capture his heart and compel him to slay her, ensuring that she would forever remain in his memory. Ultimately, it was evident that Wang Qingrong's outward fragility belied a heart hardened by time. Her aspirations transcended the simplicity of a lifelong bond. She yearned for Haokong to remember her eternally, inscribing her existence upon his heart. "It is truly beyond my expectations that you could think this way. I had presumed you would continue down the path of your past life." 13, somewhat gratified, patted Wang Qingrong on the shoulder. At that moment, Muhu entered the void space. Addressing 13, the Moon Elder urges you to quickly confirm Wang Qingrong's identity for her descent into the mortal realm. Suddenly, a mark resembling that of a fox appeared on 13's forehead as she formed hand seals and chanted incantations, formally merging with Wang Qingrong. The white void began to warp. Or rather, it was 13's white form that twisted. Muhu stepped back 2 paces, maintaining a composed demeanor as he bowed to 13, who was about to depart. In a certain mountainous forest in the mortal world, a plump female red fox, cloaked in russet fur, revealed the white fur on her belly upon closer inspection. Her 4 paws seemed adorned with black boots as she elegantly treaded upon the ground, where the brittle leaves emitted faint sounds. Her long tail swayed occasionally, and with a long face, pointed snout, and upright ears, she suddenly perked up, alert to her surroundings. It turned out to be merely birds taking flight from a tree, causing a commotion that startled this soon-to-be mother fox. A month later, within the hollow of a banyan tree, the cries of fox cubs resonated, as 4 little ones tumbled about, their distinctive colors not yet fully developed. Their pointed ears flopped occasionally as they playfully rolled over one another. The identity chosen by 13 for Wang Qingrong was that of a captivating fox spirit, a being woven into the tales of the common folk. It is worth mentioning that the identity of the celestial god Haokong continued from his previous life as a renowned demon slayer, albeit at present, he was still a child clad in split-crotch pants. At the bottom of the heap of 3 little foxes lay 13, who leisurely yawned beneath the weight of her siblings. The red fox brought a wild rabbit and placed it before her 4 cubs. Embracing local customs, 13 indulged in the meat, momentarily forgetting her celestial heritage. At this juncture, her most pressing concern was to grow until she became a perfect fox spirit. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in Lin City, the name derived from the fact that all its inhabitants share the surname Lin. Within Lin City, there existed a family renowned for demon slaying, which had cultivated generations of masters, now reaching its 125th head. The lady of the house bore the celestial god Haokong, who, upon his birth, was groomed to become the 126th head of the family. Naturally, as the heir, his demon-slaying abilities were the strongest. At the tender age of 6, he dutifully followed his father, learning to discern between humans and demons and familiarizing himself with the myriad of creatures. "Remember, my son, among the 100 demons, the fox spirit is one we demon slayers prefer not to confront. They possess an innate charm, yet they are also the most devoted of spirits. Once entangled, escape is nigh impossible unless one resorts to their demise. This warning from his father distilled into a simple directive: upon encountering a fox spirit, flee. At 6 years of age, Haokong tilted his head, poring over a book that contained scant descriptions of fox spirits. It read, "Fox spirits, in human form, possess enchanting beauty. Should you encounter one, flee without hesitation." "Father, have you ever seen a fox spirit?" His youthful voice brimmed with curiosity, a sentiment that did not bode well. The 125th head of the family fell into contemplation. He had indeed seen fox spirits, the most captivating women in the world. Ruffling his son's hair, he remarked, "Though fox spirits are beautiful, in my eyes, your mother is the most radiant." Upon hearing this, young Haokong lost interest in fox spirits. Realizing nothing mattered more than his mother, it was merely fleeting curiosity. As a year passed through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 little foxes had matured, outgrowing their hollow. Their red fox mother relocated them to a small cave, spacious enough for 5. 13 sat elegantly to the side, lazily licking her paws and cleaning her face before shaking off the dust and spinning in circles, curling up for a nap, her ears twitching occasionally. The other 3 foxes resumed their playful antics, occasionally bumping into the slumbering 13, who remained undisturbed by her siblings' frolics. For years later, during a winter when heavy snow blanketed the world, the once small foxes had reached adulthood, now capable of hunting independently. Their mother had expelled them from the cave 2 years prior. Foxes are solitary creatures, and the now-adult cubs needed to learn to survive in the vast forest. In her solitude, 13 had explored every corner of the woods and discovered a secluded tree hollow to serve as her new den. She stretched her body, preparing for a day of hunting in the snow. The previous night's snowfall had ceased, revealing the depth of the accumulation. Fortunately, her chosen hollow was sheltered from the snowflakes. With her sharp snout and triangular head, she sniffed the air for prey, hopeful for a bountiful meal. Her ears perked, swiveling to catch sounds from all directions. When she suddenly heard human footsteps, instinctively, she hid in the shadows, observing the humans venturing into the depths of the forest. "Be vigilant. We are not here to play," a stern female voice reminded. The 10-year-old Haokong stood tall, his head reaching above his mother's waist, bundled in a thick coat, his nose flushed from the cold as he joyfully dashed through the snow. "Father finally agreed to let me join you and Mother on this trip to Myxing Mountain. It's my first journey away from home." Over 4 years, Haokong had learned to identify many demons, which is why his father, Lin Gaozhua, permitted him to accompany them into Myxing Mountain. Trailing behind, Lin Gaozhua reflected on how rarely he had allowed his son to venture far. This time, he intended to broaden his son's horizons. In the depths of Myxing Mountain lies the Fox's Den. Although they are solitary, one may occasionally encounter fox. Haokong, be sure to observe closely to discern which one is the fox spirit. This served as a subtle test for Haokong, gauging whether he could differentiate between the sense of ordinary foxes and fox spirits. 13, that child is the reincarnation of Haokong, echoed the voice of Mohu in her mind, presumably within her divine altar's void space. Heeding the reminder, 13 leisurely sat down, licking her right paw before switching to the left. Her long, fluffy tail swayed gently, while her ears remained attuned to the sounds emanating from Haokong's direction. As a graceful fox, patience was essential during the hunt. Lin Gaozhua aimed to assess his son's ability to apply the knowledge he had acquired over the past 4 years. Consequently, he and his wife slowed their pace, still able to keep Haokong within sight. Though Mrs. Lin feigned calmness, she was filled with concern. Had her husband not restrained her, she would have rushed to follow her son. "Hush, my lady, do not fret. In our 11 o'clock direction, there lies a fox, which is likely to appear before our son. Rest assured, as long as he applies the knowledge I have imparted to him, that fox shall pose no threat." In truth, despite the appearance of being separated from us, Haokong has never truly strayed beyond our line of sight. 13 is aware that her current position has long been discovered by Lin Gaozhua, hence she has grown increasingly nonchalant. Haokong, filled with curiosity about everything within the forest, failed to notice that his parents had vanished from view. The heavy snow upon the branches gradually melted, falling to the ground and forming a small mound. This mound obstructed Haokong's path, prompting him to approach it with intrigue. Leaning forward to examine the mound closely, a fox suddenly emerged from its center, startling little Haokong into a seated position, his eyes wide as he beheld the snow-enshrouded fox head. Quickly, Haokong discerned that this fox was not the malevolent fox spirit his father had warned him about, but rather an ordinary creature. This fox was 13, tilting her head in a manner that conveyed her plea for help, hoping the boy seated in the snow would comprehend her silent message. Not wishing to disappoint her, Haokong stood and cautiously extended his right hand, his gaze fixed intently on the fox, ready to draw a talisman from his sleeve at the slightest hint of danger. 13 tilted her head to the left, signaling her confusion regarding Haokong's evident anxiety. The tip of his right hand gently brushed against the fox's nose, and for nearly 5 seconds, he observed that it showed no intention of aggression. Swallowing hard, he boldly placed his hand upon the fox's head, feeling its soft fur rub against his palm. This texture was unexpected, for wild fox fur is typically coarse. "Hold on, I shall help you remove the snow," he thought, sensing the fox's benevolence. She would not harm him. He could have easily removed the snow by grasping the fox by the neck, but he hesitated, fearing he might hurt her or that she might instinctively retaliate. 13 shook her body, dislodging the snow from her back, and curiously assessed Haokong, inching closer with caution. Gently sniffing his calf, she detected the scent of mugwort, a fragrance associated with demon hunters. "I am Haokong, here to gather herbs from Mincing Mountain, so fear not. I am no hunter." He half-squatted, caressing the fox's head while maintaining a watchful eye on her reactions. She appeared quite comfortable, even squinting her eyes in contentment. At that moment, driven by instinct, 13 pressed her head against Haokong's palm, gradually inching toward the warmest spot, his belly. This was a playful fox, unafraid of humans. Meanwhile, Lin Gaozhua and his wife, upon realizing their son had not called out to them, sensed something was amiss. Lin Gaozhua detected that the fox they had noticed was now mingling its essence with their son's. Worried, he grasped his wife's hand, urging her to follow as they hastened toward the distant sight of their son, who was crouched down with a fox's tail waving animatedly beside him. "My dear, is that a fox spirit?" she questioned, for wild foxes are typically wary of humans and would not approach so closely. Lin Gaozhua shook his head, asserting that the creature bore no demonic aura. It was merely an ordinary fox. "Dad, Mom." Upon hearing their hurried footsteps, Haokong recognized his parents' approach. The fox, startled by his movement, quickly fled from his embrace. Turning to see the two adults, it seemed frightened, promptly retreating from Haokong's side. The fox's silhouette shrank until it vanished within the forest. Haokong watched its departure, silently noting the direction, hopeful for another encounter with the little fox. Mincing Mountain is home to a rare herb known for its efficacy in alleviating headaches. Due to its scarcity, the resulting medicine is notably expensive. 13's den was well hidden. Nestled deep within Mincing Mountain, where not only foxes but also wolf packs roamed, though the wolves were currently out hunting. She leisurely made her way to the location described by the wooden crane, where indeed a sizable patch of herbs awaited her. Sitting in the snow, her bushy tail wagged rhythmically. Now was not the time to present these herbs to Haokong. Patience was essential, for the opportunity would eventually arise. Meanwhile, Haokong was guided by Lady Lin, with Lin Gaozhua leading the way, both diligently scanning the ground for traces of herbs. Haokong had seen the herb before but felt it unlikely to be found here, yet his parents persisted, determined to locate even a single sprig. "Mother, about that little fox. If possible, I would like to keep it," he confessed, unable to shake the memory of the fox's playful demeanor in his arms, which had instilled a peculiar sense of satisfaction mingled with reassurance. Lady Lin halted, gazing at her son, whose innocent expression betrayed his naivety. This wild fox was not akin to common pets. Their wariness of humans was profound. Even Lin Gaozhua paused, pondering where his son's confidence stemmed from. Believing the fox would willingly accompany him, he regarded Haokong sternly, not opposing his desire to keep a fox, but wishing to impart the lesson that if he were to care for one, it would be his responsibility alone. Haokong understood his father's words. He was indeed only 10 years old, and his capabilities were limited. The notion of caring for a fox thus faded. Over the subsequent 2 years, Haokong remained focused on mastering the knowledge of demon hunting, and his talismans began to demonstrate efficacy, particularly against lesser demons. Having spent an entire year within the confines of the manor, his days were filled with drawing talismans, studying the compendium of demons, and occasionally practicing swordsmanship and fundamental martial arts. His encounters with people and events were scarce. The servants, though not truly servants, but Lin Gaojua's subordinates, only engaged during demon hunting excursions. Typically, they busied themselves within the manor. Everyone treated Haokong with utmost respect, often checking his progress and at times releasing a minor demon to challenge him. While one might perceive Haokong's life in the manor as monotonous, he often found himself so preoccupied with these assessments that he neglected meals. During such times, Lady Lin would intervene, reminding everyone that while examinations were important, her son deserved nourishment. Lin Gaojua would assert that his men acted correctly during demon hunts. It was not uncommon for them to go without sleep or food for an entire day. It was prudent for Haokong to acclimate to these conditions. Lady Lin, resigned, accepted that these hardships were inevitable for her child. By June, now a 12-year-old youth, Haokong donned the garments of a demon hunter, deep purple attire adorned with the Lin family's emblem at his waist. The emblem, resembling mugwort, was widely recognized by the populace. This marked Haokong's first outing with Lin Gaojua, who had received word of a serpent demon causing turmoil in the southeast. To safeguard his interests, a wealthy local had resorted to offering living sacrifices to the serpent, a scheme that ultimately unraveled, inciting public outrage. The affluent individual was subsequently driven from the area, prompting the community to pool resources to summon the Lin demon hunters. In contemporary times, the serpent demon recognized the necessity of retreating swiftly before the Lin family's demon exterminators arrived. However, the serpent demon had not anticipated that the Lin family's exterminators had devised a talisman known as the Demon Lock Talisman, specifically to prevent such occurrences. They had previously sent messages via carrier pigeon, instructing the local populace to prepare the talismans. The application of the Demon Lock Talisman was quite straightforward. Affixing it to the serpent demon would suffice, and it was believed that the locals could manage this task. The world is not devoid of gallant souls. By the time Lin Gaojua and his companions arrived, the serpent demon was already suffering from a backlash due to its attempts to forcibly break free from the talisman. At this moment, the serpent demon was left with but a final breath, gazing weakly at Haokong with its pale yellow eyes, devoid of the strength to plead for mercy. Clearly, this serpent demon was recently cultivated, having disregarded the warnings of its kin and brazenly appearing before mortals, devouring a considerable number of lives. Such was its fate. Haokong placed a talisman bearing the mark of mugwort upon the serpent demon's forehead, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Soon, the serpent demon's form disintegrated into numerous small yellow dots, ascending into the heavens. As he observed the yellow dots gradually vanishing into the sky, Haokong felt little emotional turmoil. He had been indoctrinated from a young age with the notion that demons were inherently malevolent. Regardless of right or wrong, any demon was to be executed without hesitation. The concepts of good and evil were reserved solely for humans, a truth Haokong had come to understand over the years. Whenever Lin Gaojua's subordinates spoke of demons, they exhibited expressions of disgust and hatred, emotions that Haokong found incomprehensible. In the 12th month, the plum blossoms, accentuated by the white snow, appeared even more vibrant. Haokong was finally permitted to venture alone to Mingyue Mountain, having secured Lin Gaojua's consent to search for the elusive herb that could be transformed into a remedy for headaches, which had not been seen for a year. Lady Lin suffered from migraines and had long relied on this remedy. A year prior, she had exhausted her supply, and despite searching the entirety of Mingyue Mountain, she had found no trace of the herb. Whenever Lady Lin experienced a migraine, it could persist for 2 full days. And without any available medication to alleviate the pain, she often required 2 days of bed rest. Her health had been in a delicate state since giving birth to Haokong, leaving her with lingering ailments that the physician claimed would only heal with time. Upon learning that her son was venturing alone to Mingyue Mountain, Lady Lin became restless. "Husband, how can you allow Haokong to go to Mingyue Mountain alone? We know nothing of the unknown demons that may reside there." Lady Lin still recalled the fox her son had once wished to keep. It had captured her son's heart instantly. and it was improbable that it was merely an ordinary wild fox. It might have been a fox spirit concealing its demonic aura, a feat achievable only by those with millennia of cultivation. The thought was chilling, and as she pondered, her concern for her only son grew. Madam, Haokong is already 12 years old. We cannot shelter him forever. Minxing Mountain is connected to our Lin City, and there are not many demons within. Furthermore, I have entrusted him with the Hiyu, which you know is our family's treasure. The Hiyu, as Lin Gaozhua described, was a jade pendant passed down through generations, only to be worn by the head of the family. It resembled other jade pieces in color, pure white, and of a simple square shape, but upon closer inspection, one would find a miniature talisman within, bearing the Lin family crest. Any ordinary demon that touched this jade would be instantly obliterated. Only those with millennia of cultivation could withstand the jade's power, though they would still suffer from backlash. Reassured, Lady Lin felt comforted by the presence of the Hiyu, believing that Haokong would be safe. Even if he encountered a demon of considerable cultivation, such beings were not foolish. Upon seeing the Hiyu, they would likely choose to avoid confrontation, knowing the dire consequences of backlash. After 2 years, Haokong once again set foot on the land of Minxing Mountain. A light snow fell today, and to facilitate movement, he dressed lightly. Possessing an excellent memory, he quickly ventured deep into Minxing Mountain, retracing the route from 2 years prior. At that time, the fox had been buried under the snow that had fallen from the trees, forming a small mound, and the image of its head poking out from the mound remained vivid in his mind. It was peculiar how he could remember a fox so clearly for 2 years. Nearby, the fox spirit named Shursan, while hunting, detected the distinct aroma of mugwort. Its prey had arrived. With graceful strides, it approached the source of the scent. The child who had been 10 years old 2 years ago had now transformed into a young adolescent. He meticulously searched for the herb, leaving no potential spot overlooked, just as his parents had done before him. Traversing the path where the fox had vanished 2 years ago, Haokong discovered numerous fox paw prints in the snow, each resembling plum blossoms. At the end of the path, the fox sat calmly, washing its face as if it had anticipated his arrival, waiting for him. The fox appeared much as it had 2 years ago, though perhaps a tad thinner due to the winter, as many of its natural prey had already gone into hibernation. Its right ear twitched twice, then the left, continuously drawing Haokong's attention. "Do you still remember me?" he pondered. It had been 2 years, and no one had yet tamed a fox. No one knew how these cunning creatures retain their memories. Haokong slowly crouched down, aligning his gaze with the seated fox. He extended his right hand gently, and the fox tilted its head, lowering its front paws, blinking at Haokong before rising and ambling closer to where he could reach. With its slightly damp nose, it touched Haokong's fingertip, reminiscent of their first encounter. It seemed that the fox still remembered him. This realization filled Haokong with unexpected joy, allowing him to boldly stroke the fox's head. Watching the fox, just as it had been 2 years ago, nuzzle against his palm and gradually into his embrace, he sat down in the snow, holding the affectionate creature close. It was strange. He sensed that the fox also shared in his delight at their reunion. In his warm embrace, the fox seemed reluctant to leave this cozy refuge, but upon noticing Haokong's posture, it ultimately relinquished its affectionate antics and quietly withdrew from his arms. The absence of the fox felt like a missing piece, a peculiar sensation that Haokong had yet to comprehend. Shursan grasped the corner of Haokong's robe, tugging gently before releasing it, then darting 3 steps to the right, turning to glance back at Haokong still seated on the ground, letting out a sound that resembled a playful call. It was as if the fox was urging him to rise and follow. Understanding its intent, Haokong quickly stood, brushing the snow from his back, and followed the fox. He wondered where it intended to lead him. As they journeyed, the atmosphere remained pleasant, disregarding the silent fox accompanying him. Shursan guided Haokong to a patch of herbs spanning an acre, leaving him utterly astonished. The rarity of this herb meant it was typically found solitary in the wild, yet now dozens appeared before his eyes. It was astounding, surely. This was the only location where such a multitude of Goasian grass thrived. "Are all these herbs meant for me?" Haokong surmised, interpreting the fox's intent in bringing him here. The fox seated itself once more in the snow, appearing to favor sitting over standing, content to rest. Moreover, It appeared to comprehend the words spoken by Haokong, nodding in acknowledgement like a human, and then casting a glance at the guasian grass beside them, seemingly urging Haokong to hasten in gathering the medicinal herbs. Haokong did not gather all the guasian grass at once. He only picked 10 stalks, which would suffice for his mother for 2 months. As he prepared to leave, he turned his head to gaze at the fox sitting quietly, watching him. It sat there all alone. While foxes are known for their solitary nature, this particular one struck Haokong as quite lonesome. Clearly, the fox did not understand his thoughts, tilting its head with a perplexed expression as it looked at him. It seemed reluctant to depart, likely having resided in Mingyue Mountain for an extended period. Indeed, he was his mother's son. Lin Gaozhu took the jade that Haokong returned, inspecting it, confirming that no monsters had approached him. 3 days later, the guasian grass was processed into pills, sufficient for Madame Lin to consume for 2 months. When everyone inquired about the source of such an abundance of guasian grass, Haokong told his first lie, claiming he had scoured the entire Mingyue Mountain and finally discovered these 10 stalks. During the new year, Haokong experienced his first celebration away from the Lin residence, instead spending it with his parents at his grandfather's home in Lin City. There, he encountered a girl a year younger than himself, who was meticulously adorned, her bright, watery eyes gazing at him, attempting to tug at his sleeve playfully, only to be deftly evaded by Haokong. The term playful was one he had only associated with the little fox, and he believed that human playfulness could not compare to the warmth and comfort he felt from the fox's antics. Unwilling to indulge the girl, Haokong opted to stand by his grandfather, who, when silent and unsmiling, wore a rather fearsome expression. Typically, children would be frightened to tears upon encountering him. Yet, this girl was unafraid, boldly tugging at his grandfather's beard. "Xiao Rua, you are misbehaving again." The girl, named Xiao Rua, was already 11 years old and should have been aware of proper conduct. It was indeed surprising that her parents had not reprimanded her. Xiao Rua was the daughter of the current Minister of Justice, having been doted upon since birth, leading her to dismiss many individuals. The person she likely feared the most was her mother, who stood behind her now, her tone laced with admonition. Brother Haokong does not wish to play with Ruar, which makes Ruar unhappy." The girl recalled how Haokong had evaded her earlier reach. Taking advantage of the moment, Haokong slipped away, having no desire to engage with Xiao Rua. This new year was even more tedious for him than celebrating at the Lin residence, where he could at least find time to draw talismans. At his grandfather's home, he was awakened daily by Xiao Rua's incessant chatter. It seemed Xiao Rua was deliberately seeking revenge for his earlier evasion, proving to be quite the vengeful little imp. At the Moon Elder Temple, the Moon Elder was entangled in a dilemma, holding Xiao Rua's red thread, having inadvertently allowed it to intertwine with the red thread of the deity Haokong. However, he decided that the true connection had already been established, and this redundant thread. With a flick of his pinky, he redirected it towards a general. Once winter passed, guasian grass would become elusive, and coincidentally, Madame Lin's migraines only occurred during the season. Otherwise, her health was generally stable. Xiao Rua was not lying. She genuinely intended to visit Lin City and would share a carriage with Haokong, who would also be accompanied by his parents. Throughout the journey, Haokong observed his parents laughing at Xiao Rua's antics, with Madame Lin praising her knowledge and filial piety for accompanying her grandmother in Lin City. Haokong wished to cover his ears, not wanting to hear her voice, but he understood such an action would be disrespectful, so he refrained. Upon returning to Lin City, Haokong resumed his daily practice of drawing talismans and studying the Book of Monsters. At 13, he was now permitted to venture out with other exorcists to areas known for monster activity. Each time Xiao Rua visited, she found herself disappointed, being told that Lin Haokong had gone on a long journey, which infuriated her to the point of stomping her feet in frustration. It was likely that Haokong had instructed the exorcist to inform her as such. Noticing his change in demeanor, Madame Lin inquired, and he merely stated that he had not encountered any monsters and felt somewhat disappointed that he could not seize the opportunity to practice. Soon it was the 12th month, and Xiao Rua learned in advance of Madame Lin's migraines, coinciding with Haokong's herb-gathering trip to Mingyue Mountain. She had been waiting outside the Lin residence. Her nose reddened from the cold, and upon seeing Haokong emerge, she joyfully approached, attempting once more to grasp his sleeve. Once again, He evaded her, leaving her feeling not just anger, but sorrow. Lin Haokong, do you truly despise me so? Having resided in Lin City for nearly a year, each visit to the Lin residence had been met with countless excuses from him to avoid her. Miss Zhao, it is inappropriate for men and women to engage too closely. He was not someone she could toy with at her whim. Can you not see that this young lady has affections for you? Zhao Ruo's stubbornness could only be attributed to Lin Haokong. Passers-by halted to witness this young lady openly declaring her feelings, a display of commendable courage. Should she be rejected, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. In that moment, Haokong found himself in a most difficult position. Should he decline, Zhao Ruo's prospects of marriage would be bleak. If he did not refuse, he would suffer the most, fully aware that he held no feelings for her. I apologize, Miss Zhao. I do not harbor any affection for you. Please do not seek me again, as it would be detrimental to you if others were to witness. He spoke softly, just loud enough for Zhao Ruo to hear. Having always received whatever she desired, Zhao Ruo now found herself bested by Lin Haokong. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she sniffled and said, "As long as you do not like me, I shall not leave Lin City. Lin Haokong, I, Zhao Ruo, will marry no one but you." Her last words took on a commanding tone, her head held high, pride replacing her earlier sense of indignation as she gazed at him. With this, it seemed she would be an inescapable presence in his life. Haokong chose to ignore Zhao Ruo, turning away and heading towards Mingyue Mountain. After walking a few paces, he heard footsteps behind him, igniting his anger. This time, he brought ample provisions for the fox, primarily dried meats, believing they would be to its liking. At this moment, he would need the assistance of the wooden crane in the void space. Fortunately, the crane understood the desires of the 13, and their cooperation was seamless. By channeling the divine power that 13 had retained in the void space to the fox, it was hoped that this would sustain her reincarnated form. While she could bear his divine power, the duration of her endurance remained uncertain. When Haokong arrived, the fox was seated amongst a vast expanse of Guasian grass, lazily scratching its ear with its hind paw, comfortably squinting its eyes. He noticed its nose twitch slightly, catching the scent of mugwort on him, and it abruptly opened its eyes, spotting Haokong standing nearby. Without waiting for him to call out, it leaped into his embrace, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, landing perfectly in his arms. Overwhelmed by the fox's enthusiasm, Haokong found himself sinking into the snow, as the little creature excitedly nuzzled against his chest. After a year apart, it seemed the fox was even more delighted than he. In the future, I shall call you Linglong, a name that came to me in an instant, inspired by the fox in my arms. This creature not only comprehends some of my words, but occasionally exhibits actions reminiscent of human behavior. Linglong, a name that also signifies clarity and transparency, fits the fox's eyes perfectly. They are bright and clear, devoid of any extraneous thoughts. Linglong, Linglong. As I caress its head and utter this name, it marks the third encounter between us. At last, the fox has acquired a name of its own. Dried meat suits Shersan's palate splendidly. Perhaps this is the most joyful meal she has had in years. During this time, Haokong revealed that he occasionally visits Mingyue Mountain, yet he has never encountered her until now. Linglong, is it only in winter that I can see you? This was merely Haokong's fleeting conjecture, for all three meetings have indeed occurred in the winter, a season when he can find the Guasian grass and thus meet this little fox. At this moment, satiated, Shersan gracefully washes her face, stifling a yawn that exudes the aroma of dried meat. Her tail sweeps the ground twice as she contemplates whether to nod in acknowledgement, though it seems she ought to accompany Haokong down the mountain. On this visit, Haokong not only detected the scent of mugwort on him, but also a hint of rouge. It appears a young lady has drawn near to him. How intriguing. Haokong observes the fox, still engrossed in washing her face, and realizes that his inquiry would be in vain. After all, his little fox is merely an ordinary wild creature, not a fox spirit capable of transformation. This time, he gathered 20 stalks of Guasian grass, enough for Lady Lin's medicinal needs for 4 months, and her migraines have significantly subsided. Soon, he would no longer require this grass. And, at that time, his gaze falls upon the fox, now lazily reclining, her eyes fixed upon him. It seems that throughout this year, she has also contemplated him. Haokong begins to recognize the peculiarity of his thoughts. He is genuinely concerned about a fox thinking of him. He shakes his head vigorously, dispelling such notions, attributing them to his profound solitude. Each time he visits, he finds the fox sitting alone, her eyes seemingly lighting up upon his arrival. Just as she joyfully leaped into his embrace moments ago, his heart too was filled with joy. This marks Haokong's second invitation to the fox, delivered with sincerity and earnestness. More resolute than before. If anyone were to witness this, they might question his sanity for conversing so seriously with a mere fox. Yet, the fox's response mirrored that of their last encounter. She tilted her head, puzzled by the words of this human before her. Oh, how foolish I am. Why must I discuss moving from Mingyue Mountain so earnestly? I could simply carry you away. He continued walking until he could no longer see the patch of Guosian grass, at which point he halted. Just then, he distinctly felt something bump against his calf. A wave of delight surged within him as he recognized what had collided with him. The fox emitted a sound that was quite peculiar. It seemed more like a playful coo than anything else, perhaps a figment of his imagination. This creature, if capable of sitting, would never stand. Mere seconds after bumping into his leg, she promptly sat down. Linglong, I am quite happy now. Can you sense that? He squatted before the fox, his right hand gently stroking her head, his tone buoyant. Her pointed muzzle was but a fist's distance from his cheek. This statement was easily understood by Shan, who chose to extend her tongue and give his cheek a gentle lick. Amused by Haokong's stunned expression, her tail wagged rhythmically. A continuous motion. Haokong, touching his cheek where the fox had licked him, found himself forgetting all other sensations. Shan stood and shook off the snowflakes from her fur, inadvertently showering Haokong with a cascade of icy crystals to rouse him from his reverie. This was merely a fleeting episode. As Haokong observed the fox standing, he gently pinched her ear. Linglong, you must not lick me again, understand? He had assumed he would be ignored, but Shan's ear remained firmly in his grasp. He continued, You know, dogs and cats express their affection by licking, don't they? She had merely been showing her delight, albeit with a hint of mischief. Yet, Shan, still exhibiting a remarkable degree of human-like understanding, nodded in agreement, assuring him she would refrain. Once you become accustomed to living at the Lin residence, shall we visit Mingyue Mountain together every month? Shan's human-like nod filled Haokong with joy. Now, Shan reluctantly nodded once more and gracefully fell into step beside him. Passers-by could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief before daring to glance at Haokong again. Was it truly a fox? A red fox, known for its cunning nature and carnivorous diet, albeit not of human flesh. Yet still, it appeared rather unsettling. It seemed this passerby had forgotten that humans were also meat-eaters. Haokong had initially worried that this little fox might be timid, but it appeared he had underestimated her. Indeed, she was a fox he cherished, strutting proudly beside him, lifting his spirits. Outside the gates of the Lin residence, there were no guards. Anyone wishing to enter for apprenticeship or to seek the help of the Lin family's demon exterminators could freely do so. After all, no foolhardy soul would dare provoke a demon slayer. They not only exorcised demons but were also exceptionally skilled in combat. Otherwise, how could they consistently succeed in vanquishing malevolent spirits? My young master, what is this? The demon slayers in the courtyard gaped in astonishment at the fox accompanying their master, instinctively reaching for their talismans. Yet, they soon realized that this fox bore no trace of demonic energy. Indeed, demons could not enter the Lin residence. Is this truly the one, young master? Uncle Chun, astounded, noted that foxes typically exhibit high levels of wariness toward humans, darting to concealment at the slightest sound of footsteps. The presence of this fox beside their young master was indeed unusual, casting doubt on whether she might be a fox spirit, yet she radiated no hint of malevolence. Even a fox spirit with a millennium of cultivation would trigger a protective barrier from Hiyu. Perhaps they were simply overthinking it. Haokong nodded, gently patting the fox's head as he spoke softly. Uncle Chun, this is Linglong. Linglong, this is Uncle Chun, one of our family's most formidable demon slayers. Uncle Chun and Haokong's father, Lin Gaozhua, had grown up together, sharing a bond that transcended blood ties, akin to that of brothers. Upon this pause, Shirsen once again settled on the ground, gazing up at the man referred to as Uncle Chin. She offered him a friendly nod before casually licking her paw, completely unfazed by the intense scrutiny of those around her. In response to the fox's human-like behavior, Uncle Chin found it challenging to lower his guard. For fox spirits are notoriously elusive and cunning, often employing enchantments that even demon slayers struggle to counter. Lady Lin nearly fainted upon seeing her son alongside the fox, her first thought being whether her son had fallen under the spell of a fox spirit's allure. With the assistance of her maid, she made her way to the front courtyard, where she beheld her son and the intriguing fox at his side. Subsequently, 13 lay directly on the ground, drowsily observing the conversation between Madame Lin and Haokong. Though it was referred to as a conversation, it could more aptly be described as a negotiation. Madame Lin was opposed to Haokong keeping the fox, harboring concerns that it might be problematic, perhaps even a cunning fox spirit, one whose magical prowess could deceive even you. However, Haokong was resolute in his desire to keep the fox and impulsively swore a solemn oath. Although drowsy, 13 perked up her ears at the mention of Haokong's vow, her excitement evident as she stirred. This was precisely the affirmation she had been awaiting. Lin Gaozhua observed his son without any inclination to reprimand him for his earlier words. Since you have made up your mind, let this fox remain, he thought.
Kongnat?
Remember the oath you have taken. The child was growing, with aspirations of his own. It was only right to let him pursue them. Thus, the fox successfully took up residence in the Lin household, its nest set up in Haokong's room. For the time being, a cushion served as the fox's cozy abode, accompanied by a brand-new quilt encircling it. 13 felt that her thick fur would keep her even warmer within this nest. It was nearly the hour of the dog, and the window in the room remained open. No wonder she felt a chill. Emerging from her little nest, she leaped onto the table where a vase was placed, attempting to close the window with her paws, but to no avail despite her efforts. When Haokong opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of his little fox, fur bristled as she confronted the open window, intermittently emitting fierce sounds. This sight elicited a suppressed chuckle from him as he approached the window and effortlessly closed it. Apologies, I forgot to shut the window. Allowing our Linglong to feel the cold, he said, his voice laced with amusement that the fox could not miss. 13's left ear twitched in his direction. He was mocking her. In a display of indignation, 13 jumped off the table, took 2 steps, and pounced onto Haokong's bed, biting at the quilt and shaking it vigorously, adamant in her refusal to relent. Understanding her intent, Haokong strode over to the bed, tugging gently at one corner of the quilt. In an instant, the two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Linglong, do you know what you resemble at this moment? He teased, pulling at the quilt lightly. Observing the fox baring her teeth, her face scrunched up, he found her utterly unthreatening. The fox, undeterred, clamped down harder on the quilt, as if to convey her ignorance of his jest. Uncle Chen's second son is of your age and has a dog named Ergo. When Ergo goes wild, he behaves just like you now. Almost immediately, Haokong regretted his words. His little fox seemed to take offense at the comparison, and rightly so. How could he equate a fox with a dog? Regardless of his apologies, she remained unresponsive. The disgruntled fox held her grudge until the following morning, when Haokong successfully coaxed her with a fish. Now, she had transformed into an affectionate companion, trailing closely behind him wherever he went. The maids of the Lin household, upon encountering this fox, instinctively felt no fear but rather an urge to approach her, especially wishing to stroke her fluffy head. Her ears twitched playfully, and her obedient demeanor was undeniably captivating. Particularly intriguing was the fact that this fox belonged to young Master Haokong, and her lack of shyness around people raised questions about whether she was truly a wild fox. Seated on the floor, 13 swished her tail languidly, amused by the maid's discussions about her. Not far off, Haokong was engaged in practice, striking a wooden post with a wooden sword, beads of sweat dotting his brow as he imagined the post as a real adversary. A particularly bold maid approached, carrying a basin of water, with 2 handkerchiefs draped over her arm, and placed the basin down beside the fox. She stood by, captivated as she watched Haokong practice, her eyes revealing a hint of infatuation. 13's tail began to wag joyfully, sensing the maid's obvious affection for Haokong. As today's sword practice concluded, Haokong made his way over and naturally handed the wooden sword to the maid standing nearby. He then accepted the handkerchief she offered, wiping the sweat from his brow before walking to the basin and playfully covering the fox's entire head with the cloth. The moment the handkerchief touched her, 13 shook it off vehemently, bristling at the scent of sweat. Ha ha ha! This action drew a hearty laugh from Haokong, who was washing his face, his laughter ringing out. The maid standing nearby was momentarily entranced. Ever since he turned 10, young Master Haokong had become increasingly serious and less inclined to smile, although he still retained his boyish charm in front of his parents. Yet, before the servants, he had grown more austere, rarely engaging in jest. As the maid was lost in thought, Haokong instinctively reached out for another handkerchief, but found none in his grasp. He turned to the maid beside him. 13, ever the opportunist, swiftly dashed to the maid's side, biting down on a corner of the handkerchief she held and yanking it away, tossing it toward Haokong. Before the maid could kneel to apologize, Haokong interjected, "This shall not happen again." The sight of the duo leaving imprinted itself in the maid's memory, her feelings for Haokong intensifying due to his earlier words. Having enjoyed a delectable fish that morning, 13 still felt a slight fullness in her belly and lacked appetite. So she lay on the ground, watching Haokong munch on snacks while perusing a book titled 100 Demons. The daily life in the Lin household seemed far more mundane than she had anticipated, leaving her with little to do but sleep. "Master, Madame Lin has only just learned of Miss Zhao's matter from yesterday. She wishes for you to visit her," announced the maidservant, who attended to Madame Lin, as she entered Haokong's courtyard. Yesterday, Zhao Wanru had boldly expressed her feelings for Haokong before a throng of spectators at the Lin household's entrance. Fortunate that no guards were present to overhear. Those with discernment were discreet, and it was only today that the news reached Madame Lin's ears, albeit belatedly. 13 had already risen before Haokong, her tail wagging with excitement, seemingly reveling in the situation. "When we go to see Mother, you must sit still and behave. Especially that little tail of yours," she said playfully, brushing against the fox's tail. In response, she received a threatening glare from the fox, prompting Haokong to affectionately pat her head. The maidservant beside him was left in awe. Could this wild fox truly pose no threat to their young master? Upon learning of the significant event that transpired outside her household the previous day, Madame Lin summoned her son for questioning without delay. At the hour of the snake, she instructed a maidservant to fetch him. When she saw the fox trailing beside Haokong, the smile that had graced her lips gradually faded, her expression becoming markedly serious. Once Haokong sat across from Madame Lin, 13 pressed down on the corner of his robe, feigning sleep as she closed her eyes, though her ears remained perked, attentively listening to their conversation. "Kong, how could you not inform your mother about such an important matter from yesterday?" she inquired directly, getting straight to the point without any preamble. "My feelings toward Miss Zhao are not of that nature. This is a personal matter. I deemed it unnecessary to burden you with it, hence my silence yesterday," Haokong replied. The maidservants, aware of their place, discreetly lowered their heads and exited, recognizing that the ensuing discussion was not for their ears. In that moment, 13 felt a surge of relief at being a fox, free from anyone's oversight save for Haokong's. "Kong, how could your significant life matters be of no concern to your mother? Miss Zhao's child is quite well. Even the mother is pleased." "Enough, mother. The child will only marry someone he truly loves. I still have some talismans to finish, so I shan't trouble you any further." Haokong frowned, as he had articulated his thoughts clearly. He held no romantic feelings for Zhao Tunra, yet it seemed his mother had not absorbed this notion. Growing somewhat impatient, he interrupted Madame Lin's words, stood, bowed to her, and turned to leave. The fox that had been lying at his feet also stood up, awaiting him. At that moment, as Madame Lin observed her son leaving alongside a fox, she felt that his disposition had changed ever since he first encountered the wild creature. Unbeknownst to her, various signs indicated that her son had matured. Lin Gaozhu, wearing a puzzled expression, sensed something was amiss when he noticed his wife's displeasure. He dared not speak further, instead choosing to focus on his meal amidst the heavy atmosphere. Later, as Lin Gaozhu learned about the events of that morning, before he could summon Haokong to their quarters, Madame Lin arrived to lament about the situation. She insisted that they needed to use a demon exorcising talisman on the wild fox, claiming she could not find peace otherwise. The fox, who had done nothing wrong, found itself caught in the crossfire of this familial dispute. In order to soothe his wife, Lin Gaozhu reasoned that the wild fox bore no demonic aura, rendering the talisman utterly useless to it. Thus, Hao Kong, accompanied by his little fox, entered the main hall where the other exorcists had gathered to witness whether the wild fox was indeed a fox demon. 13. The fox followed closely at Hao Kong's feet, displaying no signs of timidity despite the crowd. Instead, it lazily yawned and settled down, scratching its ear with its hind leg. Ultimately, the demon exorcising talisman proved ineffective against the wild fox, and Madame Lin's repeated doubts began to irk Hao Kong. After all, Uncle Chun had not objected to his keeping the fox. The assembled exorcists came to an unspoken consensus. This was merely an ordinary wild fox, not a fox demon. Even if it aspired to become a fox demon, it would require centuries of cultivation. This particular fox appeared to be one that often went hungry while hunting in the forests. Despite its fluffy appearance, when its fur was wet, its bony frame and emaciated belly became starkly evident. Madame Lin's paranoia was not a recent development. Even before Hao Kong was born, she had harbored deep-seated suspicions. She could not tolerate any hint of unfamiliarity in her husband's scent. Occasionally, Lin Gaozhu reflected on whether he had failed to provide his wife with enough security, prompting her to indulge in such fanciful thoughts. After giving birth to Hao Kong, Madame Lin had calmed considerably, dispelling many of her prior anxieties. Now, she attributed her son's opposition to her wishes to that wild fox. 13, still bearing the demon exorcising talisman on its head, sat obediently while Lin Gaozhu explained the situation to Madame Lin in a gentle manner. Hao Kong crouched beside it, carefully removing the talisman with a hint of regret and relief in his eyes. Had it been any other fox, it would have fled in terror upon encountering the crowd in the hall. Madame Lin recognized that her actions might have been excessive, considering the fox was her son's pet. However, apologizing to a fox was out of the question. She could only feign lingering anger and storm off. Even though they all understood the situation, perhaps it was beneficial to validate it through such an examination. With the atmosphere having turned so tense, it was as if 13 were a spectator, removed from the fray, and it sparked Hao Kong's curiosity about how it had grown so calm over time. Ling Long, will there come a day when you cultivate into human form? He pondered. Yet he quickly realized that such a thought was misguided. Should his little fox turn into a fox demon, it would become an adversary to exorcists like him. As he pushed open the door, he found the fox circling its nest 3 or 4 times before curling up and covering its head with its large tail. On the 25th day since the fox had arrived at the Lin residence, it had begun to roam freely, as long as it stayed clear of Madame Lin's vicinity. The vast estate was its playground, but only Hao Kong was permitted to touch its head. No one else dared to lay a finger on it. Among those vexed by 13's antics was the cook, whose culinary skills 13 greatly appreciated. Each morning, it would arrive at the kitchen at dawn, sitting on the stove with bright eyes fixed on the cook. With every sweep of its tail, it would stir up remnants of grease from the stovetop. Its beautiful reddish-brown tail, with a pure white tip, had become slightly discolored from the yellowish oil. "Oh, my little ancestor, please get down," the cook exclaimed, having spotted the oil stains on the fox's tail. "Whatever you do, do not let that filthy fox on the stove." In a moment of mischief, the fox tilted its head and vigorously waved its tail, resulting in a messy trail of black substance adhering to it. Thus commenced a lovely day, marked by the cook's exasperated cries. While Hao Kong was in the study drawing talismans, he heard the door creak open and, without needing to look up, recognized who had entered. The tone of the voice bore no reproach towards the fox. Rather, it was filled with indulgence. Hao Kong set down his brush, approached the fox, and squatted beside it. With just a gentle prod of his finger on its head, he said, "Will you accompany me out tomorrow?" Feeling the light touch, 13 gazed back at Hao Kong. Then, with an impish glint in its eyes, it leaned forward and licked his cheek. Just as Hao Kong was about to lecture it, the fox began rolling on the ground, playfully seeking affection, its eyes sparkling with intentional cunning. Covered in oil from the kitchen, It smeared the remnants all over the study floor, prompting Hao Kong to helplessly scoop up the affectionate little creature. Have someone clean the study and give this filthy fox a bath, he instructed. Whenever he bathed the fox, his clothes inevitably got soaked, as it would kick water at him. Despite knowing that if it avoided the kitchen, there would be no need for Hao Kong to enforce a bath, it still scampered off to pester the cook. In the entire Lin residence, the cook was the only one 13 could bully. The other residents were exorcists, while the maidservants dared not provoke the fox. After its bath, 13, now clean, strolled leisurely through the Lin estate, while Hao Kong sought to change out of his damp clothing. As he ambled down the corridor, he encountered Uncle Chen, who appeared lost in thought, not even noticing 13 sitting beside him. 13 gave a slight nod, its upright ears twitching. Young master wishes to take you to Ling City tomorrow, Uncle Chen informed it. And I shall accompany Hao Kong as well. This journey to Ling City was on behalf of another. It had come to their attention that the eldest daughter of the Minister of Justice seemed to be afflicted by demonic energy, necessitating swift action. 13's ears twitched again, and it scratched its back leg before lying down with its head resting on Uncle Chen's lap. This was the first time 13 showed affection towards someone other than Hao Kong. Uncle Chen, taken aback, found himself unsure of where to place his hands, overwhelmed by a strong desire to pet the fox's fur. Just then, Hao Kong approached, his expression inscrutable. However, Uncle Chen sensed a subtle discontent emanating from their young master. Hao Kong settled beside the fox, creating a barrier between himself and Uncle Chen. They sat in the corridor, undisturbed by passing maidservants. Ling Long, come here. The gloomy tone of voice clearly indicated a state of discontent, which Uncle Chen discerned. The fox, with its large tail swaying, raised its head from Uncle Chen's thigh and stood on its front legs, noticing the displeased expression on Hao Kong's face. Resting obediently on his thigh, the fox's nose brushed against Hao Kong's left index finger, prompting a mischievous thought. It discreetly licked the finger and quickly closed its eyes. Hao Kong immediately sensed the moist touch on his fingertip, soft and gentle, which surprisingly quelled his earlier irritation. Uncle Chen observed the fondness reflected in the young master's eyes as the fox nestled against him, clearly indicating that his mood had improved. Uncle Chen, have you prepared everything we need for tomorrow's departure? Hao Kong casually inquired while absent-mindedly grooming the fox's fur. Young master, Miss Zhao will be accompanying us on our journey tomorrow, Uncle Chen responded, having learned from Lin Gaozhu that Zhao Wanru had expressed her feelings to Hao Kong. He was aware that Hao Kong had rejected her and felt it necessary to inform him, lest their meeting tomorrow lead to an awkward situation. Upon hearing the name Miss Zhao, the fox's ears, which had been relaxed, perked up instantly. Concerned for its kin, it realized that if the demonic energy surrounding her sister was not halted in time, Zhao Wanru's body could be possessed, transforming her into a so-called monster. Uncle Chen nodded in agreement with Hao Kong's sentiment, but noted that they needed to hasten to Lin City, which would require riding horses instead of taking the carriage. He was uncertain whether Miss Zhao could ride. Fortunately, Lin City was not far from Lin City, and with a swift ride, they could arrive in a day, provided they did not rest, eat, or drink along the way. Hao Kong, with the fox in his arms, skillfully mounted his horse, the creature unbothered by his movements. Soon, Zhao Wanru was captivated by the fox nestled in Hao Kong's embrace. Isn't a demon hunter supposed to avoid fox demons? She exclaimed. Hey, Lin Hao Kong, are you intentionally bringing a fox along on our journey? Although she harbored feelings for Hao Kong, her spoiled temperament meant she would not readily change her demeanor, especially since he had rejected her face-to-face a fortnight ago. The fox, comfortably nestled in Hao Kong's arms, squinted its eyes at Zhao Wanru, resembling a charming little vixen from her perspective. Uncle Chen, riding nearby, sighed silently, unsure of the sincerity behind Zhao Wanru's feelings expressed 2 weeks prior. Miss Zhao, it would be prudent for you to speak less during our journey, Hao Kong remarked, offering her not even a glance as he urged his horse into a gallop. It became evident that Zhao Wanru was the one lagging behind, as Hao Kong held the reins firmly, maintaining speed effortlessly. In contrast, it seemed to be Zhao Wanru's first prolonged experience on horseback, and her complexion gradually paled, her lips chapped. After a brief nap, the fox, 13, awakened to the blinding sunlight, peeking out to see Hao Kong, who appeared unbothered by the heat. 13 burrowed into the gap at Haokong's waist, catching a glimpse of Zhao Wanru, who seemed utterly exhausted. This situation was untenable. If Zhao Wanru fainted, it would cause further delays, and Haokong could not allow her to tarnish the reputation of the Lin family demon hunters. Choosing to act mischievously, 13 playfully kicked Haokong's stomach with its hind legs, but he showed no reaction. Whining softly, it finally garnered his attention as Haokong lowered his gaze, inquiring with his eyes what was wrong. Being a fox, it lacked the ability to speak, which was its greatest limitation. Thus, it extended its body, gently licking Haokong's throat. The horse, startled by Haokong's sudden tug on the reins, came to a halt, and Haokong, who had not felt any heat before, now found himself uncomfortably warm. As the horse stopped, Uncle Chen followed suit, and Zhao Wanru, who had just caught up, let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the chance to rest. The trio settled beneath the shade of a tree, while 13 gleefully sharpened its claws against the trunk, swiftly climbing to the branches above Haokong's head. Likely having forgotten the earlier commotion that led to their halt, 13 felt fortunate to have avoided trouble, wagging its tail with even more enthusiasm, causing leaves to tumble down onto Haokong's head. Zhao Wanru could not help but chuckle at the sight, eliciting a faint smile from Uncle Chen as he glanced at the fox perched atop Haokong's head. Haokong, exasperated, removed the leaves from his hair, realizing that the fox was becoming increasingly reckless. After a brief respite, Zhao Wanru's complexion improved significantly as she hydrated and replenished her strength, ready to continue their journey. 13. Come down. We must press on, Haokong called, extending his hands toward the fox on the branch. By nightfall, they finally reached Lin City. Without hesitation, Zhao Wanru knocked on the door of her home, and upon seeing her and the individuals behind her, the family's servant rushed to inform the master and mistress. The Zhao residence was ablaze with light, as all the servants gathered outside the young Lady Zhao Wanru's chamber, while Lord Zhao and Lady Zhao looked on with concern at the closed door. Zhao Wanru assured her mother, supporting her as a precaution while speaking comforting words. The gravity of the situation was underscored by the fact that Lin Gaozhu had sent Haokong instead of coming himself, indicating that the matter was not as dire as it seemed. At least Lin Gaozhu believed his son capable of resolving it. Inside, Zhao Wanru lay on her bed, drenched in sweat and breathing weakly, while 13 could clearly perceive the malevolent energy surrounding her, which was no ordinary demonic force. This malevolent energy enveloped Zhao Wanru, necessitating the use of talismans to break the barrier it had formed. 13 settled on the ground, its tail still and ears perked, intently observing the person lying on the bed. Young master, perhaps we should attempt to awaken Miss Zhao first, Uncle Chen suggested, wary of forcibly dispelling the malevolent barrier. Haokong agreed, acknowledging the potential harm that could arise from such an action. Zhao Wanru seemed to be dreaming of something terrifying, her head shaking slightly, her expression increasingly pained. Haokong silently recited a spell, holding a talisman in his hand. At the moment Zhao Wanru opened her eyes, the talisman ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes. Are you the demon hunter summoned by my father? Zhao Wanru weakly inquired, her head tilting toward Haokong and Uncle Chen. 13 stood, moving closer to Haokong. Recognizing the malevolent energy emanating from Zhao Wanru as that of a fox demon, and a particularly powerful one at that. With Zhao Wanru's awakening, Uncle Chen identified the source of the malevolent energy, stepping forward to shield Haokong. In 3 days. In 2 days I will become a demon. Why do you wish to stop me? Zhao Wanru's unexpected declaration left Uncle Chen and Haokong momentarily stunned. This revelation implied that the malevolent energy surrounding her was by her own volition. Wait, Miss Zhao, are you saying you want to become a demon? Haokong could not comprehend her desire for such a transformation. The bloodthirsty nature of the demons is such that many of them cannot restrain their primal instinct to kill. Some even resort to slaughtering entire cities in their quest for strength. Ultimately, the root of this lies in the flawed paths they choose for cultivation, with too many opting for the shortcut of murder. It is hard to fathom what Zhao Wangxi has endured to utter such words. Uncle Chen was bewildered. In all his years of exorcising demons, this was the first time he encountered an ordinary person wishing to become a demon. As the eldest daughter of the Minister of Justice, Zhao Wangxi was renowned for her exceptional musical talent, with concubines from the imperial harem seeking her guidance in the art of music. Even the emperor himself had contemplated taking her into his harem, but refrained due to her existing marriage. As the sovereign, he could not disrupt the bonds of others. Zhao Wangxi's query left Haokong at a loss. Was it truly desirable to become a demon? He could not say, only knowing that if Zhao Wangxi were to transform into one, she would become a target for exorcists. And surely her father would intervene, unwilling to watch his beloved daughter fall victim to their blades. Just as Haokong and Uncle Chen grappled with Zhao Wangxi's words, San leapt to the innermost part of the bed, placing her paw gently upon Zhao Wangxi's forehead. Miss Zhao, have you encountered a demon and perhaps engaged in some significant event with it? The fox's actions prompted Haokong to realize what he needed to ask Zhao Wangxi. Her ability to articulate such thoughts suggested that she had indeed met a demon and experienced something unforgettable with it. Upon hearing this, tears welled in the corners of Zhao Wangxi's eyes, cascading into her hair. As her expression turned sorrowful, she sensed the fox beside her offering solace. The first time she had met that person, he too had assumed the form of a fox, placing his paw upon her in a similar gesture of comfort. Could you assist me? The ethereal energy surrounding Zhao Wangxi surged into her being at an imperceptible speed, and Haokong could feel the resonance of her essence aligning with that of the demon. Of course, Miss Zhao, please speak. Haokong's gaze fell upon the fox still resting its paw on Zhao Wangxi's forehead. The fox, catching his eye, playfully winked, its ears twitching with delight. There exists a place called Fox Slope in Lin City. I wish to visit, but my current condition. The implication was clear. Zhao Wangxi had been enveloped in demonic energy for 3 days, unable to rise, and leaving the Zhao residence without Haokong's assistance in fabricating a tale was impossible. Without hesitation, Haokong agreed to help Zhao Wangxi, and Uncle Chen understood, departing the room to fetch the horses. Fox Slope received its name for the sounds it emitted when the northern winds blew, resembling a fox's cry. Zhao Wangxi had the strength to explain the origin of Fox Slope to Haokong. San leaped from the bed, observing as Haokong gently helped Zhao Wangxi sit up. Her pallid complexion appeared somewhat better, revealing a hint of vitality. You must have encountered a demon there, correct? This was an easy deduction. Had she not met a demon, she would not be in such a state. Indeed, I encountered a fox demon, one that was injured. At that time, I was feeling downcast for various reasons and wished to retreat to Fox Slope for some tranquility. San expressed interest in the tale, her tail wagging rhythmically as she sat at Haokong's feet, gazing up at Zhao Wangxi with eyes that seemed to beckon her to continue. The two individuals before her found amusement in the scene, yet Zhao Wangxi chose not to elaborate further, instead inquiring about Haokong's name and the fox beside him. Uncle Chen returned with the horses, and the onlookers outside, including Zhao's father, watched in confusion, hesitant to inquire further due to Uncle Chen's stern demeanor. Before long, Uncle Chen was seen carrying Zhao Wangxi out, assisting her onto the horse, prompting Zhao's father to voice his concern. Exorcists, what has become of my daughter? Though he noted her seemingly improved complexion, the silence from the exorcists was irksome. Father, the exorcists say, I must go to the spirit spring to completely purge the demonic energy from my body. Zhao Wangxi adeptly wove a tale to placate her father, knowing he would not mind being deceived a few times. The waters of the spirit spring are feared by demons, so please rest assured, Master Zhao. Your daughter's demonic energy will soon be eradicated. Uncle Chen continued Zhao Wangxi's narrative. Zhao's father appeared relieved, watching as his daughter rode away from the Zhao residence. Uncle Chen led the horse, while Haokong walked alongside, the fox playfully tugging at the horse's tail, which occasionally neighed in response. Linglong, Haokong called out, a hint of irritation in his voice, but the fox quickly complied, trotting obediently at his side. The only route to the spirit spring necessitated traversing Fox Slope, yet at their current pace, they would not reach it until dawn. Fortunately, Zhao Wangxi persevered, but upon arriving at Fox Slope, she fell from her mount, only to be caught swiftly by Uncle Chen. San detected the scent of kin in the air. Fox Slope, nestled between mountains, echoed with fox-like sounds whenever the northern winds blew. This name had deterred many from passing through, as most preferred to take a longer route to the spirit spring. Zhao Wangxi staggered to the midpoint of the slope, realizing this was where she had encountered the fox demon. Zhao Wangxi chose not to disclose these events to Haokong. She deemed it unnecessary, for she would soon depart from this place. Naturally, Haokong was reluctant to leave her alone on the slope and accompanied her with the fox by her side. At this moment, Zhao Wangxi knelt on the ground, staring at the earth, lost in thought, invoking a sense of foreboding in Haokong's heart. He sensed that something inevitable was about to transpire. Shi Sen once more placed her paw on Zhao Wangxi's knee, her eyes glistening with empathy as she sought to comfort her. Young Master Lin, observe how this little fox shows no fear and would never harm anyone. I believe if it were to cultivate into a demon, it would be a benevolent one. Zhao Wangxi gently caressed the fox's head, becoming the second person to do so. At that moment, Haokong could not comprehend Zhao Wangxi's words. In his mind, the little fox was merely an ordinary creature, incapable of transforming into a demon. Truth be told, I have been frail since childhood. Doctors predicted I would not live past my 15th year. Now, having reached 18, I owe my survival to the fox demon's essence within me. Haokong and Shi Sen had both misjudged. They assumed Zhao Wangxi had recently encountered a demon, unaware that she had first met one 4 years prior. This ordinary person consuming a demon's essence was a sight Haokong had never witnessed, while Uncle Chun had seen a few cases in his youth, mostly involving people of ill intent. Those who consumed demon essences would lose their humanity within 6 months, becoming neither human nor demon, their malevolence escalating until they were stained with blood. However, Zhao Wangxi had managed to thrive for years after consuming the essence, a rare occurrence that left Uncle Chun astonished. This essence was forced upon me by the fox demon before its demise. It wished for my survival. Had it not been for its words, I would have departed this world long ago. At that time, she lay bedridden, having not seen the fox demon for several days. Fearing for his safety, she insisted on dragging her frail body to Fox Hill in search of him. Upon finding him, she witnessed a fierce battle between him and an exorcist, a struggle that ended in his defeat, costing him his life. Overcome with sorrow, she coughed up blood, on the verge of following him into the afterlife. With his last breath, he kissed her lips, forcing his demon core into her body. Qianxi, there is still so much beauty in this world that you have yet to see. You must live and live freely. I do not wish for your death. The exorcist, upon witnessing this scene, hesitated to approach. He observed the critically injured fox demon sacrificing his core for the girl. The fox demon could have found a secluded place to heal for centuries, but chose to save her instead. In the eyes of the exorcist, demons were neither good nor bad. They were merely to be eliminated. For the first time, he wavered in this belief, as he ruthlessly slaughtered those demons, regardless of their pleas or claims of innocence. That day, Zhao Qianxi sat on Fox Hill, cradling a snow-white, cold, and stiff fox, weeping until she fainted, only to be discovered by the servants of the Zhao residence. Obediently, Zhao Qianxi lived for 3 more years, yet could not overcome her longing for the fox demon, eventually nurturing thoughts of transforming into a demon herself. This thought awakened the demon core within her, leading to her later entanglement with demon energy, which attracted the attention of the Lin exorcists. 13 bowed her head, unsure how to console Zhao Qianxi this time. She respected all of Zhao Qianxi's forthcoming thoughts and would not hinder her. Miss Zhao, Haokong weakly called out, uncertain of what to say. Lin Gongzi, as an exorcist, can you truly not discern whether these demons are good or bad? Why do you strike down all demons indiscriminately? Why must their very existence be deemed a mistake? Zhao Qianxi's questions left Haokong speechless, each word piercing into the depths of his heart, echoing the doubts he had harbored since childhood. Yet Lin Gaozhu had told him that the existence of demons was inherently flawed. With tears streaming down her face, Zhao Qianxi despised exorcists, loathing them. Were they not akin to heartless bandits who slaughter the innocent? Yes, there was a difference. Bandits killed humans, while exorcists killed demons. Yet some demons, by nature, were pure-hearted and had never harmed anyone, yet still fell victim to the exorcist's merciless blades. Zhao Qianxi lowered her gaze, observing the fox before her. She could tell that Haokong cared deeply for this fox, otherwise he would not have brought it to Lin City. Moreover, this fox exuded a unique aura. In that moment, a wild idea took root in her mind. She would transfer her demon core to this fox. She wanted to see how Lin Haokong would react to this fox, who would soon become a fox demon. Without giving Haokong a chance to react, Zhao Qianxi gathered her energy and struck down the core, sending it down the slope. Uncle Chun, who had been waiting at the bottom of Fox Hill, realized it was too late. 13 was lifted by a force, floating helplessly, her mouth uncontrollably opening as Zhao Qianxi sent the demon core into her body. As the core entered the body capable of harnessing its power, it began to emit a surge of demon energy, enveloping 13 and forming a barrier of demon energy around her. Linglong! Haokong's anguished cry echoed as Zhao Qianxi's palm, infused with potent demon power, caused blood to spill from his lips as he struggled to ascend the slope. Uncle Chun was at a loss, knowing he should kill the fox to prevent its transformation. But this fox was no mere pet, it was cherished by their young master. Zhao Qianxi, blood trickling from her mouth, cast a scornful glance at Haokong as he labored up the slope. Look at our exorcist. I truly wonder, will you kill it or let it go? Deprived of her demon core, Zhao Qianxi could not last a day. Her life had been sustained solely by the core. Blood flowed more freely from her lips. Yet a serene smile graced her face. Lin Gongzi, this fox will inherit all the powers of the demon core. In less than 3 days, it shall become a true fox demon. Zhao Qianxi looked triumphantly at Haokong, who was so concerned for the fox that he would now understand the pain she had endured. You, Zhao Qianxi, the fox demon that gave you its core could have lived had you not appeared. Your frail body sealed its fate. Do you understand? Haokong, enraged, grasped the gravity of Zhao Qianxi's words, realizing that had she not sought the fox that day, it could have escaped. This revelation pierced Zhao Qianxi like an invisible sword. Blood spewed from her mouth as she recognized the truth. Had she not gone that day, he would not have died. He had sacrificed himself to save her. You provoking me is futile, Lin Gongzi. You should concern yourself with that little fox. Zhao Qianxi struggled to rise, swaying as she made her way toward the mountain spirit spring, gradually fading into the night. The barrier of demon energy surrounding 13 began to dissipate. When the first rays of sunlight touched 13's fur, the barrier vanished entirely, and the floating fox fell. Haokong caught the little fox, which appeared as if it were simply sleeping, oblivious to the events that had transpired. Zhao Qianxi's strike had likely inflicted severe internal injuries on Haokong, injuries that were the most challenging to heal. He regretted bringing it to Lin City, fearing for its safety in his absence, driven by an unshakable need to see it. Such feelings seemed peculiar, to care so deeply for a mere fox. Uncle Chin suggested that Haokong should speak with Master Zhao alone while he waited at the inn for the fox to awaken. They feared the fox might be influenced by the demon core and not recognize Haokong, potentially becoming violent. Haokong settled into an inn with the fox, placing it on the bed. Only then did he feel the pain radiating from his insides. The servants of the Zhao residence discovered Zhao Qianxi, covered in white fur, near the mountain spirit spring. Her dying wish had been to become a demon, a desire that would have been fulfilled by the demon core had Haokong not intervened, disrupting her transformation. With only 2 days left until she would fully become a demon, as the sun rose, white fur gradually spread across her body. At that moment, with her last breath, she recognized the soft white fur as belonging to the fox demon she loved. With a peaceful smile on her face, she felt no pain as she closed her eyes. She slipped from the bed, sensing 2 distinct scents of mugwort in the air, one of which belonged to Haokong. Linglong! Linglong! Haokong called, his voice tinged with anxiety. 13 felt dizzy, the sounds of the wooden crane and Haokong ringing in her head, overwhelming her senses. Uncle Chin quickly shielded Haokong, readying his talisman, prepared to act if the fox became violent. Uncle Chun, no. Linglong is merely waking up, not going mad. Haokong firmly blocked Uncle Chen's hand. 13, you may now speak. The wooden crane had waited long for this moment, eager to hear 13's voice. This was largely thanks to the demon core given by Zhao Tongxi. Although the demonic energy stored within had been depleted by Zhao Tongxi, it was still sufficient for Sher San to transform into human form. The fox suddenly shook its head vigorously, its squinted eyes gradually opening to clearly see Haokong blocking Uncle Chen. It affectionately called out to Haokong, indicating its hunger and need for food. Understanding, Haokong requested Uncle Chen to ask the NS chef to prepare a braised fish. It was more urgent to send Uncle Chen away, fearing the fox might act inappropriately. Once Uncle Chen left, Sher Sen plopped down on the ground, still a bit dazed. staring blankly at Haokong. While it worried for itself, she was quite happy. Haokong, however, noted that the fox's sharp little mouth remained still. Yet that sweet voice undeniably emanated from the fox before him. His concerns were soon realized. The poisonous vow he had made not long ago was approaching its fulfillment. Ling Long, you can only speak in my presence, do you understand? Haokong wished to protect the fox's secret, knowing her inherent kindness. Even if she truly became a fox demon, his little fox would never harm anyone. But could he trust her? Would the other demon hunters believe in her innocence? They would not. They were steadfast in their belief that the existence of demons was a grave error, deserving of immediate eradication. The fox, excited, nodded vigorously at Haokong, incessantly calling his name, reveling in its newfound ability to speak, even rolling on the ground in joy. I can talk. I can talk. Perhaps it had been pent up for too long. Now released, it seemed oblivious to the present circumstances. Silly fox. Haokong squatted down, affectionately rubbing the fox's head, indulging in its happiness, even thinking it was truly wonderful that it could now speak. A plate of braised fish was devoured by the fox, bones and all, leaving Uncle Chin somewhat reassured about its condition. After Haokong's repeated assurances, Uncle Chin finally took his leave to rest in the adjacent room. Once Uncle Chin was gone, the fox began critiquing the braised fish, claiming it was not as delicious as the one prepared by Chef Zhang at the Lin residence. The entire night was filled with its chattering, which Haokong found comforting rather than annoying. The following morning, Haokong and Uncle Chin visited the Zhao residence, with the fox following closely. However, upon seeing the fox, the staff recalled the gruesome fate of their young lady, which stirred discomfort among them. Naturally, Master Zhao and Madame Zhao were even less inclined to encounter the fox. Shi-san, aware of her inopportune presence before Master and Madame Zhao, cleverly leaped onto the roof before Haokong, wagging her tail as if to inform him that she would not join him in meeting them, opting instead to explore the Zhao residence. Master Zhao did not greet Haokong warmly, his face darkened with a hint of resentment regarding Shi's departure that fateful night. Your presence here is unwelcome. My wife and I believed she would recover, yet you tell me she is missing. Madame Zhao stood nearby, avoiding eye contact with Haokong and Uncle Chin, her eyes swollen and red, betraying a long day of weeping, and her face was notably weary. While Zhao Tongru's presence was conspicuously absent, Zhao Tongru, having encountered Shi-san, found herself storming toward the side hall, clearly intent on confronting someone. Shi-san, not wishing to obstruct her, felt compelled to intervene upon witnessing her fury, especially with Haokong in the side hall. In an instant, she leapt from the rooftop, blocking Zhao Tongru's path, startling her in the process. Get out of my way! Don't block my path! Zhao Tongru attempted to kick the fox, but it dodged swiftly. Zhao Tongru had been the first to discover Zhao Tongxi's lifeless body, and the sight had horrified her, causing her to collapse in disbelief that the figure before her was her sister. The fox, sensing her anger, bristled defensively. Zhao Tongru, already fuming, felt compelled to retaliate against the fox. Rolling up her sleeves, she attempted to catch the fox off guard, but she underestimated its cunning. Shi-san anticipated her move, evading her grasp and swiftly darting behind her, using her claws to snag the hem of Zhao Tongru's skirt, tearing it with a distinct rip. Zhao Tongru's face drained of color as she looked at her torn skirt and then at the fox, which sat nearby grooming itself innocently. You little wretch! Someone, capture that fox! Zhao Tongru had never been bullied growing up, and now she found herself outwitted by a mere fox. If the gossiping servants saw this, it would be a disgrace. As the servants rushed in response to her call, their attention shifted to the fox lounging leisurely. After finishing its grooming, the fox looked up innocently, as if to say it had done nothing wrong, that it was merely an innocent and fragile creature. The servants, well aware that this fox belonged to the young demon hunter, hesitated to approach. Caught in a dilemma, they were wary of Zhao Tongru's ire, while simultaneously charmed by the fox's adorably foolish demeanor. What are you waiting for? Capture that fox. I want roasted fox for dinner. Zhao Tongru's loud cry echoed to the nearby side hall, clearly audible. Haokong frowned slightly. He should not have allowed that fox to roam freely within the Zhao residence. Madame Zhao remained silent, her head bowed since Master Zhao had exited the side hall. Not uttering a single word. Madame Zhao, your eldest daughter was frail and ill, not expected to live past 15. Why did she suddenly recover overnight? Have you not questioned this? Haokong decided to reveal the truth to Madame Zhao, allowing her to determine whether to inform Master Zhao. Slowly lifting her gaze, Madame Zhao regarded Haokong, acknowledging her suspicions. However, upon seeing her daughter healthy, all doubts had vanished. The reason Zhao Tongxi survived past 15 was that a fox demon had bestowed her demon core upon her, granting her life. Haokong preferred not to beat around the bush, directly revealing the truth to Madame Zhao. The color drained from her already pale face as she recalled how, for years prior, her daughter had frequently ventured out, and she had believed her condition was improving. Never had she inquired about whom her daughter met or what extraordinary events she encountered. Her sole concern was her daughter's health. Zhao Tongxi had become enamored with the fox demon. Recently, she had expelled the demon core, which had exploded upon leaving her body, yet Zhao Tongxi had said nothing, leaving without a word, instructing them not to follow her. Haokong concealed a fragment of the truth. The core had not exploded, but rather changed ownership. Madame Zhao, understanding the implication of Haokong's words, raised her right hand, signaling that no further explanation was necessary. The demon core had saved her daughter's life. Conversely, without it, her daughter. You may leave. I will discuss this matter with Master Zhao. Tears welled in Madame Zhao's eyes as she tightly clutched her handkerchief, trembling slightly, permitting Haokong and Uncle Chen to exit the Zhao residence. After bowing respectfully to her, Haokong and Uncle Chen turned to leave the side hall. Not far from the exit, they spotted Master Zhao reprimanding Zhao Tongru, while the fox sat dejectedly at Master Zhao's feet, its tail drooping. How old are you to argue with a mere fox? For reasons unknown, Master Zhao gazed upon the creature as though it were his beloved eldest daughter, and a sense of inexplicable compassion washed over him. Father, this fox deliberately tore my dress. May I not teach it a lesson? Zhao Tongru exclaimed, feeling utterly wronged. Why was her father defending this fox? Was it merely because it was raised by Lin Haokong? What further infuriated Zhao Tongru was the sight of the fox feigning innocence upon her father's arrival, portraying itself as a victim of her supposed bullying. Far more vexed than Zhao Tongru was Master Zhao himself. His worries for his eldest daughter, Zhao Tongxi, had already consumed him. After a sleepless night comforting his wife, he now found his third daughter to be yet another source of concern. As he exited the side hall, Haokong strolled up behind Master Zhao, while Uncle Chen observed the fox with a complex expression, remaining silent. Master Zhao, I have informed Madame Zhao of all the details. She has just instructed us to leave Zhao Manor. We shall take our leave now, Haokong stated. After Master Zhao returned the gesture of respect, he brushed past him, the fox trailing closely behind, tail tucked in acknowledgement of its wrongdoing. Upon returning to the inn, the fox lay obediently on the ground, feigning sorrow, as it had merely obstructed Zhao Tongru's path by chance. Who could have anticipated her outrage? Had she not struck first, the fox would have ignored her entirely. Presently, Haokong's thoughts were not on the events at Zhao Manor, but rather on ensuring the fox's safety from harm. He stared at the fox, lost in contemplation. Time passed in silence until Uncle Chen knocked at the door, but it was the fox who gently nudged the door, signaling that Uncle Chen could enter. What should we do now? 13 understood Haokong's intentions, wagging her tail and conjuring several strategies in her mind, determined to make Haokong reluctant to part with her. On the road to Mingsing Mountain, Haokong held the fox closely, bracing against the biting wind that swept through. The fox awakened, sensing the chill as it infiltrated Haokong's robes, discerning their location through the scents carried by the breeze. Beneath them lay a thin layer of snow, slick and treacherous, prompting Haokong to pause momentarily before continuing on. Within the Lin Manor rested a jade pendant named Hiu, which activated a barrier whenever a demon entered. Haokong need not elaborate further. The fox comprehended. Zhao Tongxi had forcibly implanted a demon core within her, and soon she would take on human form, transforming into the fox demon that the Lin family, as exorcists, dreaded. The little fox remained silent, leaving Haokong's emotions in turmoil. He recalled his solemn vow: should the fox ever become a demon, he would personally enter existence and depart from the Lin family, renouncing his role as an exorcist. His mind was a cacophony of conflicting thoughts, his oath on one side, and Zhao Tanxi's accusations on the other. Was the existence of demons truly a mistake? If they were born flawed, why would the heavens allow their birth, granting them a glimpse of destiny's iceberg and the so-called demon power to shape into human form? As Haokong pondered these questions, a faint crimson glow emanated from the fox's forehead. They arrived at the very spot where they had first met, amidst the initial patch of Gui Xian grass. Haokong knelt, placing the fox on the icy ground, observing how her fur bristled at the cold. "Haokong, do you no longer want me?" she asked, echoing their first encounter as she sat in the snow, gazing earnestly at him. "Linglong, the demon core within you can grant you speech, allow you to assume human form, and fully transform you into a true fox demon. At that point, you would become my adversary. Do you comprehend this?" He crouched down to meet her gaze, beginning to understand Zhao Tanxi's sentiments. "Is it because I will transform into a fox demon that I must become your enemy? Why? I have committed no wrongdoing. I am not a villain. Why must I be your foe?" The fox found this reasoning absurd. One must have cause to be another's enemy. Yet simply being a demon was a ludicrous justification. Indeed, she had done nothing wrong. Why then must she be cast as an enemy? Haokong leaned down slightly, wrapping his arms around the upright fox. In that moment, he could not bear to establish a hostile relationship with this foolish creature. A gentle crimson glow enveloped the fox, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into human form. As Haokong regained his senses, he found himself tightly embraced by the little fox, his heart softening as he hesitated to break free. "I do not wish to leave you," she whispered, her breath warm against his ear, igniting an inexplicable heat within him. Night had fallen, the moon resembling a crescent, casting a soft glow upon the two entwined figures. The girl wore a sheer garment, conjured from her demonic power, rendering her impervious to the cold. "Haokong, I am so cold," she murmured, desperately pressing closer to him, clinging to him as if he were a furnace. Her hair flowed like silken threads in the moonlight, and Haokong, unable to resist, ran his fingers through her cascading locks. Though the sensation could not compare to the softness of her fur, it was nonetheless delightful. He lifted the restless little fox, gently guiding her bare feet onto his own. And once she steadied herself, he shed his thick outer robe and draped it over her shoulders. "Linglong, what am I to do with you?" he lamented, the current situation weighing heavily on his mind. If only she were not so cold, it would be easier to manage. Yet, witnessing her shiver and gaze at him with those clear, glistening eyes made it impossible for him to leave her alone. Beneath the moonlight, he departed Mingsing Mountain with the little fox, choosing the nearest inn to lodge. He instructed her to remain inside while he sought suitable clothing for her. It was already late, and the vendors and shops had closed early. The only place he could procure a few garments was Lin Manor. 13 sat on the bed, idly swinging her legs and humming a tune, while the wooden crane in the ethereal space was perplexed by her intentions, choosing not to inquire further. It is worth noting that 13's human form bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Qingrong. When Haokong returned with a few outfits that seemed to belong to him at the age of 11, they fit her perfectly, neither too large nor too small. Once dressed, she spun around happily before Haokong, her joy evident. 13 tugged at his sleeve, swaying slightly, her bright eyes filled with reluctance. The backyard, where Madame Lin nurtured flowers, also served as the training ground for Lin Gaozhua and Haokong in swordsmanship. At this hour, it was indeed the time for Lin Gaozhua's morning practice. Upon entering the backyard, Haokong beheld his father, clad in thin garments, wielding his sword with precision in the biting cold. Each strike was swift, accurate, and deadly, aimed directly at the heart of an imagined foe. This was the scene that greeted Haokong earlier that morning when Uncle Chen awaited him at the gate. Uncle Chen would have already relayed the details to his father, so Haokong refrained from elaborating further. "Father, I have made a solemn vow. If the fox ever becomes a fox demon, I shall personally slay her." Haokong recalled the vow of vengeance he had made that day, and without hesitation, knelt before Lin Gaozhua. Lin Gaozhua halted his hand, which grasped a sword, suspended in midair, before swiftly sheathing it and turning his full attention to his only son. "Conger, slay the fox demon. You need not leave the estate." What you are doing is a righteous act of exterminating evil, and you are in no way at fault. Lin Gaozhua would never allow Hao Kong to abandon the Lin residence over a mere fox demon. Those who eradicate demons bear no blame. Why should a creature that has harmed no one during its transformation into a human be condemned for its very existence? Father, Miss Zhao raised a question at Fox Slope. She asked me whether demons truly possess a distinction between good and evil, and if their existence is inherently erroneous. This is a query I have long sought to explore, to affirm that demons can indeed be categorized as good or bad. This declaration ignited Lin Gaozhua's fury. He lost control and struck Hao Kong on the forehead with the hilt of his sword, which Hao Kong did not evade while kneeling. The ornate pattern on the sword sheath had left a mark, and a trickle of blood now flowed from Hao Kong's forehead. As Lin's demon exterminators, we have eradicated demons for generations, and not one of them is innocent. What you have uttered today, I shall consider as if I never heard it, Lin Gaozhua stated, placing his hands behind his back, unwilling to witness his son's injury, and slowly turned away from him. Father, is it truly so difficult for you to acknowledge that demons can be good or bad? Hao Kong questioned, struggling to comprehend his father's stubbornness to believe otherwise. Lin Hao Kong, you are my only son, destined to become the 126th head of the Lin Demon Exterminators, tasked with leading all of Lin's exterminators in vanquishing every demon in existence. Demons are not humans. They possess no inherent distinction between good and evil, Lin Gaozhua reiterated, dismissing the notion of demons possessing moral gradation and reminding Hao Kong of his status. Disappointment welled within Hao Kong towards Lin Gaozhua. The exterminators held an unwavering belief that any demon, upon sight, should be slain, echoing Zhao Wanqi's sentiments. It was solely due to their non-human nature that demons were stripped of their right to exist. If I were to perpetuate the notion of slaying demons without question, it would be impossible for me to comply. This 126th leadership is a mantle I am unworthy to inherit. With that, Hao Kong bowed thrice before Lin Gaozhua, remaining prostrate on the ground after the third bow. You. If you are so determined to prove that demons possess a moral distinction, then I shall grant you this opportunity. Uncle Chun, summon everyone to the main hall. Uncle Chun had been lurking around the corner, fully aware of the father-son exchange, and sighed quietly before gathering all the members of the Lin household. In the main hall gathered the demon exterminators who had fought alongside Lin Gaozhua through thick and thin. When Madame Lin arrived, she overheard Lin Gaozhua's announcement revoking Hao Kong's status as heir and banishing him from the Lin estate, stripping him of his surname. Madame Lin broke down, exclaiming, Lin Gaozhua, Kong is our only son. How can you treat him in such a manner? The maids rushed to support her, while the exterminators regarded her with impassive eyes. The position of head of the Lin Demon Exterminators is not exclusively passed down to the current head's offspring. Any capable exterminator may ascend to this role. Indeed, most past heads bore no blood relation to the current leader. Whoever possesses the ability to shoulder the responsibilities of the Lin Demon Exterminators may become the next head. Madame Lin was rendered speechless, her gaze shifting to the kneeling Hao Kong as she approached him step by step. Mother, do not worry about me. I shall be safe outside. I will live well and write to you each month. Please do not fret. Hao Kong offered his handkerchief to wipe the tears from her cheeks, speaking gently to comfort her. As she dabbed her eyes, she gathered his belongings, wishing to send him off with ample clothing to shield him from the winter chill. Ultimately, Hao Kong selected the most durable garments, shouldered a simple bundle, and bid farewell to his mother as he departed the Lin estate. As the gates of the Lin residence closed behind him, he felt a fleeting sense of disorientation at leaving the home he had known for 13 years. Though a tinge of reluctance lingered, he yearned for answers, to validate that demons could indeed be categorized as good or bad, and that their existence was not a mistake. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment he left the Lin estate, Lin Gaozhua had dispatched someone to shadow him. At noon, Hao Kong hurried to the inn, ascending to the second floor and knocking on a door. When no response came, he called out with growing concern, Ling Long, Ling Long. He heard the faint whimper of a fox, not the voice of a human, and immediately pushed the door open. There lay the fox, appearing weak and struggling to rise. Ling Long, what has happened? In a panic, he gently lifted the frail fox and placed it on the bed. The fox shook its head, seemingly unable to articulate its plight, deepening Hao Kong's worry. To inquire about the demon core, he needed to consult the demons themselves, yet they were hiding in the mountains, fearful of the exterminators. Those capable of transforming into human form lived cautiously in the villages of ordinary folk. The fox bombarded him with questions, some rather naive, as it sought to understand their predicament. I plan to travel the length of Qing country with you, seeking the demons from the Book of 100 Demons. Will you accompany me on this journey? The funds he carried were sufficient for both him and his little fox to endure the winter. Wherever you go, I shall follow. The fox replied, as long as we remain together, all is well. Similar to their journey to Lin City, Hao Kong purchased a horse and, cradling the little fox, set off southwest. Uncle Chun had mentioned that the southwestern region was lush with trees, teeming with numerous demons. Each morning, the fox would awaken in Hao Kong's embrace, lazily yawning and gazing at the ever-changing scenery as spring quietly replaced winter. The duo arrived at a small village, where the locals appeared wary of strangers. Only the village chief welcomed Hao Kong and the fox, offering them temporary shelter in his home. Please do not take offense. Many merchants pass through our village, occasionally bestowing us with generous gifts. Yet these very offerings led to our village being raided multiple times by bandits. It became clear that we were being toyed with by those merchants, hence our wariness towards outsiders, the village chief lamented, leaning on his cane as he opened his door to invite Hao Kong inside. Hao Kong realized that despite his anger, he could offer no assistance. He was no match for the bandits, especially with a fox by his side. The fox, sitting on the ground, was intently sniffing the earth, as if it had caught the scent of its kin. While Hao Kong was engrossed in conversation with the village chief, the fox glanced up and noticed a brown fox tail protruding from the chief's body. The tail swayed deliberately, signaling to the fox that he was a kindred spirit. Now certain that the wealth possessed by passing merchants had been pilfered by the village chief, the fox deduced that the villagers hiding within were likely fearful of Hao Kong's identity as a demon exterminator. The unique scent that exterminators carried was one that demons feared. Only those demons with a millennium of cultivation can conceal their demonic aura from Hao Kong. It is evident that the village chief is a cunning and highly skilled fox demon. A modest spread of simple fare graced the table, with the village chief having specially caught a fish from the river for Shan, making the braised fish the finest dish of the meal. After dining, the village chief suggested they converse a while longer, to which Hao Kong readily acquiesced. Young Master Hao Kong, what brings you to this desolate place? Few reside here, and the mountain bandits pass through from afar. A dish of peanuts lay on the table. As Hao Kong abstained from alcohol, he sipped tea while the village chief enjoyed his wine. To be candid, I am an exorcist, but I am not here to vanquish demons. I seek a fox demon to inquire about certain matters. Their conversation flowed pleasantly, and Hao Kong felt no need to conceal his identity. This was indeed a rarity. Exorcists are typically known for their demon-slaying reputation among ordinary folk, and to demons, the mere whiff of their presence sends them fleeing. This was the first instance of an exorcist seeking a demon not for slaughter, but for questions. From an angle unseen by Hao Kong, the village chief's foxtail peeked out, intrigued by Hao Kong's words and visibly excited. Shan, who had been dozing at Hao Kong's feet, opened one eye and caught sight of the chief's tail, worrying whether the chief's boldness might lead to discovery. Traditionally, exorcists are only known for their duty to slay demons. Never had Shan heard of an exorcist seeking a demon not to kill, but to ask questions. Young Master Hao Kong, could it be because of this fox? It was not difficult to deduce, as Hao Kong had already stated he was in search of a fox demon. After all, he had brought a fox with him. What else could it be for? Hao Kong's cultivation was naturally inferior to the village chief's, making his thoughts easily discernible. Judging by the chief's tone, he seemed quite unafraid of demons. Although Hao Kong was not yet a seasoned veteran, he could perceive the chief's lack of fear towards demons. Most ordinary people would feel trepidation upon hearing the term fox demon and would not casually pose such questions as the chief did. Our village has welcomed both mountain bandits and encountered numerous demons, yet most were merely passing through and caused no harm to our villagers. Thus, my perception of demons has changed considerably. What do you think, young Master Hao Kong? Inside, Shan scoffed, pondering how this old fox, secure in his high cultivation, felt entitled to speak nonsense. Other demons in this village likely lived more happily than ordinary folk, after all. The entire village was home to demons, with over half being fox demons. At the hour of the rat, Haokong had already retired for the night. The little fox, fond of clinging to him, chose to sleep at the door, perhaps out of a desire to protect him. Though Haokong felt a twinge of concern, should the fox hear any noise and run out? What if it got lost? With such worries, he drifted into a hazy sleep. Shirsan, listening to the steady breathing within the room, gradually rose, stretching her body luxuriously before leisurely walking over to the village chief, who was still drinking, and sat down nonchalantly, fixing her gaze upon him. Little one, that demon core within you does not belong to you, does it? The village chief, savoring his fine wine with half-closed eyes, spoke slowly. This ancient fox, with a millennium of cultivation capable of masking its own demonic aura from Haokong, could easily discern that the demon core within Shirsan was not hers. Shirsan nodded, explaining, "This demon core was forced upon me by a young lady from a wealthy family." A young lady from a wealthy family? A demon? The village chief momentarily failed to grasp Shirsan's words. The lady fell in love with a fox demon, and in her ailing state, he gave her his own demon core. After briefly outlining the situation, the village chief grasped some of the context and sighed, shaking his head. In this world, only matters of the heart are off-limits to both us demons and humans. Shirsan's tail swayed lightly. How should she define her relationship with Haokong? Perhaps friends? The truth was, the forest was too cold, and more importantly, she needed to stay by Haokong's side to fulfill her plan. I have lived long enough to have witnessed 3 instances of mortals willing to engage with wild foxes and even seek to keep them as companions. This time, it is an exorcist. Little one, perhaps you should expel the demon core. Otherwise, if you absorb its demonic power and become a true fox demon, that exorcist will surely slay you. The village chief only wished the best for Shirsan. He understood how exorcists adhered to their rigid principles, showing no leniency or compassion. To them, any demon was to be slain, regardless of its nature. However, the chief was unaware that Shirsan's ultimate goal was to have Haokong kill her. Let us see how it unfolds. If he truly wishes to kill me, I shall not flee. She deliberately paused, both the chief and she aware that someone was eavesdropping just around the corner. If he does not wish to kill you, but insists on having you leave, would you comply with his desires? The village chief, catching Shirsan's glance, took a sip of wine, playfully prompting the question she wanted him to ask. From Haokong's perspective, he could only see the fox looking despondent, her little head lowered, her tail still. I will comply with his wishes to leave, but in due time, I will stealthily follow him. Regardless of what transpires, he is the one I have chosen, and I shall not abandon him. The fox's obstinate tone pained the village chief. He raised his left hand, rubbing his temples in resignation. Very well, should you find yourself without a place to go, come to me. Our village is home to many fox demons, and I believe you will quickly adapt to our way of life. Revealing the current state of the village, Haokong felt no shock. From the moment he entered, he had sensed the aura of fox demons, albeit it was already late. His instincts had proven correct. Am I to your satisfaction? The old fox and the little fox shared a mutual understanding as the village chief happily consumed the last peanut on the plate. Village chief, just how long have you lived? I merely gave you a glance, and you discerned what I wished for you to do. You are truly remarkable. Shirsan gazed at the village chief with admiration, expressing her satisfaction with his earlier cooperation. I am a fox who has lived for over 1,000 years. With your little schemes, I could guess with a mere flick of my finger. The village chief, brimming with pride, let his tail slip free once more. The following day, having learned the village chief's true identity the previous night, Haokong no longer feigned ignorance. However, he first sent Shirsan away, taking her to the riverbank to observe the fish, her attention completely captivated by them. My apologies, Elder. I overheard your conversation with Ling Long last night. I should not have eavesdropped. He began by apologizing to the village chief for his indiscretion. Think nothing of it. After conversing with you, young Master Haokong, I realize you are unlike other exorcists. You are a reasonable one. I feel less apprehensive revealing my identity. The village chief was quite courteous, harboring a tinge of guilt for having let him overhear their words intentionally. You are aware that the demon core within Linglong does not belong to her. How can she stabilize the powers it brings? To the village chief's astonishment, while Haokong had mentioned seeking the fox demon to inquire about certain matters, the chief had presumed he sought advice on how to extract the demon core from the fox. Who would have anticipated that Haokong's true intention was to learn how to facilitate the fox's absorption of the demon core? The chief scrutinized the 13-year-old youth before him with newfound seriousness, pondering whether he could indeed transform the relationship between demon hunters and demons. Once the demon power contained within the core was fully absorbed, she would truly become a fox demon. Young Master Haokong, as a demon hunter, you must adhere to the creed of slay upon sighting a demon. The chief's words remained unfinished. I was once a member of the Lin family demon hunters in Lin City, but I have since been expelled. Now, I am merely an independent demon hunter. As such, the phrase slay upon sighting a demon no longer holds meaning for me. He wished to clarify to the chief that he was no longer akin to other demon hunters. The chief discerned Haokong's resolute determination. He no longer wished to adhere to the creed of slay upon sighting a demon but rather aspired to be a discerning demon hunter who could distinguish right from wrong. The demon core within her only required time to settle, for it originally belonged to a fox demon and would not reject her. It might even assist her in her transformation. The fortunate aspect was that the demon core had originally belonged to a fox demon. Had a core from another type of demon entered the body of Shursan, it could have led to her demise. After clarifying matters regarding the demon core, the chief inquired about Haokong's expulsion from the Lin family demon hunters. Haokong succinctly encapsulated it in one sentence: I shall prove to all demon hunters that demons can be classified as good or bad. There had been others who shared Haokong's perspective, yet they met grim fates, reinforcing the belief that demons are neither good nor bad and must be slain upon sighting. In truth, many demon hunters had gone missing, their fates attributed to being slain by demons. No one knew if they were alive or dead. After residing in the village for nearly 3 days, Haokong bid farewell alongside Shursan. Throughout their stay, Shursan was remembered as the foolish fox by the village's fox demons. They had never witnessed a fox sitting by the river for an entire day, merely to catch the fish swimming nearby. This peculiar behavior led them to affectionately dub her the foolish fox, though they would privately refer to her as Linglong in Haokong's presence. As Shursan had not yet fully absorbed the demon power from the core, she often found herself unable to control her transformation into human form. Each time, she would transform in Haokong's embrace, and despite wearing undergarments, he dared not look down. Consequently, Haokong grew hesitant to hold her, fearing she might suddenly change back into her human form. Yet, there were instances when he had no choice but to carry her. While riding, she would occasionally transform, startling both him and the horse. Afterwards, Shursan would always express her sincere apologies, assuring him she would learn to control her demon power by the time they reached the next town. The next town was bustling with prosperity, adorned with intricate carvings on its gates. Even before approaching, Shursan sensed a force that barred her entry. Observing the bristling fur on Shursan's back and the patterns on the gate, Haokong deduced that the town's lord had likely enlisted a demon hunter to inscribe a protective barrier upon the walls. The entire town was enveloped in this barrier, allowing only ordinary people to enter, while demons were unable to pass through. As the horse advanced a few more steps, Shursan leaped from Haokong's arms and dashed several meters away, attracting the attention of passers-by. Some were aware of the town's significance and the purpose of the carvings, watching with curiosity. Others were bewildered, wondering why a fox had suddenly appeared. Shursan, there is a breach in the barrier through which you may enter the town. But be cautious, for a powerful demon hunter guards it. The voice of the wooden crane echoed in Shursan's mind. Unbeknownst to anyone, the hue of her light yellow eyes deepened as she sought the flaw in the barrier that the wooden crane had mentioned. Calling out to Haokong, who had dismounted and was approaching her, she swiftly darted to the right and vanished from his sight. Only Haokong understood her call, and he felt reassured as he mounted his horse and continued towards the town gate. A young man dressed in green robes, holding a folding fan, was drawn towards Haokong by a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. This town was originally known as Tianqi Town. It was said that a sparrow had diligently trained until it became a phoenix, only to have the town engulfed in flames that day. The phoenix rose from the inferno, carrying the flames into the sky with a single cry, disappearing into the heavens. Following this event, the town's lord renamed it Mingyue Town, claiming a feather that had fallen from the phoenix as the town's treasured relic. "Young sir, are you intending to enter Mingyue Town?" The young man in green inquired of Haokong, prompting him to dismount and exchange friendly bows with the stranger. "Indeed, my good fellow. But may I ask why such peculiar patterns adorn the walls of Mingyue Town? They seem to bear the mark of a demon hunter." Haokong was uncertain whether the demon hunter responsible for the designs resided within the town. If so, he needed to locate the little fox immediately, for they could not enter Mingyue Town. "My surname is Fan, and my given name is Hishua," the young man revealed. 10 years ago, Mingyue Town experienced a massacre, and the then lord, after enduring numerous hardships, sought the aid of a demon hunter to save the townsfolk. "Brother Fan, I have no surname. You may call me Haokong. May I inquire as to the name of this demon hunter?" Haokong seized upon the phrase emerged from seclusion in Fan Hishua's words, realizing that only a nearly century-old demon hunter would cease taking on assignments. The absence of a surname often indicated a wandering beggar. Thus, the demon hunter's lack of a surname suggested he had been expelled from his faction and stripped of his name. The two entered Mingyue Town, where they were met with inquiries from the gate guards regarding their origins and purposes for visiting. However, Fan Hishua's presence seemed to grant them special treatment, as the guards allowed them passage without further questions. Meanwhile, Shirsan had nearly exhausted herself running to find the flaw in the barrier, collapsing onto the grass. It was a lapse on the wooden crane's part. "I hope you will not hold it against me, oh half-immortal Shirsan." The wooden crane, a creation of the matchmaker using a branch of intertwined trees, was a singularly focused being. Shirsan sighed internally. I do not blame you." The petite fox squeezed through the breach in the barrier, and as soon as she did, it sealed behind her, realizing she had fallen into a trap. The fur on her back bristled once more. Assessing her surroundings, she found herself standing boldly within a temple, right behind the statue of the deity. The statue's aura was faint, nearly imperceptible. Logically, upon entering the breach, she should have emerged on the outskirts of the town, yet this breach resembled a portal. Thus, 13 found herself ensnared, her presence in the Buddhist hall rendering her utterly uncomfortable, primarily due to her fervent desire to seek out Haokong, which left her restless. Her ears, perked and alert, detected the incessant sound of footsteps, the clatter of bamboo slips, and the approach of a broom. A curious 8-year-old novice monk stumbled upon a vibrant red fox, leisurely washing its face behind the statue. Intrigued, he set aside his broom. The narrow passage behind the statue could barely accommodate an adult, yet it was easy for a child to approach the fox. The fox, unperturbed by the monk's presence, tilted its head slightly to the right, occasionally blinking its eyes at him, its ears twitching as it listened to the cacophony outside. This fluffy and adorable creature captivated the young monk's heart, and he yearned to stroke its ears, just once. As his small hand made contact with the fox's ears, he felt them move gently in his palm, soft and slightly cool, a delightful sensation. "Little fox, have you accidentally wandered into Master Hankson's barrier?" Despite his tender age, the monk possessed considerable insight. He understood why this fox appeared behind the statue. The fox, displaying a remarkable intelligence, nodded and licked its front paw, rubbing its slender muzzle. "Then allow me to guide you away from here. If Master Hankson discovers you, you shan't be able to leave." The monk boldly patted the fox's head, signaling it to follow him. How a red fox could discreetly exit the hall without attracting attention posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, 13's concerns were unfounded. A small door concealed behind the statue led the way, designed for someone of the monk's stature. This door was so well hidden that it would elude anyone who did not know where to look. I discovered this little door during my last cleaning. Only I am aware of its existence," the monk declared proudly as he opened the concealed entrance. Beyond lay a stone-paved ground, yet he did not crawl through himself. Instead, he encouraged the fox to venture out. "I shall remain here. Once you are out, be swift, or Master Hankson may notice you." After all, the monk had not completed his sweeping and could not leave the hall prematurely. Meanwhile, Haokong successfully entered Mingyue City and learned that the individual who inscribed the demon-repelling barrier on the city walls was none other than Master Hankson. The name of Master Hankson was renowned, rivaling that of Haokong's father, Lin Gaozhua. Yet, as Master Hankson approached his centenary, he remained indifferent to accolades, having declared his intention to retire from public life. By the way, Haokong, Master Hankson currently resides at Anha Temple, where he serves as the abbot, though I hear he seldom ventures out. As Haokong prepared to part ways with Fan Hishua, he was informed of Master Hankson's whereabouts. However, Haokong had little inclination to concern himself with Master Hankson's location. His sole focus was to locate the little fox and hastily leave Mingyue City. Thank you, Brother Fan. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit Anha Temple. Haokong's attire concealed his identity as an exorcist, unless one was familiar with his kind. Emerging through the small door, 13 heeded the monk's advice and dashed into the nearby forest, but she quickly collided with someone, instinctively thinking to flee. The individual she ran into reacted even faster, seizing her tail with a grip so powerful that it sent sharp pain coursing through her. She ceased to struggle. The person was a striking young man in his 20s, whose icy demeanor only intensified as he tightened his hold on 13. Such tenacity for a fox demon who refuses to speak, he remarked, increasing his grip. 13 felt sheer agony, prompting her to instinctively resist. Yet she chose silence. Aware that the man had already discerned her true identity, speaking would surely expose her. Remaining mute offered a slender chance for him to mistake her for a mere wild fox. Since you prefer silence, allow me to reveal a truth. The flaw in the barrier is, in fact, a portal. The small door behind the statue is common knowledge among the monks. Every time a demon foolishly believes it has entered Mingyue City, it has instead fallen into my grasp. The novice monk will purposely open this door for the intruding demons, and once through, they can only encounter me. 13 regarded the man before her with a complex mixture of emotions. He was indeed the Master Hankson the monk had mentioned. Expecting an elderly figure, she was taken aback to find a handsome young man instead. Hankson, observing the fox dangling from his grasp, was reminded of a similarly stubborn sparrow. Choosing to release her tail, he instead lifted her by the scruff of her neck, guiding her to his abode, from which the entirety of Mingyue City was visible. Truth be told, I am 98 years old this year. In 2 years, I shall reach the century mark. Despite his seemingly youthful appearance, he rambled incessantly. The fox, held by the scruff, raised her front paws to cover her ears, yet Hankson's prattling persisted. Upon reaching his residence, Hankson placed the fox on a platform fashioned from massive stones. Stay here obediently. If you behave, I may provide you with something to eat. He pushed open the bamboo door of the courtyard. 13 sat displeased, her demeanor obedient, confronted by a man who, although nearing a century, appeared merely in his 20s. In that moment, 13 dubbed Hankson the moniker, Old Monster. After nearly half an hour, Hankson returned with a dish of something dark and unappetizing, placing it before 13. Eat. The unsightly mass vaguely resembled a fish, its odor utterly indescribable. 13 remained motionless, sitting upright, clearly rejecting the unpalatable offering. Hankson raised an eyebrow, observing the fox's evident disdain for the dish. Though she felt hunger pangs, it had not yet escalated to desperation. The creatures of this mountain are, I dare say, beyond your capabilities. Hankson perceived her thoughts. She longed to forage in the woods. 13 lazily scratched behind her ear with her hind paw, the itch growing more insistent, and she reclined on the stone platform, contentedly scratching. Listen, fox, how about this? If you converse with me, I shall spare your life. From Hankson's words, 13 inferred that he had likely spent an extensive time in the forest, so much so that he had become a talkative recluse. Pausing her scratching, 13 held her paw in place, regarding Hankson with a bewildered expression. She was a fool to heed his words. Speaking would undoubtedly seal her fate. I swear, in my capacity as the abbot of Anha Temple, should you utter a word, I will kill you. I am willing to wager my own life, ensuring you have company on your journey to the underworld. This vow piqued the interest of 13. Typically, when an ordinary person swears an oath, they invoke dire consequences for any breach, but this peculiar creature was unlike any normal individual. However, such an oath seemed somewhat foolish, especially in the absence of a second witness, causing 13 to harbor doubts. Hanshin noticed 13's skepticism, which was entirely understandable, as his earlier demeanor towards the fox had been rather excessive. Nevertheless, he had ample time to spend with her. He turned away, sitting cross-legged in silence, gazing up at the thick clouds above, his eyes reflecting an unspoken solitude. Why do you, the abbot of MASU-MANHUA Temple, choose to dwell here on this mountainside alone? Is it not stifling? 13 sighed inwardly as she observed Hanxin's solitary figure, realizing how profoundly lonely he must be. Hearing 13 speak, Hanxin felt a flicker of joy. Yet he feigned indifference as he turned away. The monks at the temple fear me. None dare to converse with me, save for the young acolytes who unwittingly chat with me. Once, a dear friend resided on this mountain, but she has long since passed. There was a palpable pause in his words, and 13, not wishing to pry into Hanxin's past, yearned only to leave and find Haokong. Surely, those creatures deceived into MASU-MANHUA Temple alongside me still live, hidden within these woods. Yet, they remain too frightened to emerge, correct? Based on Hanxin's earlier remarks, she concluded that the animals in the forest were the true forms of these creatures, too terrified of Hanxin to assume human guise. Indeed, you are astute, those beings, like you who stumbled through the rift, I have not harmed. Instead, I have confined them to the woods, as you surmised, paralyzed by fear of me. Unable to leave this mountain. Initially, Hanxin sought merely a companion to converse with, reminiscent of the little sparrow that once flitted by his side. However, every creature he captured begged for mercy, their pitiful pleas stirring his compassion, prompting him to release them into the woods while erecting a barrier around the mountain. 13 felt exasperated. Treating Hanxin with the same intimidation he initially exhibited left no creature unafraid of him. Alas, your approach was too frightful for them to not be terrified. How about this? I shall persuade them to speak with you, and once accomplished, you shall release me. If she could convince the forest dwellers to abandon their fear of Hanxin and engage with him, there would be no need for her to remain by his side. Master Hanxin, someone awaits me. I must find him. I beseech you, grant me my freedom. Through their conversations, 13 discerned Hanxin's true nature, a seemingly stoic exterior concealing a profound yearning for connection. This is easily remedied. I shall fetch that individual for you. Then, you may discuss with him. If you remain here, he may leave Mingyue City unimpeded. The final statement carried an unmistakable threat. The fox was cunning. Yet Hanxin was even more so, as well as obstinate. 13 reluctantly described Haokong's appearance, focusing mainly on his name, as his surname had been stripped away. Leaving only Haokong as his identity, calling out his name in the streets would surely lead to his discovery. At the appointed hour, 13 finally encountered Haokong, who appeared even more anxious than she. Upon seeing that she bore no harm, his worry gradually dissipated. Ling Long, he called her name. As Hanxin watched the crimson fox swiftly leap from the platform into the arms of the man named Haokong. In his embrace, she playfully rolled and frolicked, which unsettled Hanxin. The fox leaned in, whispering the details of her conversation with Hanxin into Haokong's ear, causing his expression to darken. Approaching Hanxin, Haokong respectfully bowed and said, Master Hanxin, Ling Long is of great importance to me. I hope you will grant her clemency. Hanxin recognized Haokong, as his father was equally renowned, though he remained indifferent to such titles. Master Hanxin, I am no longer a demon slayer of the Lin family. My surname has been stripped from me. It was clear that Hanxin sought to engage in riddles, and Haokong was willing to play along. 13, however, was at a loss for words. Her stomach grumbled audibly, revealing her genuine hunger, though the dark, unappealing fish was not an option. Hanxin invited Haokong inside for a chat, and as Haokong stepped in, 13 rose slightly, her delicate mouth and moist nose brushing against his right hand. I must find something to eat, you two take your time. Being unable to leave the mountain, she sprinted off, with Haokong watching her go, reassured. The sun hung low on the horizon, soon to set, as 13 darted through the woods, her ears perked, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. She pondered whether the creatures of the forest might attack her. It was wise to remain vigilant. Approaching the heart of the forest, she spotted a gray rabbit, crouching still, waiting for it to hop within reach. To her surprise, instead of the rabbit, a transformed rabbit spirit appeared. Are you here to eat me? Before the rabbit could approach, a rabbit spirit in human form emerged, its long gray ears still perched atop its head, its shaggy fur serving as a tire as it sat upon the grass. The crimson fox stepped forth from the underbrush, assuming human form. Clad in simple white garments unlike the rabbit spirit. I am Bai Xian. What is your name? Unfazed by a carnivorous creature, the rabbit spirit replied, I am Linglong. Is there anything edible in this mountain? The pangs of hunger were pressing, and 13 struggled to resist the temptation of devouring the delectable rabbit before her. There is food, but it is hoarded by a fearsome wolf demon. Just the thought of that wolf makes me tremble. The last time it licked my ears, and I was left in a dreadful state. Just lead me there. Rest assured, I will not engage the wolf demon. Foxes and wolves, one solitary and the other social, found themselves in a predicament without companions. In a one-on-one encounter, the outcome was uncertain. Bai Xian guided 13 deeper into the forest, encountering many of her kin along the way, nearly stepping on a snake demon. Amusingly, 13 noted that even wild boar spirits resided within these woods. Hanxin truly brought every sort of creature to this mountain. When a wild boar spirit charged at them in its original form, Bai Xian cried out its name, Hiyu. The wild boar spirit skidded to a halt, transforming before them into a plump woman, albeit a bit dim-witted. With their trio established, they finally ventured into the wolf demon's territory. The remnants scattered about confirmed that there was indeed ample food to satiate 13's hunger. Yet the wolf demon was nowhere in sight. Bai Xian trembled, gripping Hiyu's hand tightly, peeking from behind her to observe their surroundings. Hiyu, do you think Linglong will be all right? The rabbit's short tail twitched, its long ears attuned to sounds from every direction, including the noise 13 made as she dashed through the grass. Fox spirits are notoriously cunning. Xiao Xian, do not worry about her. Let us make haste to leave this place. Hiyu has been pursued by wolf demons on several occasions, and like Bai Xian, she is filled with trepidation. Just as the two were poised to depart, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket, and a brown-black wolf emerged. It is exceedingly difficult for 2 legs to outrun 4. Ultimately, the 4-legged creature prevailed. Xiao Xian, why do you flee upon seeing me? This is rather inappropriate. The wolf demon transformed into a tall man, revealing a formidable jaw adorned with a deep claw mark, an injury that must have grazed the bone, leaving behind such a ghastly scar. With tearful eyes, Bai Xian clutched the wolf demon's left foot, pleading for mercy for the both of them, inadvertently revealing the existence of Shirsan. You mentioned a fox spirit ventured into my territory seeking prey. Xiao Xian, I didn't realize you possessed such audacity to bring an outsider to my domain and partake of my resources. The wolf demon pinched Bai Xuan's long rabbit ears with his left hand, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, further igniting Bai Xuan's fear. Star. Xingyuan. Your territory is abundant with consumables. Allow her a bite or two, and you shall not starve. Right? Her speech faltered under pressure. Hiyu, standing nearby, wished to interject but fell silent under the wolf demon's piercing glare. Satisfied, Shirsan lounged in the thicket, elegantly grooming herself, her erect ears attentively listening to the conversation between the wolf demon and Bai Xian. Should I fail to find new prey, Xiao Xian, would you consider becoming my next quarry? His coarse hand caressed Bai Xuan's delicate face, reveling in the tremors that surged through her at his touch, which only heightened the wolf demon's excitement. It is already dark. It seems Bai Xian has yet to eat. Before the wolf demon Xingyuan, Shirsan exchanged a knowing glance with Hiyu. She has yet to feed herself due to your arrival. And soon the other demons will emerge. She is dreadfully timid. Xingyuan's gaze shifted from Shirsan to Bai Xuan's tear-streaked visage, and with a touch of compassion, he remarked, Xiao Xian, be a good girl and eat. Do not venture out after nightfall, understand? As Bai Xian nodded, 2 tears fell from her eyes, landing softly on Xingyuan's hand. Hiyu felt as if she had been reborn, her perception of Shirsan transformed, even expressing gratitude. It was your cooperation that allowed for this exchange. Otherwise, how could that wolf demon have spared Bai Xian? Moreover, Shirsan had perceived the wolf demon's unique sentiment towards the rabbit spirit, and for a fleeting moment, she found herself hopeful for their potential union. Meanwhile, the dialogue between Hanxin and Haokong flowed amicably, the atmosphere remaining comfortably unawkward. It is said, Master Hanxin, that you have slain nearly 1,000 demons. Is there truth to this? Having heard tales of Hanxin from the lips of Lin Fu, Haokong's curiosity was piqued. He wondered what manner of person could vanquish so many demons. Hanxin fell into silence at Haokong's inquiry. The rumors bore a kernel of truth. Hanxin indeed had dispatched 1,000 demons and bore their curses in return. He would remain ageless, yet experience the full spectrum of human emotions: hunger, joy, sorrow, pain. Yet no matter the circumstances, he could not succumb to death. This was the reason he, at 98, still appeared as a man in his 20s. I once believed that demons existed solely to harm us mortals. In my desire to protect everyone, I became an exorcist, continuously slaying these creatures, only to find myself in this predicament, immortal yet trapped in this form. The secret he had harbored for a lifetime spilled forth with unexpected ease today. Under normal circumstances, he would never divulge such truths. Strangely, despite this being their first encounter, he felt no wariness in sharing his secret with Haokong. Sitting across from him, Haokong bore a look of dawning comprehension. He was indeed curious about Hanxin's perpetual youth, but deemed it impolite to inquire. Is it due to the curse of the demons? Many exorcists had suffered from curses cast by demons, with most succumbing to illness as a result. Hanxin's situation was not unique. Haokong had previously encountered an elder who had lived for over 200 years, who had enlisted Lin Gaozhua and several skilled exorcists to lift his curse. The elder had departed with a serene smile, carried away by a gust of wind. Indeed, I subsequently withdrew from that life. Not long after, the lord of Fengyu City sought me out, claiming a demon was causing trouble, and that this demon specifically demanded my presence to slay it. Memories of the past resurfaced, mingled with sorrow and the visage of that sparrow, filling his mind, his first genuine regret at being an exorcist. Haokong was momentarily at a loss for words. Hanxin's expression was steeped in melancholy, and he hesitated to press further. Let us set aside my trivial matters. Haokong, what led to your expulsion from the Lin family? This piqued Hanxin's curiosity. From his understanding of Lin Gaozhua, Haokong was his only son, a potential heir to the Lin legacy. Yet the boy appeared no older than 12 or 13. It seemed unlikely that Lin Gaozhua would cast out his own child. They believed Haokong's words to be nonsensical. Demons were inherently flawed, a truth they had accepted upon joining the ranks of exorcists. Haokong's statements resonated within Hanxin, who once eradicated demons without discernment, failing to recognize that many had never harmed a mortal. In those days, he clung to the mantra, slay all demons upon sight. He never endeavored to distinguish between the good and the wicked among them. I, too, once harbored such doubts, only to discover that distinctions exist among demons. For instance, herbivorous demons, even after their transformation, possess no desire to harm mortals. Most of those who fell to Hanxin's blade were indeed herbivorous demons, and the errors of the past weighed heavily on him. Over the years, he witnessed numerous demons inadvertently wander into breaches of the barrier, and he could not bear to see them kneel before him in supplication. The most memorable was a wolf demon named Xingyuan, who claimed to be searching for a rabbit. Aware of the rabbit's clumsiness and lack of direction, he boldly entered the breach. Demons, too, experience emotions. In that moment, he realized the countless pairs of star-crossed demons he had undoubtedly slain. I wish for all exorcists to understand that demons are not inherently evil. This belief naturally met with my father's rebuttal, leading to my exile from the Lin family. Haokong was increasingly convinced that he could alter the perceptions of exorcists toward demons, and help ordinary people cease their fear of those who would never bring them harm. Demons and humans can indeed coexist in harmony. In the forest, Shi prepared to bid farewell to Bai Xian. Just as she was about to depart, she recalled that her journey into the mountains was not solely for sustenance, but also to alleviate the misunderstandings the forest demons held regarding Hanxin. Bai Xian, have you ever encountered Master Hanxin? Given Bai Xian's fragility, akin to glass, Shi cautiously posed a tentative question. As anticipated, the rabbit spirit not only feared the wolf demon but was even more terrified of the master known as Han Xian. Upon hearing the mere mention of those four characters, Bai Xian instinctively sought refuge behind Hiyu. Shi forced a somewhat awkward smile, reassuring her. Do not be afraid. I merely inquired. That master Han Xian has not come. Boo-hoo, he is even more terrifying than Xingyuan. I will never forget how he seized my ear and lifted me, threatening to kill me. The fear instilled in Bai Xian by Han Xian further soured the wolf demon's impression of him, leading her to contemplate a time when she would be strong enough to teach that master a lesson.
She shan inwali kuset hansin.
This ancient creature who resorted to threats, rendering Bai Xian so frightened that no demon dared to converse with him. Do not cry, she consoled. You see, in the end, Han Xian did not kill you, did he? As she comforted Bai Xian, Shi San searched for justifications to defend the old monster. Bai Xian, with tears still glistening in her eyes, paused her weeping and considered Shi San's words. Indeed, Han Xian had threatened her but ultimately left her in the forest. It was plausible that the old monster had told Bai Xian that as long as she conversed with him, he would spare her life. With tear-filled eyes, she clung to Hyu's arm, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the wolf demon Xingyuan had stealthily concealed himself in the shrubbery behind Shi San, while the fox's keen sense of smell had already detected the wolf demon's presence. Hiyu and Bai Xian, with their dulled senses, were oblivious to his scent, especially with the shrubs cloaking Xingyuan. Reflecting on the time she had been captured by Han Xian, Bai Xian recalled his emotionless threats of murder. In hindsight, he had also mentioned something about conversing, but she had been utterly terrified then. The adorable little monk had claimed she could escape through a small door from the Buddhist hall. Who could have imagined he would be so malicious? And Han Xian, with his cold demeanor, declaring he would kill her. Who could hear anything else in the face of such threats and expressions? He said that as long as I talked to him, he would not kill me, but at that moment, I could not stop crying, and with just a frown, he tossed me into the forest. Bai Xian sniffled, looking at Shi San with a face full of grievance. Is that how one invites another to converse? Shi San sighed, exasperated. In truth, Master Han Xian is quite lonely, which is why he makes such unreasonable demands for companionship. Bai Xian and Hiyu both frowned in unison. Upon Shi San's mention, Hiyu too recalled Han Xian's words about sparing her life if she conversed with him. How could someone so young be lonely? Bai Xian rebutted, unwilling to believe the terrifying master could feel solitude. Hearing the term young, Shi San couldn't help but chuckle. The old monster isn't as young as you think. Ahem. Bai Xian, Master Han Xian may appear youthful, but in reality, he is 98 years old. As anticipated, the shock registered on Bai Xian and Hyu's faces. Their first instinct was to assume Han Xian was a demon like them. Do not misconstrue. Master Han Xian is not a demon. If he were, he would not have been able to set up the demon-repelling barrier. Their thoughts were easily discernible. Bai Xian loosened her grip on Hiyu and timidly inquired then. Is he a deity? Given the existence of demons, it was only logical that deities existed too. After all, the name of Fengyu City was derived from a sparrow that diligently cultivated itself until it became a phoenix. Not a deity, Bai Xian. Have you ever heard of curses? When Shi San first encountered Han Xian, Muhi had informed her that he was enveloped in an unseen black aura. This aura surrounded him entirely, halting the passage of time and preventing him from aging like ordinary humans. This was the so-called curse, likely formed from the grievances of thousands of demons. As a timid and frail rabbit spirit, Bai Xian had never ventured beyond the forest she had inhabited since she could take human form. Thus she was unaware of the curse Shi San spoke of. Suddenly, Bai Xian leaped from the bushes, interrupting Shi San. Startled, she hid behind Hiyu once more, attempting to grasp Shi San's hand but failing to do so. Deterred by a warning glance from the wolf demon that made her hesitate to show even a hint of her face. It was evident that Xingyuan had some knowledge of the curse surrounding Han Xian, but he did not wish for Shi San to disclose this to Bai Xian. Knowing Bai Xian's nature, she might attempt to approach Han Xian and soon develop sympathy for him. Bai Xian, Hiyu, until we meet again. Understanding Xingyuan's concerns, Shi San smiled slightly and waved goodbye to Bai Xian and Hiyu. Inside the dwelling, Han Xian inquired of Hao Kan whether he had brought the fox along to ascertain the nature of demons. When I was 10, I first encountered Ling Long in Minxing Mountain. At that time, she was buried beneath the snow that fell from the trees. When I rescued her, she showed no fear and leapt into my arms, nuzzling affectionately. Reflecting on that initial meeting with the fox, he recalled the thick blanket of snow covering the mountain path, making each step laborious. The snow had indeed been so deep that it was unimaginable how Ling Long would have survived if she had not followed her parents into Mingyue Mountain that day. Continuing, Hao Kong recounted his tale with the fox, and a flicker of envy crossed Han Xian's eyes. He had always been alone in his demon-slaying endeavors, never having companionship. Wait, there was once a little sparrow, chirping incessantly, whom I found quite bothersome. Ling Long is important to me. She is not a mere tool to prove whether demons are good or bad. She is my companion, my friend. After shaking off the dust and thorns collected from the forest, Shirsan called out towards the door. Hao Kong was the first to rise, opening the door to let the fox inside. Observing her demeanor, it was evident she had eaten well and seemed quite pleased. With her light yellow eyes, the fox cast a smug glance at Han Xian, her tail held high for a moment. Very well, you may take this fox. But ensure she is more cautious next time. This time she inadvertently wandered into my barrier. Next time, another demon-slaying master may not be so lenient. As night fell, Han Xian invited Hao Kong to stay overnight, asking where he planned to go next. I intend to head southwest, where many demons are said to gather. I wish to see for myself. The southwest had long been a region avoided by demon slayers, and they would do everything possible to steer clear of it. Over time, few remained in that area, with most relocating to the east or other locations, preferring to distance themselves from the southwest. Be cautious on your journey. There is a bat demon in the southwest rumored to have a century's worth of experience. You must be wary. Such a demon, with a century of experience and a penchant for blood, could not be easily judged, hence caution was the best course of action. The following day, Han Xian personally escorted Hao Kong and the fox, who had transformed into human form, away from Fengyu City. Han Xian must have employed some illusionary technique, for to others, he appeared as a venerable old man with a shock of white hair, aged 98. Yet, to demons, he manifested as a striking young man in his 20s. They journeyed southwest, encountering fewer ordinary people along the way, eventually only meeting a handful of demon exterminators. Coincidentally, Hao Kong sat at a tea stall with the now human-shaped Shirsan, and those demon exterminators immediately recognized Hao Kong's identity. Upon recognizing Hao Kong, they also identified the young lady beside him, her true identity triggering an instinctual reaction. Two of the exterminators instinctively drew their talismans. The lead exterminator, who appeared seasoned, halted their hands with a gesture, signaling them not to act rashly. With a friendly smile, he approached Hao Kong and Shirsan's table, clasping his hands in greeting. My fellow traveler, may I trouble you for a moment? Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous exterminators who, upon recognizing Hao Kong, displayed expressions of disdain at the sight of the fox demon, leading them to avoid conversation. This exterminator was the first to initiate dialogue with Hao Kong. Of course, please proceed. Hao Kong gestured for him to take a seat. Shirsan, sipping tea and nibbling on snacks, remained unfazed by the exterminator's arrival. My dear fellow, are you bound for the southwest? Despite keeping a watchful eye on the fox demon to Hao Kong's right, the exterminator did not seem inclined to interfere.
Indeed.
I have heard that the southwest teems with demons. I wish to witness it firsthand, to broaden my horizons. The Compendium of 100 Demons lists nearly all the demons found in that region. Hao Kong poured a cup of tea for the exterminator, who politely declined with his left hand, provoking Shirsan's intense displeasure. Might I inquire, why do you accompany a fox demon? The exterminator finally voiced his curiosity, unable to contain it. For centuries, exterminators had never heard of one traveling alongside a demon. What a nosy fellow you are. Shirsan, the fox demon, was the first to express impatience, furrowing her brow and striking the table with her fist, producing a loud sound. Initially displeased with the exterminator, her irritation escalated. She tolerated Hao Kong's inquiries about their destination, considering them colleagues, but she could not overlook the rudeness of his refusal to accept tea. Now, he dared to question Hao Kong's intentions with her by his side? For the first time, Shirsan felt that this man was more inquisitive than any woman, and her annoyance deepened. Startled by Shirsan's sudden table thump, the exterminator instinctively drew a talisman from a sleeve, intending to strike Shirsan. Hao Kong reacted swiftly, shielding Shirsan behind him. My companion has never harmed any mortal. She is my friend, and I urge you to show her respect. Upon hearing the word friend, Shursan's anger surged. If they were merely friends, she would demonstrate to Haokong what boundaries should exist between friends. Soon, Haokong sensed Shursan distancing herself, subtly attempting to break free from his grip, which stirred a peculiar discomfort within him. His declaration elicited laughter from nearby exterminators, mocking Haokong for befriending a demon and ridiculing Shursan for her willingness to associate with them. It was common knowledge that exterminators and demons were forever adversaries. The four characters they revered rendered demons their eternal foes. It could be said that no demon would willingly befriend an exterminator unless that demon was devoid of sense. This laughter ignited Shursan's fury. Struggling to control the demonic energy within her, her anger unleashed a torrent of power that not only harmed the unsuspecting exterminators but also affected ordinary patrons at the tea stall. Haokong's instinctive reaction left her feeling disheartened. He had affixed a talisman to her forehead, immobilizing her. Fortunately, Haokong acted in time, and the ordinary patrons only sustained minor injuries, fleeing in terror at the sight of the restrained Shursan. However, the unprepared exterminators fared worse, suffering significant injuries, some even spitting blood. "Will you still consider this demon your friend? She might very well harm you someday," remarked the exterminator seated with Haokong, nursing more severe wounds than the others. Haokong remained uncertain whether Shursan had calmed down. He could not yet remove the talisman from her forehead. "If she intended to harm me, I would have perished hundreds of times by now. Her demonic power has always been difficult for her to control. I believe this outburst was unintentional. I implore my fellow travelers to leave this place swiftly." The injured exterminator was helped away by others, casting a complex glance at Haokong, harboring deep confusion. What would it look like if one day, demons and humans could truly sit together in peace? The tea stall had sustained considerable damage, and Haokong compensated the owner with the little money he had left. Sir, that young lady, she is crying." The tea stall owner, trembling, pointed with a quivering finger at the immobilized Shursan. He had witnessed her tears earlier, and now they flowed freely. Too much for him to bear. Prompted by the stall owner, Haokong turned to see Shursan's profile. Tears streamed down her face without cease. His heart ached inexplicably, and he quickly tore off the talisman from her forehead. Her visage was stained with tears, her eyes filled with grievance, as fresh tears cascaded from her eyes. Sobbing uncontrollably, she could not stop, even as Haokong's earlier words warmed her previously chilled heart. Yet, she still recalled his declaration of her as merely a friend. "Huh? Did I come to be your friend? Absolutely not." The kind tea stall owner prepared a fresh pot of tea for them, encouraging Haokong to help Shursan sit down, as standing must be tiring. It was evident that the stall owner was not frightened of Shursan, despite having witnessed a terrifying scene moments prior. As Shursan settled, she sniffled continuously, using her sleeve to pat her tears, all while evading Haokong's attempts to offer her a handkerchief. For a moment, Haokong could not comprehend the source of Shursan's discontent. He could only bide his time, waiting for her to voluntarily share her feelings to alleviate his curiosity. As the pair bid farewell to the tea stall owner, he earnestly advised Haokong to take good care of the young lady. At that moment, Shursan glanced at the stall owner, feigning ferocity, and declared, "I am a fox demon, old man. Aren't you afraid I might devour you?" The stall owner chuckled heartily. "You little fox demon, your tone is just like my granddaughter's." His laughter rendered her intimidation ineffective, and in a huff, Shursan turned and strode away in a huff. Originally, there was a vast expanse of sky with horses to ride. But having lost nearly all his silver coins to the tea stall owner, Haokong chose to sell the horse. In truth, they seldom stayed at inns along their journey, usually opting to camp by small streams or rivers, primarily because that fox had a penchant for fish. Its favorite was braised fish, but it adored grilled fish even more. Haokong noticed that Shursan was still sulking, unwilling to speak to him or snuggle up for affection, nor did she share any of her amusing quips. He found this version of Shursan quite unfamiliar and felt compelled to initiate a conversation, yet he was at a loss for words. Fearing that his attempts might exacerbate her irritation, he still hadn't grasped the reason for her anger, and he worried that a misstep in dialogue might further inflame her feelings. Previously, Haokong had personally caught fish while Shursan would simply wash her face nearby, awaiting their meal. Now, however, she was intent on teaching him the essence of friendship. The crimson fox leaped into the stream, instinctively capturing several fish with remarkable swiftness, tossing them aside without a word to Haokong. Fortunately, he was exceedingly patient, kindling a fire and with a small jar of salt from his pack. He skillfully gutted the fish with his dagger, cleaned them, and skewered them on fresh branches, slowly roasting them. Neither the boy nor the fox wished to break the silence, resulting in a palpable tension in the air. At least, that was how Haokong felt. He was unaccustomed to such a quiet fox. He pondered how different his journey would have been without her by his side. Had he never encountered her or the incident with Zhao Tanshi, he imagined he would have been like any other demon slayer, adhering strictly to the doctrine of slay the demon upon sight. "Shur-san, have I done something wrong? You've been upset with me this entire time," he finally confessed, holding out a freshly grilled fish in front of her. The fox's fluffy tail swayed vigorously twice, her pale yellow eyes locking onto Haokong. "Did you not say I was your friend? As foxes, we prefer solitude and maintain our distance from companions." This statement, clear to any discerning listener, was lost on 13-year-old Haokong, who merely felt a profound discomfort in his heart. Yet, out of respect for Shur-sen's words, he began to keep his distance, refraining from embracing her. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Due to the depletion of his silver, Haokong was compelled to utilize his demon-slaying skills to earn a living. However, in addition to slaying demons, he would first listen to the accounts of both the clients and the demons, making judgments based on their narratives. Each time, the clients regarded Haokong with the same gaze they reserved for the demons, as he was the first demon slayer they encountered accompanied by a fox demon. He was also the first willing to listen to the demons' explanations before deciding their fates. 2 years later, Haokong had gained considerable fame, his exploits in demon slaying spreading far and wide. Naturally, this news reached Lin City, where it was first relayed to Lord Lin and Lady Lin by Uncle Chen. "My lord, my lady, I have heard of a demon slayer who travels southwest with a fox demon by his side, slaying demons according to a unique principle. He chooses to listen to the demons' justifications before making a decision on their fate." At first, the other demon slayers scoffed at such a principle, deeming it a farce. Some argued that if a demon were to lie and conceal the danger it posed to ordinary people, and the demon slayer believed its words and let it go, then where would the authority of the other demon slayers lie? Wouldn't their reputations be tarnished by the absurdity of one demon slayer's principles? Yet, over the 2 years, those who awaited a downfall were met with a surprise. The slayer who had set forth such a seemingly ludicrous guideline only grew in renown, while public perception of demons began to transform, with some even daring to trust certain demons. Haokong transitioned from a 13-year-old youth to a 15-year-old young man, his once youthful visage gradually maturing. He became increasingly adept at navigating human relationships and dealing with matters, yet he remained oblivious when it came to emotions, struggling to interact naturally with the fox. 2 years prior, the fox had remarked on their solitary nature and preference for distance, a sentiment that lingered in his mind. The gap between them had extended for a full 2 years, during which he focused his attention on other demons. Some demons attempting to flee would find themselves pinned to the ground by Shur-san's claws, unable to move. In those moments, the demons, their faces pressed beneath her paws, would communicate in a language only understood among their kind, which was incomprehensible to humans. As a fox demon, how can you assist a demon slayer in capturing your own kin? You have no heart. A newly transformed yellow dog once exclaimed to Shur-san. A charming fox demon resorting to violence against her own kind. How can you lack compassion? A mouse demon of several decades scolded her. Woe is me. I am so adorable. And that demon slayer is so handsome. I merely wished for him to speak with me. Yet you, a fox demon, pounced and bit off a tuft of my fur. You have no heart, lamented a rabbit demon, taking the form of a human woman, tears shimmering in her eyes as she addressed Shur-san. 13 spat out a tuft of rabbit fur, observing the rabbit spirit before her, who, in a desperate bid to maintain her facade, had risked everything to take on a human form. The pitiable creature sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her sobs irking 13. This wretched rabbit had just attempted to approach Haokong with that very guise, only to be ignored, which had infuriated her. Unbeknownst to 13, as she pursued the rabbit spirit, Haokong had followed closely behind, now hiding nearby, eavesdropping once more. This time, 13's keen sense of smell was overshadowed by the rabbit scent, failing to detect the familiar aroma of mugwort that belonged to Haokong. "He is mine. How dare you touch him?" 13's ire escalated when the rabbit spirit seized the opportunity to brush against Haokong's waist. That rabbit was shamelessly taking liberties with him. Ever since she had deliberately severed ties with Haokong 2 years prior, 13 had refrained from transforming into human form. Yet now, provoked by this rabbit, she transformed in a fit of rage. The rabbit spirit cast a pitiful glance her way and, sporting a rather ant-like smile, said to 13, "If you had mentioned earlier that he belongs to you, I wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on him." This statement slightly quelled 13's anger, yet she replied indifferently, "You may leave now, and I suggest you avoid appearing in my sight again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I shall pluck a tuft of your rabbit fur." "Wait, dear friend. Is that exorcist the one who listens to monsters' explanations before acting against them?" The rabbit spirit, having heard of Haokong's exploits, had come to meet the exorcist who had captivated her with his tales. Though 13 was reluctant to acknowledge it, the rabbit spirit's behavior suggested that Haokong's reputation had indeed spread among the creatures of the night. Upon seeing 13 nod in affirmation, the rabbit spirit grew even more obstinate about leaving. She shifted closer, wrapping her arms around 13's right leg. "Best friend, I know he is yours. I just want to take a look. I want to do anything to him. Please don't chase me away," she said, nuzzling against 13's left leg. Was she attempting to act cute? Hidden behind a tree, Haokong watched the transformed 13, momentarily entranced. It seemed he hadn't witnessed her human form in 2 years.
You heard wrong. He is not mine.
"What you do with him is none of my concern, so let go," 13 insisted, her frustration mounting as Haokong remained oblivious. The rabbit spirit quickly caught on to the underlying tension in 13's words. She tilted her head, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she teased. "You haven't confessed your feelings to the exorcist yet, have you?" 13's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at the rabbit spirit's comment. With a little guidance, the rabbit had revealed precisely what she wanted to hear. "Excellent. You may say this in my presence, but if you ever meet that exorcist, do not utter those words. Otherwise, I assure you, the price will be more than just a tuft of your rabbit fur." 13's fierce gaze frightened the rabbit spirit, causing her to release 13's left leg and tremble as she fervently nodded. "I absolutely want to tell that exorcist you like him, but you're too afraid to admit it." If Haokong hadn't been eavesdropping nearby, 13 would have loved to pat the rabbit spirit's little head. How obedient she was, instantly voicing the very words 13 longed to hear. Marvelous. The rabbit spirit's remark left Haokong in a daze, and he felt his heart racing. The faint ache now replaced by a sweet sensation. Oblivious to her role as an unexpected matchmaker, the rabbit spirit was pulled to her feet by 13, who brushed off the dirt and weeds from her. "By the way, my name is Bai Man. What's yours?" Bai Man's tears had vanished, and she boldly clutched 13's right arm, happily shaking it. "I am Linglong. That exorcist is named Haokong. When you meet him, do take care." Were it not for the rabbit spirit's timely assistance, 13 would have preferred to keep her distance from Haokong. "Oh, Linglong, when you like someone, you must tell them boldly. We monsters should never stifle our feelings." Bai Man encouraged 13 to confess her affections to Haokong. 13 cast her a side glance. This naive rabbit spirit increasingly reminded her of the delicate Bai Xian from the mountains of Fengyu City. However, Bai Xian was as fragile as glass, while Bai Man possessed tenfold her courage. Unfazed by her earlier eavesdropping, Bai Man gazed intently at Haokong. Yet she recalled 13's previous words and dared not speak to him. Instead, she clung to 13's arm, appearing rather awkward as 13 led her to sit across from Haokong. "Linglong, who is this?" Haokong feigned ignorance, playing his role exceptionally well. "This is a rabbit demon named Bai Man. She has heard of your exorcising feats and has come to see you," 13 said with a friendly smile, subtly urging Bai Man to release her hold. Haokong humbly smiled and poured a cup of tea for Bai Man, aware that 13 was not fond of tea. On the table were 2 teapots, one filled with tea, the other with plain water. "Miss Bai, is the tea not to your taste?" he inquired kindly, noticing Bai Man had drifted off. At that moment, 13 rested her chin on her left hand, raising an eyebrow as she observed Haokong, curious about his next move. After all, it wasn't he the first time a girl had boldly expressed her feelings for him, only to be outright rejected as he stated his dedication to exorcising. Each of those spurned maidens had departed with tears in their eyes, casting Haokong a sorrowful glance before resolutely turning away.
No, no.
The tea is delightful. I was just thinking. Master Haokong, you and Linglong make such a lovely pair. It's no wonder Linglong likes you. Upon uttering this, Bai Man immediately clamped her hands over her mouth. The atmosphere turned strangely tense, as if a battle were imminent. Bai Man faced Haokong, while 13 sat to his left, calmly lifting her cup to sip plain water. Haokong was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Was he surprised? That seemed too foolish. Expressionless? That didn't seem right either. Affections can manifest in myriad forms. Liking someone can also signify admiration. Each individual interprets the concept differently, and Bai Man likely misinterpreted 13's words as romantic affection. When 13 spoke this truth, she caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in Haokong's eyes. He genuinely seemed unaware of his own true feelings. Yes, I misunderstood Linglong. I thought she meant romantic feelings, but that is not the case. Bai Man looked utterly perplexed. Her understanding clashed with what had been said earlier. It was evident that this fox demon had confessed her affection for Haokong, yet she suddenly changed her stance. Confusion reigned. Bai Man felt a twinge of disappointment. She had anticipated an unexpected reaction from Haokong, only to have 13 preempt her. The atmosphere had grown somewhat stiff, with Haokong remaining silent, the tea in his cup growing cold. Linglong, I just remembered I have some talismans yet to complete. Please stay here with Miss Bai for a while. Overwhelmed by discomfort, Haokong sought refuge from the suffocating situation, using unfinished talismans as an excuse to exit the scene. As soon as Haokong departed, Bai Man could not help but inquire of Sher-san, what you just expressed as affection clearly resembles the romantic kind. Why deceive him? Bai Man was perplexed. If Sher-san indeed harbored feelings for Haokong, the moment was ripe for her to declare her sentiments. Yet, it was evident that she had not deliberately let it slip. My feelings for him are my own. When voiced by you, an oblivious fool, the significance alters entirely. If anything, I want that simpleton to speak first. Upon returning to his room, Haokong furrowed his brow slightly, moving to the window and pushing it open. The evening sky was ablaze with clouds that appeared as though they had been set alight, vast expanses of crimson stretching across the horizon. He observed numerous couples strolling together. Although their expressions were obscured from his view, Haokong sensed a delightful atmosphere surrounding them. For a moment, his mind went blank, but gradually, Sher-san's visage emerged in his thoughts. Her every smile and frown playing out in slow motion. He found himself fantasizing about walking hand in hand with her down the street. He yearned to be with that fox, not merely as friends. Everything seemed still within reach. She remained by his side, never truly leaving. Reflecting on her words from 2 years prior about living alone, he realized she should have departed long ago, yet she had not, remaining inseparable from him. An epiphany washed over him, transforming his discomfort into a joyful understanding of his own heart. Downstairs, Sher-san was recounting some delightful experiences of exorcising demons to Bai Man when she suddenly sneezed, rubbed her nose, and drained her teacup. Realizing it was time for dinner, she summoned a waiter to order 3 dishes and a soup before preparing to ascend the stairs to call Haokong for dinner. As she placed her left foot on the first step, she looked up and saw Haokong descending. Haokong halted, their eyes meeting, and in that moment, the surrounding clamor faded away. At that instant, it was solely the two of them. After a satisfying meal, Bai Man took Sher-san by the arm and led her outside, claiming they were going for a stroll to aid digestion, leaving Haokong behind in the tea house. Not far from the establishment, Bai Man released Sher-san's arm and excitedly began to explore. Given your audacity this morning, you must be quite familiar with ordinary towns. Your current reaction puzzles me, Sher-san remarked. Her arms crossed, observing Bai Man's exuberance. I have indeed visited ordinary towns a few times, but this is my first time in Luo City, and there is much I have yet to see. Bai Man had come to Luo City for Haokong, and now that she had met him, She felt it was only a matter of time before witnessing how he exorcised demons. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a loud crash emanated from the northeast of Luo City, and a massive white python emerged from the mist. The rabbit demon's reaction to the snake demon mirrored its response to the wolf demon. Man dashed behind Shursan with remarkable speed. Too swift for Shursan to catch her movement. Do not fear. That is a female snake, and as a female rabbit, the odds are in your favor that it won't consume you. Such a dismissive reassurance fell on deaf ears for Man. Upon hearing the loud noise, Haokong bolted from the tea house, rushing in the direction where Shursan and Man had departed. Spotting Shursan unharmed eased his anxiety significantly. The white python flicked its tongue, lowering its head to observe a certain direction obscured by smoke, remaining motionless. The citizens of Luo City had heard tales of Haokong's exploits and were aware of his current whereabouts. Consequently, they flocked to the tea house for refuge. Fortunately, Haokong had exited swiftly, or he would have been engulfed by the crowd. No sooner had he spoken than the hands around his waist tightened further, causing a slight discomfort that was not enough to elicit a frown from Shursan. During their journey, an awkward silence enveloped them, and Shursan bit down hard on her back molars, thinking, this fool. The white python occupied the northeastern sector of Luo City, where the affluent resided. The closer Shursan and Haokong approached the python, the more she felt compelled to marvel at its enormity. They were mere diminutive figures in comparison. It was evident how colossal the creature was. Simply gazing up at it made Shursan's neck ache. The python's head came into view, its tongue flickering as it followed a line of sight leading to the estate of the Chung family. The gate had been damaged, and with the wind still, the area remained shrouded in smoke, which inadvertently worked to Shursan and Haokong's advantage, as it was well known that snakes had poor vision. Is anyone there? Shursan called out loudly, while Haokong observed the python's reactions, gesturing for her to continue. As they entered the back courtyard, a faint cry for help reached their ears. Shursan, leading the way, relied on her keen fox hearing. Beneath some rubble lay a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. She surmised he was the son of the Chung household. Just as Shursan and Haokong let their guard down, the white python suddenly lashed out with its tail. Instinctively, Shursan sensed danger in the surroundings. She leaped toward Haokong, grabbing the young man with her left hand, but they were unable to evade the python's sweeping tail, which struck Shursan's back. Haokong fell to the ground, sustaining minor injuries. The young man only suffering scratches, but Shursan was not so fortunate. She coughed up blood, feeling as though a vital organ within her had been ruptured by the snake's tail. Ling Long! Haokong exclaimed in panic as he scrambled to his feet, rushing to cradle her carefully. We must leave this place at once. With those words, Shursan succumbed to an endless darkness, praying that the white python would relent. As he held Shursan in his arms, Haokong's heart brimmed with fury toward the white python, but his immediate priority was to carry the fox to safety.
Can you walk?
Young master? He asked, unable to guarantee that the young man could escape unscathed. Yes. The young man, though covered in minor wounds and having just been trapped under rubble, would have to rely on his own luck to make it out safely. As they fled the Chung estate, Haokong affixed a talisman to Shursan, creating a temporary barrier around her that would protect her from the python's next strike. Do you recognize the white python? He inquired, ensuring he could escape while also questioning the young man about the creature. This question implied that he, too, was unaware of why the python had transformed into such a monster size.
Who sold you this python?
The seller must have known the creature was actually a snake demon. Haokong could no longer delay tending to the injured fox. He instructed the young man to hold his breath and remain silent as he hoisted him, using his agility to hasten toward the tea house. Leave that man behind. The white python, having lost sight of Haokong and his companions, bellowed angrily. Haokong understood that the person he had rescued was the root cause of the python's rampage. The massive tail of the serpent loomed before him. The young man's face turned pale as he clutched Haokong's sleeve in fear upon hearing the python demand that Haokong let him go. My dear sir, what have you done to incite such wrath from the serpent demon? The breath of the fox in his arms grew increasingly faint, and at that moment, Haokong was consumed by urgency. Observing the young gentleman's reluctance to speak, He swiftly retrieved 3 talismans from the sleeve that had escaped his grasp and affixed them at his feet. An imposing barrier enveloped the young man, ensuring that he would be shielded from harm by the white python for the duration of a tea's brewing. If you still refuse to speak, I shall have no choice but to leave you here. I must see to my injured companion and take her to a physician. This proclamation not only left the trembling young man in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at Haokong, but it also halted the python, which had intended to sweep its tail towards them. Could it be that this exorcist was the illustrious Haokong master? At that moment, Haokong had no time to ponder their astonishment. He hastened towards the medical clinic in Luocheng. When the physicians beheld him rushing in with a fox cradled in his arms, their expressions were one of confusion. This establishment was meant for healing humans, and they had no experience with animals. She is a fox demon. We possess healers suited for our kind. Master Haokong, please follow me. The python spoke with a tone laden with regret. Had it known sooner that Haokong intended to take the creature, it would not have so recklessly obstructed him, resulting in injury to the fox demon. In the past 2 years, while the deeds of Haokong in exorcism had become well known, his companion, the fox demon, had also gained fame as she was his most trusted partner. As Haokong carried the fox, he trailed closely behind the python, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. The news spread rapidly, prompting Man-Man to rush toward the direction everyone spoke of. Upon her arrival, the sight of the moving white creature nearly sent her leaping up a tree in fright. Cautiously, she positioned herself beside Haokong, wishing to inquire about the fox's condition. But upon glancing at Haokong's grim visage, she prudently kept silent, realizing she would have to wait for the fox to awaken to learn of what had transpired. A slender yellow weasel demon lounged upon a tree trunk, its tail swaying lazily. Haokong approached the weasel with the fox in his arms, and the python, flicking its tongue, called out to the weasel in a language understood only by demons. The weasel immediately straightened, lowering its head to regard Haokong and the fox he held tightly. Master Haokong, you must place the fox demon down. Her injuries are not suited for being held in your arms. Such a grip would undoubtedly exacerbate the fox's wounds. Yet neither of the demons could ascertain the extent of her injuries. Man-Man acted swiftly, summoning a trace of demonic energy to gather the fallen leaves around them, signaling Haokong to lay the fox upon the leafy bed. Once the fox was settled among the leaves, the weasel descended from the tree and pressed its small paws against the fox's abdomen. The unconscious fox let out a pained whimper. 2 of her ribs were broken. Fortunately, such injuries could heal on their own, for we demons possess remarkable regenerative capabilities, and her condition was not dire. However, the weasel soon discovered the most severe of her injuries. Her liver was ruptured. This internal damage necessitated a constant infusion of demonic energy to compel the fox's inner demon core to release its power, which would likely take the better part of a day. The darkness had deepened, rendering visibility nearly impossible, and even the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, hindering any further examination of the fox's injuries. The forest remained dim, preventing anyone from discerning the expression on the weasel's face. Unable to endure the oppressive darkness, Man-Man extended her left hand, igniting a flicker of demonic fire. The ethereal blue flames illuminated the weasel's grave demeanor. I require a day to channel my energy into the fox demon. I implore Master Haokong and the 2 of you to leave the forest. During the infusion, the fox may become violent. Rest assured, I will maintain control over her. Although it was prudent to heed the weasel's advice and depart, Haokong hesitated to leave. He could not bear the thought of the fox undergoing treatment alone. Should she awaken and find herself alone, would she not entertain troubling thoughts? With a sigh, the weasel conceded to Haokong's presence but cautioned, Master Haokong, should the fox become enraged, she will be in a state of unconsciousness and may not recognize you, posing a danger to your safety. The weasel's foreboding words soon came to fruition. Within less than an hour of infusing the fox with demonic energy, as her inner core began to awaken and release its power, the fox's fur bristled. Her once pale yellow eyes transformed into a reddish-brown, emitting a warning growl directed toward potential prey. She lunged towards Haokong, aiming for his neck. A single bite could sever his carotid artery, leading to his demise within mere moments. The weasel unleashed its magic, causing roots to rise from the ground to ensnare the fox's legs. But the fox's speed was greater still. Haokong preemptively shielded his neck with his left hand, but the fox bit down on his left wrist without hesitation. In the darkness, something flew away. "It's all right, Ling Long, it's all right. With me here, no one can harm you. Be calm, it's all right." With his right hand, Haokong held the fox tightly, while the roots bound her limbs, extracting her from his embrace. "Master Haokong, are you unharmed?" The weasel hurriedly approached. Concern etched across its face. Sensing the scent of blood, the fox, now restrained, grew increasingly agitated and began to thrash. The clouds veiling the moon gradually dispersed, allowing the silvery light to stream through the leaves, illuminating Haokong and the weasel. The weasel gasped, for it became clear that a portion of flesh had been bitten away from Haokong's left wrist, revealing the bone beneath. "Master, you must leave this place at once and seek a physician to staunch the bleeding."
Please depart.
The weasel would not permit Haokong to remain any longer. It summoned the remaining roots to escort him away, ensuring he was headed toward the clinic before it could return to infuse the fox with energy. The fox remained in a state of rage, and without the obstructive roots, her next target would undoubtedly be the weasel. The night had fully settled in. The clinic, typically closed at this hour, was awakened by MASU-MANHUA's frantic knocking. The drowsy physician, roused from slumber, opened the door, only to be met with the overwhelming scent of blood, instantly jolting him into alertness as he gazed wide-eyed at Haokong behind MASU-MANHUA. "Heavens! Young sir, your injuries are far too severe. Come inside and lie down." The physician rushed forward to assist Haokong, whose pallor had drained from excessive blood loss. A strip of fabric torn from MASU-MANHUA's skirt was wrapped around his wrist, serving as a makeshift tourniquet to stem the bleeding. The physician gingerly removed the light gray strip, now stained with crimson. The wound bore the unmistakable marks of having been bitten and torn by some animal's teeth, to the extent that the bone was visible. The physician could hardly fathom how the young master before him managed to endure such pain. Even the audacious MASU-MANHUA dared not gaze upon Haokong's injury, covering her eyes with her hands. Upon closer inspection, she cautiously parted her fingers for a brief glimpse, only to recoil in fright. Such a wound could only have been inflicted by a fox. Had she known earlier, she would have prevented Haokong from remaining there. Alas! When the fox awakens, she must report this matter. It would serve her right, for she had deceived him. In a sense, San had not lied. She indeed admired Haokong, and she had spoken no falsehood. With the wound treated and dawn approaching, the physician sighed in relief, but insisted that Haokong remain bedridden, forbidding him from leaving the clinic. MASU-MANHUA swore to the physician that she would ensure Haokong did not leave the bed, allowing the physician to attend to his own needs. Haokong lay in a deep slumber, his body tense. Once he relaxed, exhaustion would overtake him. Yawning, MASU-MANHUA felt drowsy herself. She glanced at the sleeping Haokong, believing he would not feign sleep, and slowly closed her eyes for a brief nap. Ultimately, it was the physician, with a hint of irritation, who roused MASU-MANHUA from her dreams, only to find Haokong's absence from the bed. Confused and dazed, she stared at the empty space for nearly the duration of a tea session, prompting the physician to sigh and shake his head. With such an injury, if he did not rest properly, he would not be able to use his left hand once new flesh grew. This statement startled MASU-MANHUA more than Haokong's injury itself, and her still groggy mind snapped to attention as she dashed out of the clinic, heading toward the forest. The sun had risen, and the streets were bustling with hurried passers-by, many of whom she accidentally collided with, offering only apologies as they disappeared from view. The yellow weasel spirit had previously set a barrier outside the forest, one that only Haokong could not breach, though it knew the barrier would not hold him for long. By the time MASU-MANHUA arrived, Haokong had already shattered the barrier and reappeared before the yellow weasel spirit, looking considerably better than the previous day. As the yellow weasel spirit observed Haokong's approach, it shook its head. It seemed this fox was of far greater significance to the master Haokong than mere importance could convey. The affection concealed in its eyes was evident to any observer, yet the parties involved remained oblivious. While MASU-MANHUA pondered the situation, the fox stirred awake, its senses immediately detecting the metallic scent of blood in the air, ultimately focusing on Haokong's concealed left hand. The yellow weasel spirit was slightly taken aback by the fox's quick recovery. This fox was indeed remarkable. Haokong, did I bite you last night? Shursan felt the taste of blood lingering in her mouth, reminiscent of the scent wafting through the air. Coupling that with Haokong's hidden left hand, she needed no further contemplation to comprehend the events of the previous night. It's merely a small injury. I've already had it bandaged, Haokong replied nonchalantly, attempting to ease Shursan's concerns. Shursan shot a glance at Bai Man, her eyes brimming with a fierce intensity that startled the rabbit spirit into divulging everything, including the physician's earlier warning. For the first time, Haokong felt that the presence of a spirit was a hindrance. He did not wish for the fox to feel guilt over the matter, yet he had underestimated the rabbit spirit's impact. The yellow weasel spirit ceased channeling its energy into the fox, allowing it to stand and shake off the leaves that clung to its fur. Haokong, we must head to the clinic now, it urged. His injuries could not be delayed. She was a spirit, and her healing abilities surpassed those of ordinary humans by several folds. The 2 broken ribs had already healed significantly, and the ruptured liver was gradually mending under the influence of the spirit's essence. Though the fox was weak, it was not in a state that warranted Haokong's indifference. Master Haokong, you can rest easy now. Her injuries have improved greatly, and she merely requires quiet recuperation, the yellow weasel spirit informed him as it approached the fox's side. Bai Man hurried to the fox's side as well, prepared to assist Haokong at a moment's notice. Shursan was vexed with herself. She had been warned in advance by the wooden crane that the tail of the white giant python would sweep through, and she had only intended to sustain a minor injury. The python's tail, however, had struck with tremendous force, and she had underestimated its strength, resulting in her severe injury and subsequent loss of consciousness. Consequently, she had inadvertently harmed Haokong during her recovery, her gaze lingering on his concealed left hand. As they walked, Bai Man found herself sandwiched between Haokong and Shursan. The issue was that neither spoke a word, plunging the atmosphere into an uncomfortable silence. This suffocating atmosphere made Bai Man acutely aware of the pain of human form. Linglong, is your injury truly much better now? She ventured, hoping to ease the tension. The words felt like a relief as they left her lips. Yes, as long as I remain quiet and rest, it will suffice. Man, what of the white giant python? Even as she moved, she could still feel a twinge of pain in her ribs, but it was far less agonizing than the previous day. Mentioning the python ignited Bai Man's ire, having heeded the yellow weasel spirit's advice to leave the forest. She recalled the python claiming it had personal grievances to address before departing. Personal grievances? Haokong, where is that young master we rescued yesterday? She inquired. If she was not mistaken, the python had attacked shortly after they had freed the young man trapped beneath the rubble. It was likely that the young master had some vendetta against the python. Prompted by Shursan's question, Haokong recalled that he had confined the young master within a barrier, rendering the python's intentions futile. After a brief interval, Haokong, forcibly kept in bed by the physician, gazed helplessly at the brown bed frame. Realizing that Shursan had taken the talisman capable of dispelling the barrier surrounding the young master, he was thus left under the watchful eyes of 2 physician assistants, unable to escape. Cursed be this barrier. Who said it? My son, is on the verge of dying of thirst. The exorcism barrier was one Haokong had meticulously designed. It not only ensnared ordinary individuals, but also prevented those outside from reaching those within. Previously, such barriers allowed ordinary people to enter and exit freely, with only spirits barred from entry. The matriarch of the Chung family leaned upon her cane outside the barrier. Any attempt to breach it resulted in a backlash, sending a servant who had tried to touch it flying. Now in human form, Shursan produced a talisman from her sleeve to dispel the barrier, tossing it toward the designated spot. With the Chung residence in ruins, the entrance obliterated by the giant python, no one could obstruct Shursan and Bai Man's entrance. Upon witnessing Shursan dissolve the barrier, the matriarch was the most agitated, supported by 2 maidservants as she approached Shursan to express her gratitude. Pray tell, young lady, do you know which scoundrel set this barrier that imprisoned my grandson? The matriarch, having expressed her thanks, nearly offended Shursan with her next words. Bai Man stifled a laugh, thinking to herself that the one who had set the barrier was currently in the clinic, and the one most concerned for him stood right before her. In a brief moment, 13 elucidated to the elder lady that the purpose of the barrier was to safeguard young Master Chung from harm inflicted by the giant python. However, once the barrier was established, the demon hunters proceeded to capture the serpent, momentarily forgetting that young Master Chung remained within the confines of the protective shield. In truth, young Master Chung was reluctant to disclose to Haokong the transgressions he had committed against the python, which had led to his current predicament. At that time, Haokong was in a hurry to take the fox to see a physician. Consequently, young Master Chung was ensnared within the barrier, compelled to deeply reflect on his actions towards the python. Little did they anticipate that the python would take Haokong to see the weasel demon, thereby rescuing 13. Presently, young Master Chung was being carried away by the servants to the nearest inn. As the Chung residence was uninhabitable, both the master and mistress had departed 2 days prior. Young Master Cheng's elder brother accompanied them, leaving only young Master Chung and the elder lady in the vast Chung manor. Early yesterday, the elder lady took a group of people to the temple to pray for the safety of her son and daughter-in-law. This fortunate act allowed them to avert disaster, leaving only young Master Chung and a few maids and servants in the expansive mansion. It seemed the white giant python had no intention of harming innocents, choosing that moment to act. Now a singular question arose. Protected by Haokong's barrier, young Master Chung was safe from the python's wrath. Therefore, where was the python now? The elder lady extended an invitation to 13 and by Man to join her at the inn, having already sent a message via carrier pigeon to inform her son of the events that had transpired at the Chung residence, urging him to summon the demon hunters. It was only now that the elder lady learned of a recently arrived demon hunter in their city, whose exploits she had heard of to some extent. She temporarily set aside her intention to visit this demon hunter, refocusing her attention on her little grandson. A physician had already attended to young Master Chung, diagnosing him as merely dehydrated and fatigued from a day without water. A good night's rest and a dose of calming medicine would suffice for his recovery. She inquired whether Miss Linglong was married, noting that young Master Chung had reached the age for marriage, yet remained unwed. The elder lady had considered several potential brides, finding them quite suitable. Thus, she was pleased to notice 13 seated before her, perceiving the young lady's demeanor as stable and mature, a fitting match for her rather reserved grandson. By Man, seated nearby, wore an expression of anticipation, occasionally cracking seeds from the bowl on the table, determined to relay the day's events to Haokong. It seemed someone needed to prompt him, lest she be left waiting indefinitely for him to grasp her feelings.
Meanwhile,
13 harbored concerns that the foolish one would prematurely bless her, wishing her to find a good husband, which would ultimately lead to her demise, not by his hand, but by exasperation. The elder lady spoke somewhat obliquely, hoping 13 would comprehend the underlying meaning of her words. 13 glanced at by Man, who was cracking seeds, and with a slight smile, addressed the elder lady. To be candid, my lady, I am a fox demon, and this beside me is a rabbit demon. Beings of different natures cannot be together. I hope for your understanding. The events of the day would undoubtedly be embellished by Man when she recounted them to Haokong. With her befuddled head, she would serve as 13th's greatest ally. The elder lady's expression shifted dramatically. This suitable young lady she had coveted was, in fact, a fox demon, a tremendous shock. The maids nearby, having heard tales of Haokong, began to suspect 13th's true identity, but remained uncertain if she was indeed the fox companion of the demon hunter. Sighing, the elder lady resolved to check on young Master Chung, weary from the revelations. She instructed a maid to ascend to the inn's 3rd floor to see if her grandson had awakened. By Man felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Noticing the elder lady showed neither fear nor disdain towards 13 and her. Turning her head, she observed 13 leisurely sipping tea, recalling that just yesterday, Haokong had poured her plain water at the tea house. Linglong, you do not drink tea, do you? By Man whispered to 13. As the maid ascended to the 3rd floor, she called out loudly in the corridor, announcing that young Master Chung had awakened. The elder lady felt a pang of embarrassment at such a display and sighed in resignation. 2 maids assisted her as they made their way from the 1st to the 3rd floor, followed closely by 13 and by Man. I truly do not enjoy tea. We are not well acquainted with the elder lady, and she is unaware of my aversion, 13 mused. It is merely a matter of pretense in front of others. Sipping a cup of tea is inconsequential. However, Only Haokong knows my preferences and indulges me. By Man, unburdened by such thoughts, obediently followed 13's lead, hastily departing the inn to head towards the physician's quarters. 13 watched her retreating figure with a knowing smile before turning to follow the elder lady. Upon reaching the third floor and pushing open the door, they found young Master Chung weakly propped up against the bed's edge. The maid who had just arrived was attending to him with water, planning to fetch some light food shortly. "Grandmother!" Young Master Chung exclaimed, his face a portrait of grievance, tinged with a hint of childlike affection. 13 had yet to fully observe young Master Cheng's appearance yesterday before losing consciousness.
Now.
She noted that he was a slender young man, but his pallid complexion struck her as somewhat unsettling, in her experience. Only those creatures hidden from the sun possessed such white skin. The elder lady's indulgence of her grandson had fostered a dependence on her greater than that on his parents. Upon seeing her, he resembled a child yet to mature. Only the elder lady could elicit such vulnerability from him. Had his father or mother been present, he would have stood rigidly, his expression serious and composed, showing none of the softness he displayed now. Soon, young Master Cheng's gaze fell upon 13, appraising her with curiosity. However, he merely regarded her as the elder lady's new maid. Meanwhile, Bai Man returned to the physician's quarters, greeting the physician, who was preoccupied with numerous patients. Many had suffered minor injuries, typically from careless accidents during work. In the room, Haokong held a medical book, though it was not focused on human ailments. Rather, it detailed the anatomy of livestock and common illnesses they might encounter. He turned to a page on rabbits, just as Bai Man entered, boldly striding to the table, pouring herself a cup of tea before sitting. "Master Haokong, I accompanied Linglong to the Chung residence today. The one you ensnared in the barrier is the second son of the Chung family. The physician has examined him, and he is not severely harmed." Bai Man refrained from hastily divulging the elder lady's conversation with 13 to Haokong. Haokong flipped the page, reading about how rabbits are inherently timid creatures that scatter at the slightest sound. In stark contrast, the rabbit demon was comfortably seated in the room of a demon hunter, quite at ease. "But have you seen that white giant python?" he inquired, his tone casual, and his eyes still glued to the book. "I did not encounter the python, but I did meet young Master Cheng's grandmother. Linglong and I had a brief chat with her. You would not believe it, Master Haokong. She initially asked Linglong if she was married." Bai Man's voice was laced with astonishment and disbelief, causing Haokong's hand, poised to turn the page, to pause as he awaited her next words. Naturally, Linglong spoke the truth. Upon hearing that she was unmarried, the old lady's face blossomed with joy, declaring her intention to invite Linglong to meet her eldest grandson in a few days. Bai Man, skilled in embellishing tales, recounted the events with flair. The medical book was forcefully shut, causing the wound on the left wrist to reopen. Observing Haokong's reaction, Bai Man felt a surge of excitement and continued. "I thought Linglong would refuse, yet to my surprise, she agreed and even revealed her identity to the old lady, who showed no disapproval." This revelation caused the medical book to fall to the floor, and Haokong's already pale complexion turned ashen under Bai Man's provocation. "Where is Linglong currently staying? I must find her." Without a moment's hesitation, Haokong attempted to rise, startling Bai Man. She had only wished to spur Haokong into action and facilitate a conversation with Shersan, but she could not allow him to leave the bed. The consequences of such a venture were unfathomable. Haokong realized he had acted too hastily, unable to fathom that his little fox would agree to meet the old lady's grandson. What if she fell in love at first sight? Such thoughts troubled him, revealing his vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the inn, the old lady sat beside her grandson's bed, gently inquiring about the events of the previous day. However, the young Master Chung was reluctant to divulge any details. Frustrated, the old lady instructed her maidservants to assist her to the next room for rest, while Shersan still had questions to pose to the young Master Chung. Before leaving, the old lady asked Shersan, "Miss Linglong, will you have time in 2 days to visit the inn and converse with this old woman? When it comes to matters of the heart, mutual affection is the ideal. What of the fox spirit? Perhaps my grandson already has someone special, and that person might be human or demon." The old lady's perceptiveness earned admiration from her maidservants, recalling how last year the third young master of the Li family fell for a rabbit spirit, but his family refused to permit their union, leading to his gradual decline in health. Just last month, a physician visited the Li family and left shaking his head and sighing, suggesting the third young master was gravely ill. The previous day's giant python had not only wreaked havoc upon the Chung residents, but also affected the neighboring Li household, though their damage was limited to a broken wall. After consuming a light meal, the maidservant exited the room, leaving Shen comfortably seated. "Are you not my grandmother's maidservant?"
Who are you?
At this moment, the young master Chung was curious about Shen's identity. "Young master, please recount how you angered that giant python yesterday, or I shall be forced to take action against you." The young master Chung was resistant to gentle persuasion, prompting Shen to show her claws. With a smile still gracing her lips, Shen remained unfazed by his disdainful demeanor. Even his grandmother's inquiries could be ignored, but this woman before him was different. Noticing the look of condescension on the young master's face, Shen's countenance began to shift, her fur taking on a vibrant red hue. In an instant, her head transformed into that of a fox, while her body retained its human form. Her hands morphed into claw-like paws, and with a swift motion, she pushed the young master onto the bed, her sharp snout mere inches from his. "Young Master Chung, I am rather impatient. By the way, I forgot to mention that had I not saved you yesterday, you would likely have been crushed by the python's tail." Her sharp fangs glistened, and the drool of the fox spirit threatened to fall upon the young master's face. Startled, he recognized this fox head as belonging to the spirit he had encountered alongside the demon exterminator the previous day, nearly causing him to cry out in terror. I confess, I deceived the python, claiming that I would marry her." Since hearing about the Li family's third young master and the rabbit spirit, the young master Chung had felt a longing to explore romantic entanglements with a demon, to taste the allure of a spirit. Little did he know how easily the python could be deceived. He had merely jested about marrying her into the Chung family, and she believed him wholeheartedly. The young master Chung quickly confessed everything. He had played with the emotions of the serpent demon, inadvertently revealing that he was merely toying with her feelings, leading her to believe he was devoted. "Young Master Chung, remember that you will pay the appropriate price for your actions." With that, Shen turned and exited the room.
Outside.
The waiting maidservants soon heard the young Master Chung call out in anger. By the time Shen returned to the medical clinic, night had fallen, and lanterns flickered outside every door, warming her heart. She needed to locate the giant python promptly. "Do not worry, physician. I will speak to her properly. Tomorrow, I assure you, the wound will not reopen." With urgency, Shen ascended to the second floor of the clinic. Reassuring herself to remain calm, she was pleased when Man, sensing the atmosphere, handed her a bowl of porridge and quietly left the room, closing the door behind her. Haokong gently traced his left wrist,
Pondering what had transpired that day.
Surely, she must be aware. Shen approached the bed, sitting down and scooping a spoonful of porridge, blowing gently to cool it. The porridge was still a bit too hot. The white porcelain spoon slowly made its way to Haokong's lips, and at last, he turned to her. Noticing her gaze fixed on the spoon, their eyes met, and she blinked, silently urging him to open his mouth and drink. Instinctively, he parted his lips slightly, sipping the porridge, the temperature just right. The physician had specially prepared it with herbs to alleviate pain. "I did indeed agree to meet old Lady Cheng's grandson in 2 days, but it is merely a meeting, nothing more. The old lady merely wishes for companionship in conversation." However, the intent was clear, and Shen was taken aback that old Lady Cheng, fully aware of her identity as a fox spirit, still wished to introduce her to her grandson. "I do not want you to go," Haokong uttered, immediately regretting his words, having unconsciously revealed his true feelings. Shen struggled to suppress a smile, her heart fluttering with joy, careful not to spill the porcelain bowl she held. "It is but a meeting. If you do not wish for me to go, then I shall not." Her submissive demeanor inexplicably filled his heart with delight. No, it was joy. The atmosphere shifted, becoming lighter, infused with an unexplainable emotion, leaving both silent for a moment. Shen felt the warmth of the bowl diminish significantly. She could not delay any longer. Ensuring that Haokong consumed the porridge was paramount. Humans and demons can indeed coexist, he thought, yearning to reach out and grasp her hand. Yet it was not the right time. Nevertheless, he placed his injured left hand upon her wrist, where she held the bowl. As time passed, Haokong's heart raced with anxiety. He had yet to witness a demon in a relationship with a human. What could the outcome of such a union possibly be? It was likely beyond imagination. Was it not, Haokong? This indicates a diversion of topic. 13's intentions are deliberate. In the past 2 years, this fool remained oblivious. But now that he has come to his senses, he wishes to be with her. This will not be an easy endeavor. Thus, I have been diligently striving to alter the relationship between humans and demons, beginning with myself. Linglong, you shall be my Haokong, the only one I cherish. And, in the future, my sole wife. This fool, now enlightened, has articulated all that 13 longed to hear in one breath.
Outside.
It is not only by Man who eavesdrops. The physician, who is to assist Haokong with his bandages, has also joined the ranks of listeners. Such a solemn confession causes 13 to grip the bowl tighter, her composure steady, as she rises to place the bowl down on the table, contemplating that this porridge is destined to remain unfinished by Haokong. Meanwhile, Haokong, seated on the bed, cannot take his eyes off 13, his heart racing, realizing that waiting for an answer is an excruciatingly prolonged ordeal. The open window allows a gentle breeze to waft in, and 13 approaches the bedside once more, standing above him, while he must tilt his head slightly to gaze at her. From by Man's perspective, all she can perceive is 13's back and a glimpse of Haokong's hand. 13 leans forward, lightly kissing Haokong's lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water, just a fleeting touch. Her eyes sparkling with mischief. Do you remember 2 years ago, the reason behind our quarrel? 13 believes this to be the perfect moment to reminisce about past grievances. After all, she was deeply vexed by him back then, and now that this fool has finally awakened, it is time to revisit old accounts. Reflecting on 2 years ago, the figure that left the most profound impact on Haokong was Master Hanjing. He still recalls the things that were spoken. Moreover, 13 once remarked that foxes prefer solitude and maintain a distance from companions. It has been 2 years since he last embraced 13 in her fox form. With 13's inquiry regarding her past grievances, the answer is now clear. She disliked being relegated to the status of merely a friend. At that time, Linglong still held significant importance in my heart. I simply had not realized that such deep feelings signified my affection for you. With his uninjured right hand, he caresses 13's neck gently, drawing her closer, their breaths entwined. Outside the door, the physician, holding a medicine bottle and fine cloth for bandaging, notices the prolonged silence within the room and glances at the blushing by Man, perplexed by what she might have witnessed to cause such a flush. By Man covers her increasingly warm face, unable to stop the physician from pushing the door open. Inside, 13 appears slightly breathless, her ears tinged with red. Initially seated at the bedside, upon hearing the door open, she quickly stands and strides towards the table, taking up the now cold bowl of porridge, stammering as she informs Haokong that she will fetch a new bowl. "Young Master Haokong, how has your wound reopened?" The physician's exclamation comes from behind, causing 13 to stumble slightly. By Man watches her exit with a mischievous grin, laughing without any semblance of decorum. Following 13 into the small kitchen of the clinic, she grins and says, "Hee Linglong, I've seen everything." 13, undeterred, calmly scoops the still hot porridge into a porcelain bowl, her previously flushed ears now seeming like mere illusions. "You're still young. You shouldn't be peeking, Man." Once the fox slips from Haokong's sight, she reverts to her cunning nature, ensuring this rabbit demon gains no advantage. "Boo-woo, all you fox demons are so two-faced, behaving one way in front of others and another behind their backs." By Man now comprehends that everything unfolds according to this fox's scheme. Soon after, the earlier scene transpires. Clearly, this rabbit demon remains oblivious to her own nature. Had 13 not seen through her, knowing she would embellish tales to Haokong, this evening's delightful spectacle might never have occurred, with the rabbit demon playing a significant role.
Hey.
Linglong, your blatant use of me truly wounds my heart. By Man feigns heartbreak, clutching her chest while her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Having prepared the porridge, 13 finds a tray to place it alongside some light dishes, casting a sidelong glance at By Man. Their evaluations of the esteemed young Master Chung are high. Yet this rabbit demon beside her possesses an audacity tenfold that of her kin, albeit with a naive yet somewhat shrewd mind. Perhaps she might indeed capture young Master Cheng's heart, thereby facilitating a joyful union, transforming into a cherished tale among the demons. Bai Man quickly shakes her head in refusal, maintaining a cautious stance towards mortals, unable to lower her guard within such a short span. If you are unwilling, then accompany me to find that giant python.
Fear not.
I will protect you, 13 proposes as they leave the small kitchen. Torn between a mortal and the snake demon they least wish to confront, Bai Man realizes this troublesome fox is intentionally leading her astray. No, I believe it more vital to substitute you in meeting young Master Cheng. If I accompany you to search for the giant python, I would merely hinder you, so I shall obediently meet young Master Cheng instead. Bai Man is resolute in her decision not to join 13 in pursuing the giant python. At the very least, a mortal is preferable to a giant snake. Very well. In 2 days, at the hour of the snake, you shall proceed to that inn to meet the old matriarch Cheng. 13 adopts an unpressured tone, indicating this is a choice made by Bai Man herself. As she pushes open the door, the physician, having just unwrapped the fine cloth from Haokong's left wrist, reveals that the wound appears to be slightly festering, a troubling sign. The physician's expression darkens as he sternly warns Haokong to rest. Rest, rest. 13, filled with remorse, assures the physician that such a wound reopening will not occur again. After repeated assurances, the physician tends to Haokong's injury, which causes him to break into a sweat from the pain. Clean cloth is meticulously wrapped around Haokong's wrist, and the physician departs, his countenance still grim. The forest is shrouded in darkness, the moonlight unable to penetrate such gloom. Bai Man feels a twinge of cowardice, realizing that it is late, and she ought to take refuge in a mortal inn. The night forest is a hunting ground for predators, and she, a fragile and helpless rabbit, decides it prudent to steer clear of such peril. With this thought in mind, Bai Man swiftly turns back, choosing the warm glow of countless lights over the treacherous hunting ground before her. The following day, Bai Man arrives at the clinic during the morning hours, where 13 is feeding Haokong breakfast. Noticing Bai Man enter without knocking, 13 is initially exasperated but unconsciously indulges the rabbit demon's rudeness, allowing her to sit naturally at the table. Enjoying her breakfast with unrestrained delight, Bai Man's rabbit ears perk up, one standing proudly while the other droops, both quivering with joy. At this moment, a knock sounds at the door. 13 glances at Bai Man's protruding rabbit ears, a smile tugging at her lips as she says,
Come in.
The physician enters, balancing a tray in one hand and pushing the door open with the other. His gaze first falls upon 13 seated by the bed, before catching sight of something stirring in the corner of his eye. As I gazed back, what stirred was the ears of a rabbit, perched atop the head of that fair maiden. The physician, startled by the rabbit ears in his tray, nearly dropped it, only to be swiftly caught by Shirsan. Unbeknownst to Bai Man, who was indulging in her meal, her rabbit ears had been revealed, and she stared at the physician with a puzzled expression. A monster. The physician, dedicated to healing, had only heard rumors of Haokong but had never encountered him in person. Furthermore, many shared the same name. Who could confirm that the figure lying on the bed was indeed the famed Master Haokong? Just as Bai Man was engulfed in confusion, Shirsan placed the tray on the table and playfully pinched one of the upright rabbit ears. The ears of a rabbit demon are particularly sensitive. A chill ran down Bai Man's spine as she dropped her chopsticks and hurriedly reached up to touch her head. When had her ears sprouted? Coughing, the physician reassured. Do not be alarmed. Though this young lady is a rabbit demon, you know that herbivorous monsters do not pose a threat to humans. In truth, the only one capable of coexisting peacefully with demons was a demon slayer named Haokong, and the physician had come to realize Haokong's true identity. According to the rumors, Master Haokong was supposed to be accompanied by a fox demon. How had it turned into a rabbit demon? Observing the physician's bewilderment, Shirsan, with a mischievous spirit, let her own fox ears emerge at that moment, twitching slightly. This was the first time the physician had encountered a demon, and now there were two before him, one of which was a carnivorous fox, prompting him to regard Shirsan with a cautious demeanor. Bai Man, who should have been enjoying her breakfast, now found herself disheartened by the revelation of her identity and hid behind Shirsan. The physician, witnessing her retreat, felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He recalled the wild rabbits he had encountered while foraging for herbs, timid creatures that posed no threat. "Young Miss Haokong, are you indeed the Master Haokong of legend?" he inquired. Leaning against the bed, Haokong coughed a few times and nodded. "I am indeed. Ling Long, please conceal your ears quickly." The fox ears twitched briefly before vanishing at the blink of the physician's eye, yet Bai Manman's rabbit ears remained, and her trepidation prevented her from stepping out from behind Shirsan. As a rabbit demon, her inability to conceal her ears felt profoundly embarrassing. Bai Manman's heart was heavy with unspoken sorrow. She had not anticipated the physician's intense reaction to demons, which only amplified her fondness for old Madame Chung. In contrast to the physician's response, she now held old Madame Chung in higher regard. Gripping the fabric of Shirsan's waist tightly, she refused to let go. Her upright rabbit ears alert to any sound in the room. The physician composed himself, approached the table, and picked up the medicine jar and cloth, moving to the bedside to carefully unwrap the cloth from the previous day. He recalled the principle by which Master Haokong exorcised demons, to thoroughly understand the circumstances before taking action, ensuring that no innocent demon was harmed. The physician firmly believed that demons, like humans, possess both virtuous and malevolent traits. He did not wish to cast blame solely upon demons, for humans too could err. Over the past 2 years, Haokong and Shirsan had witnessed numerous instances where demons had done nothing wrong, their grievances stemming from human greed. Fortunately, those humans were now striving to reflect and amend their avarice. The physician agreed with Haokong's perspective. Humans were capable of wrongdoing, and he had long harbored disdain for exorcists who indiscriminately placed all blame on demons. A year prior, an exorcist had visited his clinic, and during the healing process, the exorcist frequently spoke of the atrocities committed by demons against ordinary folk. The physician, believing in first-hand experience, had refrained from engaging in conversation with the exorcist. After the exorcist recovered, he ventured southwest, and mere days later, news of his demise reached the physician, with speculation that he had fallen victim to a monstrous bat demon. This enormous bat, lurking in the southwest, could turn a victim into a lifeless husk with a single breath. The physician mused that Bai Manman, full of vitality, was far more delightful. Before departing, he turned to her and said, "Young miss, your ears are quite adorable." Shirsan, with a hint of disdain, glanced at Bai Manman's protruding rabbit ears and couldn't resist pinching them, observing how Bai Manman puffed up in indignation. Indeed, it was rather charming. Haokong watched Shirsan playfully tormenting Bai Manman, feeling inexplicably pleased. After 2 years without a fellow demon, Shirsan seemed genuinely happy to have a rabbit demon around. Bai Manman, pouting, rested her chin on the table, watching Shirsan leave while mumbling softly to herself. How could I possibly amuse Master Haokong? The one who brings him joy is off seeking that giant python. The yellow weasel demon resided deep within the forest, atop a colossal intertwined tree. Its nest nestled there, a place once inhabited by the giant python. Following the yellow weasel demon, Shirsan arrived beneath the tree, where the weasel pointed to a specific spot, revealing it to be where the python had once dwelled. They had coexisted for about 2 or 3 years. In truth, the python was quite innocent, yearning for the world of mortals. Thus, when young Master Ching appeared, promising to take her away from the forest, the python did not hesitate to follow him, undeterred by the weasel's attempts to dissuade her. Xiao Nian, she longs for the world of mortals. She enjoys the company of humans. But these are mere fantasies. When the day comes for such dreams to materialize, she will embrace it without hesitation. The python, named Xiao Nian by the yellow weasel, still remembered the day she received her name and how elated she had been. With her fox ears perked up, Shirsan listened intently to the myriad sounds surrounding her, hoping to locate the giant python. The yellow weasel had decided to accompany Shirsan in search of the python, believing that with its presence, the python would not act rashly. Approaching noon, the forest remained cool due to its depth, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the undergrowth. Meanwhile, at the physician's clinic, the physician had prepared a thoughtful midday meal, featuring a dish made from carrots. Even through the door, Bai Manman could smell the delightful aroma. Rising on tiptoe, She approached the bedside, gazing at the still sleeping Haokong. She hesitated to disturb him, recalling how their first encounter had resulted in a stray tuft of rabbit fur being bitten off by that pesky fox. Master Haokong, it is time for you to awaken for lunch. Her gentle call was enough to rouse Haokong from his slumber, his mind still alert despite his light sleep. There was no need for Man to assist him in sitting up. He managed to prop himself up with his right hand, leaning against the edge of the bed. The physician knocked twice before entering, placing the meal on the table. At Haokong's request, the physician helped him out of bed and into a chair at the table, where he was able to hold a spoon and sip his porridge. Master Haokong, how did you come to know Linglong? When did you start to harbor feelings for her? The initial statement was somewhat acceptable, but the subsequent remark caused the physician, who was sipping water, to spit it out. While the doctor had heard of relationships between humans and spirits, he never expected that the fox spirit who had always been by Haokong's side was actually in love with him. The water sprayed onto the face of Man, who, unfazed, casually wiped her face with her sleeve and, with a flat expression, looked at the physician and said, "Have you never heard of love between humans and spirits?" The physician nodded vigorously. He had heard of such romances, but never of a relationship between an exorcist and a spirit. Haokong continued to enjoy his porridge, waiting for the conversation between Man and the physician to conclude before he intended to speak. He too was pondering when he had begun to harbor feelings for that little fox. Meanwhile, Shursen walked through the forest alongside the yellow weasel spirit, occasionally lowering her head to sniff the ground. She had detected the scent of a giant python. Following the trail of the scent, they discovered the molted skin of a giant python. The yellow weasel spirit picked up the skin with her claws, confirming it belonged to the giant python, Xiaonian. After shedding its skin, Xiaonian would be invisible for 3 to 5 days. Judging by the color of the skin, it must have shed it just yesterday. Having spent 2 or 3 years with the giant python was not in vain. It was established that after shedding, the giant python would be blind for 3 to 5 days. Therefore, it should not have strayed far and might have chosen to remain nearby. When they found the giant python, it was still in a deep, unnatural sleep, as any creature in the forest would become alert at the slightest sound. Shursen stepped on numerous dry twigs and leaves, yet the giant python remained undisturbed, which was very unusual. The bold yellow weasel spirit cautiously extended her paw to the python's nose, feeling its breath before relaxing. She then placed her paw on the python's neck. Shursen sat down to scratch herself, but before she could finish, she heard the yellow weasel spirit's footsteps, which carried a sense of panic. "What happened?" she asked, remaining seated. The giant python showed no signs of waking, yet the yellow weasel spirit appeared quite frightened. Xiaonian. She is pregnant." Upon hearing this, Shursen could no longer sit still. She rose and approached the giant python, noticing the slight darkening of its light yellow eyes. Shursen, the half-immortal, confirmed that the giant python was indeed pregnant, and the offspring within her belonged to a mortal. The confirmation from the wooden crane astonished Shursen, who had been squinting her eyes, now wide with disbelief. Because the offspring belonged to a mortal, it was best not to let the giant python maintain her original form. She needed to take on a human shape to carry the child, requiring a gestation period of 10 months before giving birth. The wooden crane continued to explain the precautions necessary when a spirit carries a mortal child, but Shursen's mind was racing. She had been staring at the giant python's head for nearly a tea's worth of time. She needed to find a way to wake her up, as she looked quite uncomfortable. Shursen was anxious to have the giant python transform into human form so they could safely leave the forest and take her to the clinic for a checkup. The yellow weasel spirit produced a herb from somewhere and placed it before the giant python's nose, which soon roused her. Upon seeing the yellow weasel, the python did not exhibit any signs of alertness. However, upon spotting the crimson fox nearby, the giant python sprang up, only to realize her condition and lay back down. Xiaonian looked at the yellow weasel spirit. She was more inclined to believe what the weasel spirit said than Shursen's words. The frail and delicate figure appeared before Shursen's eyes, too weak to stand. "Xiaonian, once we leave the forest, you must listen to this delicate girl. Rest assured, she will not harm you," the yellow weasel spirit advised as Shursen supported Xiaonian on the way to the clinic. Along the journey, Shursen learned how Qing'er Shao and Xiaonian had met and fallen in love. However, it seemed that Xiaoyan was the only one truly invested in the relationship, prompting San to sigh inwardly. In the bustling city of Luo, many merchants hurriedly made their way to the inns, staying only a night before continuing their journey. The southwestern region had become unanimously deemed a place to avoid. No merchant would choose to travel in that direction, as it was believed to be uninhabited. As dusk approached, San assisted the frail Xiaoyan to the clinic, where the physician happened to descend from the second floor. Upon recognizing San as a fox spirit, he felt a slight sense of trepidation. "Doctor, this is
Xiaoyan.
She is very weak. Could you please check her pulse and advise on her condition?" San hesitated slightly at the mention of Xiaoyan's name. She initially intended to inform the physician that Xiaoyan was the giant python who had caused a commotion at Cheng's house the other day. But recalling the physician's reaction to spirits that morning, she decided against it. The priority was Xiaoyan's health. Understanding her condition was essential for the appropriate treatment. The physician gestured for San to help Xiaoyan into a nearby chair. The other busy physicians paid no heed to their presence. Xiaoyan extended her right hand, placing it upon the pulse pillow, while the physician gently placed his left-hand fingers upon her wrist. From the second floor, Man overheard San's voice and informed Haokong before rushing downstairs. Upon seeing Xiaoyan's pale complexion, her instincts kicked in, sensing danger from a cold-blooded creature. Man became agitated, recognizing that the girl the physician was checking was indeed the giant python. Upon hearing the hurried footsteps, San turned to see who had approached and waved Man over. As Man reached her side, she instinctively clutched the fabric at San's waist. "Delicate girl, Xiaoyan has been pregnant for 2 months. Her pulse is erratic, which is not a good sign. Moreover, she is physically weak and needs to recuperate." The physician's expression grew grave after checking Xiaoyan's pulse. While he congratulated her, he felt compelled to admonish her for neglecting her health during pregnancy. With such a frail constitution, the child within her might not survive. At that moment, Xiaoyan, feeling anxious, grasped San's hand, her eyes pleading for help, filled with a single word: save. "Xiaoyan, do not worry. Both you and your child will be safe." Gently stroking Xiaoyan's hair, San had resolved to protect the child within her. Man peered curiously, catching sight of Xiaoyan, who smiled warmly at her. This gesture gave Man the courage to step out from behind San and properly assess Xiaoyan, who looked exceedingly weak. From this day forth, Xiaoyan officially took up residence in the clinic's second floor, sharing a room with San, while Man insisted on staying as well, resulting in the 3 spirits being crammed into one room. From the perspective of ordinary humans, the room could barely accommodate 3 young women, yet from the spirit's viewpoint,
It was just right.
San carried the evening meal, while Man opened the door to Haokong's room, wisely refraining from entering and instead closing the door behind them to set the stage for their eavesdropping plans. Before she could turn fully, a warm presence pressed against her back, one hand wrapped in fine cloth, freshly changed, while the other appeared normal. 2 arms encircled San's waist, and she felt a slight pressure on her shoulder. Haokong embraced her from behind, his every breath cascading upon San's neck, igniting a delightful itch. "It appears you have made a swift recovery, Haokong. You are now able to rise from your bed and walk about." Leaning slightly backward, she was careful not to disturb the wound on his left wrist as she gently placed her hands upon the back of his hand. Having not seen San for nearly an entire day, the moment she entered with the evening meal, a singular thought filled his mind: to hold her at this very moment and savor their fleeting time together, constantly reminding himself to heal quickly. Upon hearing her voice echoing from downstairs, he had yearned to exit the room, eager to see her. This enlightened fool was indeed remarkable. San, overwhelmed with joy upon hearing his words, could not help but let her fox tail reveal itself. This made Haokong chuckle, and playfully, he reached out with his right hand to touch her tail, instantly causing her to stiffen in his embrace. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Haokong quickly turned San to face him. She wore a crimson blush, losing her balance and tumbling into his arms, transforming from her earlier rigidity to a warm softness in less than the blink of an eye. You must never touch my tail again," she admonished him, her tone laced with a quivering plea and a hint of allure. Observing her reaction, Hao Kong felt no inclination to heed her warning. Rather, he contemplated touching it once more, finding her warmth utterly delightful. Sensing his intentions, Shirsan hastily tucked her tail away and attempted to wriggle free from his embrace, but alas,
Her strength was still lacking.
I promise I shall never touch your tail again. Linglong, the food will grow cold. Let us hasten to our supper. Shirsan, however, could not discern the sincerity in his words, instead detecting a teasing undertone. With her hands planted firmly against his chest, she looked up at him. You are certainly deceiving me. If you do not believe me, reveal your tail once more. I assure you, I will not touch it. The crafty fox hesitated for the first time in front of Hao Kong, unconvinced by his whimsical claims. After their evening meal, Shirsan ventured to the adjacent room to observe the interaction between Bai Manman and Xiao Nian. The food prepared for Xiao Nian had been specially requested by the physician. In her kanji, a hint of medication to stabilize her condition had been added, for her health was frail. Even in her true form, she might struggle against Bai Manman. The rabbit. Inside the room, Bai Manman and Xiao Nian appeared to coexist harmoniously, primarily due to Xiao Nian's weakened state and her clear aversion to rabbit meat, which allowed Bai Manman to feel comfortable in her company. Man, we foxes also consume meat. Why do you not fear me? Shirsan inquired, echoing a question that had lingered in her mind. The rabbit demon, terrified of her, showed no fear towards the fox. While washing her face, Bai Manman could be seen using her delicate front paws to rub her cheeks with remarkable speed. Her large red eyes blinked as she glanced at the resting Xiao Nian on the bed, then back at the fox beside her. I often see snakes devouring rabbits, but I have never encountered a fox that does the same. Thus, I believe that a fox, despite being a carnivore, would have little interest in rabbit meat. Shirsan, feeling exasperated, decided to sneak off to the next room to rest. She had initially wanted to share with the naive rabbit how many rabbits she had devoured in the Minxing Mountains. Observing Bai Manman's innocent expression, she sighed softly, concluding that it was best to keep the truth to herself. In the room, a chair adorned with a soft cushion awaited, where the rabbit settled to sleep. Once Bai Manman had succumbed to slumber, the fox quietly leapt off the table, nudging the door open with her head and slipping out. In midair, she executed a graceful arc, successfully landing atop Hao Kong's abdomen. In his drowsy state, he instinctively stroked the fox's head with his right hand. The fox curled up, her large tail covering her face, and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, the physician gently knocked on the door, bringing fresh linens and medicine for Hao Kong. Upon entering, he beheld the scene. Hao Kong, seated at the bed's edge, held a book filled with remedies for poultry ailments, while the crimson fox, sprawled across his thigh, appeared to be that very Linglong. At this moment, Shirsan stretched languorously upon Hao Kong's lap, her body elongated as if nestled between his legs. She was in a state of blissful sleep, completely oblivious to the noise of the door opening. Hao Kong placed a finger to his lips, signaling the physician to be quiet as he set down the tray, and then closed the book. For 2 consecutive days, aside from the initial day when his wound had reopened, he had been meticulous in monitoring its condition. Now, he was recovering splendidly, with the signs of infection having vanished, requiring only timely medication. He believed that soon he would be able to leave the clinic, continuing his journey southwest with the little fox. Young Master Hao Kong, I have heard that the Lin clan's exorcists, along with the Chung family's esteemed couple, have arrived in Luo City, the physician informed him. This was news shared by the patients of the day, and the physician assumed that, as an exorcist himself, Hao Kong might be somewhat acquainted with them. Shirsan stirred awake upon hearing the phrase Lin clan exorcists, her previously relaxed ears instantly perking up, followed by the opening of her eyes. Hao Kong felt a stir of emotions within him. It was likely that they had come with the Chen couple, perhaps even Uncle Chen, or his father. Physician, is Hao Kong well enough to walk outside now? Previously injured by Xiao Nian, Hao Kong had sustained internal injuries, and resting was essential for his recovery. Hearing the voice of the fox, the physician still found it challenging to adapt to interacting with a demon. Linglong, young Master Hao Kong's internal injuries have healed remarkably well. He should be able to walk outside the clinic by tomorrow. His wrist injury has also shown excellent recovery. During the subsequent dressing change, Shirsan closely observed Hao Kong's wrist. noting that the wound had begun to scab over. If all went well, it would heal in about half a month. Once the dressing was complete, the physician informed Shan that breakfast was nearly ready. Before leaping off the bed, she gently nudged Hao Kong's cheek with her nose before bounding down, following the physician to the next room to summon others. Upon exiting the door, she transformed into her human form in the blink of an eye, startling the physician, who nearly dropped the tray. Pushing open the door to the adjoining room, she found Xiao Nian already awake. Shan hurried to assist her in rising. As today's task was to take Xiao Nian out to bask in the sun, the garden behind the clinic offered fresh air. With Shan's presence, Bai Man felt considerably braver, even helping Xiao Nian with her long hair as they discussed hairstyles for her. Man, where are you headed today? Do you know? If Bai Man had accompanied Shan to the forest to find Xiao Nian yesterday, she could have stayed in the clinic today, caring for Xiao Nian. Upon hearing Shan's friendly reminder, Bai Man lost all desire to assist Xiao Nian with her hair, her hands dropping the comb. Xiao Nian, bewildered, awaited Shan's continuation, curious about where Bai Man was planning to go and why she looked so dispirited at the mention of it. The day before yesterday, I promised Elder Cheng that I would come by in a couple of days to keep her company, but Hao Kong is reluctant for me to go. I considered sending Man in my stead, offering her two options. She chose to visit Elder Cheng. As she uttered the words, Hao Kong is reluctant for me to go, the fox's eyes sparkled with a tender affection. Upon witnessing this, Bai Man pouted in dissatisfaction, yet she could not defy the decision made for her. She vividly recalled the tuft of rabbit fur that had been bitten off by the fox. For the sake of her beautiful fur, she hesitated to go against the choice bestowed upon her by Shan, and besides, she had consented willingly. Had she known beforehand that the giant python did not consume rabbit meat, she would have sought out the python instead of choosing to visit old Madame Cheng. After finishing breakfast, Shan watched with a gentle smile as Bai Man departed from the clinic, heading towards the inn to keep old Madame Cheng company. When Bai Man appeared before old Madame Cheng, although the old lady was rather pleased with Shan, she found herself equally satisfied with the somewhat timid yet obedient Bai Man after observing her for a while. During their conversation, Bai Man gradually opened up to old Madame Cheng, sharing tales of how that fox had deceived her, which elicited laughter from the old lady. To the discerning eye, it was apparent that Bai Man was a naive and endearing girl. As Cheng Dasha approached her, Bai Man felt her heart race for the first time, so much so that she seemed to forget how to breathe. Unlike the carefree demeanor of Cheng Dasha appeared mature and composed. Upon greeting old Madame Cheng, his serious expression instantly transformed into a heartwarming smile. He brushed past Bai Man, moving directly to old Madame Cheng's side, softly inquiring about her recent well-being. When he mentioned his unworthy younger brother, his countenance darkened slightly. The entire family indulged him, and old Madame Cheng, who had spoiled Cheng the most, now regretted her excessive pampering. Bai Man, seated across from them, was so nervous that she occasionally swallowed hard, her fingers intertwined beneath the table, constantly fidgeting with her legs. Xiao Che, this is Miss Bai Man. Thanks to her and her friends, Xiao Yu has narrowly escaped from the jaws of that serpent demon. Although old Madame Cheng had never encountered the serpent demon, she had heard various rumors about her grandson from the maidservants. Unable to discern the truth among the myriad of tales, she lamented that her grandson was reluctant to share the details. However, since the last time that Linglong girl had spoken with her grandson, he had been unusually well-behaved. At last, Cheng Dasha's gaze fell upon Bai Man, not assessing her appearance, but rather expressing gratitude, before assisting old Madame Cheng up to the third floor, with Bai Man trailing behind. Grandma, regarding that serpent demon, Father specifically sent me to Lin City to invite the Lin clan's demon exterminators. They will assist us in dealing with this threat. The notorious exterminators were etched in the minds of demons, and merely hearing their names sent chills down their spines. Bai Man was no exception. Although she could be innocent at times, she understood the importance of self-preservation during critical moments. At this juncture, as Bai Man felt a chill of fear, she recalled what Shan had said before her departure. Man, the Chung family has invited the Lin clan's demon exterminators. You might encounter them at the inn. Do not be afraid. If you truly are, hide behind old Madame Cheng and help me check if those two individuals from the Lin clan are among them. San produced two hastily drawn portraits, one resembling Uncle Chen and the other Lin Gaozhu. She needed to confirm whether these two had arrived in Luo City. If they had, San would inform Haokong to make a decision. In that moment, Bai Man focused intently on old Madame Cheng's back, aside from Haokong. All other exterminators were terrifying figures to her. Grandma, the Lin clan's demon exterminators will soon arrive at the inn. Let us first chat with Xiao Yu. Initially, the Lin clan's exterminators would meet with Qing Ersha, inquiring about details regarding the serpent demon, such as its favorite haunts, which Qing Ersha would certainly know. Bai Man felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles, her discomfort palpable as she managed only a forced smile and a few words to old Madame Cheng before lapsing into silence. Miss Bai, you do not appear well. Is something amiss? Cheng Dasha had been subtly observing Bai Man, recognizing her as the benefactor who had saved his younger brother. Actually,
Xiaoke.
Man is a rabbit demon, old Madame Cheng interjected, revealing Bai Man's true identity to her eldest grandson. This revelation heightened Bai Man's discomfort. She feared Cheng Dasha would be apprehensive of her and wished to leave the inn. Cheng Dasha, astonished, cast a surprised glance at Bai Man, his expression revealing nothing but shock, devoid of the fear she dreaded. Cheng Ersha, lying on the bed, exclaimed in surprise, "You are in league with that fox. Are you not?" The only known fox in Luo City was the one Bai Man could easily guess. Having witnessed its influence over Qing Ersha in such a short time. That young lady is Linglong. Refrain from calling her a fox. It is impolite, came old Madame Cheng's admonition. Cheng Dasha regarded his grandmother curiously. He found it odd that she harbored no fear of demons, treating them as equals to humans. Perhaps it was because she had once been saved by a demon in her youth. Had that demon not rescued her, his grandfather would have lived a solitary life. As Bai Man contemplated making her exit, the Lin clan's demon exterminators knocked on the door, startling her into dashing behind old Madame Cheng with remarkable speed, leaving Qing Ersha in a state of disbelief, while Cheng Dasha managed to mask his astonishment. The door swung open, revealing Lin Gaozhu and Uncle Chen leading the way. Bai Man peeked out, risking everything to see if the individuals depicted in the portraits were indeed present.
To her dismay,
both figures from the portraits were indeed there, and she nearly blacked out from the shock. The moment Uncle Chen stepped into the room, he sensed the aura of the rabbit demon mingled with a familiar essence, though he could not immediately place it. After a round of pleasantries, Lin Gaozhu's gaze gradually shifted toward old Madame Cheng. "Madame Cheng, we will be taking the rabbit demon with us." The phrase to slay the demon was an ingrained command within Lin Gaozhu's very being. Bai Man internally called out for San and Haokong, praying that at least one of them would come to her aid. Gripping old Madame Cheng's sleeve tightly, she refrained from speaking, fearing that uttering a word could seal her fate. Meanwhile, on the roof of the clinic, San stood, inhaling the air, detecting a familiar scent akin to Haokong's among the various aromas, indicating that the Lin clan's exterminators had arrived. It seemed the rabbit demon had encountered them, and San found herself curious about the unfolding events, eager to sneak a glance. Old Madame Cheng took a step forward, shielding Bai Man from Lin Gaozhu's view, holding her right hand reassuringly, urging her not to be afraid. It was widely known that the Lin clan's demon exterminators could slay any demon they encountered, regardless of their skill level. Today, she found herself believing it. The rabbit spirit, among all the creatures, is considered the weakest existence. Even when they are in their rabbit form, they exhibit timidity, which remains unchanged upon becoming a spirit. Lin Gaozhu furrowed his brow, realizing that the elderly lady before him was unlike others who sought their help to exorcise spirits. She bore no fear of the supernatural. "This rabbit spirit has a connection with me. I implore you, esteemed exorcists, to turn a blind eye and spare it." Asking the exorcists to overlook a spirit right before them seemed almost impossible. The old lady approached this with a sense of hope, ready to have her eldest grandson escort them out if needed, as she was resolute in protecting the rabbit spirit from any harm. Lin Gaozhu hesitated between capturing the rabbit spirit and his concern for the elderly lady, fearing that any harm inflicted would tarnish the reputation of exorcists. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the window, revealing a crimson fox perched on the sill, licking its front paw and wagging its large tail enthusiastically.
It's
Linglong. Upon seeing the fox, Qinshu froze, realizing that its presence in Luo City meant that the young master was also nearby. Without hesitation, Lin Gaozhu swiftly produced 3 exorcism talismans from his sleeve and hurled them towards the fox. The old lady attempted to intervene, but her frail form could not keep pace with Lin Gaozhu's speed. Fortunately, the quick-witted Qing Xiao was there to steady her, preventing her from falling. The fox allowed the rabbit to leap onto its back, and as the talismans flew towards them, it jumped down, swiftly vanishing from sight. Cheng Er Xiao watched the spectacle unfold from his bed, thoroughly entertained, yet his fear of Shi Sen lingered deeply in his heart. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. He wanted to stealthily pluck a tuft of fur from the fox to avenge his own lost fur. Man, you've become quite mischievous," the fox remarked nonchalantly, quickening its pace, causing the rabbit on its back to nearly lose its meal. "Woo, I was just frightened by those exorcists. Can't you compensate me with a tuft of your fur for comfort?" The rabbit was audaciously demanding more. Upon reaching the medical clinic, the fox suddenly halted, causing the rabbit to fly off its back and be perfectly caught by Dr. Zhang. Man, what did you just say?" The fox feigned ignorance, scratching its ear as it settled down on the ground. Dr. Zhang, realizing that the rabbit in his arms was no ordinary creature but the esteemed Lady Bai, felt the weight of the situation. The rabbit nestled into his embrace, wishing there were a hole to hide in, wanting to escape the reality of the potential danger it faced. "Linglong, you're bullying Lady Bai again," remarked Haokong, who had just been allowed to walk after his recovery. Witnessing this scene unfold, the busy physicians around them were frozen in shock. There was a spirit outside the clinic. "I haven't bullied her. Ask her yourself, Haokong." Man, have I bullied you?" His words conveyed no other emotion to those present, except for the rabbit, who sensed a threatening undertone. The rabbit pondered that with Haokong now present, he was the only one capable of healing that troublesome fox, and she could not miss such a golden opportunity. Like a child ready to tattle, the rabbit clung tightly to Dr. Zhang, terrified that if she left his embrace, the fox would pounce on her. Regrettably for the rabbit, she was not as cunning as the fox. Before the fox could whisk her away to the inn, it had already informed Haokong of the day's events. "Lady Bai, I was told by Linglong this morning that those exorcists did not harm you, did they?" It was crucial to ascertain whether Bai Man had been injured, as she had taken Shirsan's place to visit the elderly lady. Dr. Zhang sensed the rabbit in his arm stiffen, its demeanor even more dejected than before. At that moment, Xiaoyan descended from upstairs, appearing much improved. Shirsan transformed into human form before the physicians, assisting Xiaoyan down the stairs. The physicians were in a state of disarray, filled with curiosity as they scrutinized Shirsan, pondering how he had taken on human form. Surprisingly, they exhibited little fear towards spirits. Their curiosity overshadowed their trepidation until Dr. Zhang coughed lightly to regain their attention. The rabbit remained hidden in Dr. Zhang's embrace, genuinely feeling aggrieved. She had ventured to the inn to meet the Lin exorcists, risking her life, yet no one offered her comfort. The fear that had shaken her to the core lingered on. That night, after an arduous day, Bai Man received solace from the fox, who personally cooked a sumptuous vegetarian feast for her. Meanwhile, Lin Gaozhu and Qinshu chose to enter the depths of the forest after nightfall. In the forest, after dark, creatures that sought prey would emerge, their wariness heightened, revealing more of their locations. Following Cheng Er Xiao's words, every spirit in the forest met their demise at the hands of Lin Gaozhu and Qinshu. Even the weasel spirit that had tended to Shirsan's wounds could not escape this fate. The remaining spirits, upon sensing the presence of exorcists, fled the forest, with some leaving Luo City by nightfall. The forest spirits were nearly all extinguished, and Lin Gaozhu and Qinshu failed to locate the enormous white python. Xiaoyan, who had already fallen asleep, was abruptly awakened from her dreams, where she envisioned her friend the weasel, urging her to focus on her pregnancy, only to be engulfed in a vision of blood. The rabbit, nestled in a soft cushion, remained undisturbed by Xiaoyan's startled exclamation, while the fox, sleeping on a nearby chair, had already awoken, leaping down to join the bed. In the early hours, Shirsan guided Xiaoyan towards the forest, the moonlight illuminating the stone path. In the distance, countless glowing lights emerged from the forest, causing Shan to feel uneasy, as such lights only appeared upon a creature's demise. Coupled with the arrival of the Lin exorcists in Luo City, the spirits in the forest were surely in grave danger. If Xiaoyan ventured to find the weasel spirit, the safety of her unborn child would also be at stake. Man, accompany me to the forest. I have matters to discuss with the weasel spirit. As soon as this was uttered, Shan seized her hand and leaped through the window. Man, overwhelmed by Shan's speed, was too startled to speak, and within moments, they stood at the forest's edge. Oblivious to the danger, Man began to sense something was amiss, particularly as the glowing lights continually ascended into the sky, signaling a grim reality. Typically, the forest was cold and eerie at night due to the presence of spirits, but now it was eerily calm, an unsettling tranquility replacing the usual foreboding atmosphere. As they ventured deeper, Shan recalled the spot where the weasel spirit had healed her, yet the familiar aura was absent. Linglong. I'm frightened. I can smell the scent of exorcists growing stronger. Man quivered as they pressed on, gripping Shan's hand tightly. The silence enveloped them, the scent of exorcists thickening, yet they should soon encounter the great tree where the weasel spirit resided. Do not fear. I am here. Nothing will happen to you, Shan assured her, also feeling the weight of their predicament, having never faced exorcists in battle before. Due to their insufficient mastery of the supernatural arts and the presence of the half-hearted rabbit demon by Man, both of them failed to conceal their demonic aura. Long before they approached, Uncle Chun and Lin Gaozhu, standing beneath the large tree, had already sensed their presence. Upon reaching a point 10 meters away from the tree, Shan halted, with Man peeking out from behind her to gaze at the two individuals standing not far off. The two demons and the two humans faced each other in silence until Shan finally spoke, her tone courteous and amicable. Esteemed demon hunters, I merely seek a yellow weasel. Might you have seen it? Despite her friendly demeanor, her words were lost on Lin Gaozhu, who had never heard a demon speak before. Uncle Chun was already aware that Shan was the crimson fox that had appeared earlier that day, the same fox known as Linglong, who was often by the young master's side. Lin Gaozhu took a cold step to the right, revealing the lifeless body of the yellow weasel demon that Shan sought. At the sight of the corpse, Shan's eyes momentarily turned crimson, a fleeting transformation. As a fox demon, she had long wished to inquire why some of her kin, who had never harmed a soul, were relentlessly pursued by demon hunters intent on extermination. A demon-slaying talisman followed by Man as she fled, but Shan reacted swiftly, shattering the talisman to ensure Man's safe escape. You demons exist solely as an error. Cease your prattle and accept your fate. Lin Gaozhu was not one to engage in idle chatter, swiftly producing 4 demon-slaying talismans and accurately casting them toward Shan's limbs. Over the past 2 years, Shan had learned to effortlessly wield the demon core within her, but against Lin Gaozhu, the foremost demon hunter of the Lin family, she had but one path: to flee. The night vision of ordinary humans paled in comparison to that of demons. Shan darted through the underbrush while Lin Gaozhu remained on guard, and Uncle Chen, wishing to speak, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Gaozhu, do you recall the fox that accompanied Kong? Uncle Chun, having spotted Shan first, spoke to buy her some time to escape. It was only in private that he would address Lin Gaozhu in such a familiar manner. They had grown up together, sharing a bond deeper than many brothers. Mentioning Haokong, however, caused Lin Gaozhu to become momentarily distracted. That brief lapse granted Shan the opportunity to flee, and when Lin Gaozhu regained his focus, she had already vanished. Annoyed with himself, Lin Gaozhu was nevertheless reminded that Haokong was his only son. Upon hearing of his son's recent endeavors, he continued to feel a sense of shame as a demon hunter. To associate with demons was already a disgrace. He wished to no longer speak of that ungrateful child. Lin Gaozhu tucked away the demon-slaying talismans and cast a disdainful glance at the corpse of the yellow weasel demon, his momentary flicker of repulsion unmistakably clear. This morning, I heard from young Master Chung that the old matriarch Chung is unafraid of demons because she was saved by one in her youth. Since then, she has chosen to trust them and no longer harbors fear. During the 2 years Haokong had been away, Uncle Chen occasionally pondered whether the demon hunters truly needed to enact some changes. Was it wrong to categorically dismiss all demons as either good or evil? The phrase "to slay demons," does it truly imply that one must kill any demon encountered? Uncle Chen's words subtly indicated to Lin Gaozhu that many matters might appear differently when viewed from an alternative perspective. Acknowledging that demons possess both virtuous and nefarious qualities is not a difficult admission. The following day, news regarding Fengyu City reached the medical clinic, where it caught the attention of Haokong and others. While they were having breakfast, Bai Man and Xiao Nian exchanged bewildered looks, glancing between San and Haokong, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Dr. Zhang recounted hearing from a patient that the abbot of Anha Temple in Fengyu City, a demon, had been slain by the Lin family demon hunters within the temple days prior. The demon-slaying barrier in Fengyu City had been established by Master Hanshin, the abbot. With his death, the barrier dissipated, leaving the townsfolk in a state of profound anxiety. Some began to blame the Lin family demon hunters, while others condemned the deceased Master Hanshin for concealing his identity and harboring numerous demons in the hills behind the temple. Haokong's bowl slipped from his grasp upon hearing Dr. Zhang's words, but San promptly caught it before it shattered on the floor. Master Hanshin could not possibly be a demon. He is a human. Overwhelmed with emotion, Haokong momentarily disregarded the pain from his wounds. He could not fathom why the Lin family demon hunters would falsely accuse Master Hanshin of being a demon, especially when they should have sensed the curse upon him. Haokong, please remain calm. We must ascertain the specifics regarding Master Hanshin. San thought sadly of the man she had mockingly referred to as the old monster. From their exchange by Man, Xiao Nian, and Dr. Zhang understood that Haokong and San shared a close connection with Master Hanshin. Once Haokong had calmed his inner turmoil, he lost all appetite for breakfast. To uncover the truth, they could visit Luocheng, where the Lin family demon hunters' headquarters resided. It was reasonable to speculate that young Master Cheng had encountered Lin Gaozhu in Fengyu City. As Master Hanshin was not a foe easily vanquished, it would require the combined efforts of Lin Gaozhu and Uncle Chen to subdue him. Explaining how the modest Cheng family managed to enlist the Lin family demon hunter as aid, merely a stroke of fortune. Ling Long, accompany me to their inn. I must clarify everything, Haokong declared, rising abruptly and leaving the room without further ado. San followed closely beside him as they departed the clinic, making their way to the inn where the Lin family demon hunters were staying, only to find that they had already finished breakfast. Upon seeing his son, Lin Gaozhu felt a flicker of joy within. However, it promptly extinguished when his gaze fell upon the young woman by Haokong's side. Sir, is there something you require? Uncle Chen began to address him as young master, but mindful of Lin Gaozhu's presence, he opted for a more neutral tone. Master Hanshin of Anha Temple is human, not a demon. Why must you kill him and then accuse him of being a demon? Is this what the Lin family demon hunters call righteousness? Without further ado, Haokong confronted the two men directly.
You.
That single word ignited Lin Gaozhu's fury. He slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Haokong with indignation. I wish to ask for the evidence the Lin family demon hunters possess to prove that Master Hanshin is a demon. Faced with the father he had not seen in 2 years, Haokong's feelings were complex. The paths they chose diverged sharply. Just because he has lived so long without showing signs of aging, he is not human? Lin Gaozhu's reasoning was disturbingly simplistic, leading Haokong to erupt into laughter, a sound filled with mockery. Are you suggesting that merely living long enough without aging makes one a demon? Ha ha ha, how absurd. What truly defines a person? Must one experience aging, illness, and death to be considered human? Does that mean anyone who ages and becomes ill is merely an ordinary human? What are the monsters? Even they can succumb to illness and age. Their mere longevity compared to humans has led them to be labeled as monsters, correct? This series of inquiries left Lin Gaozhu momentarily stunned. His son, whom he had not seen for 2 years, had become increasingly composed and courageous in his actions and words. San stood quietly beside Haokong, observing how Haokong's previous fervor had caused the wound on his left wrist to reopen, a wound that had only just begun to scab over. The innocent soul in question was Hanshin, who guarded Fengyu City, shielding its inhabitants from the monster's encroachments. Yet, due to his solitude, He chose to seek companionship from those benevolent monsters, merely to endure what seemed an interminable passage of time. He was acutely aware that human life could not accompany him to its conclusion, and he understood that ordinary people would regard him as a monster, a demon. Nonetheless, he never relinquished his duty to the citizens of Fengyu City. Haokong had long relinquished any hope that Lin Gaozhua would come to understand or find clarity one day. Taking Shirsan's hand, he stepped away from Lin Gaozhua's gaze, marking the second time Lin Gaozhua witnessed his son's departing figure. I am not wrong, am I, Qinyong? Qinyong was the name of Uncle Chen, and at that moment, Lin Gaozhua remained steadfast in his belief that he had done nothing amiss. Uncle Chen chose silence. Having begun to lose his grasp on right and wrong, were the demon hunters justified or not? Thus, at the earnest invitation of the old matriarch, Haokong was drawn along by Shirsan to engage the matriarch in conversation. Presently, Haokong and Shirsan sat before the elderly matriarch, with Shirsan, who typically eschewed tea, dutifully sipping the brew she poured, exclaiming its quality. Such praise elicited laughter from both Haokong and the matriarch, as it was evident that Shirsan was not a tea enthusiast, merely offering a perfunctory compliment. Aware of her faux pas, Shirsan raised her left hand to conceal her face with her sleeve, wishing she had been informed earlier by Myugue to avoid such embarrassment. In the ethereal space, Myugue gazed blankly at the enormous water mirror housing Shirsan, wondering if she had misspoken once more. The matriarch regaled them with tales from her youth, including an account of how she had been saved by a yellow weasel demon. Presently, the pressing matter was to address the predicament of Xiaoyan, whose unborn child was undoubtedly that of the second young Master Cheng. How to bring Xiaoyan to meet the matriarch and confess everything proved to be a delicate challenge. Within the medical clinic, the physicians held a favorable view of Bai Man, the rabbit demon, as her non-carnivorous nature rendered her less intimidating to ordinary folks. Xiaoyan was under the care of physician Zhang, who took her for a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Bai Man had developed a rapport with the physicians at the clinic, actively assisting them, and being a rabbit demon, she could identify numerous herbs. The physician's fondness for Bai Man increased, and they no longer hesitated to converse with her closely. Her cherubic face radiated joy. Perhaps due to some fortunate event occurring within the clinic, and observing the physician's attitudes, Shirsan could surmise the reason. Once physician Zhang departed, only Xiaoyan and Shirsan remained in the courtyard, with Xiaoyan's abdomen showing no signs of growth. The sun shone gently today, and the breeze was soft, playfully tousling their hair and carrying the fragrance of herbs. Upon hearing the name Cheng family, Xiaoyan's emotions became tumultuous, reflecting on the man who had deceived her, now likely living a carefree life. Shaking her head, she smiled at Shirsan, saying, "In truth, I have contemplated much these days. Humans and demons are destined to remain apart. And as for the child I carry, I intend to let go." Shirsan was taken aback by Xiaoyan's resolve. It was entirely unforeseen. "I can live for a long time. If I give birth to this child, he will be a half-demon. Given how ordinary people struggle to accept demons, my giving birth to him would only bring him harm, and if I cannot even protect myself, how could I safeguard this child in the future?" Xiaoyan pondered deep into the future, realizing that if the child were born, even without a father, he would be unwelcome. Demons would scorn him, and humans would revile him. Her child would become a half-demon, an existence that no one wished to acknowledge. Eventually, demon hunters would come for him, and with her limited abilities, self-preservation would be a challenge, let alone protecting her child. Shirsan partially agreed with Xiaoyan's sentiments. Indeed, she could not protect Xiaoyan for eternity, as she too would eventually depart from this place. Have you truly considered this? Terminating the pregnancy could inflict severe harm upon your body, and you may very well. Shirsan did not complete her thought, observing Xiaoyan nod resolutely. Supporting Xiaoyan, they exited the courtyard, where the rabbit's eyes glistened red, as if she had been crying. Man. Both Shirsan and Xiaoyan called out the name of Bai Man, whose hard-won tears began to flow uncontrollably once more. "Fool, why are you crying?" Shirsan's voice sounded hoarse, as if she had been affected by Bai Man's sorrow. Otherwise, why would her heart feel so heavy? "I don't know. I just felt so sad after eavesdropping on your conversation," she said, pointing to her heart. Bai Man's tears caused Xiaoyan's steadfast resolve to waver. In her long life, the child in her womb was an unexpected gift, yet his existence held significance. Shursen noticed Xiaoyan's internal struggle, while Bai Man continued to weep, and she reluctantly offered her handkerchief to the foolish rabbit. After dinner, the night was graced by a full moon, a time when demons experienced a surge in power, and demon hunters dared not act recklessly. On such nights, demons could triumph over hunters, as past full moon nights had cost the hunters dearly, leading to the understanding that demons should never be trifled with during this time. Shursan and Bai Man perched atop the clinic's roof, soaking in the moonlight, while Xiaoyan, due to her condition, could no longer absorb the moon's power. Linglong, do you think Xiaoyan will truly terminate the pregnancy? To be honest, when I first learned of her pregnancy, I was quite eager for that little life to come into the world.
Indeed.
Bai Man had once looked forward to Xiaoyan's child being born, even daydreaming about what the child might look like and envisioning herself watching him grow. It now hinged on whether, after tonight, Xiaoyan would choose to confess to the matriarch or drink the saffron concoction prepared by physician Zhang. Two paths lay before Xiaoyan, the choice resting in her hands. Whether the child lived or died would depend on whether the saffron in the room remained untouched or was consumed by dawn's light. That night, Shursan and Bai Man remained awake, basking in the moonlight for the entire night. Shursan felt her demon power surging within her, and her control over the demon core improved steadily. As the sun rose from beyond the mountains, Bai Man, who had fallen asleep resting against Shursan's shoulder, drowsily opened her eyes, shielding herself from the piercing sunlight with her hand. Before dawn, many had already awakened, commencing their daily toil. People rose early, laboring tirelessly to survive in this transient world. They sought to live the lives they desired, and though simple, it reaffirmed the adage that a life of simplicity is indeed a true life. Bai Man hesitated to descend from the rooftop. Leaping down would land her directly in the clinic's courtyard, from which she would have to confront
Xiaoyan, doctor.
Zhang also rose early to check on the herbs in the backyard. In truth, two spirits lingered near the clinic, deterring any mice that might have considered raiding the garden. As he stepped into the backyard, the two spirits leaped down from the roof, startling Dr. Zhang considerably. Had it not been for the brightness of the day, he might have shouted for help. "Did you two not sleep at all last night?" he quietly inquired, noticing their disheveled appearance. "This fellow managed to sleep the whole night, while I was kept awake by her," one spirit replied. "Could you please come to Xiaoyan's room later to check her pulse?" 13 was already eager to drag Bai Man to see Xiaoyan, curious about the choice she would ultimately make. Dr. Zhang had intended to first inspect the backyard, then attend to Haokong's bandaging, and finally check on Xiaoyan's health. Reluctantly, Bai Man was pulled by 13 to stand outside Xiaoyan's room. "Linglong, you go in. I will check if Master Haokong has awoken," 13 suggested. Bai Man, seemingly coated in grease, broke free from 13's grasp and dashed into Haokong's room, shutting the door swiftly, leaving no chance for a response. "Fool," 13 muttered, amused and exasperated by her antics. She should have considered that if Xiaoyan had truly consumed the saffron, they would have sensed the metallic tang of blood by now. At that moment, the scent of saffron still lingered in Xiaoyan's room, indicating that she had indeed chosen her path. Upon entering Xiaoyan's room, 13 found her standing by the window, perfectly positioned to witness the rising sun. Xiaoyan's face was serene as she reflected on her situation. The child within her belonged solely to her, yet she lacked the means to protect it and needed the Cheng family's assistance. Thus, she resolved to confess everything to old Madame Cheng, including the deception by the second young master. "After breakfast, Haokong and I will escort you to meet old Madame Cheng. Do not fear. We will protect you," she assured Xiaoyan, for the demon hunters seeking Xiaoyan, Lin Gaozhua and Uncle Chen, were still searching for the whereabouts of the white python. Unbeknownst to them, the scent of the herbs in the clinic masked the presence of the spirits. As long as they refrained from using their powers, the demon hunters would find it nearly impossible to trace them. Most spirits remained unaware of the herb's remarkable properties, a fact that 13 had stumbled upon, largely due to the kind guidance of the wooden crane. After finishing breakfast and taking a brief rest, Bai Man insisted on accompanying them. A single glance from 13 made her falter. On their way, they encountered many bustling individuals. The street vendors selling breakfast had already begun to pack up, While the market remained crowded with people, the lively city of Luo was experiencing yet another ordinary day. Having stayed at the inn for several days, the second young master of the Chung family, feeling restless, repeatedly suggested relocating to a house on the outskirts of the city, only to be dismissed by old Madame Chung. "Madam, Miss Linglong and Master Haokong have brought a young lady to speak with you," a maid announced as the two young masters had just finished breakfast with old Madame Chung. Neither of them had expressed a desire to leave, but upon hearing the maid, the second young master became intrigued. Having been frightened by 13, and with the demon hunters residing in the inn, he felt emboldened. However, upon seeing the young lady behind 13 and Haokong, the second young master's expression soured, and he contemplated fleeing. The eldest young master noticed his brother's unusual reaction and signaled for the maid to close the door, preventing his brother from escaping. "Today, we are all gathered here. Allow me to introduce you. This is Xiaoyan, a spirit of the serpent," 13 stated, having grown comfortable enough to address old Madame Chung as grandma after their numerous conversations. Upon hearing 13's introduction, old Madame Chung furrowed her brow slightly. A white python had brought ruin to the Chung family, and she had yet to hear an explanation from her grandson. What could this girl, Xiaoyan, signify? The astute old Madame Chung turned her gaze toward her grandson, interpreting his demeanor with keen insight. Xiaoyan had already learned from 13 about old Madame Cheng's acceptance of the union between humans and spirits, even wishing to encourage her eldest grandson's relationship with his spirit. Without hesitation, she knelt before old Madame Chung, prompting 13 to intervene, but to no avail. "What are you doing, Xiaoyan?" Old Madame Chung, supported by her eldest grandson, approached her, intending to assist her up. Xiaoyan shook her head, pressing her hands gently against her abdomen, tears streaming down her face as she disclosed the very matter the second young master desperately sought to conceal. Old Madame Cheng's hope of cradling her great-grandchild was palpable, as the child was due to arrive in just a few months, and she feared missing the opportunity.
Grandma.
"Do not listen to her nonsense. She may be lying to gain your sympathy and secure her place in the Chung family," the second young master interjected, devoid of genuine affection for Xiaoyan. Watching 13, his heart felt cold. He instructed the wooden crane to inquire of the matchmaker whether someone was already waiting at the other end of his red thread. The wooden crane, unable to comprehend the underlying reason for this request, complied without question. The matchmaker, furrowing his brow, searched for the second young master's name. After an arduous search, he discovered that this individual was destined to live a life of solitude. Upon receiving this revelation, 13 could not contain her expression, a delightful smile breaking forth. Xiaoyan gained the approval and protection of old Madame Chung, and she would temporarily reside in the Chung family's mansion in the eastern part of the city, accompanied by the two physicians. However, the old lady imposed two conditions. She would not pressure her grandson to marry Xiaoyan, allowing fate to dictate their relationship. Secondly, if her grandson remained unwilling to accept Xiaoyan after the child's birth, the child would be entirely entrusted to the Chung family's care. Though 13 had reservations about this arrangement, she understood that it was a private matter for the Chung family and refrained from overstepping. From Xiaoyan's perspective, entrusting her child to the Chung family for upbringing seemed the wisest choice, as she was a feared spirit, and raising the child herself might bring danger. Who would not wish for their child to grow up safe and carefree? Without hesitation, Xiaoyan accepted old Madame Cheng's conditions, focusing solely on ensuring the safe birth of her child, even if it meant observing from a distance, which she deemed acceptable. 13 and Haokong watched as Xiaoyan departed with old Madame Chung to the mansion in the eastern part of the city. Before leaving, Xiaoyan asked 13 to relay a message to Baiman, stating that she could not join her for dinner. Upon returning to the clinic, 13 found Baiman watering the herbs in the backyard, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. "Baiman, Xiaoyan asked me to tell you she cannot join you for dinner. She apologizes," 13 announced as she entered the backyard, while Haokong busied himself with preparations for their departure the next day. Baiman's previously bright expression faded instantly, replaced by a wave of disappointment. Just as she was about to inquire whether 13 and Haokong intended to stay in Luo City, 13 informed her of their plan to depart for Mingyue City the following day. This meant that Baiman would soon revert to being the lonely, pitiful little rabbit once more. "Linglong, may I join you?" "Rest assured, I want to be a burden. Indeed, I shall obediently follow your wishes. Bai Man did not wish for Shan to depart. If he were to leave, he should take her along. Shan gently patted her head, surprised that this little rabbit had stayed by her side for so long. Upon their first meeting, she had been incredibly bold, yet gradually, the rabbit revealed her true nature, proving to be rather timid. Shan tenderly caressed by Man's long hair, and as she held him tightly, the strength of her embrace increased with every word he spoke. At that moment, the rabbit, who could only boast of her bravery, proudly released her hold on Shan, lifting her chin high. Yes, Bai Man, fearless and unafraid, was indeed the most courageous rabbit demon. Such perfunctory praise delighted her immensely, prompting a resigned smile from Shan. The following day, under Bai Man's facade of composure, Shan and Haokong departed from Luo City. Dr. Zhang, standing beside Bai Man, comfortingly patted her shoulder. His words brought her considerable solace. The journey from Luo City to Mingyue City, while not excessively distant, would still require a full 2 days on foot, especially as Haokong and Shan opted to walk. Along the way, they encountered numerous disturbances caused by demons, and upon careful investigation, Shan discovered that these troublesome creatures had escaped from Luo City. All demons that managed to flee from the purging hands of the demon slayers invariably headed southwest, toward a sparsely populated area where many demons congregated, a veritable sanctuary for them. Shunned by the demon slayers. Upon reaching the gates of Mingyue City, Shan noted the disappearance of the demon exorcising barrier that had been inscribed on the gates during their previous visit. Haokong lamented that merely 2 years had passed, and Mingyue City had changed so drastically. Ultimately, it was the citizens of the city who refused to believe in the benevolence of Master Hanjin, who had devoted himself to their protection. Shan's disdainful remarks were overheard by several individuals leaving the city, yet none dared to challenge her. For she spoke the truth. It was their disbelief in Master Hanjin that had led to his demise at the hands of the Lin demon slayers. Haokong sighed. Without the barrier, the guards at the city gates were even more vigilant. However, they were not demon slayers and could not discern the distinction between humans and demons. As before, they inquired where Haokong was coming from and the purpose of their visit, allowing both him and Shan to enter the city. Mingyue City had transformed since their last visit 2 years prior. The bustling vibrancy had faded along with Master Hanjin's passing. Without his protection, merchants were reluctant to choose Mingyue City as a resting place. Demon slayers passing through would reassure the townsfolk that no demons would invade Mingyue City, urging them to remain calm. Yet, mere days later, a household fell victim to a wolf demon's attack. Although no fatalities occurred and the injuries were minor, the terror was immense. That very night, the family vacated Mingyue City, proclaiming that without Master Hanjin, the city had become a hunting ground for demons. Such words sent the populace into a frenzy, prompting the city lord to commission the Lin demon slayers for a 20-year contract, hoping they would send a formidable slayer to safeguard Mingyue City. The slayer arrived, and for a brief period, the populace regained some semblance of calm. However, within half a month, the slayer sent by the Lin family fell gravely ill and passed away unexpectedly. It was during this tumultuous time that Haokong and Shan entered Mingyue City, where they learned of the slayer's untimely demise, his wake set at Anha Temple. Yet, the monks of Anha Temple vehemently refused to allow the slayer's body to enter, leaving the coffin outside the temple gates. The monks, who had previously permitted the Lin demon slayer to kill their abbot and believed his accusations, were resolute. They would not allow the remains of the Lin demon slayer to be honored within their temple. This presented an excellent opportunity for the monks to express their pent-up frustrations, and they stood firm, refusing to let the coffin cross the threshold. When the abbot was mentioned, a heavy silence fell over the crowd, as no one wished to host the Lin demon slayer's wake, deeming it unlucky. The public sentiment toward the Lin demon slayer had soured significantly, leading many to suggest to the city lord that he should prevent the Lin family from entering Mingyue City. If their abbot were not a demon, how could the Lin demon slayer so indiscriminately execute him? Yet, some remained steadfast in their belief in the Lin demon slayer's words. If the abbot were indeed a demon, how could he have created such a powerful barrier while remaining unaffected? The leading monk exhibited clear reasoning. Once this statement was made, the crowd fell silent, for they understood that if Master Hanjin were truly a demon, how could the barrier be explained? Demons could never conjure such protective wards, a truth known not only to demon slayers, but to ordinary folk alike. Even if the abbot were not a demon, how could a 98-year-old man appear as youthful as a 20-year-old, showing no signs of aging? It was evident that the Lin demon slayer had thoroughly brainwashed them. Let us not forget, this world is not solely inhabited by demons. There are also deities, albeit seldom seen. The Lin demon slayer who slays gods will eventually face divine retribution. Upon hearing this, Shursan could hardly suppress her applause. The young monk's words resonated deeply with her. Haokong, standing beside her, showed little reaction to the notion of divine punishment, believing that mistakes carry their own consequences. As the argument reignited, Shursan found great amusement, revealing her true nature, while Haokong sighed in exasperation, realizing he had been unaware of her penchant for such commotion. Given that her fox-like aura could be sensed by any demon within 100 miles, particularly by the wolf demon named Xingyuan from 2 years ago, it was no surprise that he now appeared in his wolf form, cradling a gray rabbit. This rabbit was likely Bai Xian, whose courage was as fragile as glass. It seemed she had grown unafraid of Xingyuan, and their bond appeared to flourish. Xingyuan could sense Shursan's presence, just as she could sense his. The grand spectacle outside Anha Temple concluded as dusk fell, and the body of the Lin demon slayer was ultimately laid to rest at the now-abandoned Sun family residence, the very household that had fled Fengyu City after the wolf demon's attack. The little monk who had deceived Shursan 2 years prior stood in the line blocking the entrance, his steadfast gaze amusingly resolute. After the coffin was removed, the monks finally prepared to cook some vegetarian dishes, having debated for so long that they now felt quite hungry. Haokong, shall we enter and light some incense? Just moments ago, when that group carried the coffin away, Shursan's fox tail had yet to be retracted, prompting Haokong to quickly pull her behind a nearby tree.
Now.
Shursan's tail occasionally swayed, and a gentle breeze brushed against Haokong, reminding him of the last time he merely touched her tail, rendering her completely soft. The cunning fox, just as Haokong was about to touch her tail, swiftly tucked it away, leaving him to awkwardly grasp the trunk of the tree instead. The sky was darkening. The residence of Master Hanjin on the mountainside behind Anha Temple, he wondered if it still stood. If it did not, the two of them, man and fox, would have to rely on the heavens as their blanket and the earth as their bed, which was not particularly concerning. Upon reaching the mountainside, night had fully fallen. In the forest, Shursan detected the scents of Bai Xian and Xingyuan, and she endeavored to locate any trace of Hiyu. Despite her efforts, only the scents of Bai Xian and Xingyuan lingered. In this vast forest, could it be that only the two of them remained? Deep within the woods, Xingyuan roused the slumbering Bai Xian in his arms, gently licking the tip of her nose to awaken her. Mentioning foxes, 2 years prior, a solitary fox had wandered the entire mountain, leaving a particularly deep impression on Bai Xian. Where is she? I must meet her. Clearly, Bai Xian disregarded Xingyuan's subsequent words and impulsively decided to seek out Shursan. Do not rush. Eat something first. I will take you to find that fox, Xingyuan gently admonished. His attitude towards Bai Xian had shifted from the casual indifference of 2 years ago. Now, she was more precious to him than his own life. After hastily consuming a few bites, Bai Xian insisted she was full and eager to move on. Xingyuan shook his head slightly. It was only after Hiyu's death that Bai Xian began to accept him, gradually allowing herself to rely on him. The appearance of that fox likely stirred memories of Hiyu, who had once interacted with her. The residence of Hanjin at the mountainside remained intact, seemingly well-maintained, as if someone had been coming daily to clean, for not a speck of dust could be found. At this moment, Shursan recalled Hanjin's desolate figure and the dark fish he had prepared for her. Now, she truly yearned to taste that fish once more. This person left without a trace, departing so unexpectedly that it left no room for preparation to accept the harsh reality of his death. With the resident now gone, it was natural that there would be no provisions to satisfy the hunger of Haokong and Shursan. Enduring hunger had become commonplace during their 2-year journey. A night without food was not severe. They sat together on the stone platform outside. The moon was shrouded by heavy clouds, and no light could pierce through. stirring a vague sense of foreboding in Shursan's heart, as if something untoward were about to occur. Shursan, within the house is a box containing a phoenix feather. Should you open this box, you will fall into a state of uncontrollable chaos. Please exercise utmost caution. The wooden crane had conducted a thorough examination of the house beforehand. The phoenix, a creature evolved from a sparrow demon, bore no harmful effects for its kin, but for other entities, its feather could inflict profound and misleading damage. Shursan glanced at Haokong beside her, sensing that certain matters must come to an end. She and Wang Qingrong had become one, originally. Wang Qingrong's desire was for Haokong to fall in love with her and then to kill her. However, as the years passed, that notion had quietly shifted. While the latter remained unchanged, the former transformed into a wish to reduce the harm inflicted upon Haokong before he fell in love with her. Wang Qingrong acknowledged her own softening heart. Regardless of the time that passed, she could never bring herself to harm the man before her. While Haokong's affections were still not deeply rooted, she believed allowing him to take her life would alleviate his suffering. In a brief moment of distraction, Shursan communicated with Wang Qingrong, confirming their plan before deciding on their course of action. Before the plan could be executed, Bai Xian and Xingyuan arrived behind Shursan and Haokong. Haokong sensed them first and turned to retrieve the demon exorcising talisman from his sleeve. Bai Xian. As Shursan turned, she recognized the gray rabbit on the back of the wolf demon, Bai Xian. Just by uttering those two words, Haokong slowly lowered his hand, though the dim light did not allow him to clearly discern the forms of the two demons before him. He could infer their nature from their general outlines. Upon entering the house and lighting a candle, Bai Xian and Xingyuan transformed into their human forms, sitting opposite Shursan and Haokong. Linglong, how swiftly time passes. It has been 2 years. Upon seeing Shursan, Bai Xian was reminded of the day they first met, when Hiyu was still alive. Bai Xian carried only the scent of Xingyuan, devoid of any trace of Hiyu, and upon receiving Xingyuan's knowing glance, Shursan understood that Hiyu might have met with misfortune. She then inquired about Bai Xuan's well-being over the past 2 years, but to her surprise, Bai Xian began to speak of Hiyu, who had been slain by an exorcist while protecting her. At the mention of exorcists, Bai Xuan's gaze towards Haokong brimmed with intense hatred and murderous intent. The timid Bai Xian harbored such murderous thoughts, indicating just how deeply she loathed her own helplessness on the day of Hiyu's death, and how she detested the exorcists. Xiao Xian. I believe this gentleman beside Linglong is the renowned Master Haokong, known for being accompanied by a fox demon and adhering to principles in exorcism. Xingyuan quickly interjected, halting Bai Xuan's impulse to attack Haokong. Among demons, Haokong held a favorable reputation. He was considered the second exorcist to believe in the moral dichotomy among demons, with the first having passed away long ago. Bai Xian blinked, the hatred and murderous intent in her eyes dissipating. She held a favorable impression of the Master Haokong from the rumors and had long wished to meet him. For only in front of this master could they demons rest assured that they would not be inexplicably marked with an exorcist's talisman and vanish from this world. The conversation took an unexpected turn, with Bai Xian eagerly inquiring about the various demons Haokong had encountered in the past 2 years, or questioning whether he had truly never harmed an innocent demon. Xingyuan face-bombed, wishing for a moment of peace. This rabbit, once relaxed, became incessantly chatty. Just then, a thick scent of blood wafted in through the open window, overwhelming Bai Xian, who fainted on the spot, while Shursan had to cover her nose. Shursan, while you are enjoying your conversation, bat demons from the southwest have invaded Fengyu City with a horde of small demons. The wooden crane had meant to inform Shursan of this matter sooner, but had been called away by the matchmaker to assist with matchmaking. Without a moment's hesitation, Xingyuan scooped up Bai Xian and vanished before Shursan and Haokong's eyes. It was said that the Lord of Fengyu City possessed a phoenix feather, but at that time, Hanjin was still alive. Even a bat demon wielding a millennium's worth of demonic power could not easily breach the city's exorcist barrier. Upon hearing of Master Hanjin's death, the bat demon swiftly led its small legion to Fengyu City, intent on seizing the phoenix feather. Meanwhile, Lin Gaozhu, after Shursan and Haokong departed from Luocheng, consulted with Uncle Chan about the celestial signs, discovering ominous portents in the direction of Fengyu City. They, too, hastily left the city, and upon arriving at Fengyu City, were met with rivers of blood. Ling Long, I may not be able to protect you in time. If we cannot prevail, flee. I will surely survive to see you again. The number of demons outside was beyond calculation. The journey to the celestial realm leaves no assurance of survival, even if death is an inevitability. Ensuring the survival of 13 is paramount. Very well, this is your promise to me. You must live to see me again. With that, Haokong departed the dwelling, and 13 clutched the box containing the phoenix feathers. The wooden crane gasped, half-immortal 13, what are you planning to do? Naturally, I shall undertake what you were averse to allowing me to do. The malevolent creatures outside cannot be vanquished without thousands of demon slayers. Yet, the citizens of Phoenix Feather City cannot await the arrival of such an army. They are merely defenseless commoners, and the lesser demons can drain their lifeblood in an instant. Anha Temple has been overtaken by the bat demons, and the city lord has long fled. In a fit of rage, the bat demon has commanded the slaughter of the city, vowing to unearth even the deepest secrets to find a single phoenix feather. When your master Hanjin was alive, I could not enter Phoenix Feather City, but now that Hanjin is dead, this city will become the new territory of the bat demons. Ha 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 ha. The bat demons, having coveted Phoenix Feather City for so long, have finally seized it. Although it is likely that the phoenix feathers have already been taken by the city lord, the mere thought of possessing the city has somewhat calmed their frenzied spirits. Chapter 52. Wang Qingrong. And, with her right hand clutching a box containing phoenix feathers, San kept pace with Haokong. His gaze fell upon the box, but the relentless onslaught of small bats prevented him from contemplating its significance. His focus was solely on fending off the incessantly attacking creatures. The majority of their assaults could be easily countered. Moreover, these bats had not yet attained sentience. They were merely ordinary creatures, and thus could not be subdued by exorcism talismans. Upon reaching the rear entrance of Anha Temple, San cast a nostalgic glance at the concealed door through which she had been released by a young monk. Haokong, unaware that he had just encountered the leader of these bats upon descending from the back mountain, pondered why a bat demon, seemingly possessing a millennium's worth of cultivation, would choose to invade Fengyu City. Generally, demons of such age preferred solitude, residing in forests and continuing their cultivation, only engaging when provoked by exorcists. When the bat demon's blood-red eyes fixated on the box in San's grasp, a wicked smile spread across its face as it slowly approached her. Haokong stepped forward, shielding San with his body and drawing forth 4 exorcism talismans from his sleeve, fully aware that his abilities were insufficient to confront the bat demon. Little fox, hand over the box, and I can ensure your safe departure from Fengyu City along with this exorcist, the bat demon said, disregarding Haokong entirely and addressing San. She shook the box with her right hand, making it appear as though it were empty. Meanwhile, Haokong, wary of the bat demon's potential trickery, could not afford to be distracted, despite his curiosity regarding the contents of the box. At that moment, Lin Gaozhua and Uncle Chen, who had fought their way through the city gates, arrived, positioning themselves behind the bat demon. Gaozhua, this bat possesses at least a millennium of cultivation. I am uncertain whether we can defeat it together. Uncle Chen hesitated, recalling Lin Gaozhua's internal injuries sustained during the battle against Hanqin. It matters not. The citizens of this city are counting on us for salvation. We must swiftly vanquish this bat demon. Lin Gaozhua, concerned for the injured inhabitants of Fengyu City, underestimated the bat demon's formidable power. The contents of this box are mine. I possess a strong sense of possession. It belongs to me, and I shall not relinquish it, even at the cost of my life. The bat demon, consumed by rage, unleashed its demonic energy, forcefully propelling Lin Gaozhua and Uncle Chen 10 meters away. As Haokong's attention was diverted to the 2 men, the bat demon accelerated, positioning itself behind San. Had it not been for the warning from the wooden crane, the box would have already been snatched from her grasp. San deftly sidestepped to the left, rolling twice on the ground to evade capture. Once he regained his composure, Haokong hurled the 4 exorcism talismans at the bat demon, but they inflicted no harm. Instead, he absorbed a devastating blow from the bat demon, which sent him crashing into the temple's wall, sliding down to the ground while spitting blood, feeling as though his very organs had been displaced. Haokong, in agony, struggled to keep his eyes open, his vision blurring, yet he could still see Sand evading the bat demon's attacks with remarkable agility. When had his little fox become so formidable? Lin Gaozhua and Uncle Chen, awakening from their brief stupor, wasted no time in launching another assault on the bat demon, managing to temporarily restrain its movements. Finally, Sand reached Haokong's side, alarmed by the severity of his injuries. Haokong! 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 She called out, her voice a desperate plea to keep him conscious, yet she hesitated to touch him for fear of causing further harm. Do not fear. Ling Long. Do you recall what I said before? If you cannot win, flee. Quickly, escape. As he uttered this, Haokong coughed up another mouthful of blood. The crimson hue became the only color visible to Shan. Everything else faded away. Even Haokong's face was obscured in her eyes by the color of blood. Shan shook her head, the sounds of Lin Gaozhua and Uncle Chen battling the bat demon echoing behind her. She placed the box on the ground and used Haokong's blood to break the seal upon it. Before she could open it, a brilliant scarlet light burst forth from the box's seams, soaring skyward, accompanied by the faint sound of a phoenix's cry. Trembling slightly, Shan opened the box to reveal a nearly transparent, fiery red feather. Without hesitation, she grasped the phoenix feather, which instantly transformed into a red thread, coursing through her entire right arm. The bat demon, witnessing the entire scene, was filled with fury. After searching for the phoenix feather for so long, it was now possessed by a mere fox demon of only a century's cultivation. Anger consumed its every thought, and it lost interest in its battle with Lin Gaozhua and Uncle Chen, unleashing its full demonic power upon them. Not yet fully attuned to the power of the phoenix feather, Shan rushed forward, pulling Lin Gaozhua and Uncle Chen aside. Take Haokong and leave this place, quickly, she instructed, hurling them toward Haokong's position. Her hands transformed into claws, and she felt an inferno coursing through her body. Each strike emitted sparks from her fox-like claws. Her pale yellow eyes gradually shifted to a fiery red, rendering the surrounding sounds indistinct. It had been previously mentioned that the phoenix feather would provoke adverse reactions in non-related demons, and this was the first step of rejection. Soon, Shan would hear nothing at all, relying solely on her vision and keen sense of smell to discern the bat demon's speed and the peculiarities of her surroundings. Meanwhile, Uncle Chen cautiously lifted the conscious Haokong, his gaze fixed on Shan, who was now engaged in combat with the bat demon. He was reluctant to leave. Yet, he understood that remaining would only render him a burden to the fox. Moreover, an unsettling feeling gripped him. He sensed that if he left Anha Temple, he might never see the fox again. Lin Gaozhua's emotions were equally conflicted. As the 125th head of the Lin family exorcists, he found himself being saved by a fox demon. This act of selflessness from Shan began to waver his unwavering beliefs regarding demons. Yet the immediate priority was to rescue his son. The two hurriedly carried Haokong away from Anha Temple. The monks within the temple, particularly the younger ones, had been evacuated, leaving behind only a few unwilling elders. For them, Anha Temple was home, a place they would never abandon, even unto death. The reckless fox demon had misunderstood the proper use of the phoenix feather. Forcefully absorbing its power would ultimately lead to madness, and she would endanger the lives of the citizens of Mingyue City. At this moment, the bat demon was oblivious to the fact that Shan could not hear his words, relying only on lip reading to interpret his speech. Regardless of the method being flawed, as long as I can kill you, that is all that matters. With a swift strike, Shan's claw landed squarely on the bat demon's chest. Seizing the opportunity, she infused a fraction of the feather's power into the bat demon. If the phoenix feather caused rejection in non-related demons, then let this bat demon experience it as well. The effect was immediate. The bat demon recoiled, dropping to one knee and clutching its chest in agony, as if being seared by flames. Shan endured a similar torment, though her expression betrayed no hint of suffering. As a fox, she offered no chance for her prey to escape, charging toward the bat demon, which was still reeling from the impact. A monster devoid of a demon core is akin to a heartless being, destined for a singular fate. The bat demon transformed into a dark luminescence, vanishing within the Anha Temple of Mingyue City, while the fox that had slain him succumbed to madness, just as he had anticipated. 13 caught the scent of mortal blood, an intoxicating thrill coursing through her, rendering her oblivious to any words spoken by the wooden crane as she fled Anha Temple towards the throngs of people. At that moment, Haokong had been brought before the doctor and received a rudimentary bandaging. He suffered severe internal injuries, though his external wounds were not grave. "Young master, Linglong will be fine. She will surely come looking for you. You must refrain from moving too much in your current condition." Uncle Chen urged Haokong to remain still, having only just regained consciousness. Haokong's mind was flooded with vivid memories, visions of a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to the little fox, solitary and aging, ultimately meeting her demise. This poignant imagery jolted Haokong awake, compelling him to disregard all caution and rise from his bed in search of the little fox. This is bad, terribly bad. A fox demon has gone berserk. With the death of the bat demon, his followers dared not cause further trouble and hastily retreated from Fengyu City. Just as the last of the bats and demons were dispelled, another fox demon appeared, rampaging and inflicting bites upon numerous individuals. Strangely, she targeted only their ankles, never lunging or biting in a lethal manner. What kept 13's sanity tethered was a faint scent of mugwort, a fragrance unique to Haokong. She was desperate to find him, to see him one last time, and fulfill her final wish. The doctor, startled, watched as the fox dashed into the innermost chamber, locating Haokong, who lay unconscious on the bed after being struck down by Uncle Chen. Upon hearing of the rampaging fox outside, Haokong had attempted to push Uncle Chen aside, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift blow. 13 felt her sense of smell fading swiftly. Before it vanished entirely, she leaped onto the bed, standing upon Haokong's abdomen, her head drooping as her moist nose brushed against his, stirring him from his slumber. In a haze, Haokong beheld the fox upon him, relief flooding his features as he checked for any signs of her injury. The fox squinted, delicately licking the bandaged wrist of his left hand, where the wound had yet to heal. "Linglong, I must become stronger, so I can protect you better. I will not allow anything like today to happen again." He weakly raised his left hand to stroke her head, vowing to shield her from danger. Within her, the power of phoenix feathers was gradually consuming her demon core, leaving her with little time remaining. "Haokong, you will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future, and the number of those needing your protection will only increase. I shall merely be one among many." The fox rested her head gently against his chest. Temporarily borrowing the strength of the wooden crane, 13 began to comprehend Haokong's words. Her sense of smell dissipated, the once pleasing aroma of mugwort fading into nothingness. Sensing something amiss with the fox, Haokong strained to check her condition, but was restrained. "Haokong, do you still possess any demon-repellent talismans?" Her inexplicable inquiry deepened his unease, prompting him to produce a talisman from his sleeve for her inspection. "I have a premonition that one day, humans and demons will coexist peacefully, but before that, I must take my leave. Haokong, I am sorry." The crimson fox gradually transformed into human form within his embrace, unlike other demons that turned into luminous specks upon affixing a talisman. The phoenix feather could grant a wish, and she had wished to become mortal, desiring to age alongside him, to experience life and death together. Yet, time was not on her side. "I am sorry. I am sorry. Haokong." In her final moments, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered these words.
"No.
Please, do not leave me in this manner. Do not depart in such a way. Linglong." His choked sobs fell upon deaf ears. "I once stood by your side for an eternity, yet you never noticed me. Beneath the bond tree, I made a wish for a lifetime of togetherness, a wish that never came to pass. Ultimately, the deity of love granted me an opportunity to fulfill this wish. Yet I chose to alter it. I no longer yearn for an eternal bond. I merely wish for you to remember me, for a fleeting moment of pain in your heart when you think of me. That is enough." Chapter 53. Haokong's interlude. The predicament was that Haokong's injuries were so severe that he could not leave unaided. He required support to walk. The window of the room stood ajar, bearing 2 footprints, suggesting that Haokong had climbed out through there. The 2, anxious, inquired of the doctor, who recounted that a fox had stormed in, followed by an unknown commotion, during which he heard the young master's cries. The anguish of those cries could only be described as heart-wrenching, stirring poignant memories of his late wife within the doctor. When the cries ceased, he hastily opened the door, only to find that the young man, despite his grievous injuries, had managed to escape through the window. Considering the fox, there was but one in Mingyue City, and with the doctor's account of hearing cries, it could be deduced that the fox had likely perished. As Lin Gaozhu made this deduction, his emotions became complex. That fox had once saved him, and he wished to express his gratitude, yet the opportunity was lost. Exiting the doctor's clinic, passers-by recounted sightings of Haokong. The young master you mentioned, I saw him earlier carrying a girl towards MASU Temple. A woman with a vegetable basket recalled upon hearing Uncle Chen's description. Wait, if that demon has died, it should not have perished in human form. It would have transformed into luminous specks and vanished into the heavens. Based on their assumptions, both Uncle Chen and Lin Gaozhu believed the fox to be dead. However, the woman insisted she had seen Haokong with a girl. Haokong ascended the steps of MASU Temple, cradling Linglong's lifeless body, and no monk approached to impede his passage. They silently clasped their hands in prayer and bowed slightly. This was a mark of respect for the deceased. Every cause has its effect, and all events have their origins. The final outcome rests in the hands of fate. During the fierce battle between the bat demon and the fox, the elderly monks remaining within MASU Temple had witnessed the conflict and would forever remember the fox's visage, their savior etched in their memories. Little did they expect their benefactor to appear once more, only to be a cold corpse. They were profoundly affected, collapsing to their knees. Observing this, Haokong paused momentarily, recognizing that these were the monks who had been present at MASU Temple. They understood that the person he held was the one who had saved all of Mingyue City. Please, young master, we would like to know the name of our benefactor. To pray for her. The foremost monk, kneeling, called out as Haokong was about to depart. Linglong. Her name is Linglong. His voice, hoarse and trembling, spoke her name. The kneeling monks bowed deeply before Haokong, commencing to chant prayers for her. Arriving at the rear mountain of MASU Temple, Haokong steadily ascended the slopes, cradling Linglong. As dusk settled around them, revealing two figures standing ahead. Yet, Xingyuan detected an enigmatic scent belonging to the fox, an oddity, for the fox's essence was intertwined with an unmistakably human aroma. Upon seeing the figure in Haokong's arms, the truth was unveiled. Bai Xian could no longer contain her sorrow and wept aloud. She had just met Linglong less than a day ago, yet at this moment, Linglong lay in eternal slumber. Akin to Hiyu, Haokong continued to embrace Linglong tightly, despite her body becoming cold and stiff. He seemed to believe that this would warm her in some way. Gently placing his right hand upon the massive stone platform, under the bewildered gaze of Bai Xian and Xingyuan, the stone disintegrated into fine dust. Simultaneously, the ground where the stone had rested was excavated into a grave, just large enough for a person to lie within. In Bai Xian and Xingyuan's understanding, an exorcist wielded no such power. Who exactly was this man named Haokong? Carefully laying Linglong within the grave, he tenderly caressed her face, smoothing her disheveled hair with deep affection. As the sun began to set, with only half remaining, tears fell drop by drop upon Linglong's face. In that moment, the old adage that men do not easily shed tears was utterly dismissed. When Lin Gaozhu and Uncle Chen arrived, Linglong had already been laid to rest, and Haokong had departed, leaving only Bai Xian and Xingyuan standing before the grave. The gravestone was crafted from the very stone that had turned to dust, inscribed with the words, "My wife Linglong." At the edge, the name Haokong was carved and nothing more. Bai Xian stood before the gravestone for an extended period, so long that she did not notice Lin Gaozhu and Uncle Chen had left. Haokong possessed the power of phoenix feathers, yet he felt no searing pain. For he was an ordinary man, and the blood of exorcists seemed to resonate with the essence of the phoenix feather. Hanxin had once mentioned that he had a friend who was a sparrow. Later, this sparrow transformed into a phoenix and ascended to the heavenly realm. This explained why the phoenix feather did not harm Haokong, for Hanxin was also an exorcist. 15 years later, a new group of young monks arrived at MASU Temple, listening attentively to the abbot recount tales of 15 years prior. They learned that the entire Mingyue City had nearly fallen to the bat demon. However, a fox spirit emerged to vanquish the bat demon, saving the townsfolk, albeit at the cost of her own life. Did the fox spirit transform into glowing specks afterward? A small hand grasped the abbot's robe, innocent eyes gazing up at him. In truth, the fox spirit did not perish. She became an ordinary person, traveling the world with her beloved. The little monks failed to notice the slight quiver in the abbot's voice as he spoke. Soon, the young monks were distracted by a passing gray rabbit, competing to ascertain whether it was a demon or a mere rabbit. Before they could conclude, the gray rabbit transformed into a human form.
It was Aunt Bai Xian.
The little monks were elated, surrounding her and clamoring for a hug. At that moment, the gates of MASU-MANHUA Temple swung open, and a throng of worshippers entered. Upon closer inspection, it seemed some had tails sprouting from behind them, fox tails, rabbit tails, wolf tails, and countless others, occasionally twitching. After attending to the little ones, Bai Xian approached the abbot, who observed the influx of worshippers and the mingling demons with a serene expression. Many were carnivorous creatures, yet no one seemed fearful. Rather, they conversed merrily. The new abbot of MASU-MANHUA Temple was none other than Haokong, who had departed 15 years prior. He continued to journey southwest until he discovered a village where humans and demons coexisted in peace and harmony, assisting one another. He began to share the tale of this place, providing refuge for those demons without a home, introducing them to mortals. As time elapsed, people gradually began to accept the demons that Haokong brought, extending goodwill towards them. Lin Gaozhua, saved by a fox, began to alter his perception of demons, striving to listen to their explanations and discern their nature. I have spent 13 years fostering acceptance of demons, helping exorcists understand that without demons, there would be no exorcists. In denying the existence of demons, are we not also denying the existence of exorcists? Time has finally transformed these deeply entrenched beliefs. Bai Xian accompanied Haokong as they traversed the entirety of MASU-MANHUA Temple, where both the worshippers and demons greeted him with clasped hands and gentle nods. At dusk, Haokong sat before Linglong's grave, a jug of wine in hand, one cup placed before the gravestone and the other for himself. A few days later, a temple dedicated to the god of marriage was erected to the south of Mingyue City, featuring a tree of destiny that soon became adorned with wish plaques. It was said that inscribing one's name alongside their beloved's would bind them together for eternity. Haokong was invited to the temple, and as he stood beneath the tree of destiny, a wish plaque fell at his feet. It was severely eroded, yet two names were barely discernible, Haokong and Wang Qingrong. Wang Qingrong stood beneath the tree, clutching the wish plaque tightly, her eyes closed as she silently wished, "I hope Haokong will come to love me soon, that I may always be by his side, and we may be together for a lifetime." With her wish made, her eyes sparkled with hope as she tossed the plaque high into the air, where it hung in the center of the tree. Chapter 54. Luingjia, within the celestial temple of the god of marriage, the plaque inscribed with Wang Qingrong vanished, leaving only a hairpin in its original place. While a wisp of white smoke arose from the upper shrine, 13 slowly drifted from her shrine, feeling dizzy and disoriented, everything appearing blurred. 13. This dizziness is a side effect of your soul's departure with Wang Qingrong. Are you well? The wooden crane attempted to assist her, but she gently pushed him away. Upon opening the door, she marveled at the refreshing air of the celestial realm. When she was a fox, her keen sense of smell was heightened tenfold, allowing her to detect far more scents than an ordinary demon. Now, as 13, she felt more at ease without being a fox. The god of marriage had instructed the wooden crane to keep 13 from wandering, forbidding her from leaving the temple for the time being. Though the reason remained unknown to him, 13 walked slowly to the enormous tree of destiny, plopping down onto the ground and leaning against its trunk. A habit reminiscent of a fox. This seemed a habit she could not easily forsake. Without a celestial body, she appeared entirely white, resembling a spirit, rendering her emotions unreadable to others. Thus, before the gods, 13 felt the most at ease. The wooden crane stood before her, head bowed, unable to comprehend the current state of the half-immortal he served. He could only grasp half of what she said. She observed Wang Qingrong standing beneath the tree, making her wish, even though it would ultimately go unfulfilled. During their reverie, the god of marriage opened the door to the temple, appearing in good spirits as he approached 13. "Ah, 13, you have done well this time. The plaque in the small shrine has finally decreased by one. After nearly 30 plaques and almost a millennium, only one has been removed. One could only say the god of marriage was patient, not at all anxious. If he was not in a hurry, 13 would certainly not be either. Leisurely, she rested her hands behind her head, reclining comfortably while crossing her legs in a carefree manner. Ahem, 13, I believe you need not rest, right? As a half-immortal of the celestial realm, you possess some strength. It's not every day one sees a plaque reduced in the small shrine. The matchmaker realized he had found the right person. Indeed, 13 was the best savior for fulfilling his wishes. Naturally, as a semi-immortal, he merely felt a bit dizzy. Let us go, matchmaker, to find the next person to repay their debts. Even without an immortal body, it was merely the separation of Wang Qingrong's soul that caused him a faint pang of pain. She didn't require rest at all. No sooner had they stepped into the small shrine than a deity arrived, prompting the matchmaker to hurriedly go out to greet them, instructing 13 to remain there quietly. 13 sat cross-legged, floating in place, her chin resting on her right hand as she gazed at the spot where Wang Qingrong's tablet once stood. Now only a cheap hairpin remained, which she had once dismissed. The tablet had vanished, yet the hairpin lingered, still holding a trace of sentiment. Ah, indeed, it would be best for her to avoid matters of love. The newcomer was not merely a deity, but the renowned god of war from the heavenly realm, who had once battled 1,000 soldiers on the mortal plane, ultimately succumbing to his wounds and passing away at his post. He was directly transported to the heavenly realm, where, due to the overwhelming aura of bloodlust surrounding him, the heavenly emperor sent him to the heavenly spring for a century to cleanse himself of that ferocity.
Now,
he was revered by the mortals below, his fame ever growing. Today, he sought out the matchmaker because he sensed that he too would soon face a trial. In his hazy memories, he recalled battling a woman, but what became of her was lost to him. Yet his heart vaguely remembered that he owed her something. Is this a woman? 13 questioned, looking towards the matchmaker, although in her current form, none could discern where her face truly pointed. Yes, indeed. This is the lady you are destined to merge with, Mingyue. The tablet, which the matchmaker had been searching for, had unexpectedly flown into 13's embrace. Emerging from the tablet was a token representing Mingyue, a beautifully crafted dagger, which 13 examined closely. Not only was it adorned with intricate carvings, but it also boasted 3 or 4 gemstones of red and blue hues. Matchmaker, this dagger is truly a remarkable item, 13 exclaimed.
no.
She is admiring the dagger you hold, the voice of Mingyue interjected. That dagger in your hand belongs to this general. I kindly ask for its return. Thank you. This lady general was indeed Mingyue, her gaze upon the dagger akin to that of a foe. Mingyue, this is the matchmaker's temple in the heavenly realm. I am 13, a semi-immortal summoned by the matchmaker to fulfill your wish. The desire you once made beneath the tree of fate in the mortal realm shall now be realized by me. It seemed that the matchmaker had neglected the tablets for too long, leaving some souls within them to forget the purpose of their arrival at the matchmaker's temple. Reminded by 13, Mingyue recollected how she had fought her way from the underworld to the matchmaker's temple, causing quite a stir in the process. All to find that person and demand why she had been abandoned in Yuqing. At that time, the one she sought was likely immersed in the heavenly spring, unable to emerge. How will you assist me? Mingyue questioned, momentarily discarding her title as general and scrutinizing 13, who resembled a ghost. The person you seek has descended to face his own trials. I will merge with you, and if you were to meet him again, what would you wish for? Prior to the merging, it was essential to confirm whether Mingyue's wish beneath the tree of fate remained unchanged, as it would be prudent to clarify any alterations. Much like Wang Qingrong had done, it was an era where survival depended solely upon relentless combat. The treachery between great nations had become commonplace, and the warriors tasked with guarding the borders were required to maintain utmost vigilance, never allowing their guard to falter. Having been separated from their families for nearly a decade, their yearning had become deeply ingrained in their very beings. Just before departing for battle, the sorrowful expressions of their wives and children echoed in their memories as if it had occurred only yesterday. Tasked with guarding the borders was a female general, the second daughter of the Minister of Punishments from the Liu family in the Qi Kingdom, known as Mingyue. She had volunteered to defend the borders of Qi, aiming to protect its beautiful landscapes. The kingdom was left in shock, Some questioned Lu Yingjie's capabilities, claiming she had only learned superficial skills and lacked the foundational martial prowess necessary to safeguard the realm. However, the support for Lu Yingjie far outweighed the dissenting voices, allowing her to lead her soldiers to the critical juncture between the Qi and Li kingdoms. During a confrontation with a general from the Li kingdom, their horses were suddenly spooked, causing both to be thrown off their mounts. Lu Yingjie and General Fan Qingye of the Li kingdom thus became acquainted through their skirmish. Yet due to their respective statuses, they could only lament the rarity of finding a kindred spirit in such chaotic times. In the ensuing 2 years, the Li kingdom formally declared war on the Qi kingdom, resulting in countless casualties along the border. New soldiers continually arrived, while others fell one after another, leaving a trail of sorrow and despair. Crows congregated at the border, feasting on the decaying bodies that littered the ground. "General, we must depart. If we linger any longer, we will waste the sacrifices made by those who fought to ensure your retreat." Lu Yingjie, reluctant to leave, was restrained by 2 deputy generals. A fresh wave of soldiers had perished, sacrificing themselves to buy time for Lu Yingjie to withdraw. Blood flowed from her hand as she gripped her sword. The wounds she sustained were grievous, yet she remained standing, sustained by her profound respect for those who had laid down their lives. All soldiers retreat. With Lu Yingjie's command, it was declared that the defense of the Qi border had ended in her defeat. Now, it was clear that she had failed to protect the borders of Qi, inciting panic and causing many to flee. It was evident that there were schemes afoot within the palace, cutting off their supplies. Lu Yingjie's deputy, who had worked alongside her for nearly a decade, was infuriated by the rumors yet found himself unable to articulate a defense. The conflicts among the princes in the palace often ensnared the innocent, and even if the truth were revealed, the emperor would merely offer trivial compensation and statements. Having served at the border since the age of 15, Lu Yingjie had devoted nearly a decade without recognition for her efforts. Yet after a single failure, all had forgotten her countless contributions to safeguarding the Qi kingdom. In truth, after so many years, Lu Yingjie herself was weary. Her initial resolve to protect the kingdom she cherished had been deeply wounded by the very people she fought for. Her mother had arranged a marriage for her with a respectable family, with the wedding date set for the 6th day of the following month, leaving Lu Yingjie with no responsibilities other than to prepare for her marriage. During her time at the Lu residence, Lu Yingjie discovered her inability to perform tasks befitting a young lady. Her hands, calloused from years of wielding a sword, could not even steady a needle for embroidery, let alone master the arts of music, chess, and literature. Thus, the servants of the Lu family often found their second young lady seated in the pavilion, engrossed in military texts for entire days. At times, she would abandon her books altogether, practicing with a wooden sword against a training post. On the day Lu Yingjie donned her bridal gown, with a matchmaker assisting her into the bridal sedan chair, the procession was abruptly halted when the gates of the Qi capital were breached by General Fan Qingye of the Li kingdom. The wedding party, including the matchmaker, abandoned the bridal sedan chair, leaving the bride behind in their haste to escape. As the sedan chair was suddenly dropped, Lu Yingjie nearly struck her head against the roof. Still unaccustomed to the attire of a bride, the sounds of neighing horses and galloping hooves reached her ears, alerting Lu Yingjie to the impending danger. She lifted her veil and tore open the curtain of the sedan chair, stepping out to confront the unfolding chaos. Surrounded by an empty expanse, she found herself alone with her bridal sedan chair and in the distance loomed a dark army advancing menacingly. It was evident that escape was futile, especially in her cumbersome wedding attire. Lu Yingjie resolutely stood her ground, quietly observing the relentless approach of the troops. As she discerned the leader among them to be Fan Qingye, someone she had clashed with countless times along the border, her heart inexplicably raced. She could not fathom why the sight of him brought a flicker of joy, and she chose not to dwell on it further. Fan Qingye's steed halted 2 meters away from her, causing the entire battalion to come to a standstill. The commanders, perplexed by their general's sudden action, patiently awaited his next move. Dismounting with agility, he took in the scene before him. The surrounding crowd had scattered, and it was likely that the members of the Qi royal family had fled through some secret passage. Only this woman, clad in her wedding gown, stood undeterred. Curiosity piqued. Fan Qingye found himself momentarily captivated by the bride's visage. When he first encountered Lu Yingjie at the border, he had found her to embody her name, radiating righteousness and exuding a captivating grace while mounted on horseback. During their sparring sessions with the red tassel spear, he had even briefly believed Lu Yingjie to be a man until his deputy presented him with her comprehensive dossier, revealing her true identity. Now, adorned in her bridal gown, her once commanding brows had been transformed into delicate arches, significantly diminishing her formidable presence. Without armor, she was still remarkably enchanting, though the wedding attire struck him as oddly jarring. Lu Yingjie, the Qi kingdom has fallen to the Li state. Is it true that today you are to be wed? Even our general fan has a share of idle inquiries, he remarked. With the downfall of her beloved Qi kingdom, Yingjie felt helpless. What was meant to be a day of joyous celebration had devolved into something else entirely. I beseech you, general fan, for the sake of our past acquaintance, allow me to depart from the ruins of Qi, she implored. The land she cherished was no more. The moment she shed her armor, she had already mourned its demise within her heart. 13 observed Lu Yingjie, who was lost in deep contemplation. With remarkable patience, she began to wander through her ethereal space, a realm where everything existed, yet nothing was tangible. Its most notable feature was a colossal water mirror, allowing the wooden crane to witness every word and action of hers in the mortal realm. My wish remains unchanged. I apologize for the trouble it may cause. Memories flooded back, and all she desired was a lifetime of peace and joy. 13 extended the dagger in her hand to Lu Yingjie, and as her right hand grazed the blade, the fusion commenced. 13 would absorb the memories of Lu Yingjie, particularly of a man within those memories, whose smile was radiant and captivating, evoking longing. At present, the kingdom of Li was in its golden age, where peace and prosperity reigned, and the populace enjoyed a tranquil and uncomplicated existence. Unlike the royal family of Qi, embroiled in power struggles and fratricide, the royal lineage of Li upheld a tradition of having only one queen, never taking concubines, a steadfast custom for centuries. The princes were forbidden from clandestinely interacting with officials before reaching adulthood. Any transgressors would be stripped of their rights to the throne, destined to live as idle lords. According to Lu Yingjie's wish, this reincarnation would once again see her as a general, albeit in a minuscule nation. Its diminutive stature was precisely why the kingdom of Li refrained from conquest, allowing it to survive. The kingdom of Su, a small state that annually paid tribute to Li to endure, lay to the north, perpetually cloaked in snow and ice. During winter, the people of Su remained confined within their homes, avoiding the harsh elements. As another winter approached, the cold was so intense that the inhabitants of Su couldn't help but ponder if the heavens intended to freeze them within their abodes. On one particularly frigid day, a baby girl was quietly born. Why describe her birth as quiet? Because the infant remained silent until the midwife, in her desperation, spanked her bottom, prompting a brief cry that soon faded. The girl's father sighed, wishing that such a temperament had belonged to a son. He was Xiao Buiyuan, the national general of Su. This marked his 5th daughter. After his first wife bore him a son, who tragically passed away at 8, he took 3 concubines. The first bore 2 daughters, the second 1 daughter, and the third, the first child, was yet another girl. Despite the disappointment, Xiao Buiyuan held on to hope for the second child of his 3rd concubine, and thus his 5th daughter was born. The national diviner had once predicted that he was destined to have no sons, which infuriated Xiao Buiyuan to the point of smashing the diviner's residence. Heavy-hearted, he cradled his newborn daughter, sighing as he observed her slightly purplish face. The midwife warned that had she been born any later, both mother and child might have perished. Let us name you Chongqing, he decided. In this harsh winter, only the evergreen stands resilient. As your father, I hope you live a century. Carefully, he entrusted the infant to the midwife. Thus, Xiao Chongqing came into the world, her name standing in stark contrast to her sister's, and as she grew, she often faced disdain. Her sisters would lament, questioning why she could not be a boy, and why she had disappointed their father. Of course, they only dared voice such sentiments in private. When Xiao Buiyuan was present, they feigned harmony, putting on smiles for him. At 5 years old, Xiao Chongqing wielded a wooden sword, a birthday gift from her father, emulating his swordsmanship with earnestness. This captured her father's attention, and Xiao Buiyuan realized that even if he were destined to have no son to inherit his legacy, his daughter could certainly carry forth the family's martial traditions. As he watched her delicate hands skillfully brandish the wooden sword, it seemed to awaken his previously stagnant mindset. From that moment, 5-year-old Xiao Chongqing became the sole focus of her father's instruction, inciting vehement discontent among her sisters. They even volunteered to approach Xiao Buiyuan, offering themselves as candidates for training, only to be rebuffed. He insisted that martial arts must be learned from a young age, and their bodies had already set into shape, rendering them incapable of mastering his family's techniques. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Kingdom of Li, the 15-year-old crown prince Lu Qingye had mastered various military strategies and martial arts, yet lacked practical experience. Presently, he faced the moment when his mother, the queen, would select a consort for him. Since he was 13, she had been tirelessly preparing to find a virtuous and honorable bride. Today was the day Lu Qingye was to meet the numerous candidates for the position of crown princess, and without fail, he attempted to flee. The queen, infuriated, decreed that whoever captured the crown prince and brought him to the Chongqing palace before the hour of the monkey would be handsomely rewarded. Suddenly, everyone in the palace was on high alert, eager to catch the prince or uncover his whereabouts to report back. Ultimately, it was the esteemed General Zheng Yuan, his martial arts instructor, who seized Lu Qingye and brought him to the palace. He refused any reward along the way, lecturing Lu Qingye on the importance of marrying at his age and the necessity of obeying the queen's wishes. Lu Qingye, displaying remarkable patience, merely cleared his ears as he was dragged before his mother. "You are already 15, my son. In ordinary families, a boy of your age would be taking charge. Do you understand?" The queen admonished him. Since mother insists, I can no longer defer. However, I shall marry anyone who can defeat me in combat," Lu Qingye proclaimed, inciting an overwhelming urge in General Zheng Yuan to reprimand him, but he restrained himself, mindful of the queen's presence. The queen was nearly fainting from anger, her chief maid quickly assisting her to sit down. She pointed a trembling finger at her son, stammering, You fine. I shall summon your father." In her frustration, the queen sent for the emperor, who was in the imperial study. When the emperor arrived, the two exchanged glances. Lu Qingye raised an eyebrow at his father, gesturing dismissively, as his words served merely as excuses to avoid marriage. The duty of comforting the queen fell upon the emperor, and seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingye attempted to slip away unnoticed, but failed, having forgotten that his teacher, General Zheng Yuan, was still present, leading to the loss of his only chance to escape. The crown prince's disposition is not yet settled. It is premature for him to choose a consort, the queen remarked. The emperor spoke gently to her. With his temperament, I fear he may not find a suitable bride even by the age of 18. The queen knew her son well. He clearly had no intention of marrying. His declaration today would soon echo throughout the Kingdom of Li, prompting young women eager to wed the prince to begin martial training, which would surely disrupt their lives. It was widely acknowledged that the crown prince was exceptionally skilled, as attested by General Zheng Yuan, and at merely 15 years of age, he could defeat the general. A fact known throughout the kingdom. How could it be possible for a woman to triumph over Prince Lu Qingye? Ever since the empress bore the second prince, Lu Qingye has perceived his younger brother as the prime candidate to usurp his position, for indeed, he is the most suitable heir to the throne. As for Lu Qingye, his heart is solely set on leading troops into battle and engaging in combat with formidable opponents, harboring no interest in the imperial throne whatsoever. Upon hearing his words, both the emperor and the empress donned expressions of fury. Can the position of crown prince be so easily exchanged? Moreover, many court officials currently rally behind Prince Lu Qingye, while the second prince, though a rare prodigy, is still quite young and pales in comparison to the prince, who is both scholarly and martial. This is utterly preposterous. The position of crown prince concerns the very foundation of our Li kingdom. It is not something that can be whimsically altered. It seems imperative that the crown prince marries soon to stabilize his position. Initially intending to assist his own son, the emperor swiftly aligned himself with the empress. Lu Qingye regretted his words, wishing he could retract them. He had indeed erred in judgment. Your Majesty, I believe it is unwise for the crown prince to marry too early. Recently, relations between the Li Kingdom and the Su Kingdom have improved significantly. 6 years ago, you promised the envoy of the Su Kingdom that we would send someone to instruct them in military training. 6 years prior, the emperor had held the Su Kingdom in disdain, thus confidently making such a promise to enlighten this small nation on how to strengthen its soldiers. The three turned their gazes towards General Zheng Yuan, awaiting his further remarks. I propose sending the crown prince to the Su Kingdom, allowing him to gain experience and temper his character. This may indeed prove beneficial. After all, winter lasts for a significant portion of the year in Su Kingdom. During the remaining half of the year, when the weather permits, the people of Su seize the opportunity to cultivate hardy vegetables and fruits that can withstand the cold, ensuring an ample supply for the coming winter. Such conditions will surely pose a challenge for Lu Qingye, and within a short span of time, the emperor and empress granted their approval. It was decided that the crown prince would travel to the Su Kingdom to teach them military tactics, as it was essential for a crown prince to face some hardships. Deep within, Lu Qingye harbored an ever-growing sense of dread about this journey to the Su Kingdom, for he was well aware of what awaited him there. The people of Su are exceptionally resilient to the cold, otherwise, how could they survive in such frigid conditions? I shall obey. Yet, this presented an excellent opportunity for him to escape the confines of the palace, and he could not let it slip away. In the Su Kingdom, at the general's residence, the dawn had barely broken when sounds of clashing echoed from within. 5-year-old Xiao Chongqing, from the moment of her birth, was known for her stoic demeanor, rarely crying or smiling, and was perceived as an oddity by her sisters. When she was 3, the entire household was convinced that she was mute until she unexpectedly called out to Xiao Buyuan, "Father." Since then, her spoken words have been few and far between, leading her sisters to bully her for amusement. 13. You seem less taciturn than usual, the wooden crane pondered deeply. Lu Yingjie, this child, is quite the enigma. Due to her merging with Lu Yingjie, 13's temperament mirrored that of her own, resulting in a reluctance to speak. However, when she received the wooden sword gifted by Xiao Buyuan, she felt a distinct joy within her heart. She adored this wooden sword. More accurately, she cherished the sensation of wielding a weapon. The once cold instrument gradually warmed in her grasp, as if filling the void within her soul. After Xiao Buyuan recognized her martial talent, she commenced her daily training at the break of dawn. Yet Xiao Buyuan was undeniably robust, a testament to his status as the renowned general of the Su Kingdom. With no wars to engage in, this valiant general remained diligent, persisting in his daily exercises. Ever prepared, whenever he found himself in low spirits, he would retreat to the training grounds in the backyard, sitting quietly while gazing at the distant wooden posts, often until sunset. On this particular day, the training grounds were occupied solely by little Chongqing, who was required to practice with her wooden sword, striking it 100 times daily, with an increase of 20 each day. This was primarily to build her arm strength, for true blades are heavier than the wooden sword she currently wields, and she lacked the strength to lift them. Chongqing, come here to father. In a customary manner, Xiao Buyuan arrived at the training grounds, his mood sour. Unlike previous days, where only the immobile wooden post stood, now his little daughter, Chongqing, infused the space with a semblance of life. Father, the reticent Xiao Chongqing revealed a flicker of warmth on her otherwise impassive face, her heartfelt address resonating deeply. Chongqing, when you grow up, do you wish to inherit father's legacy and guard every inch of Su Kingdom's land? Today in court, news arrived from the Li Kingdom, indicating that they would send their crown prince to teach the Su Kingdom military tactics, a clear affront to Xiao Buyuan. At this moment, Shan could distinctly sense Lu Yingjie's agitation. She was exhilarated by the words of Xiao Buyuan, her previously placid countenance now illuminated by a joyful expression. I am willing to guard every inch of the territory of the Xigua for my father. In her previous life, no one believed in her ability to defend Xigua, and she was met with skepticism at every turn. In this life, however, someone was willing to entrust her with the formidable responsibility of safeguarding Xigua, which filled her with immense gratitude. Xiao Buyuan, with his calloused hands, gently rested them on Xiao Chongqing's small head, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Today, Xigua's military prowess was ridiculed by the people of Ligua, yet he vowed to demonstrate that Despite Shigua's modest size, it was not a nation to be trifled with. The citizens of Ligua, as they bid farewell to their prince at the city gate, held an air of superiority over smaller nations due to Ligua's might. They believed that the prince need not journey to Shigua himself, but could simply send a junior officer, as Shigua was but a small, frigid land that even birds avoided. Upon hearing that General Zheng Yuan had proposed this to the emperor, and since the emperor had given his consent, the citizens had nothing more to say. After all, Prince Lu Qingye was the dream suitor of every unmarried maiden in Ligua. From a young age, Prince Lu had not only mastered the Book of Songs but had also committed military strategies to memory. Later, he trained under General Zheng Yuan, and this year, he had astonished the populace by defeating the general in a contest. Now, the prince was on the cusp of becoming the new ruler of Ligua, and the citizens believed he would expand their nation's borders into a grand and prosperous realm. The question lingered, who had mentioned the journey to Shigua that had drawn so many well-wishers? Lu Qingye had never favored referring to himself as this prince, as he found such titles trivial. Beside him stood his loyal guard, Gao Lang, whose martial prowess was second only to Lu Qingye's. Although he could not rival General Zheng Yuan, he was one of the most skilled individuals in the Ligua Palace. Lu Qingye's thoughts were firmly rooted in the safety of the citizens. He was leading 1,000 elite soldiers to Shigua, not to wage war, but to teach them the art of military training. The fervent kneeling of the citizens made him feel as if he were leading an expedition, and he worried what might happen if unforeseen circumstances arose. Gao Lang, obeying Lu Qingye's orders, dispatched several soldiers to disperse the kneeling citizens, ensuring they understood it was the prince's concern for their safety that prompted their departure. The journey from Ligua to Shigua required traversing 3 mountains, with Shigua nestled precariously between them, fraught with peril. The inhabitants of Shigua not only feared the continuation of the harsh winter, but also the potential for falling rocks from the mountains. Half of the men of Shigua were tirelessly engaged in the monumental task of leveling the left mountain, a laborious endeavor that consumed considerable time. Meanwhile, the women tended to the fields, sowing seeds in anticipation of the brief autumn harvest. Each high-ranking official's household boasted expansive vegetable gardens, as no one in Shigua sold produce. Their own crops were barely sufficient for sustenance. Shigua was renowned for its iron smelting and forging techniques, with a majority of Ligua's weaponry sourced from this small nation nestled between 2 mountains. Yet, unbeknownst to the citizens of Ligua, 1 in 10 households possessed iron implements crafted in Shigua. Since receiving a provocative letter from Ligua's court, Xiao Buiyuan had feigned illness and remained home for a few days, during which he devoted his time to training his 5th daughter, Xiao Chongqing. The more he observed her, the more he favored her, inadvertently causing a rift with his other 4 daughters, who felt neglected, particularly the eldest, who was soon to be wed, yet received no attention from their father. In his view, a daughter's hair was akin to her very essence, deserving of utmost care. Xiao Chongqing, with her wooden sword, clutched it even in sleep, as she could not rest without it. Bring the 3 wives and 4 daughters to the main hall. Xiao Chongqing was now Xiao Buiyuan's most cherished daughter, destined to inherit both his legacy and the position of general. He could not allow anyone to bully her, yet this child often appeared indifferent to her surroundings. Such a disposition, while commendable, was inappropriate for a 5-year-old who should be frolicking with her sisters. After discovering her talent for martial arts, she had distanced herself from her siblings, spending most of her time in the training field, wielding her wooden sword. Today, upon noticing her hair had been cut short, the signs of a hasty shearing were evident, leading Xiao Buiyuan to suspect she had been treated roughly during the process. Her nonchalance only fueled his rage. How could anyone be so cruel to his obedient daughter? The 3 wives and 4 daughters assembled in the main hall, where Xiao Buiyuan sat before them, with Xiao Chongqing standing silently at his side, clutching her wooden sword. His eldest daughter, Xiao Yamen, stepped forward and addressed Xiao Buiyuan directly. "It was I who cut Chongqing's hair. She consented to it." Xiao Chongqing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, she had asked her sister to assist, albeit with ulterior motives to capture Xiao Buiyuan's attention. Why would you cut her hair so carelessly? Could you not have summoned a servant instead? Xiao Buiyuan's suspicions remained unassuaged. It seemed implausible that his eldest daughter would be so kind-hearted as to help Xiao Chongqing. "Father, do you not know that a significant event is approaching at the end of this month?" A hint of grievance flickered in Xiao Yaman's eyes. Xiao Buiyuan's preoccupation with Xiao Chongqing caused him to overlook the major milestones in his other daughters' lives, rendering him unable to respond to her inquiry. Oh, dear. Yaman is merely throwing a tantrum. Your father has been quite busy, and may have simply forgotten that the end of the month marks your wedding day. The first concubine, Xiao Yaman's mother, quickly intervened to smooth over the situation. In that moment, Xiao Buiyuan felt a pang of guilt, but he concealed it behind a facade of indifference. Father, I shall head to the training grounds now. Xiao Chongqing expressed no interest in the unfolding drama, her thoughts solely occupied by her sister's impending nuptials. Her sisters often teased her, but it stemmed from her reticence. They merely wished to coax her into conversation. Their pranks, while seemingly harmless, were misunderstood by her. Though her way of showing concern was peculiar, she remained unperturbed. In her previous life, shedding her armor had rendered her indifferent to all. As the onlookers watched Xiao Chongqing clutch her wooden sword and depart the main hall, Xiao Buiyuan occasionally found himself troubled by her aloof demeanor. Such a young child, bearing the weight of the world on her shoulders, would struggle to forge genuine friendships. Dismiss everyone, leaving only Yaman. Xiao Buiyuan formally addressed his eldest daughter. Yaman, I apologize. It is my fault for neglecting to remember such a crucial moment in your life. In private, Xiao Buiyuan cared little for his pride. Ensuring his daughter's happiness took precedence. Today's events had illuminated the need for him to balance his attention between nurturing Xiao Chongqing's talents while also acknowledging the significance of his other daughters' lives, none of whom should be overlooked. After delivering her 150 strikes, Xiao Chongqing paused, embedding her wooden sword into the ground, her hands resting upon its hilt. The prolonged winter had rendered the sky here a deeper shade of blue than in other places. Due to the frigid weather, it is unlikely that any birds would fly over Sioux country. Even if there were, they would certainly be homing pigeons trained from a young age in the royal palace. The survival rate of such pigeons in Sioux country is exceedingly low. Letting out a heavy sigh, a puff of mist escaped. Today was relatively mild, and summer would soon arrive. The summer in Sioux country lasts only 2 brief months, during which the populace seizes the opportunity to plant fruits and vegetables to store for winter. On the last day of the month, the day of Xiao Yaman's wedding, her biological mother, wiping her tears, used a wooden comb to style her hair. The bridal gown was adorned with intricate patterns, reportedly embroidered by the matriarch herself, taking nearly half a year to complete. Her younger sisters, reluctant to part with their elder sister, gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, making Xiao Chongqing, who held a sword, appear quite out of place. With her hair cut short into a small ponytail, Xiao Chongqing looked remarkably spirited. Chongqing, come here, let your sister hold you a little longer. It was often Xiao Yaman and their second sister, Xiao Yaqing, who held her after her birth. Feeling a bit awkward at such an affectionate summons, Xiao Chongqing walked to Xiao Yaman, staring blankly at her. You never speak up when they bully you. Your temperament truly drives people to despair. Now that your elder sister is getting married, you will have one less person to pick on you. Are you happy? The so-called bullying was merely their sister's way of helping Xiao Chongqing integrate with them, to accept them, and to encourage her to accompany them while shopping for cosmetics. However, Xiao Chongqing, with her wooden head, seemed rooted to the spot as if her feet had taken root in the training grounds, utterly refusing to go out with her sisters. Silly girl, I will be marrying off in 3 months as well. Upon hearing her second sister, Xiao Yaqing, say this, she burst into tears. She had intended to hold back her tears, but it was all Xiao Chongqing's fault. This was the first time the 4 sisters had seen their little sister display such a sorrowful expression, which deeply moved them.
All right.
You all hurry and help Yaman get ready. Do not miss the auspicious hour. The matriarch, who had just dried her tears, was now discreetly shedding more. The groom had already arrived outside the general's residence. Coincidentally, the crown prince of Li country, Lu Qingye, had traveled a great distance to Sioux country's royal palace. Passing the general's residence, Lu Qingye instructed the other soldiers to proceed first and mingled with the wedding procession. As they approached Sioux country, they had changed into local attire, the heavy cotton coats warming them effectively, allowing them to blend seamlessly into the wedding party without drawing attention. Your Highness, we are merely here to observe the festivities. You still have to meet the king of Sioux country. Gao Leng remained vigilant, ever mindful of their mission. and recalled the queen's specific admonition to prevent the crown prince from causing any disturbances in Sioux country. Rest assured, I will not delay what needs to be done. I am merely curious about the customs of marriage in Sioux country. I shall leave once I have seen. The wedding custom in Sioux country dictates that the groom must ride on horseback, armed with a bow and arrow, to shoot down an apple placed on the roof before he may enter the bride's home. Upon entering, he must first kneel before the bride's parents in the main hall and address them as father-in-law and mother-in-law. Under the guidance of the mother-in-law, the groom will then approach the bride's chamber, where he must carry her on his back, traversing her home entirely before exiting through the main gate to enter the bridal sedan. Xiao Yamen was to marry the second son of a wealthy merchant who, although living in Li country, hailed from Sioux country and was acquainted with Xiao Buiyuan, which led to this union. Xiao Buiyuan looked on with a heavy heart as he watched the groom carry his eldest daughter along the path she had walked since childhood, sighing repeatedly since morning, feeling as though he was destined to be a father-in-law. Ultimately, the groom would carry the bride into the main hall, kneeling before her parents, after which her father would formally hand her over to him. With her veil covering her head, Xiao Yamen was oblivious to her surroundings, only feeling a pair of large hands take hers. Li family's lad, if you dare to bully our Yamen, even if it takes me half a month to reach Li country, I will come personally to take her away. Xiao Buiyuan's eyes, filled with a fierce intent, were enough to intimidate those around him. Among the wedding procession, a small portion stood in the main hall, including the forcefully infiltrated Lu Qingye, while Gao Lang, unfortunately, had not managed to enter in time. The aura of Xiao Buiyuan's fierce intent left his four daughters shaken. Xiao Chongqing, witnessing such a side of her father for the first time, was more astonished than frightened, knowing he was the national general of Sioux country, but usually seeing him as very kind. Standing diagonally opposite a pillar, Lu Qingye stole a glance at Xiao Buiyuan, realizing the identity of the middle-aged man seated before him. In his haste, he had overlooked the plaque hanging at the entrance and was unaware of the family's status. Now he understood that someone capable of exuding such an aura must be a decisive general on the battlefield, one who acts without hesitation. The groom, smiling, took the bride's hand and promised Xiao Buiyuan that should he betray Xiao Yamen, he would not impede Xiao Buiyuan's attempt to take her back. Successfully, the groom carried the bride out of the general's residence, and before leaving, Lu Qingye caught sight of a child with a ponytail that seemed incongruous next to her surroundings, clutching a wooden sword. Dressed in modified equestrian attire for ease of movement, Lu Qingye found himself intrigued by the child. In Li country, it was common to see mischievous children outside the palace, their faces beaming with carefree joy, which Lu Qingye longed to protect. Yet the child he had just seen, standing amidst a jubilant atmosphere, remained solemn and unmoving. Slipping away from the wedding procession, Gao Lang grew anxious, realizing that their entourage should have already reached the Sioux country royal palace, with only the crown prince's arrival pending.
Gao Lang.
I just saw a child holding a wooden sword in the general's residence. Please find out her identity. Ignoring Gao Lang's anxious demeanor, Lu Qingye was solely focused on uncovering the child's background. Once you enter the Sioux country royal palace, you will be able to inquire about everything, Your Highness. On the surface, the crown prince appeared composed, but behind the scenes, he was rather carefree. Despite this, Gao Lang had never witnessed the crown prince neglecting any important matters. Lu Qingye responded to Gao Lang with an expression that conveyed agreement, hastening his steps toward the Sioux country royal palace. Inside the general's residence, Xiao Chongqing was forcibly taken by her three sisters to the second sister's quarters, where they eagerly began to style her for the wedding. Little Chongqing, you cannot attend your sister's wedding dress like this. You will be the subject of ridicule. The third sister, Xiao Yashi, styled her hair while glancing at her little sister's face in the bronze mirror. Having requested to have her long hair cut, Xiao Chongqing now sported shoulder-length hair, which she let hang loosely, while the fourth sister, Xiao Yale, braided her hair into small plaits. The second sister, Xiao Yaqing, rummaged for hairpins suitable for their little sister. Observing her three sisters bustling about to make her look beautiful, a warm current flowed through Xiao Chongqing's heart, causing her to loosen her grip on the wooden sword she held tightly. Ultimately, the wooden sword was temporarily confiscated by her second sister. Although it made Xiao Chongqing feel uncomfortable, she was willing to endure it for the sake of attending her elder sister's wedding banquet. In the bronze mirror, Her reflection appeared somewhat blurry, yet one could still discern her lovely little face. At merely 5 years old, her skin was tender and smooth, rendering any cosmetics unnecessary to enhance her beauty. Having donned an adorable lotus root pink frock, its sleeves delicately short, and paired it with embroidered slippers, the lotus blossoms upon them seemed to bloom before one's very eyes. From some secret trove, Xiao Yaqing produced 2 butterfly hairpins, gently fastening them amidst Xiao Chongqing's tresses, the fluttering butterflies complementing the rosy ensemble. The youngest sister, thus adorned, was a vision of utter loveliness. Xiao Yale, Chongqing's elder sister, born of the same mother, shared a bond that felt somewhat estranged. Xiao Yaxi, unable to resist, gently pinched Xiao Chongqing's cheek, captivated by its soft, yielding texture. As twilight approached, the wedding banquet commenced. Xiao Yaqing leading Xiao Chongqing by the hand into the grand hall, immediately becoming the cynosure of all eyes. Whispers arose, inquiring as to the identity of the child accompanying the second Miss Xiao, for she was unknown to them. Upon Xiao Buyuan's introduction, the assembled guests learned that this exquisitely charming girl was none other than the 5th daughter of the general of the nation, having remained within the confines of the general's manor since her birth. A significant portion of the attendees' gazes were riveted upon Xiao Chongqing, causing her a growing unease. The absence of her wooden sword weighed heavily upon her, an absence she struggled in vain to ignore. As the groom emerged to offer toasts, resigned to a night of inebriation, the others eagerly anticipated his descent into oblivion, thus precluding any nuptial consummation. "Sister," Xiao Chongqing murmured, tugging gently at Xiao Yaqing's sleeve, expressing her desire to depart the banquet early. "It's all right, Chongqing," Xiao Yaqing reassured. "Your sisters are here, and father is here. There's nothing to fear." In that instant, Xiao Yaqing understood her sister's attachment to the wooden sword bestowed upon her by their father. Caressing Xiao Chongqing's head in a gesture of comfort, she piled her plate with a variety of dishes, most of which were decidedly unpalatable to the child. Nevertheless, Xiao Chongqing dutifully consumed each morsel. After enduring the relentless toasting, the groom, now requiring assistance to reach the bridal chamber, intermittently proclaimed his vows, repeating the promises he had made that day. Xiao Buyuan, his countenance impassive, betrayed no emotion. The 4 Xiao sisters exchanged rueful glances, anticipating their father's inevitable darkness on their own wedding days. Some had intended to engage in the boisterous tradition of disturbing the bridal chamber, but witnessing the groom's incoherent state, they relented, sparing him a nuptial night. Standing alone, acutely aware, she awaited Xiao Buyuan's completion of his pleasantries with the groom's family. While waiting, her keen night vision discerned a figure clad in black scaling the roof of the Li residence. Xiao Chongqing glanced at Xiao Buyuan, still engaged in conversation, then at the receding figure of the intruder, heading in the direction of the bridal chamber. She gave chase, crying out to Xiao Buyuan, "Father, a thief is heading towards the bridal chamber." By the time Xiao Buyuan and the groom's family had grasped the situation, Xiao Chongqing had vanished. Xiao Buyuan promptly directed the groom's family to join him in apprehending the miscreant. The remaining guests, poised for entertainment, anticipated the salacious gossip that would undoubtedly circulate on the morrow. Though only 5 years of age, Xiao Chongqing possessed a lithe physique and remarkable speed, a product of her daily regimen of circumnavigating the general's manor. In less than half an hour, she had overtaken the intruder, discerning by moonlight that he was not attired in the customary garb of a nocturnal thief, but rather in the raiment of an emissary from the imperial court. The man whom Xiao Chongqing had mistaken for a thief was none other than Prince Lu Qingye of the Li Kingdom, who had merely sought to ascertain whether the banquet had concluded. Disappointed, he was about to depart when he noticed the child with a sword, now dressed in normal attire. Predictably, the child had followed him, accompanied by a cry for assistance. This was less than ideal. "Little one, you are unfamiliar with the tenets of the martial world," the prince remarked, perched atop a tree, observing Xiao Chongqing below. "The code dictates one-on-one combat. Enlisting aid is hardly sporting." Clearly, at this juncture, Lu Qingye did not regard Xiao Chongqing as a mere 5-year-old girl. Xiao Chongqing merely stared at him as if he were an imbecile. Soon, Xiao Buyuan would arrive. Lu Qingye observed the approaching lights. "Little one, should you wish to know my identity, Seek me out tomorrow at the imperial drill ground of your Su kingdom. With that, Lu Qingye departed with remarkable agility, demonstrating that he had deliberately slowed his pace to allow Xiao Chongqing to pursue him. Xiao Buiyuan arrived, relieved to find his daughter unharmed. He then proceeded to reprimand her for her imprudence, insisting that she should have informed him directly, rather than pursuing the thief herself. What if the thief had been callous enough to harm a child? Xiao Chongqing, contrite, vowed to refrain from such actions in the future, explaining that her concern for the bridal chamber on her sister's auspicious day had driven her actions. The following morning, Xiao Buiyuan attended the imperial court, eager to meet the prince of the Li kingdom, rumored to have vanquished the renowned General Zheng Yuan at the tender age of 15. He intended to assess this prince and determine his capacity to impart martial instruction to the soldiers of their Su kingdom. Lu Qingye had hoped to see the child in Xiao Buiyuan's retinue, but her absence left him disappointed. Was your highness seeking something? Xiao Buiyuan inquired, attempting to maintain a composed demeanor. Prior to my arrival, I had heard that General Xiao has 5 daughters, the 5th of whom possesses exceptional martial talent. I had hoped that General Xiao would bring her today. Gao Ling had thoroughly investigated the general's manner, including the words of the Su kingdom's diviner, and the subsequent destruction of the diviner's residence. Xiao Buiyuan frowned, realizing that the prince of the Li kingdom had thoroughly investigated him. My 5th daughter is but 5 years old and somewhat shy. I trust that your highness will pardon her absence. He had no intention of allowing him to see his daughter. Lu Qingye, finding the occasion tedious, began to expound upon the military strategies of the Li kingdom to the Su kingdom's generals. This gesture implied that the Li kingdom held the Su kingdom in low regard, unafraid of any potential actions the smaller nation might undertake. Xiao Chongqing approached Xiao Buiyuan, gazing at him inquisitively. Father, she murmured. Chongqing, I met the prince of the Li kingdom today. He has thoroughly investigated me, even knowing of your existence. Few within the Su kingdom were aware of Xiao Buiyuan's 5 daughters. The populace merely knew that their general of the nation was destined to be a father-in-law, and little else. Moreover, Xiao Chongqing's birth had not been marked by lavish celebrations, further obscuring her existence from public knowledge. The royal drill ground of the Li kingdom, combined with the intruder's attire, suggested that the thief was none other than the prince of the Li kingdom. This was merely Xiao Chongqing's conjecture, and her lack of interest in the intruder precluded her from attending the royal drill ground. I am father's daughter. The prince of the Li kingdom's knowledge of this will not change anything. In essence, she was asserting that the prince's knowledge posed no threat to the general's residence. Grandfather knows that he is merely feeling a bit irked. His secrets have been inexplicably uncovered by the prince of the Li kingdom, which is quite displeasing. Xiao Buiyuan, momentarily petulant, exhibited a child's temper. Xiao Chongqing, at a loss for words, gently patted her father's head with her left hand, as though this gesture might soothe his ire. What further vexed Xiao Buiyuan was the prince's immediate desire to meet his charming and gifted young daughter. That was simply unacceptable. To honor the prince of the Li kingdom, King Su specially arranged a banquet, inviting all civil and military officials along with their families, allowing General Xiao to bring all his daughters. Furious, Xiao Buiyuan could hardly contain his rage as he observed the amused glances exchanged among the ministers, each of whom seemed to mock him for being relegated to the role of a father-in-law. Ultimately, General Xiao attended the banquet accompanied by his 2nd and 3rd daughters, while the prince felt a tinge of disappointment once again. Your Highness, is it not rather peculiar to be so intrigued by a mere 5-year-old girl? Gao Ling's piercing inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Lu Qingye was interested in Xiao Chongqing solely for her martial skills, and he harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards a child so young. In the subsequent days, Lu Qingye devoted himself entirely to the art of military training, though General Xiao seemed to regard him with some disdain. One day, having received permission from Xiao Buiyuan to rest, Xiao Chongqing had intended to peruse military texts, but was unexpectedly drawn out of the general's residence by her 3 elder sisters. They found themselves in a shop selling cosmetics, where the air was thick with fragrance. Unable to resist, Xiao Chongqing sneezed, dazedly watching her sisters who were deeply engaged in selecting the most appealing powders. Their seriousness rivaled her own dedication when practicing swordplay. After nearly half an hour, the sisters finally selected their preferred cosmetics. 3rd sister, Xiao Yashi, quietly inquired whether Xiao Changqing had chosen anything for herself. Eager to escape the overpowering sense, Xiao Changqing casually picked up a nearby box of blush and nodded at Xiao Yashi. The tea house bustled with patrons, and upon spotting her second sister, Xiao Yaqing, the waiter quickly ushered them to a private room on the second floor. It appeared that the sisters were familiar regulars here, and Xiao Changqing curiously approached the window, only to realize that her height prevented her from reaching it. Seeing this, fourth sister Xiao Yale suppressed a laugh and fetched a small stool for Xiao Changqing to stand on, her eyes filled with mirth. Sister, in a few months, I shall be able to reach this window, Xiao Changqing mused, occasionally feeling dissatisfied with her stature. She knew she was merely 5 years old and would surely surpass her sisters in height in due time. This declaration elicited laughter from her second and third sisters, who found her earnestness endearing. They proceeded to inquire about the eldest sister's recent experiences, causing Xiao Yaman's face to flush with shyness as she hesitated to respond. The younger sisters grasped the implication, while Xiao Changqing remained oblivious. Our little Changqing is still young. She'll understand when she grows up, teased second sister Xiao Yaqing, eyeing her naive face with a desire to pinch her cheeks. The conversation then drifted to mundane, familial matters. As long as eldest sister Xiao Yaman was content, her younger sisters felt a sense of relief, knowing that her future happiness would ultimately be revealed in time. By the way, the prince of the Li Kingdom is truly handsome, Xiao Yashi remarked, resting her chin on her hand. This drew a playful response from second sister. Oh, don't dwell on such fanciful thoughts. The prince is not someone we can approach. Among them, only fourth sister Xiao Yale had yet to lay eyes on the prince. Her curiosity piqued as she yearned for a glimpse. Meanwhile, Xiao Changqing, expressionless, sipped her tea, taking small bites of osmanthus cake, entirely unaware of her sister's chatter. On the other hand, the prince of the Li Kingdom, finally enjoying a moment of respite, had coincidentally arrived at the same tea house with his attendant Gao Ling. They were forced to sit among the throng of patrons. Lu Qingye settled in with composure, facing a burly blacksmith who seemed unfazed by the cold, his torso bare and a hammer slung over his shoulder. Gao Ling observed the man opposite him, impeccably dressed, with a folding fan on the table, an oddity in the Su Kingdom where the frigid winters and mild summers rendered such items unnecessary. The four Xiao sisters gradually descended from the upper floor, with second sister Xiao Yaqing leading the way, Xiao Changqing following closely behind. Third sister Xiao Yashi quickly spotted the prince seated inconspicuously and excitedly tugged at fourth sister Xiao Yale's sleeve. Yale, the gentleman in the southeast corner, sipping tea, is the prince of the Li Kingdom. Her fortune seemed too good to be true, and without hesitation, Xiao Yashi sought to hurry downstairs. Second sister Xiao Yaqing also recognized the prince, contemplating her younger sister's boisterous nature, knowing she would surely wish to approach him. This thought quelled Xiao Yashi's racing heart. Yet fourth sister Xiao Yale's curiosity could not be contained. She believed that since the prince had never seen her, she might be able to approach him without drawing attention. Thus unfolded the ensuing scene, where Xiao Yale boldly approached the prince, standing directly across from him, beside the bare-chested blacksmith. As her third sister had predicted, the prince's appearance captivated her. Had not Xiao Changqing grasped Xiao Yaqing's sleeve, indicating for her to pause, second sister would have exited the tea house, oblivious to her fourth sister's absence. Lu Qingye set down his teacup and raised his gaze to Xiao Yale standing before him, greeting her with a polite smile. My lady, are you in search of a seat? And no, I am indeed looking for a seat. But it seems there are none available. Xiao Yale feigned disappointment as she glanced around, feigning a desire to leave. As the four sisters descended, Lu Qingye caught sight of the child and contemplated how to approach her, only to find the opportunity presenting itself. I notice you are accompanied by quite a few companions. Perhaps we should reserve a private room? He suggested. Naturally, Lu Qingye would bear the cost of the room, and the Xiao sisters followed the waiter, who wore a perplexed expression, back to their exclusive chamber. Second sister Xiao Yaqing bore an expression of suppressed annoyance, yet this only amused the usually serious Xiao Changqing. Since third sister Xiao Yashi had previously encountered Lu Qingye at the banquet, their identities were clear, making conversation more convenient while also requiring caution regarding sensitive topics. Before leaving, Second sister Xiao Yaqing had hidden Xiao Chongqing's wooden sword, claiming it was a day of rest, thus justifying its absence. Now, despite feeling restless, Xiao Chongqing could manage to endure the situation, finding it somewhat better than attending eldest sister's banquet. However, the subjects of discussion bored her, and she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. This day was meant for her to enjoy studying military texts, yet she had been dragged out shopping by her 3 elder sisters, ultimately purchasing a box of cosmetics whose color she did not even know. In the room, 5 pairs of eyes focused intently on the yawning Xiao Chongqing, who blinked in confusion at her 5 companions. How did their conversation shift to themselves? Indeed, my younger sister is an extraordinary martial talent, hence she is personally instructed by our father. My second sister candidly informed Lu Qingye that Xiao Chongqing is well favored by General Xiao in the general's residence. I am well aware of this, yet with her abilities, my sister cannot expect to receive better treatment in the kingdom of Su. While it is commendable that General Xiao teaches her, she ultimately needs to learn diverse martial arts to accelerate her growth. Xiao Yaqing understood this, while our third sister, Xiao Yaxi, took a moment to grasp the implications of Lu Qingye's words, igniting a small spark of indignation within her, altering her previously amiable demeanor. As for our fourth sister, Xiao Yaluan, she was oblivious to Lu Qingye's meaning but, observing the silence from the second sister, she wisely chose to remain silent herself. I express my gratitude to His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Li, on behalf of Xiao Chongqing, stating that Su is a splendid place. It is where Chongqing was born and will always be her home. Xiao Yaqing graciously declined Lu Qingye's offer. After finishing her tea, Xiao Chongqing declared that she no longer wished to accompany her sisters out, having nearly consumed a year's worth of tea in one sitting. Before departing, Lu Qingye called out to Xiao Chongqing. Despite her reluctance to engage with the crown prince from the kingdom of Li, she maintained basic courtesy. Pausing her departure, she turned to him, silently inquiring about his intentions. Under the watchful gaze of the 3 Xiao sisters, Lu Qingye presented his sword, cradling it with both hands. To Xiao Chongqing, the sword appeared to be a common one, easily obtainable on the streets, yet the act of gifting it deeply touched Xiao Chongqing's heart. She cherished swords and the sensation of holding a cold weapon, as it provided her with a sense of security. The 3 Xiao sisters assumed that, given her temperament, their younger sister would never accept a sword from Lu Qingye, only to be astounded by her subsequent actions. Xiao Chongqing beamed with joy, eagerly accepting the sword and cradling it in her arms, smiling at Lu Qingye as she said, "Thank you, I really like it." Her smile transformed her eyes into crescent moons, enhancing her charm. The 3 sisters, who had never witnessed Xiao Chongqing smile before, felt an intense annoyance, realizing that their younger sister favored such cold weapons. It seemed that cosmetics and trinkets were not suitable gifts for Xiao Chongqing. Her genuine smile nearly revealed Lu Qingye's carefully concealed emotions. Meanwhile, the seemingly decorative Gao Lang harbored doubts, pondering whether the crown prince's attention towards the 5-year-old was solely due to her martial talent. This was Xiao Chongqing's first genuine sword. A far cry from the wooden sword she had practiced with, this was a weapon capable of delivering lethal blows. Given their father's nature, he would undoubtedly return the sword to the crown prince of Li, yet seeing Xiao Chongqing so enamored with it suggested she would soon face disappointment. I will tell father that His Highness from the kingdom of Li gifted this to me. Since I have accepted it, he will surely not return it, Xiao Chongqing thought, knowing her father, Xiao Buiyuan, well. Upon returning to the general's residence, my second sister Xiao Yaqing took Xiao Chongqing to the study, where Xiao Buiyuan was engrossed in practicing calligraphy, his focused demeanor momentarily making one forget he was a battle-hardened general. Xiao Yaqing conveyed Lu Qingye's exact words to Xiao Buiyuan, believing he should make the decision. Caught in a dilemma, any choice taken was merely to ensure Xiao Chongqing received better learning opportunities. A sigh emerged from the study, as Xiao Buiyuan conceded that he had once been defeated by General Zheng Yuan of the Kingdom of Li, holding the sword. Xiao Chongqing observed her father's sigh and quietly spoke, "Father, I wish to accompany you to the palace's training grounds tomorrow." She intended to inherit Xiao Buiyuan's legacy, to assume his position, and to bear the responsibility of safeguarding the kingdom of Su, determined to study diligently despite her youth. She believed that even without going to the kingdom of Li, she could shoulder the responsibility of protecting Su and take on the pressures of being a general in 10 years' time. The next day, as Xiao Buiyuan attended court, Xiao Chongqing followed closely by his side. Upon entering the palace, Xiao Buiyuan instructed a eunuch to escort Xiao Chongqing to the training grounds. Arriving early, Xiao Chongqing could only witness soldiers engaged in morning drills. The Crown Prince of Li was likely having breakfast at this hour. According to the soldiers, the Crown Prince would arrive at the training grounds promptly during the hour of Qin. An aide-de-camp of Xiao Buiyuan, who had visited the general's residence several times and met Xiao Chongqing a few times, hastened to her side as she entered the training grounds. Xiao Chongqing sat quietly with the sword gifted by Lu Qingye, observing the soldiers as they practiced, sweat glistening under the weak morning sun. At the hour of Qin, the Crown Prince of Li arrived at the training grounds, accompanied by his guard Gao Lang. Upon entering, Lu Qingye's gaze was instantly drawn to Xiao Chongqing, who sat there in a deep blue improved riding outfit. Why was the child here today? Was it perhaps because he had gifted her a sword the day before? Lu Qingye was not mistaken. It was indeed because of the sword that Xiao Chongqing's slight bias against him had vanished. She had come to the training grounds to learn about the so-called military training methods of the Kingdom of Li, curious about whether she would continue these methods should she inherit Xiao Buiyuan's position. After court, Xiao Buiyuan hurried to the training grounds and spotted the Crown Prince seated beside his daughter, engrossed in conversation. The serious expression on Xiao Chongqing's face annoyed him. "Father." Upon seeing Xiao Buiyuan striding towards them, Xiao Chongqing leapt down from the slightly high platform, steadying herself before softly calling out. Xiao Buiyuan attributed the unusual scene to the fact that Lu Qingye was Zheng Yuan's disciple, and as one of Zheng Yuan's defeated subordinates, he was reluctant to show any friendliness towards the prince. "Father, I want to see more," Xiao Chongqing said, recalling her conversation with Lu Qingye regarding General Zheng Yuan. He had mentioned that if she were to go to the Kingdom of Li to study under General Zheng, the King of Su would not object. He even suggested that she could learn all from Zheng Yuan and then defeat him, thereby reclaiming her honor. Xiao Chongqing had to admit that Lu Qingye's words had caused her unwavering determination to waver slightly. Around lunchtime, Xiao Chongqing and Xiao Buiyuan departed, while Lu Qingye leisurely remained, watching the father-daughter pair leave, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Born as a prince, he had been bestowed with a title since birth. Although his father had no harem, only his mother, the king was often preoccupied with numerous affairs, leaving little time to spend with his mother and him. In his childhood, he envied ordinary families who could stroll together, but now he learned to conceal his emotions, hiding his true self. "Your Highness, are you thinking of the Queen?" Gao Lang, who had been by Lu Qingye's side since he was 10, mused, the passing of 5 years feeling swift. "Perhaps I should not rush into marriage," he had once declared, joking that he would remain unmarried until Lu Qingye took a princess as his wife. However, this statement had caused Lu Qingye to laugh for 2 whole days, after which he remarked that Gao Lang was foolish. One should marry when the time comes, rather than make such declarations.
Gao Lang.
"I often ponder whether my life would be different had I been born into a family of generals like Xiao Chongqing, where I could spend my days in the company of my parents, a far preferable existence than the loneliness of the palace." He understood that Lu Qingye, being a member of the imperial family, was bound by the heavy responsibilities that came with his title as crown prince. 3 months hence, General Zhao's second daughter, Xiao Yaqing, was set to wed, fortuitously destined for the Li Kingdom, as those of wealth and status from Su Kingdom had long since settled there. The Su Kingdom, with its cold and diminutive landscape, was not a place where prosperous merchants would linger. Xiao Yaqing's marriage had been arranged even before her birth, with the Zhao family, once close allies of General Xiao, now distanced since their relocation to Li Kingdom. Although today was meant to be a joyous occasion for Xiao Yaqing, the atmosphere in the Xiao household was rather somber, almost bleak. The emperor, aware of the significance of the day, had also attended, which should have added to the merriment. Yet his presence did little to lift the spirits. He soon departed the general's residence, leaving everyone kneeling in silence. As the gates closed behind him, the celebratory mood extinguished. Clearly, the crown prince of Li must have shared troubling news with the emperor. "Chongqing, rest assured, even if I relinquish my position as general, I will ensure your safety." Xiao Buiyuan thought of the Li crown prince, certain he had spoken nonsensically to the emperor. Anger surged within him, prompting a desire to confront the Li crown prince. Yet, amidst the tension, Xiao Chongqing gently placed her hand on her father's shoulder, softly reminding him that it was indeed a moment for celebration, as the auspicious hour had arrived. Outside, firecrackers erupted, accompanied by the traditional melodies heralding the arrival of the groom, who stood perplexed before the closed gates of the general's residence. The gates, though shut for only a short while, soon swung open, reigniting the firecrackers in a cacophony of sound, marking the day as fortuitous. The festivities mirrored those of her elder sister Xiao Yaman's wedding, adhering to Su Kingdom's matrimonial customs, yet Xiao Buiyuan's demeanor remained heavy, the atmosphere in the main hall oppressive. The groom, curious about the somber mood, inquired of his bride what troubled the guests. Xiao Yaqing chose not to disclose the familial strife, knowing it would serve only to burden him further. As the ceremonial proceedings unfolded, 2 hours later the banquet would commence. Xiao Yashi took her younger sister Xiao Chongqing by the hand, leading her to prepare for the occasion, reminiscing about the last time she had adorned Xiao Chongqing. When their elder sister was present, and joy permeated the air, starkly contrasting with the present gloom. Is it true that the seasons in Li Kingdom last longer than those in Su Kingdom? Xiao Chongqing queried, believing the winters to be equally extended.
Indeed.
Their seasons follow a normal cycle, with winters that do not linger as they do here, Xiao Yashi replied, recalling her readings. Li Kingdom boasted fertile lands, abundant with diverse crops and bustling with countless travelers. As the banquet approached, Xiao Yashi and Xiao Yale's spirits lifted, attempting to reconcile the thought of their sister's departure to Li Kingdom. Unbeknownst to them, the Li crown prince, accompanied by Gao Lang, strode confidently into the festivities. Upon his arrival, the groom rushed to greet him as if he were family, addressing him with the utmost respect, which stirred mixed emotions among the Su attendees. Witnessing their own kin fawning over a foreigner, the groom complied with Lu Qingye's request to sit at the same table as the Xiao family, directly across from Xiao Buiyuan. The Xiao family, in silent accord, chose to ignore Lu Qingye, engaging in individual conversations while Xiao Chongqing quietly enjoyed her meal. The banquet's offerings largely reflective of traditional Su cuisine. Noticing the family's reluctance to converse, Lu Qingye refrained from initiating dialogue. Instead, he thoughtfully served Xiao Chongqing a dish she struggled to reach, an act that captured the attention of all present, to which Xiao Chongqing politely expressed her gratitude. Xiao Buiyuan's clenched fists betrayed his simmering frustration as he spoke through gritted teeth. Is that so? Your emperor has not informed me of this. I am here merely because of my acquaintance with the groom. Lu Qingye feigned surprise, his expression suggesting he had only just learned of this matter. Xiao Buiyuan felt a throbbing pain at his temples, convinced that the Li crown prince had indeed said something to the emperor. Lu Qingye's candid remark carried an undertone of dissatisfaction with the Su emperor, believing he should not have issued such a decree. Could he exchange his status as general for his daughter's freedom? The answer was a resounding no. The nation must come before family. Xiao Buiyuan's gaze fell upon his youngest daughter, who, despite her quiet demeanor, was astute enough to understand the gravity of the situation. Xiao Yashi and Xiao Yale too grasped their father's resolve, while Xiao Chongqing remained blissfully unaware, savoring her meal without concern for the conversations surrounding her. Rest assured, General, I shall take good care of Chongqing and will not allow anyone to wrong her, Lu Qingye vowed, a gesture of sincerity from the Li crown prince, a rarity indeed. As the banquet concluded, Lu Qingye was the first to depart, followed closely by Gao Lang, finally escaping the clamor of the festivities. Your performance was splendid, Your Highness, Gao Lang praised, unable to contain his admiration for the crown prince's display before the Xiao family. Indeed, as Xiao Buiyuan suspected, Lu Qingye had broached the subject of Xiao Chongqing, merely 5 years old yet possessing extraordinary martial prowess, before the Su emperor, presenting enticing offers that ensnared the emperor's interest. Lu Qingye felt an unusual elation, contemplating how much strength Xiao Chongqing could potentially bring to the Li Kingdom. His ambitions were solely for the benefit of Li Kingdom. The acquisition of Xiao Chongqing was merely the first step. His curiosity about Li Kingdom's ironworking techniques was piqued, as nearly half of their iron goods were sourced from Su Kingdom. The seemingly insignificant nation held the key to restraining the vastness of Li Kingdom. Yet, The Su emperor remained blissfully unaware of Li Kingdom's long-standing interest in their ironworking secrets, perpetually on the verge of success, with craftsmen continuously striving to uncover the final missing link. Lu Qingye's visit to Su Kingdom was not solely to impart military training. The paramount objective was a clandestine mission assigned by his father to uncover the secrets of Su Kingdom's ironworking. The Su emperor, in his naivety, graciously allowed Lu Qingye to tour their ironworking facilities, patiently answering all inquiries. As Lu Qingye extracted numerous crucial steps regarding iron smelting, he found himself bewildered when the king of Su unexpectedly revealed the secrets of their iron smelting techniques to him. At that moment, Lu Qingye was utterly perplexed. Unable to comprehend the king's intentions, for this iron smelting art was the sole means by which Su could restrain Li. However, as he listened further, it became clear that the king of Su intended to use the secret of iron smelting in exchange for the protection of Li. Lu Qingye pledged to the king that Li would ally with Su, promising never to wage war against them. Xiao Chongqing, seated with a wooden sword, felt detached from the conversation, as she was not yet born during those events. The crown prince of Li and Xiao Yaqing's husband, being acquaintances, decided to embark on their journey together for mutual support. Consequently, the crown prince, originally scheduled to depart the previous day, delayed their departure by 2 days, arranging for the two Xiao sisters to travel by carriage while he opted for horseback, finding the carriage too stifling. With the crown prince riding, Xiao Yaqing's husband naturally followed suit, choosing to ride as well, allowing for casual conversations between them. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yaqing and Xiao Chongqing sat in silence, accompanied by 2 maids attending to them. Noticing their master's quietude, the maids hesitated to speak. This was Xiao Chongqing's first time away from home. The wind gently lifted the curtain of the carriage, and Xiao Yaqing leaned her head towards the window, savoring the breeze that symbolized freedom. Dear Chongqing, on your first journey away from home, remember that you have our eldest and second sisters in Li. You are not alone. Do you understand? Xiao Yaqing knew her younger sister kept everything bottled up inside. Xiao Chongqing was reluctant to express her emotions, preferring to endure hardships silently, which worried Xiao Yaqing. Yes, I will remember. If I feel homesick, I will seek out our elder sisters, Xiao Chongqing replied, though the timing of such feelings remained uncertain. After traversing 3 great mountains and journeying several hundred miles over nearly a month, they finally reached the border of Li. The soldiers guarding the boundary recognized Lu Qingye's insignia and swiftly granted him passage. The group proceeded towards the imperial palace of Li, which lay at the heart of an ever-expanding territory, requiring another fortnight to reach the center. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the imperial city, where common folk resided, Xiao Yaqing and her husband had to part ways with Xiao Chongqing, who would now confront the unknown alone. Little Chongqing, would you like to ride? Lu Qingye, having dismounted, approached her gently, holding the reins. Xiao Chongqing tilted her head to gaze at the snow-white horse he led. She tentatively touched its belly, and the horse remained calm. Nodding to express her desire to ride, she was swiftly lifted by Lu Qingye, who adeptly mounted the horse with her. Once inside the palace, Xiao Chongqing became the focus of attention among the maids and eunuchs, feeling quite exposed without a sword to clutch. Why were they all staring at her? Lu Qingye entrusted Xiao Chongqing to Gao Lang, instructing him to keep an eye on her while he reported to the emperor about the events in Su. However, nearly an hour had passed without his return, and Gao Lang observed that neither he nor Xiao Chongqing had dined yet. Miss Xiao, shall I escort you to dinner? The crown prince likely won't emerge for a while, and he may be dining with the emperor, he suggested. Xiao Chongqing glanced at the brightly lit study nearby, touched her empty stomach, and nodded in agreement. Rather than wait hungrily for the crown prince, she prioritized filling her belly. Following Gao Lang, they left the palace and found a stall selling wontons, where she enjoyed a bowl. Xiao Chongqing found herself puzzled. Could one freely enter and exit the Li royal palace? Her confusion was evident, prompting Gao Lang to set down a spoon and explain the palace's regulations. The ladies residing within our palace are not permitted to leave at will, while the crown prince and other princes may come and go freely. However, after nightfall, they cannot exit, but I, as a personal guard, am allowed. This was straightforward enough. The concubines could not roam freely, but with only one queen in Li, the notion of a harem was antiquated. Gao Lang's rules must have originated from an era long past, forgotten by all, as the emperor had no harem, rendering the queen's confinement unquestionable. As the wait stretched on, Xiao Chongqing tugged at Gao Lang's sleeve and asked, "Could you show me around?" The surroundings were tranquil, filled with the sounds of crickets chirping in the grass. Gao Lang led her through areas accessible to her, while other locations required special insignia for entry. With nightfall, the only well-lit path was the one traversed by ministers on their way to morning court, remaining illuminated even after dark. Dozens of lanterns lit the way, leaving first-time visitors, including Xiao Chongqing, awestruck by the spectacle. In their royal palace in Su, such a long path was unimaginable, and even if it existed, it would be wasteful to line it with so many lamps merely for illumination. A decade has swiftly passed, and the 16th emperor of the Li Kingdom abdicated, departing the palace with his empress to traverse the world, entrusting the weighty responsibilities of the kingdom to his heir, Lu Qingye. The citizens of Li Kingdom still recall the words spoken by the young prince when he was but a royal heir. "If anyone can defeat me, I shall marry her." The terrifying consequence of this declaration was that, in accordance with the young emperor's wish, every unmarried maiden in the kingdom now trained in martial arts. Whether they could actually prevail against the emperor was uncertain. What they knew for certain was that their departure from the confines of traditional feminine pursuits brought them unprecedented exhilaration. In his current role as a royal guard, Gao Lang was obliged to listen daily to the ministers' complaints about the new emperor. These officials sought to persuade him to convey to the emperor that he ought to take a wife, for the throne should not remain vacant. In the 3rd month of the new emperor's reign, while in the imperial study, Lu Qingye furrowed his brow upon reading yet another memorial urging him to expedite the appointment of a consort. Gao Lang, standing just outside, realized he was about to face the consequences of this burden. As soon as he pushed the door open, a memorial flew to his feet. Silently, he bent down to retrieve it and presented it once more to Lu Qingye. "Your Majesty, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel has awaited you for a decade. It is said that she once possessed delicate hands skilled in embroidery and music, yet now, in pursuit of your words, her hands are calloused from sword training." Yesterday, the Minister of Personnel had brought his daughter to meet the emperor, and upon seeing them, Gao Lang hastily welcomed them into the residence. He observed the minister's daughter, tears in her eyes, professing her deep admiration for the new emperor. Ultimately, he consented to allow the minister's memorial to appear before Lu Qingye. "I have scarcely ascended the throne for 3 months. Why should I allow those old men to rush me? My mood for reviewing these memorials has already soured," Lu Qingye declared, rising to gaze out the window, where the scenery had remained unchanged for the past decade. Meanwhile, a woman clad in crimson armor strode purposefully toward the imperial study, her helmet cradled in her left arm. The palace maids and eunuchs who encountered her immediately bowed their heads in deference. "Is that not Vice General Xiao Chongqing?" one maid whispered to her companion, who responded, "Indeed. One must always act thus in her presence. Merely bowing without speaking suffices. But why must we treat her differently? When we meet other officials, we must salute and address them with their titles, yet with Vice General Xiao, we need only bow and remain silent?" queried the maid. "It is a command issued by the emperor when he was still the prince. The specifics elude us, but in this palace, one must act more and speak less to survive." As the maids and eunuchs stood outside the study, upon spotting Xiao Chongqing approaching, they knocked gently on the door 5 times to announce her arrival to the emperor. Gao Lang, recognizing the signal, discreetly opened the door and stepped out. "Vice General," he thought, recalling how, a decade ago, the girl before him had been a mere 5-year-old child. Time had transformed her. She had grown into the first female vice general of the Li Kingdom, and this had made her a formidable rival in the eyes of many unmarried maidens. She had been trained by the same master as the new emperor, making her the most likely contender to defeat him. "Please inform His Majesty," Xiao Chongqing stated, standing tall and expressionless, gazing at the reddish-brown door of the study. Only after Gao Lang announced her would she enter. Gao Lang, having opened the door for her, knew that she had no need for such formalities. Her presence alone commanded respect. As Lu Qingye's expression turned grave, he regarded Xiao Chongqing kneeling before him. He had watched her grow, witnessing her joys and sorrows. In his eyes, she had become wholly a daughter of the Li Kingdom. "Chongqing, next month is your birthday. May I join you in celebrating this last birthday you'll spend in the Li Kingdom? As she raised her gaze, Lu Qingye's previously solemn demeanor melted into a gentle smile, one that had been absent from his countenance for the past decade. Unbeknownst to him, his words had touched a sensitive nerve within her. "Your Majesty, I take my leave," she interjected, rising to exit the study before he could respond. Gao Lang observed her cold demeanor and reflected on how, despite the passage of 10 years, Xiao Chongqing remained like an unyielding block of ice, impervious to the emperor's kindness. Adhering strictly to the etiquette expected of her, since the age of 13, she had not smiled. Gao Lang recalled a decade prior, when Lu Qingye had gifted her a sword, and her radiant smile had illuminated the room. How does one persuade a person to remain? Lu Qingye pondered, his hands clasped tightly behind him, his gaze fixed outside as a few swallows flitted by. 3 years prior, Gao Lang had realized that the prince harbored a unique sentiment for Xiao Chongqing. General Jingyuan had 2 sons. The elder had married early and was already a grandfather, which made the empress envious of her son, who stubbornly refused to take a princess as his consort. Whenever the topic of the crown princess arose, Lu Qingye would deflect, insisting that his younger brother should assume the position instead. Over time, the empress ceased to press the matter, redirecting her focus onto Xiao Chongqing. Aware that her son regarded the girl from the Su kingdom with a distinct fondness, the empress began to suspect her son's inclinations were not toward women but rather towards men. Gao Lang became the primary target of suspicion, closely monitored by the empress's chief maid for over a month, rendering him overly vigilant. Ultimately, unable to bear the scrutiny any longer, he hastily wed his beloved to escape the doubts, a development that did not go unnoticed by Lu Qingye. In the presence of the empress, Lu Qingye declared that if he could not find someone to stir his heart, he would never marry. This proclamation infuriated the empress, causing her to faint on the spot, while the emperor, enraged, confined the prince to his quarters for half a month, forbidding him from stepping outside the Linyang palace without permission. From that point on, the empress ceased to pressure her son into marriage, and the topic remained dormant until the prince's ascension. With over 3 months since the new emperor's coronation and the position of consort still vacant, concerns about the royal lineage grew, particularly given Lu Qingye's temperament, which heightened the minister's anxieties. Some even sent their unmarried daughters to General Jingyuan's residence, requesting him to teach them martial arts, while others turned their attention to Xiao Chongqing, the only female disciple of General Jingyuan, believing she alone could defeat the emperor, who had been trained by the same master. With 35 days remaining until Xiao Chongqing's birthday, it was an ordinary morning, and as was her routine, she headed to General Jingyuan's residence to pay her respects. On her way, she was halted by 3 or 4 civil officials emerging from the morning court, who promptly knelt before her. Fortunately, the path was not crowded. Otherwise, they would soon become the subject of gossip among their peers. "What is the meaning of this?" Xiao Chongqing inquired, her left hand resting on the hilt of her sword as she regarded the kneeling officials with a slight bow of her head, making no move to assist them, instead taking a step back. "Vice General Xiao, it is widely known among the palace denizens that the emperor harbors feelings for you. Do you truly remain oblivious to this? Clearly, a decade has elapsed, long enough for these individuals to forget that Xiao Chongqing is not a citizen of the Li Kingdom. I must remind you all, I, Xiao Chongqing, am not from the Li Kingdom. I hail from the Su Kingdom. Would you desire a Su national to become your nation's consort?" Her tone dripped with scorn and mockery aimed at the civil officials. Upon this reminder from Xiao Chongqing, the kneeling officials hastily rose to their feet, for 10 years had made them forget that the woman before them, named Xiao Chongqing, originated from the small nation nestled between 2 great mountains. With the path ahead now unobstructed, Xiao Chongqing continued her journey to General Jingyuan's residence, having already lost considerable time. "Chongqing, you are late today," remarked Mrs. Zheng, who was just preparing some light refreshments for her husband when she encountered Xiao Chongqing. "I was held up by trivial matters on the way, Master. Allow me to take care of this," Xiao Chongqing replied. Mrs. Zheng, ever diligent, had continued to prepare these treats for General Jingyuan for 10 years. As she handed the tray to Xiao Chongqing, a look of contentment graced her features. "Next month marks your birthday, Chongqing. How swiftly the years have passed. The 5-year-old girl has blossomed into a graceful young lady, Mrs. Jing expressed. Her affection for Xiao Chongqing evident. She had once considered her as a potential daughter-in-law until a certain incident caused her to relinquish that thought with regret.
Yet,
Xiao Chongqing remained steadfast, dutifully adhering to the orders from the Su Kingdom's royal family, spending a decade in the Li Kingdom. Unknown to many, Xiao Chongqing had already bested General Zheng Yuan once before. In that moment, Mrs. Zheng felt a pang of disappointment. She had watched Xiao Chongqing grow up, treating her as her own daughter. Nevertheless, she sensed an invisible barrier between them, a wall erected by Xiao Chongqing herself. Occasionally, Mrs. Zheng felt a tinge of sadness that Xiao Chongqing was reluctant to draw closer. In the general's courtyard, 3 wooden posts stood, one of which appeared rather worn, having been used by Xiao Chongqing since she was 5. This sturdy post had withstood her relentless strikes for a decade. Master, I apologize for my tardiness, due to minor delays on the road, Xiao Chongqing said. Under the pavilion, General Zheng Yuan was engrossed in a somewhat tattered military treatise.
today,
Many spoke of you in the court, he said, gently closing the book and placing it on the table. He raised his gaze to meet Xiao Chongqing's. After inviting her to sit, she placed the tray of refreshments on the table and took her seat. Mrs. Zheng, for reasons unknown, yearned to listen to the conversation between the master and disciple. The military officials seemed to have collectively agreed to mention the emperor and the words he uttered when he was still a prince, asserting that whoever could defeat the prince would earn his hand in marriage. General Zheng Yuan recounted the day south discussions in the court. Sitting across from him, Xiao Chongqing maintained her silence, sipping her tea, aware that General Zheng had yet to arrive at the crux of the matter. They soon reached an unspoken understanding, discussing how she, as his sole female disciple, was the only one capable of defeating the emperor. The officials, compelled by their emperor's past declarations, had placed their hopes squarely on General Zheng Yuan's only female disciple, conveniently overlooking the fact that she was a Su national, a kingdom that was currently dismissed by the Li Kingdom. Had it not been for the new emperor's ascension and his announcement of an alliance with the Su Kingdom, they would have long forgotten about it. As for the duel, Xiao Chongqing exhibited little reaction, her hand holding the teacup, pausing momentarily. The prospect of defeating General Zheng Yuan was merely a stroke of luck. The officials' obsession with seeing someone ascend to the throne was indeed alarming, deeply rooted in their ingrained beliefs that the emperor and empress must stand united to ensure the realm's stability and to garner the citizens' support for the new emperor. The emperor has consented to this duel, scheduled for the end of this month, General Zheng Yuan stated, already foreseeing the outcome. 3 years prior, on a day like any other, Mrs. Zheng had been carrying refreshments to the courtyard, the sun blazing overhead. That day, they were expecting distinguished guests, hence the larger quantity of treats she bore. In truth, General Zheng Yuan would typically be resting at this hour, and he was not in the courtyard. Rather, it was Xiao Chongqing and their esteemed guest, the Crown Prince. Upon entering the courtyard, Mrs. Zheng found Lu Qingye seated in the pavilion, watching Xiao Chongqing practice her swordplay against the wooden post, completely alone, his emotions unmasked. In that moment, Mrs. Zheng saw in him the very expression General Zheng Yuan had worn when he first smiled at her in their youth, a memory she would never forget. The gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, some drifting to the ground and others landing on Xiao Chongqing's head, yet she remained undistracted, diligently practicing. Mrs. Zheng, unwilling to disrupt such a serene atmosphere, quietly departed with her tray. Eyes never lie, and Mrs. Zheng had always believed in this sentiment. Just as she reached her courtyard, she spotted Gao Lang standing like a statue, unmoving. Vice General Xiao, the emperor has been waiting for you, Gao Lang remarked, reminiscing about when Xiao Chongqing was a child. When they could greet each other without such formalities, she would sometimes affectionately call him Brother Gao Lang. Xiao Chongqing invited Gao Lang inside, finding it rather foolish for him to remain outside, especially since the common folk were unaware that the daughter-disciple of General Zheng Yuan resided here. Thus, his presence outside would attract unwarranted attention and gossip. Inside, Lu Qingye was preparing tea, his gentle demeanor as inscrutable as ever to Xiao Chongqing. She understood many people well. Yet Lu Qingye remained an enigma, always donning a mask to conceal his true self whenever he was with her. This perplexity lingered in her mind. Despite a decade of companionship, he still bore a sense of wariness towards her. Yet, Gao Lang would often chide her for being overly cautious around Lu Qingye, insisting that after 10 years, she should not be so unapproachable. This amused her while simultaneously eliciting admiration for Lu Qingye's profound disguise. Gao Lang was a prime example of this. In private, Xiao Chongqing was quite amiable. For instance, she knew she need not bow to Lu Qingye and simply took her seat. Gao Lang, receiving a glance from Lu Qingye, silently settled beside her. It seemed a long time since the three of them had shared such a peaceful moment together. In 4 days, a duel between you and me will take place, Chongqing. You still have the opportunity to decline. After today, the duel will proceed as scheduled, Lu Qingye said, pushing the teacup towards Xiao Chongqing. In the general's residence, my master has mentioned this matter. The emperor, when he was still the crown prince, stated that such words would inevitably be upheld. Chongqing shall indeed partake in this duel. I hope Chongqing will exert her utmost strength and not deliberately concede to me. The last remark bore an unmistakable hint of menace. Then I trust the emperor will also give his all, she retorted, aware of their mutual desire to win, especially after his insistence on her remaining here until after her birthday next month before allowing her to leave. Many such events would unfold, and she knew she must steady her heart to face this individual. Gao Lang felt as though he were sitting on a bed of needles, utterly uncomfortable in his own skin. He would rather stand by the door than take a seat and listen to these two engage in their verbal sparring. He had heard that Vice General Xiao had once bested General Zheng Yuan, and that the duel scheduled 4 days hence would be witnessed by all the citizens in the outskirts of the imperial city. At this proclamation, Xiao Chongqing's left hand, resting beneath the table, twitched slightly. An ominous premonition gripped her. With so many spectators present, there would surely be those who would resort to treachery. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gao Lang could discern that the atmosphere between these two was marginally improved compared to their earlier conversation in the imperial study. At least, he could see a hint of relaxation in Xiao Chongqing's otherwise composed demeanor. It was at this juncture that Lu Qingye broached the subject of the state of Su Kingdom since his ascension to the throne. The alliance between Li Kingdom and Su Kingdom was common knowledge among the populace of Li, who welcomed the inclusion of Su citizens, with some even extending fervent invitations for them to relocate. After all, the plight of Su Kingdom was well understood. A few years prior, they had endured a catastrophic avalanche. And had it not been for Li Kingdom's military intervention, they would have remained trapped between two great mountains. But I digress. Su Kingdom had always been encircled by these mountains. Once Li Kingdom had acquired the secret of iron smelting from Su, they no longer relied on Su's production and began manufacturing it in large quantities themselves. The smaller nations, intimidated by the might of Li Kingdom, dared not provoke it, leading to infighting among them. Li Kingdom thus reaped the benefits of their discord, a fact that had yet to dawn upon these smaller states, who were preoccupied with their own internal strife. When Su Kingdom was mentioned, Xiao Chongqing's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. She feared Lu Qingye might set his sights on Su. I have received intelligence from Qi Kingdom indicating their imminent plans to launch an attack on Su Kingdom, though the exact timing remains unclear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chongqing could no longer sit idly. Qi Kingdom, a small nation that had risen to prominence 5 years prior, bore the same name as the former Qi Kingdom that had been annexed by Li Kingdom, and thus the people of Li harbored no fondness for it. Qi Kingdom was significantly stronger than Su, yet what baffled Xiao Chongqing was Su's geographical position. Other smaller nations had no desire to invade it. The only aspect of Su that piqued the interest of these smaller nations was its iron smelting expertise, which had been publicly disclosed 6 years ago, infuriating Li Kingdom, which had believed that only they and Su possessed such knowledge. Now, the secret was known far and wide. Anyone literate could master the art of iron smelting. Thus, what interest did Qi Kingdom have in Su? Su was situated in a perilous position, flanked by 2 mountains and reliant on the transport of fruits, vegetables, and meats from Li Kingdom. The only conceivable reason for Qi Kingdom's ambitions towards Su was its strategic location behind Li Kingdom, making it an ideal target for a potential surprise attack. Xiao Chongqing's insights garnered appreciative glances from Gao Lang and Lu Qingye, who shared her sentiments. Fortunately, Su had already formed an alliance with Li Kingdom. Should she make a move against Su, Li Kingdom would not remain passive. Yet, Xiao Chongqing could not discern whether Lu Qingya's statement stemmed from genuine concern for Su or if he harbored ulterior motives.
Now,
They could only take one step at a time, uncertain whether Qi Kingdom would indeed act as the informant suggested. 4 days later, the duel between the new emperor of Li Kingdom and Vice General Xiao, the sole female disciple of General Zheng Yuan, commenced on a makeshift arena set up on the outskirts of the imperial city. The majority of the spectators were unmarried young women, veiled and unable to reveal their faces. Yet, their unwavering gazes on the arena betrayed their discontent. Only Zheng Yuan's lone female disciple had the opportunity to duel the emperor. Yet they all understood the futility of their envy. As the duel began, both participants donned martial attire, their swords gleaming ominously as they were drawn, instilling awe among the onlookers. The competition was to be controlled, ensuring no innocent bystanders were harmed. General Zheng Yuan, acting as the referee, stood at the center of the arena and announced the commencement of the duel with a resounding voice. Both Lu Qingye and Xiao Chongqing had trained under Zheng Yuan, yet their styles and speeds differed markedly. Xiao Chongqing favored swiftness, striving for decisive victories without lingering in battle, executing her techniques with speed and precision, leaving no room for her opponent to counter. In contrast, Lu Qingye emphasized steadiness, primarily focusing on defense, countering each of Xiao's strikes before transitioning to offense. This very steadiness countered Xiao Chongqing's speed, and in an instant, Lu Qingye had his sword's tip poised at her neck. In a flash, the duel concluded, leaving the audience in stunned silence as they struggled to comprehend what had transpired before General Zheng Yuan declared the emperor the victor. Those who had wagered on Xiao Chongqing's victory fell to their knees in despair, lamenting their loss of 2 months' worth of salaries. The emperor's swordsmanship indeed matched the praise of his master. Xiao Chongqing accepted her defeat with grace, acknowledging, "I was too hasty in my attacks." Having been cautioned by Zheng Yuan against excessive impatience, she knew that while lethal strikes were commendable against cunning opponents, her straightforward approach would ultimately lead to her downfall. It was not that Xiao lacked intellect in combat. Rather, she possessed no guile, content to win when possible and to retreat when necessary, viewing escape not as a disgrace, but as a means of survival. "Your Majesty is too kind." After exchanging compliments, the duel lost its significance, for the emperor had triumphed. The words he had spoken during his time as crown prince seemed unlikely to materialize. How could a maiden possibly defeat the emperor? Such an outcome would imply he had no intention of ever marrying. Gao Ling stood before them, upright and unwavering, while General Zheng Yuan and Lu Qingye deliberated on matters concerning Qi Kingdom. According to the intelligence gathered by their spies in Qi, the royal family of Qi was comprised of descendants of the defeated Qi Kingdom who had fled following Li Kingdom's conquest. There remained the possibility of Qi seeking revenge, necessitating further infiltration by their spies to uncover more information. "Your Majesty, this nation cannot remain leaderless for a day." The assembled officials echoed in unison, voicing their concerns for the 25-year-old new emperor who had yet to take a wife or secure an heir. A scroll of edict was thrown from the imperial study, landing before the kneeling officials, unfurling as it fell. This was the edict for establishing a consort, requiring only the name of an individual to be inscribed for the Empress of Li Kingdom to be born, fulfilling the desires of the officials. "I now present this edict for taking a consort before you. Summon forth the courage you displayed moments ago," Gao Ling declared, bestowing writing materials upon all present. Lu Qingye's voice echoed from the study, urging the officials, who barely dared to breathe, to lower their heads almost to the ground. Soon, each official received their writing materials, and Lu Qingye's voice rang out again. "Summon the courage you just displayed, inscribe a name upon this edict, and the position of consort shall no longer remain vacant." Yet, no official dared to lift their brush to write a name on the edict, for it was a decree that only the emperor was permitted to inscribe. Despite their eagerness for the consort's position, they understood the value of their own lives. A series of 5 knocks on the door drew the attention of the still kneeling officials, who cautiously raised their heads to witness Gao Lang's guard rapping on the door of the imperial study. Bewilderment crossed their faces as they exchanged glances, and soon their peripheral vision caught sight of a figure entering. It was none other than Vice General Xiao Chongqing, the very individual who had lost to the emperor and caused the martial officials to wager 2 months' worth of salaries in vain. Xiao Chongqing merely cast a glance at the civil official kneeling on the ground before she entered the imperial study, as she intended to discuss the matter of Qi state with Lu Qingye. As night approached, the civil official outside the study, who had been kneeling for nearly half a day, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Lu Qingye, accompanied by Xiao Chongqing, exited the study, and he, stepping out before her, helped the official to his feet, instructing Gao Lang to bring out a chair. Once seated, the official looked utterly drained, his eyes threatening to close at any moment. Xiao Chongqing bent down to retrieve the imperial edict that lay on the ground. A space was left blank, just enough to inscribe a name. As she slowly rolled up the edict, she approached Lu Qingye's side. "Your Majesty, a nation cannot be without an heir for a single day," she echoed the sentiments of the officials from earlier that day. This was merely a gesture of sympathy from Xiao Chongqing. The official had exhausted himself kneeling for so long, solely to urge Lu Qingye to take a wife and establish a consort. While the words uttered by the officials had not affected Lu Qingye when spoken by Xiao Chongqing, they pierced his heart, causing a subtle pain within. Upon receiving the edict she presented, Lu Qingye pondered for an extended period, lost in thought until the night had fully descended. The three individuals present observed him intently. Gao Lang appeared puzzled, while Xiao Chongqing remained patient, waiting for Lu Qingye to speak, and the official wore an expression of eagerness. "Gao Lang, what is the name of the Minister of Personnel's daughter you mentioned last time?" After what felt like an eternity, Lu Qingye's inner turmoil finally settled. When he posed this question, his gaze was not directed at Gao Lang, the civil official, nor at Xiao Chongqing, but slightly upward, towards the now darkened sky. After dragging his thoughts for so long, upon ascending to the throne, today he seemed to have relinquished some of his obsessions, all because of her words. A scholar's inkstone lay on the ground, with a brush resting beside it, and Lu Qingye bent down to pick it up. He reopened the edict and meticulously inscribed the characters Chu Qin upon it, subsequently rolling it up and handing it to Gao Lang, instructing him to present the edict to Eunuch Li for declaration the following day.
Gao Lang,
striving to maintain his composure, accepted the edict, subtly glancing at Xiao Chongqing to gauge her reaction. As he anticipated, she remained as stoic as a statue. Did she truly harbor not a shred of affection for their sovereign? The official seated nearby seemed to feel a weight lifted from his heart, promptly losing consciousness. "Chongqing, stay and dine with me," he invited her gently, his tone remaining soft, though she would never know that such tenderness was reserved solely for her. The evening meal was prepared in a pavilion within the imperial garden, and the palace maids, serving the dishes, exhibited no surprise or curiosity regarding the presence of Xiao Chongqing beside the emperor. They had become accustomed to it. Over the past decade, this deputy general had dined beside the emperor 15 days each month. Occasionally, she would join him for lunch, albeit less frequently, and today marked their first dinner together since his ascension. "Chongqing, you need not worry about the campaign against Sioux State. I shall ensure that our first ally, Li State, remains secure." Lu Qingye repeated this assurance for the third time, hoping to ease her concerns. "On behalf of the people of Sioux State, I thank your Majesty." Within the palace, Xiao Chongqing adhered to decorum, her words rigid and formal. "After 10 years, Chongqing, you still refuse to open your heart to me. I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed." Clearly, Lu Qingye remained oblivious to his own shortcomings. Xiao Chongqing, rarely displaying her annoyance, found the situation somewhat absurd. Should not the prerequisite for her to open her heart be his willingness to do the same? "Your Majesty, I am always a citizen of Sioux State. Even though we have formed an alliance with Li State, you should not let your guard down." Yet, the words she truly wished to express were stifled. This was the imperial palace, he was the sovereign, and she was from Sioux State. How could she dare challenge him? "Sometimes, I truly dislike this about you, Chongqing. What sort of person could prompt you to open your heart and treat them sincerely?" Too many events had transpired today, and the genuine self he concealed within was nearly on the verge of revelation. A flicker of grievance flashed in Xiao Chongqing's eyes, almost imperceptible to Lu Qingye, as she replied with a stoic expression, "Those who treat me sincerely will receive my sincerity in return. But you, Lu Qingye, have not treated me sincerely. For the past 10 years, despite your gentle fade, I can clearly feel the distance between us widening." Lu Qingye's left hand clenched into a fist, struggling to quell the anger ignited by Xiao Chongqing's words. Evidently, his efforts over the past decade had failed to demonstrate his sincerity. The two shared a few quiet bites of their meal, while Gao Lang stood not far off, his brow furrowed, holding the edict for establishing an heir, and listening intently to their conversation. He found himself in a quandary. How could it be that despite the emperor's meticulous care and attention towards Xiao Chongqing over the past decade, she could dismiss it all with a single remark? The next day, Uniquely announced the edict regarding the establishment of an heir in the court, bringing immense joy to the Minister of Personnel, whose smile could hardly contain itself amidst the congratulatory remarks from the surrounding ministers. Madam, this is the emperor's decision. We must simply comply. Why are you so opposed to his choice of the Minister of Personnel's daughter as consort? Confounded by his wife's intensity, Mr. Zheng questioned her fervor. I sigh. Why do men always speak insincerely? Mrs. Zheng pushed away her husband, who was holding her shoulders, her frustration boiling over. It infuriates me. Someone, prepare the carriage. I must visit Deputy General Xiao. Mr. Zheng was bewildered by his wife's inexplicable anger, and even more so by her sudden desire to see his apprentice. In her small courtyard, Xiao Chongqing was practicing her swordsmanship when she heard a knock at the door. Turning around, she saw her teacher's wife, disheveled and breathless, standing there. She hurried to open the door, witnessing Mrs. Zheng's uncharacteristic disarray, leading her to suspect something significant had occurred. Perhaps her master was in trouble. As the door swung open, Mrs. Zheng strode in without hesitation, kicking at the wooden posts in anger. It was known that in her youth, she could withstand 3 strikes from Mr. Zheng. After giving birth to a son, she had devoted herself entirely to raising her 2 sons, and her martial skills had long since dulled. Teacher's wife. Did my master upset you? Xiao Chongqing could only surmise this, struggling to think of anything else that could provoke such rage from Mrs. Zheng. Taking a deep breath, Mrs. Zheng sat on a nearby stool, grasped Xiao Chongqing's left hand, an action she had previously avoided, and spoke with solemnity, gradually softening her tone. Chongqing, you are now 15 years old. Your upcoming birthday will also mark your coming-of-age ceremony. I wish to host a grand celebration for you. What do you think? Striving to temper her ire, Mrs. Zheng's voice shifted from stern to increasingly gentle. There is no need. I do not have anyone I fancy, and I do not wish to consider marriage just yet. Let my birthday pass as it is. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. For the past decade, Xiao Chongqing had never made contact with another person. However, Madame Zheng's hand radiated warmth, a stark contrast to the cold, piercing weapons. It was not only comforting but also slightly soft and smooth. In truth, Madame Zheng had always sensed that the emperor regarded Chongqing differently. Chongqing, do you know the date of the empress's enthronement ceremony? The real source of Madame Zheng's ire stemmed from hearing her husband mention that the day of the ceremony coincidentally fell on Xiao Chongqing's birthday. She found it perplexing. The emperor clearly had someone in his heart, and his gaze towards Chongqing was unmistakable. Yet, Madame Zheng refrained from voicing her questions. Some truths are only realized after one has learned from experience. When it comes to matters of the heart, even the most profound wisdom pales in comparison to personal experience. From the day the edict was proclaimed, the palace maids began to heed the orders of the Uniquely, bustling about to ensure that the enthronement ceremony of the new emperor would be grand. With just 15 days remaining until Xiao Chongqing's birthday, a torrential rain fell on this day, compelling her to stay indoors and peruse military texts, a rare moment of leisure. Despite the open windows allowing rain to splatter inside, Xiao Chongqing paid little heed to it. She increasingly yearned for home. Upon her arrival in the country, she had felt similarly nostalgic. Yet today, she recognized that her longing was a means of evading certain truths she was reluctant to confront. In the country, she seldom saw her elder sisters, as they each had their own families. She had visited once last year, accompanying Lu Qingye. Over the past decade, Lu Qingye occupied a significant portion of her memories, just as she occupied a part of his. Lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by thunder and fierce winds. The courtyard of Xiao Chongqing was adorned with bamboo, which likely would not escape this calamity. In the palace, the most frequented place by Lu Qingye was the imperial study, where documents lay strewn about. He had only read half of them when a gust of wind flung open the window. Rain cascaded onto the floor of the study, and in an instant, a large puddle formed before Lu Qingye's eyes. He set down the document, rose to close the window, and found his focus disrupted, deciding to take a brief respite. Gao Leng entered and, upon seeing the puddle, hastily summoned someone to clean it up before standing beside Lu Qingye. Lately, thoughts of Prince Jin had often crossed Lu Qingye's mind. He seemed to lead a carefree life, and Lu Qingye mused that he should have exchanged places with him. As the enthronement ceremony approached, Lu Qingye's heart grew increasingly restless. He had once adamantly refused to settle for marriage, but now he understood that as a sovereign, he could no longer cling to such arguments. Consequently, he found himself envying Prince Jin, his younger brother, who had wisely chosen to inherit his fief and hastily departed the palace. Otherwise, he would be captured by his elder brother and compelled to inherit the throne. Not long ago, the Princess of Jin had given birth to a son. Do you remember, Your Majesty? This is the fourth son she has born for the prince, and he must be overjoyed. Lu Qingye waved his hand dismissively, expressing disdain. What use is it to have so many sons? A beloved little princess is far more desirable. Sons are troublesome. They are all so mischievous, unlike a daughter who brings comfort. If Prince Jin were present, he would certainly jest that Lu Qingye should bear a daughter himself. It was absurd for a 25-year-old bachelor to complain about having too many sons. A knock on the door interrupted them, accompanied by the high-pitched voice of Eunuch Li. Your Majesty, Miss Chu has arrived with refreshments. Chu Qin, the second daughter of the Minister of Revenue, had waited 10 years without marrying solely for Lu Qingye. Ultimately, her patience was rewarded, but for now, she was still not the Empress, and everyone respectfully addressed her as Miss Chu, for who would dare offend her? The following day, after the torrential rain, a clear sky emerged. The weather was refreshingly pleasant, a perfect day to venture out of the palace. If not for the multitude of state affairs awaiting his attention, Lu Qingye would have relished the opportunity to unwind. In the general's residence, Madame Zheng grew increasingly anxious as she awaited Xiao Chongqing's customary visit. It was unusual for her not to come, even when unwell. Today, not only was she late by an hour, but after waiting in vain, Madame Zheng decided to check on Xiao Chongqing. When she arrived at Xiao Chongqing's quarters, she found that the fierce winds of the previous night had not toppled the bamboo, which filled her with an unsettling premonition. After knocking for nearly 20 times without receiving a response, she instructed the horseman to force the door open. Lifting her cumbersome skirts, she hurried outside. There lay Xiao Chongqing, clad in a nearly drenched outfit, sprawled on the ground, her complexion as pale as paper. Madame Zheng gasped in shock and quickly sent the horseman to fetch a doctor. As the horseman exited, he shut the door behind him. But Madame Zheng still had the strength to help Xiao Chongqing rise. She led her to the right, pushing open a door that revealed Xiao Chongqing's resting chamber. Madame Zheng nimbly changed Xiao Chongqing's clothes, only to discover that the garments were heavy with water. What had transpired last night to render the usually robust Xiao Chongqing so frail? After nearly 2 tea times, the doctor arrived, and upon examining Xiao Chongqing's pulse, he determined that she had been drenched in rain all night, causing cold to seep into her body. He assured them that she would soon experience a fever, which was a normal reaction. He prescribed medicine, and Madame Zheng instructed the horseman to accompany the doctor to procure the herbs, intending to stay with Xiao Chongqing for a few days. In the palace, a hidden guard arrived outside the imperial study. Gao Ling raised an eyebrow. He recognized this guard as one personally selected by the emperor to be stationed beside Xiao Chongqing. The emperor is currently occupied with important matters. If you have something to report, tell me and I will relay it. Gao Ling wished to avoid any further disturbances regarding Xiao Chongqing, as Lu Qingye was already sufficiently agitated. Last night, Xiao Chongqing had braved the storm alone to protect the bamboo in her courtyard. As noon approached, and she had yet to emerge from her room, her subordinate planned to check on her. However, Madame Zheng, the general's wife, had arrived and discovered Xiao Chongqing unconscious within. The hidden guard feared that delaying the report would incur the emperor's wrath and hurried to the palace to convey the news. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Qingye, having reviewed a mountain of documents in the imperial study, finally found a moment to rest. He stretched his sore neck and shook his stiff right hand, which had been gripping the brush for too long. Upon opening the door to the study, He saw Gao Lang standing as usual. Not sensing anything amiss, Lu Qingye instructed Gao Lang to summon the meal. Meanwhile, in Xiao Chongqing's quarters, Madame Zheng had brewed the medicine but faced her first dilemma. Xiao Chongqing remained unconscious, making it impossible for her to administer the medicine. After half an hour of struggle, she managed to get only half a bowl down Xiao Chongqing's throat, while the rest was spilled. However, at least Xiao Chongqing's temperature had decreased somewhat. For the time being, only Xiao Chongqing lay on the bed, and in her carelessness, Madame Zheng forgot to close the windows, allowing the hidden guard outside to observe Xiao Chongqing's condition. After such a lengthy period without further instructions from the emperor, the hidden guard wondered if Gao Lang had failed to report the situation. Perhaps the emperor had deemed Xiao Chongqing unimportant? After all, he was about to marry the Minister of Revenue's daughter. And it seemed that Xiao Chongqing was truly insignificant in comparison. As the shadow guard sat in a daze by the window, the violent and agonizing cough of Xiao Chongqing jolted him awake. Regardless of whether the emperor truly cared for Vice General Xiao or if the guard Gao Lang had failed to report, he decided he must re-enter the palace. It was imperative to report to the emperor in person. Vice General Xiao was in such a state that he could not be left without care. The shadow guard approached the window, closing it but leaving a slight gap, and swiftly flew towards the palace with agile grace. At this hour, Lu Qingye was dining under the pavilion in the imperial garden. He felt somewhat fatigued and lacked appetite, having only taken a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. The shadow guard appeared unexpectedly before Lu Qingye, yet the emperor was accustomed to such occurrences. Not far off, Gao Lang noticed the shadow guard had reached Lu Qingye, and any attempts to conceal the matter of Xiao Chongqing from him were in vain. The shadow guard recounted the conversation from earlier with Gao Lang in detail, observing that the emperor did not seem eager to leave the palace to visit Xiao Chongqing. After finishing his account, he chose to take his leave. Gao Lang, why did you not inform me sooner? The urgency coursed through him, but he needed to steady himself and first ascertain why Gao Lang had delayed in sharing this matter. Your Majesty, I believe it is time to let go of your special regard for Vice General Xiao. 14 days remain. Time slips away, and soon, Xiao Chongqing will merely be a passerby. Gao Lang felt that Lu Qingye should release his attachment. The heart of that woman was like a stone. If it were ice, it would eventually melt, but this stone would remain unchanged for millennia. Before long, news of the emperor's midnight departure from the palace reached some astute ministers, including the Minister of Personnel, who held an even poorer impression of Xiao Chongqing. At this moment, Xiao Chongqing, lying unconscious on her bed, regained consciousness. Although her head was still heavy, she struggled to prop herself up. Looking at her clothes, she could guess who had helped her change. However, her strength failed her, and she soon collapsed back into the bedding, her head spinning. Surprisingly, she felt lighter, as if her body had lost its weight. After maintaining this position for nearly the duration of a tea time, her door was suddenly pushed open by a frantic Lu Qingye. Chongqing. Seeing her condition, Lu Qingye rushed forward without a moment's thought of caution, placing his hands on her shoulders and turning her over. Xiao Chongqing, already feeling dizzy, was overwhelmed by the sudden movement, and her vision blurred. Yet, the faint scent of dragon's saliva on him was unmistakable. She surrendered herself into Lu Qingye's embrace, feeling a sense of unparalleled security, a feeling no one relished when ill. When Lady Zheng arrived, she spotted Gao Lang standing outside the courtyard and understood who was inside. It seemed she would have to return early the next day. Before leaving, she conveyed the physician's words to Gao Lang, urging him to pass them on to the occupant of the room. It was entirely normal for Xiao Chongqing, having gone nearly a day without food and water, to faint, especially after the half-bowl of medicine she had consumed, which could scarcely quench her thirst. Her lips were visibly cracked, and her frail state made it difficult for anyone to recognize her as the apprentice of the esteemed General Zheng Yuan. In her dazed state, Xiao Chongqing grasped Lu Qingye's left hand tightly, as if clinging to this fleeting warmth, perhaps mistaking him for Lady Zheng. Upon waking in the early hours, she was genuinely alert now, still holding Lu Qingye's hand, while he lay asleep at the edge of her bed. Here was the emperor of the currently kingdom, the sovereign beneath whom countless others served, now tending to her with utmost care. This heart, which Gao Lang had termed as stony, was not truly so. She found herself moved, and as she grew, she realized that she yearned to confide her grievances to Lu Qingye. Knowing full well that his genteel facade was merely a guise, she, like many others, began to succumb to her feelings. Xiao Chongqing turned her head slightly to gaze at the slumbering Lu Qingye, delicately placing her left hand atop his head, her fingertips tracing his brow, then his nose, and finally his lips. It was the first time she had witnessed him so defenseless in slumber, and under her touch, he remained undisturbed. He must have been exhausted. Lu Qingye. When he was still a prince, he had asked her not to use formal titles in private, allowing her to address him as she pleased. She chose to call him by his name, for only in doing so could she momentarily perceive him as an ordinary person, just like herself. Lu Qingye. If listened closely, one could discern a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, a vulnerability she felt free to express only in this moment. When he could not hear her, Xiao Chongqing was destined to inherit the mantle of general of the Su kingdom, to carry forward the legacy of Xiao Buyuan. It seemed as if the conclusion had already been scripted, with everything unfolding along the path that would lead to that end. Lu Qingye. The tremor in her voice faded, replaced by a gentle call, a tone she had seldom employed. As her fingers brushed his head, he stirred awake, as if he had been merely waiting to see what she would do next. Feeling another wave of fatigue wash over her, she slowly closed her eyes again and drifted back to sleep, her grip on his hand unyielding. Should she decide to release it, he would have to be the first to let go. After she had succumbed to slumber, Lu Qingye lifted his head, the traces of sleep having vanished. This would likely be their last moment alone together. Thereafter, they would each walk their separate paths. Rising, he extricated his hand from hers and stood by the bed for a time, then leaned down, his hands carefully supporting himself on either side of Xiao Chongqing. With a final trace of affection, he pressed a kiss upon her brow. Xiao Chongqing's illness required 5 full days for her recovery, and just 8 days remained until her birthday. Today, she finally felt restored to health. The first place she ventured upon leaving was the General's residence, where her master, General Zheng Yuan, scolded her soundly, followed by another reprimand from his wife before she was allowed to sit and partake of refreshments. She had grown accustomed to this dutiful apprentice visiting daily to pay her respects and share conversation, even more so than his own 2 sons. Chongqing was likely to inherit her father's position, to protect the Su kingdom. This was her ultimate aspiration. She yearned to become a general and safeguard her nation. General Zheng Yuan sighed, recognizing that his only female disciple would ultimately face the battlefield, wielding cold weapons against enemies that might well include their own Li kingdom. When she set out to visit her elder sister Xiao Yamen and younger sister Xiao Yaqing, she found them both absent from the household, despite having sent invitations just the previous day. 8 days hence, the grand ceremony for the new empress would take place, with Empress Chu receiving the Phoenix seal from the emperor, both standing hand in hand to accept the blessings of the civil and military officials. Today also marked Xiao Chongqing's birthday, yet the one who had promised to celebrate it with her was absent. In previous years, her elder and younger sisters would have been present, but this year they attended the palace banquet with their respective husbands. In that moment, on her 15th birthday, her most significant coming-of-age ceremony, she stood alone in the courtyard, gazing once more at the 2 wooden stakes. She thought to herself that she need not wait until tomorrow to depart. Taking advantage of the splendid night to leave was a pleasure in itself. During her 10 years in the Li Kingdom, she would take with her only the sword gifted to her by that person, a few garments crafted by her mistress, some traveling funds, and most importantly, the waist token that would grant her unimpeded passage out of a city. The waist token was a gift from Lu Qingye during his time as the crown prince, presented to her on her 12th birthday, accompanied by heartfelt words that moved Xiao Chongqing deeply. However, by then, she had learned to conceal her thoughts just as he did. On this day, marked by the grand ceremony of crowning the empress, coinciding with Xiao Chongqing's 15th birthday, she chose to quietly slip away into the night while others reveled in poetry, wine, and merriment. Before departing, she made a stop at the general's residence, where she entrusted an old steward with a letter, insisting it be delivered personally to General Zheng Yuan. Contemplating a visit to her elder and second sisters, she recalled the invitation she had sent, which had been met with a refusal at their door. The 2 letters she held were placed on a table inside. The last letter, which bore no name, was tucked away in the rafters, leaving its discovery to fate. The moonlight illuminated the stone-paved path as Xiao Chongqing rode a horse she had cared for since childhood, its coat as dark as the night itself. As she galloped along the stone road, she was enveloped in solitude, free to express a genuine smile that had blossomed over the past decade. This path was where she truly belonged. The black steed carried her beyond the city gates, and upon presenting her waist token to the guards, they promptly reported the matter upwards, though the news would not reach the emperor until the following day. The palace was bustling with activity, and for the moment, no one would attend to such matters. The guests indulged in drink and entertainment, casting aside any serious concerns. For today was a day of great joy for the emperor. The following day, news of Xiao Chongqing's departure from the city with her waist token reached Lu Qingye around noon, while he was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Having spent nearly half an hour on a single document, he was aware that yesterday marked her birthday, and he had seen her elder and second sisters enter the palace, along with General Zheng Yuan and his wife. Regret welled within him. He lamented the impulsive decision to schedule the coronation ceremony on her birthday. "Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived." The ever-diligent eunuch Li, who had been grinding ink beside Lu Qingye, reminded him of the report regarding Vice General Xiao.
Distracted.
Lu Qingye failed to hear the Empress's voice until eunuch Li gently prompted him. Empress Chu Qin personally brought a bowl of hangover soup, for Lu Qingye had indulged excessively the previous night, barely managing to fulfill the ceremonial duties before collapsing onto his bed. Their union had yet to be consummated, and Chu Qin had meticulously planned to ensure that this matter would come to fruition. After her departure from the study, Lu Qingye lost interest in the memorials, placing aside the document he had barely absorbed, rubbing his temples in frustration. He sensed that everything was amiss. Since ascending to the throne, many of his aspirations had not come to fruition. "Your Majesty, it is autumn in Shigua," remarked eunuch Li, gazing out the window. In Shigua, autumn had arrived, while in Ligua, the summer lingered on. He recalled that Vice General Xiao hailed from Shigua. Having endured 3 days and nights of interrogation by the emperor's shadow guards, Xiao Chongqing remained oblivious to their inquiries, yet no one was willing to believe her. "Xiao Chongqing, will you not speak?" they demanded. "You have been in Ligua for a decade, yet have acquired not a single reliable piece of intelligence. Who would trust you?" One shadow guard bluntly stated. Having been forced awake for 3 days and nights, Xiao Chongqing's eyes were dry, and her throat burned. She had neither slept nor eaten during this time, and now hunger gnawed at her, leaving her lightheaded, barely able to perceive the voices around her. "I shall say it once more. The emperor sent me to Ligua to learn from General Zheng Yuan. He did not instruct me to inquire about any secrets of Ligua. I know nothing." With that declaration, she could no longer withstand the ordeal and fainted. Before losing consciousness, images of her life in Ligua flashed through her mind. She had spent those 10 years carefree. Her freedom had been unrestrained, and she had lived as an ordinary person seeking knowledge. Though the people of Ligua looked down on those from Shigua, they still exhibited basic courtesy. In Ligua, she had not faced discrimination, nor had anyone dared to bully her, all thanks to the then crown prince, the current emperor of Ligua. Xiao Chongqing was jolted awake by a bucket of icy water. Fainting had granted her a brief respite, and she found herself confronted by 4 or 5 masked figures. On the 5th day, Xiao Buiyuan stormed the court, forcing the emperor to promise that he would return his youngest daughter to the general's residence, unharmed, the following day. As night fell, the bindings on Xiao Chongqing were finally removed. Her wrists bore the marks of harsh restraint, and one of the shadow guards, who had interrogated her, bandaged her wounds. That night, she finally received sustenance, and witnessing her ravenous consumption, the shadow guards felt an unexpected surge of compassion. Despite their relentless efforts, she had only repeated one phrase throughout the ordeal, and while they had come to believe her, the emperor remained skeptical. Upon returning to the general's residence, Xiao Buiyuan was infuriated by his daughter's emaciated appearance, shattering a table in his rage, with the teacups on it meeting the same fate. Liu Dei was the name of the emperor of Shigua, and Xiao Buiyuan, consumed by anger, uttered the name with disdain. After a decade apart, their reunion stirred something deep within him. His daughter had never been a source of worry. She was neither prone to tears nor laughter, did not fuss over food, Anne was worlds apart from other children. Moreover, she had always felt guilty for not bearing a son for her husband. Awakening from slumber on the second day at the hour of the rabbit, Xiao Chongqing set aside the ointment provided by the shadow guard, unwilling to use it. Furthermore, they had prepared numerous new garments for her, though not the practical attire of an active person. Rather, they were the skirts typical of women. It seemed as though she had not worn a skirt in a decade. The first time had been at her elder sister's wedding feast. And although she had not donned anything formal at her second sister's wedding, her sister had reassured her that her comfort was what mattered. After a decade apart, the third sister, Xiao Yashi, now accompanied by two little ones, was the subject of gossip among the gathering. Xiao Chongqing heard from the second madam that Xiao Yashi had given birth to a pair of twins 5 years ago, a perilous endeavor that nearly cost her life. The fourth sister, Xiao Yale, being the elder sister of Xiao Chongqing, had married before her and had a son who was already 7 or 8 years old. Yet she chose not to bring him along, citing his noisy nature as the reason. Xiao Chongqing, the current emperor of the Li Kingdom, who was once the crown prince. Had he ever bullied you? Xiao Yashi could only recall that when Xiao Chongqing left, he entrusted her care to the crown prince of the Li Kingdom. Other memories had faded significantly, especially after becoming a mother, where her recollections fluctuated between clarity and confusion. No, he has always taken good care of me. Those present were well aware of Xiao Chongqing's character. She never lied. The atmosphere was lively. Even Xiao Chongqing, who usually spoke little, found herself more talkative. Likely influenced by her two sisters. They had just inquired if she had ever drunk alcohol. Xiao Chongqing shook her head in bewilderment. During her 10 years in the Li Kingdom, she had encountered wine, yet her master and that individual had resolutely prohibited her from drinking. Madame Zheng had prepared a jar of wine, pouring it first for General Zheng Yuan. Just as she was about to fill Xiao Chongqing's cup, General Zheng stopped her, citing her youth as a reason to prevent her from drinking. Coincidentally, while the master and disciple were engrossed in conversation, Crown Prince Lu Qingye arrived. A rather unusual time for him, as he should have been asleep. Curiously, she had once attempted to sneak a taste of the wine at the age of 12, only to be caught by Lu Qingye, who sternly warned her against drinking. Now, back in the present, Xiao Chongqing had consumed 3 cups of wine and was becoming tipsy, resting her head on the table with a foolish expression as she gazed at Xiao Buyuan and the 3 madams, blinking her eyes. She felt she was seeing multiple images of Xiao Buyuan and shook her head slightly in an attempt to regain clarity. Xiao Chongqing was indeed slightly intoxicated. Although she saw double, she was determined to walk on her own without the assistance of her sisters, which she found uncomfortable. Chongqing, during your 10 years in the Li Kingdom, have you ever had someone you liked? This inquiry from her 2 sisters was the ultimate reason for encouraging her to drink. After all, their little Chongqing was admirable in every way, except for her tendency to keep her feelings tightly sealed, sparing few words. Over time, this could lead to emotional distress. Do you still not know what it means to like someone? As her sisters felt a sense of disappointment, Xiao Chongqing burped from the wine. Of course. I know what liking someone means. It's just that the person I like is too far away, ever since we were born. We've never been suited for each other. Her words carried a deep sense of grievance and sorrow, a side of Xiao Chongqing never before revealed to anyone. Xiao Yashi and Xiao Yale exchanged glances, quickly moving to support her as she swayed dangerously, almost falling. It was not difficult to guess who Xiao Chongqing had feelings for. In fact, it was almost too easy. The answer was evident. The person who had been by her side the longest over the past decade. Third sister. Why do people fall in love with one another? What is this strange emotion? Xiao Chongqing gently withdrew from her sister's support, managing to stand upright, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the 3 overlapping images of her third sister. It was clear that she was no longer merely tipsy, she was quite drunk. This question stumped her sisters, who had spent a long time developing their own relationships. Love was a feeling that could only be substantiated by time. It was evident how the former crown prince had treated their younger sister over the years. Otherwise, how could their sister, who dedicated herself solely to martial arts, come to understand the concept of love? Chongqing, I cannot explain why one person likes another at this moment. All I can tell you is that if someone treats you with genuine kindness, then they likely have feelings for you too. Of course, those feelings vary in nature. It is not hard to guess what kind Lu Qingye feels toward Xiao Chongqing. As Xiao Chongqing slowly made her way to her room, her sisters worried she might stumble. But she stood firm. However, upon reaching the threshold of her room, she tripped and fell face first, causing her sisters to rush to her aid. Upon inspection, they found she was bleeding from her nose, and Xiao Yale frantically pulled out a handkerchief to staunch the flow. "It hurts, sister." Chongqing is in so much pain. Since her birth, Xiao Chongqing rarely cried, and this was the first time in 10 years she sobbed uncontrollably.
Indeed.
She threw her head back and cried out loud, drawing the attention of Xiao Buyuan and the 3 madams. "Chongqing, you know how stubborn she is," remarked the 3rd madam softly, yet with urgency as she hurried to her daughter's side. Seeing her daughter in such a helpless state caused her heart to ache. "Chongqing, dear, it's all right, it doesn't hurt anymore." The 3 of them simultaneously comforted the sobbing girl, as if soothing a 5-year-old. The next day, as dawn broke, a light drizzle fell. In a display of his notorious temperament, Xiao Buyuan feigned illness to skip the morning court. Xiao Chongqing awoke late, her head throbbing, with no recollection of the previous night, only remembering her sisters urging her to drink. The details of what transpired afterwards were a blur. After consuming a bowl of hangover tea, Xiao Chongqing felt somewhat better. She sat at her vanity and casually tied her hair into a ponytail, leaving the maids standing nearby in astonishment. She had recently arrived at the General's residence and had never heard of a 5th miss. She had only met this 5th miss through the old servants of the General's family. This 5th miss was indeed unique. Unlike the other young ladies who took nearly half an hour to prepare themselves, Xiao Chongqing could now proceed directly to lunch. During this time, she visited the training grounds, where the familiar wooden posts remained unchanged since her departure. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in the Li Kingdom, where she had lived comfortably, perhaps even better than in Su Kingdom. Early that morning, her sisters and the 3 madams had gone shopping, and Xiao Chongqing was indifferent to their purchases. She held the wooden sword that Xiao Buyuan had gifted her when she was 5. It seemed to have been regularly cleaned, as there was not a speck of dust on it. At lunch, Xiao Yashi brought up the events of the previous night, to which Xiao Chongqing calmly responded that she had no memory of what had happened. This revelation left Xiao Yashi feeling both disappointed and relieved. It was perhaps for the best that her sister did not remember, as those were thoughts she had kept bottled up for a long time. The General's residence fell into a tranquil silence, with Xiao Buyuan invited elsewhere by other ministers, leaving only Xiao Chongqing amidst the household staff. A hint of envy flickered across Xiao Chongqing's otherwise expressionless face as she observed the maid who had brought her hangover tea earlier. After completing her tasks at the General's residence, Xiao Chongqing planned to venture out to the streets. She recalled that she had previously spent her days practicing swordplay, only to be coaxed out by her 4 sisters on rare occasions. She had once purchased a box of blush that smelled decent, but it had been opened and left in her cabinet, likely discarded by the maid responsible for cleaning her room, as such items could not be retained indefinitely. "Miss, where are we headed?" Following closely behind Xiao Chongqing was her maid, Xiao Tong, who, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired about her aimless wandering. Xiao Tong, having been at the General's residence for less than 5 months and 3 years younger than Xiao Chongqing, was merely 12 years old. On this day, Xiao Chongqing trailed Xiao Tong through all the nearby streets of the General's residence until dusk, when a sudden drop in temperature caught them unprepared for the cold. As a martial artist, Xiao Chongqing fared better, but Xiao Tong, with her delicate skin and no martial foundation, shivered uncontrollably. They stood in shock, some dropping their belongings in fright, while a few others screamed as an unidentified figure flew into the courtyard, summoning the household servants. The 3 madams hurried to the back courtyard, and, upon seeing Xiao Chongqing standing in the center, the eldest madam could no longer restrain her ire and began reprimanding the maid and the servants. Xiao Tong was left dumbfounded. She was aware of the 5th Mrs. penchant for martial arts, but was entirely oblivious to her proficiency in lightness skills, which allowed her to move swiftly and shield Xiao Tong from the biting cold wind. After a thorough explanation, the 3 madams sternly advised Xiao Chongqing against such reckless behavior in the future, chiefly out of concern for her safety. As night fell, a light rain began to fall, marking a winter that clearly exceeded previous seasons in its precipitation. Near the border of the Shi Nation, a group clad in dark attire stealthily infiltrated. The soldiers stationed at the border, drowsy from their watch, were nearly undetectable against the night due to the blend of their garments. At this moment, the palace of the Li Nation received an urgent missive, hastily delivered to the study, where the emperor was still awake. The contents of the missive detailed the impending conflict between the Qi Nation and the Su Nation, noting that Qi intended to launch an unprovoked surprise attack on Su. The missive concluded with the alarming information that Qi's assassins would infiltrate Su to eliminate high-ranking officials in an effort to dismantle the nation from within. Lu Qingye closed the missive and placed it on the table. That night, his ink was ground not by the elder eunuch Li, who was too frail for such duties, but by Gao Lang, who, despite his youth, was overly vigorous in his task, causing ink to splatter multiple times. Had he not been an imperial guard, he might have faced dire consequences. Gao Lang, I want you to lead the troops against Qi, Lu Qingye ordered, opting not to assist Su, but instead to catch Qi off guard. As Qi committed a significant portion of its military to Su, Lu Qingye's forces would arrive at Qi, aiming to conquer it within 3 days. Gao Lang had witnessed the missive being sealed and momentarily hesitated to voice his concern about Xiao Chongqing's presence in Su and whether he would come to her aid. Half a month later, the queen's brother-in-law residing in Su's imperial city met a mysterious death that appeared to be a suicide. Though the queen vehemently insisted he would never take his own life, the man was so gentle that he wouldn't even harm an ant. How could one imagine he would contemplate such an act, especially with his wife and children living comfortably? The atmosphere in the imperial city grew tense, with royal relatives fearing for their safety, some contemplating moving to the outskirts, wary of the assassin who had infiltrated the guarded palace. The investigation into the queen's brother-in-law's strange demise fell to the captain of the imperial guards, who began by questioning those close to him. It was discovered that he was well-liked, and nearly all court officials enjoyed conversing with him. His character was impeccable, humble, and courteous, especially toward his family, making it hard to believe he would commit suicide. Among the military officials, only Xiao Buyuan had conversed with the queen's brother-in-law. One day, the captain of the imperial guards visited the general's residence to inquire about the deceased. During his visit, he encountered Xiao Chongqing, who was preparing to practice with a wooden sword. At that moment, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. Captain Wei, Xiao Buyuan remarked with displeasure at the sight of the young captain, who was 3 years older than his youngest daughter and had achieved the rank at the tender age of 18, indicating his capabilities. My interactions with Tao Bingrui have been limited. He occasionally seeks my counsel on military strategies, and our discussions have been fruitful, Xiao Buyuan noted, recalling that Tao Bingrui was indeed the queen's brother-in-law, who possessed unique insights into military tactics that left Xiao Buyuan enlightened after their exchanges. As the investigation reached an impasse, all who had interacted with Tao Bingrui spoke highly of him, further reinforcing the improbability of suicide. The captain found himself in a quandary when he learned that the deceased's wife, upon awakening, discovered him cold and unresponsive beside her, only then realizing her husband had passed. Initially, the wife was the prime suspect, but the coroner had yet to determine if any poison was present in Tao Bingrui's system. It was surmised that his death occurred during the early hours, a time when the couple had already been asleep for an hour. If the coroner found no traces of poison, the case would likely be ruled as an accidental death. Xiao Buyuan scrutinized the captain, initially displeased by his gaze toward his daughter, yet upon closer inspection, he found the captain increasingly agreeable. Since this case remains unresolved, why not join me at the training grounds to spar with my daughter? It may provide some relaxation amidst the tension, he suggested. The captain agreed, eager to engage in a friendly match. Prior to this, he had heard of Xiao Buyuan's fifth daughter, who had been sent to the Li Nation a decade prior to study under General Zheng Yuan. Facing Xiao Buyuan, the captain approached slowly, his heart racing once more, instinctively placing a hand over his chest, overwhelmed by the sensation. Xiao Chongqing noticed the captain's ears blushing and pondered whether it was due to the cold or if her skills had intimidated him. The two engaged in a sparring match with wooden swords. Despite the captain's defeat, he left a favorable impression on Xiao Buyuan, who began to see a potential match between his daughter and Captain Wei. Xiao Chongqing felt uneasy under her father's scrutinizing gaze. Eager to leave the training grounds and freshen up, Captain Wei was invited to share dinner and was seated beside Xiao Chongqing. The three madams exchanged glances before focusing their attention on Captain Wei. I hear you are only 18 and have achieved the rank of captain. You must possess remarkable skills. The eldest madam remarked, to which the captain humbly replied, It is merely good fortune. The emperor recognized my contributions in guarding him. Captain, are you married? The third madam boldly inquired, prompting an unpleased look from Xiao Buiyuan. Xiao Chongqing sensed her father's disapproval of such a direct question, feeling it was too soon to broach the subject. The responsibilities of a commander are manifold, and at present, Hua Hao has not considered the prospect of marriage, primarily due to the absence of a significant other. As he uttered the final three words, Wei Hua Hao unconsciously cast a glance at Xiao Chongqing beside him. Caught in the act by those around, his ears flushed a deep crimson, revealing the shyness of a young man. Xiao Chongqing absorbed their conversation but felt indifferent towards the notion of marriage. She had no desire to wed. Father, regarding my marriage, I wish to make my own decisions. Is that permissible? Xiao Chongqing had never requested anything before, so when she made this unprecedented appeal, Xiao Buiyuan immediately nodded in agreement. The three matrons were left with a sense of exasperation. They had anticipated a marriage could be easily arranged, but their master was complicating matters. Nevertheless, as the youngest daughter of the Xiao family and the only one capable of inheriting her father's legacy, allowing her to decide her own marriage was, in a way, a compensation. After all, once she truly inherits Xiao Buiyuan's mantle, she would lose out on many experiences typical for an ordinary girl. Of course, she had already relinquished those experiences. Occasionally, during dinner at the general's residence, he had managed to engage her in conversation, which brought him great contentment. The case involving Tao Bingrui had been closed due to an accidental death, and the queen had decreed that no one was to mention it again.
Today,
A heavy rain fell at noon, plunging the already cold Su kingdom further into chill, although the morning court session concluded early due to the king's ill health. Originally intending to skip lunch at the general's residence, Wei Hua Hao was compelled by Xiao Buiyuan to stay due to the inclement weather. Habitually, he headed towards the training grounds, and observing his natural gait, Xiao Buiyuan felt fortunate to have met him. At least his youngest daughter had a friend in the Su kingdom. You'll catch a chill like this. Quickly change out of those wet clothes, he advised. Wei Hua Hao reacted promptly, gently stepping back from Xiao Chongqing to maintain distance, and from his sleeve, he produced a handkerchief to dab the rainwater from her forehead. They conversed like friends, discussing topics of mutual interest, a sensation that Xiao Chongqing found quite pleasing. In a certain sense, Wei Hua Hao was her first friend. In the Li Kingdom, she had only known her master and his wife along with that individual and his loyal bodyguard. Due to her failure to use the salve given by her secret protector, scars had formed on her wrist. Though subtle, these marks evoked a sense of unarticulated grievance whenever Xiao Chongqing caught sight of them. After changing clothes, she heard Xiao Tong calling from outside, reminding her that it was time for lunch in the side hall. Everyone was waiting for her. For today's meal, the eldest matron had instructed the kitchen to prepare dishes favored by Wei Hua Hao. Over the past few months, the three matrons had nearly adopted him as a surrogate son. Chongqing, the New Year's Eve is approaching, and Hua Hao visits our residence daily. Your father intends to visit his family in the Wei household in a couple of days, said the third matron, Xiao Chongqing's biological mother, with a hint of caution. Wei Hua Hao felt a twinge of nervousness as he set down his utensils, glancing furtively at Xiao Chongqing. Would she agree to accompany him? I will go with father to pay our respects, she replied. Xiao Chongqing viewed Wei Hua Hao purely as a friend, and her decision to visit the Wei household aligned with her mother's sound reasoning. It was inappropriate to allow others to come to their home while remaining indifferent. Reciprocity is a cherished virtue. However, 2 days later, the capital was shaken by 2 murders, the victims being friends of Tao Bingrui and a deputy minister who had engaged in a minor dispute with him. Both had met gruesome ends, their tongues severed and carotid arteries cut, resulting in death from excessive blood loss. The time of death was recorded at the hour of the tiger, and the locations were each of their courtyards. The gravity of the situation prompted the king to intervene personally, and as the investigator assigned to the Tao Bingrui case, Wei Hua Hao was once again called to accompany the king in the inquiry. Given these developments, Xiao Buiyuan abandoned plans to visit the Wei household. It was safer to remain at home, as the atmosphere had grown increasingly perilous. Just as one crisis subsided, another emerged. On the fifth day, 2 additional high-ranking officials were murdered. Despite the capital being on high alert, the killer managed to infiltrate unnoticed, leaving no trace behind. The king, incensed by these events, ceased attending court sessions and summoned Xiao Buiyuan, ordering him to lead all palace guards in patrolling the capital. At designated intervals, Wei Hua would relieve Xiao Buiyuan. This presented an excellent opportunity, and after careful deliberation, the king announced on the third day that Xiao Buiyuan's position would be inherited by his 5th daughter, Xiao Chongqing. From this day forth, the 15-year-old girl officially took on her father's mantle, a piece of news that swiftly spread to the Qi and Li kingdoms. The king of Qi perceived this as destiny, believing that they were destined to conquer the Su kingdom, mockingly deeming the Su king's naivety in allowing a mere girl to assume the role of a general as the most ludicrous joke of the year. Meanwhile, in the Li kingdom's training grounds, Lu Qingye learned of this development while engaged in a sparring match with a soldier, having come to assess their skills. Your Majesty, a pigeon from our spies in Su Kingdom reports that the king has appointed the daughter of General Xiao Chongqing, as his successor. An attendant announced as Lu Qingye prepared to strike. At that moment, he was taken aback, as it had been long since he had received news about her, a reality he subconsciously wished to avoid. Fortunately, the soldier reacted swiftly to deflect Lu Qingye's strike, as the prince wielded no practice sword. Lu Qingye remained silent, and the attendant knelt, arms crossed, awaiting his command. For the attendant, this was a common occurrence. He could endure kneeling for days, provided it did not rain. Last month, it was revealed that Queen Chu Qin was pregnant, and the citizens of Li Kingdom rejoiced. Lu Qingye was finally free from the incessant prattle of ministers. Most delighted were Chu Qin and the entire household of the Minister of Personnel, as Chu Qin's mother was permitted to visit the palace daily to keep her company, alleviating her solitude, especially since the emperor often sequestered himself in the study after morning court. It is beneficial for me to walk around. The physician has assured me that it aids the health of the unborn heir, Chu Qin stated, her gaze towards Lu Qingye laden with unspoken understanding among all present. Rumor had it that the queen waited a decade to marry the emperor, and in her youth, she had sought instruction in martial arts under General Zheng Yuan, though she was deemed unsuitable for such pursuits, and thus was not accepted as a disciple. There is no need for you to wait here for me, Lu Qingye remarked, revealing his concern for Chu Qin, though Gao Lang and eunuch Li could discern the layers of truth in his words. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Qin departed the study, supported by a palace maid, while Lu Qingye remained seated, rubbing his temples in evident fatigue. Eunuch Li set down a freshly brewed cup of tea on the table. News of the reappointment of a general in Su Kingdom had yet to reach many ears. Your Majesty, please have some tea, he offered. Having watched Lu Qingye grow from a mischievous child to a young man aware of the responsibilities destined for him, she gradually learned to conceal the truth, leaving no one aware of the true nature of the emperor of the Li Kingdom. Ultimately, she inherited her father's position. Lu Qingye was aware that Gao Lang currently disliked any mention of Xiao Chongqing. In the vast imperial palace, he could only discuss her in the presence of Li Gonggong. Their conversations revolved around the beauty of the scenery along the way, and he reported numerous corrupt county magistrates, proving to be of great assistance to Lu Qingye. The people's goodwill towards him soared. Indeed, even an ordinary individual must inherit all the affairs of the family. Once, during a heart-to-heart with his father, Lu Qingye's father expressed a desire to live as an ordinary man, to cultivate the land alongside his beloved, enjoying a life far freer than that within the palace. Often, such dreams could only find refuge in slumber, yet his father was fortunate enough to wed the woman he adored. Considering the timeline, Zheng Xiao should be nearing the boundary of the Qi kingdom by now. Within a 10-mile radius of the imperial study, more than 20 hidden guards lay in ambush to prevent eavesdropping. Thus, Lu Qingye could boldly ask Gao Lang, who stood outside, about General Zheng Zhao's anticipated arrival at the Qi kingdom, expected during the hour of the rat. Gao Lang, too, wished to accompany General Zheng Xiao into battle. The original plan had designated Gao Lang to lead the troops into the Qi kingdom, yet after a night's reflection, Lu Qingye abruptly altered the decision, leaving Gao Lang, who had prepared everything, utterly bewildered. General Zheng Xiao, the eldest son of General Zheng Yuan, was embarking on his third campaign, surely now quite adept. Should the Qi kingdom launch a surprise attack on the Su kingdom, we would retaliate against Qi, catching them off guard, allowing them to experience the terror of an unexpected assault, akin to that which Su had endured. Each day, she meticulously screened the inner guards, now suspecting that enemy spies had infiltrated their ranks, for why else would high-ranking officials suddenly face calamity? It was undoubtedly the work of assassins sent by the enemy. The Su kingdom had never established foes. After all, their geographical position was hardly auspicious. Even if they had offended some minor nation, those small states would scorn the Su kingdom, nestled as it was between two towering mountains, destined one day to be engulfed by a flash flood. Moreover, with the alliance between the Li and Su kingdoms, provoking Su equated to provoking Li, and no minor state would dare to do so, with the exception of Qi. Following the conclusion of the guard inspections, Xiao Chongqing intended to investigate the imperial guards alongside Wei Huahao. As night fell, with the approach of New Year's Eve and the biting cold, all but the soldiers on duty retreated home to warm themselves. 2 days prior to New Year's Eve, at the hour of the pig, Xiao Chongqing, as usual, prepared to patrol the imperial city with Wei Huahao. In the nearby mountains, flickering flames were discernible. All city guards quickly notify the king and queen to evacuate the palace. Xiao Chongqing and Wei Huahao reacted almost simultaneously, commanding the soldiers accompanying them to relay the message. Yet, it was too late. Flaming arrows rained into the Su royal palace, creating a scene reminiscent of a man-made meteor shower. The dry winter air, prone to kindling fires, rendered the palace's fireproof materials futile against such a barrage. In an instant, the entire palace ignited, and desperate cries for help pierced Xiao Chongqing's ears, mingling with numerous screams. "Help! Save us! The queen and king are trapped in the inferno." At this moment, the king and queen were ensconced in their chambers, the flames raging too fiercely for escape. Without hesitation, Xiao Chongqing mounted her steed and raced toward their quarters, while Wei Huahao swiftly organized efforts to combat the fire. The inferno alarmed the citizens residing outside the imperial city, some hurriedly packing their belongings, while others joined the firefighting efforts. Xiao Buiyuan awoke from a nightmare, envisioning his daughter rushing into the flames, never to return. Upon waking, drenched in sweat, he treaded softly so as not to disturb the sleeping First Lady. Descending from his bed, through the haze, he discerned smoke rising from the direction of the imperial city, gradually hearing voices calling for help. As a flaming arrow soared into the general's residence. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Buiyuan leapt into action, catching the burning arrow mid-flight, an ominous premonition heightening his concern for Xiao Chongqing. Some arrows fell within the palace, while others landed on the outskirts, igniting the homes of the citizens, leading to a chorus of cries for help. Xiao Buiyuan, accompanied by his servants, rushed out to rescue those in need, instructing the maidens to escort the 3 ladies away from the general's residence as the fire spread relentlessly. This conflagration had escalated beyond the realm of human control. Unless a miracle occurred, bringing forth torrential rain, the Su kingdom would be reduced to ruins overnight. Within the Su kingdom's borders, a Li spy found it impossible to release a carrier pigeon, yet fortuitously, he had sent one earlier to inform the emperor of Qi's formal assault. Inside the Su palace, Xiao Chongqing rode her cherished black horse to the entrance of the king and queen's chambers, now one of the most severely affected areas by the blaze. The entrance was engulfed in flames, and even if Xiao Chongqing forced her way inside, it would be too late. Those within were likely beyond salvation. When the crown prince arrived, the entire chamber had collapsed as palace maids rushed to douse the flames with buckets of water, with Xiao Chongqing among them, managing to carry 2 buckets at once, though the fire showed no signs of abating. "General Xiao, I hereby command you to identify the arsonists." The urgency of the situation compelled the crown prince to assign Xiao Chongqing this critical task, for extinguishing the fire was now impossible. "Your servant obeys." Setting the empty buckets down, Xiao Chongqing mounted her horse, racing toward the hillside where the fire had first ignited. It was now clear that the perpetrators were from an enemy nation, likely Qi, as Lu Qingye had once mentioned their intentions to launch an offensive against Su. How could she have overlooked such a significant matter? Even if she voiced her concerns, no one would believe her. They would only view her as a provocateur. Galloping up the hill, Xiao Chongqing opted not to bring a retinue of guards. Her singular presence sufficed, as others needed to unite in extinguishing the flames. At the hillside, Qi's forces lay at rest, some seated and drinking, while others continued firing flaming arrows, their faces alight with a murderous glee.
Oh.
Isn't that the 15-year-old female general of the Su kingdom? Their mocking tones mingled with laughter, a dissonant sound. The sword at Xiao Chongqing's waist, passed down through generations by the Xiao family, was wielded for the first time today. Typically reserved, she disregarded their taunts, rising resolutely on her steed. The dark night was ripe for a swift and fierce battle. On the opposite side of the hill, thousands of elite soldiers from Qi lay in wait, having infiltrated Su under the guise of merchants for months, ensuring their plans proceeded without hindrance. The man leading the mockery of Xiao Chongqing was, in fact, a general dispatched by Qi nation. Initially, it was not this general who was sent, rather, the king of Qi. Upon hearing that Su nation had appointed a 15-year-old girl as a general, dismissed Su nation entirely. Clearly, they had forgotten from whom this 15-year-old female general had received her tutelage. Xiao Chongqing lightly tapped her left foot against the horse's back, accelerating swiftly. As her sword was drawn, it gleamed ominously in the darkness, striking true and drawing blood. The chilling brilliance of her blade was the only thing visible amidst the shadows. The anguished cries of the fallen echoed in the ears of the general who had dared to belittle her. And it was only at this moment that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. He recalled that the relentless killer in the dark was a student of General Zheng Yuan of Li Nation, the very man who had once saved Li Nation from calamity. With a slight tremor in his right hand, the general retrieved a specially crafted whistle from his bosom and blew into it, producing a sound akin to that of an eagle. Thousands of elite soldiers, poised on the opposite slope, responded immediately to the whistle and charged down the mountain, officially launching an assault on Su Nation. Xiao General, even if you kill me now, you cannot prevent my thousands of soldiers from invading Su Nation. By dawn, Su Nation will belong to Qi Nation. As Xiao Chongqing felled her 24th opponent, the general finally spoke, taking a noticeable step back, shielded now by his two subordinates. They quaked in fear before the woman cloaked in darkness, her form stained with the blood of the fallen. The might of Qi Nation's thousands was indeed formidable, and Xiao Chongqing understood the truth in the general's words. Nonetheless, she resolved to press forward, recalling the timeless adage, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Even if this general held no value, she was determined to take him alive and present him before the crown prince. The general could barely withstand 3 of Xiao Chongqing's strikes before faltering. As he gazed at the lifeless bodies of his two subordinates, his fear of Xiao Chongqing intensified. Was she truly the disciple of General Zheng Yuan from Li Nation? She must be a monster. Seizing the general by his collar, Xiao Chongqing swiftly descended the mountain using her lightness skill. The thousands of Qi soldiers had already engaged with Su Nation's imperial guards. Your general has been captured alive. If you wish for his survival, cease your assault. With one hand dragging the general, she stood firm as the combatants paused, their eyes filled with disdain for the general now at her mercy. In truth, they were not even under his command. The king of Qi had dispatched this inept general merely to mock Su Nation while it still drew breath. Who could have imagined the tables would turn so swiftly? This mere 15-year-old female general had apprehended their worthless commander. Regrettably, the king of Qi had anticipated such an outcome, issuing a decree that should this inept general be captured, his fate would be of no concern. The singular objective of Qi Nation was to subjugate Su Nation, a small country nestled behind Li Nation. Once Su Nation was conquered, the subjugation of Li Nation would be but a matter of time. Thus, the Qi soldiers resumed combat with barely a moment's pause. You are truly nothing but a decoration, Xiao Chongqing observed coldly as the battle resumed before her eyes. In the distance, she could see Wei Huahao locked in a fierce struggle with a Qi soldier. This general was merely a minor officer promoted by the king of Qi for the sole purpose of humiliating Su Nation. Casting a silent glance at him, Xiao Chongqing continued to drag him away, her primary mission being to deliver him to the crown prince before rejoining the fray. Upon entrusting the general to the crown prince, Xiao Chongqing officially entered the battlefield, and Qi Nation, having underestimated Su Nation, would ultimately face defeat, elevating Sioux Nation standing. The name Xiao Chongqing would resonate throughout the realm, heralding to smaller nations that Sioux Nation chose her for her undeniable prowess. Soon, with Xiao Chongqing's involvement, the tide of battle shifted from Qi Nation's offensive to a defensive stance as they witnessed the 15-year-old female general systematically dismantling their advantages. Some soldiers recalled how, before their departure, they had mocked Sioux Nation for appointing a girl of such tender years as their general. Now, laughter had vanished from their lips. Was this truly a mere girl of 15? She must be a monster. Yet, while one can easily evade a direct assault, it is far more challenging to guard against a hidden threat. No matter how formidable Xiao Chongqing was, her stamina was finite. Faced with thousands of elite soldiers from Qi Nation, she and Wei Huahao could only fell a few hundred. Moreover, their ranks were dwindling, for the strength of Qi's soldiers far surpassed that of Sioux Nation's. Even with her swift swordplay, Xiao Chongqing's vulnerabilities could be discerned. Among the thousands of soldiers, 2 individuals emerged as leaders, their prowess eclipsing that of their peers. One of them discerned the flaw in Xiao Chongqing's technique, sacrificing steadiness for speed in his strikes. As exhaustion set in and dawn approached, the raging inferno continued to consume everything in its path, including many soldiers from both nations engaged in battle. Deputy Chen, the fire is spiraling out of control. If we linger here, we will perish alongside the Sioux soldiers. The true deputies were those engaged in combat with Xiao Chongqing and Wei Huahao. Flames licked at the nearby mountains, casting an orange glow, while cries for help echoed incessantly from the populace. Xiao Buiyuan, tirelessly rescuing those in peril, felt his stamina waning. As he cradled a child not yet a year old, he attempted to escape the inferno, only to be struck by a collapsing beam from above. The structure crumbled, leaving the servants awaiting his return in stunned silence. The event unfolding far too rapidly for comprehension. Master! The anguished cries seemed to reach Xiao Chongqing's ears, causing her to falter momentarily. In that instant, she was struck in the shoulder by a sword. Yet, she merely furrowed her brow. The battle raged on around her, with many consumed by flames. The imperial family of Sioux Nation had long since evacuated, leaving only the crown prince amidst the burning palace. The man known as Deputy Chen paused, contemplating. Sioux Nation was now engulfed in flames, effectively rendering it non-existent. In a sense, Qi Nation had already achieved victory. All soldiers, retreat. Sioux Nation has ceased to exist. After this conflagration, Qi Nation will assume control of this land. The demise of Sioux Nation's king and queen in the inferno would soon be common knowledge, and the nation now trapped in flames could not be salvaged. Soldiers, we must capitalize on this inferno brought forth by Qi Nation. We cannot allow a single one to escape. Let not a single Qi soldier survive, even if it meant suffering significant losses. Xiao Chongqing would not allow any Qi soldier to escape. Though the king and queen of Sioux Nation were lost, the crown prince remained, and Sioux Nation would surely rise from the ashes. Meanwhile, a spy from Li Nation, who had initially distanced himself, now perched on an unscorched tree, witnessing the blazing Sioux palace and the crown prince standing amidst the inferno. Sioux Nation and the newly ascendant Qi Nation, the former was an apparent ally of Li Nation, while the latter represented the descendants of a nation once absorbed by Li. This Li spy resolved that this battle required only the head of the Sioux crown prince to ensure the obliteration of Sioux's lineage. Crown Prince, be cautious. The guards surrounding the crown prince were, in fact, people from the Li kingdom. The insincerity in that statement was palpable upon utterance. The guards who were supposed to protect the crown prince remained utterly still. Without any protection, the Prince of Sioux was pierced through the heart by an arrow, his eyes wide in disbelief as he fell to the ground, ultimately succumbing to his fate. The head of the crown prince would be delivered to the Deputy General Chen from the Qi kingdom, and there was no need for me to elaborate on how that would be accomplished. Li kingdom spies emerged before the guards, personally severing the crown prince's head and handing it to one of the guards. After uttering those words, he swiftly disappeared from the scene. The guards donned the attire of Qi soldiers, cradling the head of the crown prince as they traversed the inferno to the battleground between the two nations. When Xiao Chongqing beheld the severed head of the crown prince, her mind went blank. He had been their last hope. Ha ha ha, General Xiao. No matter how formidable you may be, you could not protect your crown prince. The sun rose steadily on the horizon, accompanied by an even fiercer blaze. Deputy Chen's laughter ignited Xiao Chongqing's rage, and with the last of her strength, she charged toward him and another deputy general by his side. She moved with such speed that everyone present could only see a blur, followed by the gruesome sight of the two deputy generals' carotid arteries being severed, blood gushing forth. Wei Huazhao seized the opportunity to eliminate the two soldiers who had delivered the crown prince's head. With the death of these two deputies, the remaining Qi soldiers ceased their assault. It became evident that they were the backbone of this elite force. Xiao Chongqing knelt amidst the blood-soaked ground, sunlight casting a grim glow upon her blood-stained visage. She had failed to protect Su country. She had not fulfilled the heavy responsibility entrusted to her by Xiao Buyuan. She had allowed the entire Su kingdom to perish in the raging flames, leading to the near-total demise of its populace. As for the devastation wrought upon Su kingdom, the spy took 2 days to report the matter to the emperor via carrier pigeon. The inferno raged for nearly 10 days before being extinguished by a torrential rain, and the charred corpses were buried by Xiao Chongqing herself. When Xiao Buyuan's body was discovered, it was apparent that he had clutched an infant tightly in his embrace. This downpour seemed like a belated mercy from the heavens. Kneeling before Xiao Buyuan's grave, Xiao Chongqing learned from the 2 remaining servants that the 3 ladies had fled Su kingdom, but their current whereabouts were unknown. The land of Su lay charred and blackened, its structures reduced to ruins overnight. Xiao Chongqing interred the deceased citizens of Su kingdom in the heart of the desolation. With such a state of affairs, would Qi kingdom still desire it? Indeed, Qi kingdom had already been consumed by Li kingdom, and the land of Su, rendered unrecognizable by fire, could no longer sustain any crops. A few days prior, Xiao Chongqing learned of Qi kingdom's annexation by Li kingdom, which led her to ponder whether, had Li kingdom acted more swiftly, perhaps all of Su's inhabitants could have survived. If she had been stronger, could the fate of Su kingdom have been altered? Chongqing. Wei Huazhao stood beside her, propping an oiled paper umbrella closer to her, even as half of his body became drenched in the rain. All the soldiers of Su kingdom had been dismissed by Xiao Chongqing, and the treasury silver had been distributed among the surviving citizens and soldiers, enabling them to start anew elsewhere. Everyone accepted this with gratitude, parting ways, leaving only Xiao Chongqing and Wei Huazhao behind. Wei Huazhao, what will you do next? Xiao Chongqing felt lost, her sanctuary reduced to ashes. She was uncertain of her next steps, her mind a blank slate. Wei Huazhao's family had been fortunate. They had not perished in the flames. Thus, his next course of action was simple: to locate his family and seek a place to live in peace. I too must search for aunt and second aunt. I wonder if third sister and fourth sister have reunited with them. Among the countless citizens of Su who perished in the fire, Xiao Chongqing had not encountered the bodies of her third and fourth sisters. Having knelt for an extended period and endured nearly a day of rain, Xiao Chongqing's body began to falter, yet fortunately, she had not succumbed to illness. The following day, she parted ways with Wei Huazhao. Each took their respective paths, one heading east, the other southeast, uncertain when they might meet again. Maintaining her standing was a testament to her resolve, yet her left foot would pay the price. Struggling to mount her steed, Xiao Chongqing found the injury to her ankle, sustained during her confrontation with the 2 deputy generals, was a heavy toll to bear. At such a speed, she had reached the limits of an ordinary person's capabilities. She was merely a bit more robust than the average person. Had it been anyone else, such velocity would have resulted in injuries far more severe than a mere sprained ankle.
Hence she chose to ride.
After the souls of Shi San and Lu Yingjie merged, her demeanor underwent a profound transformation, primarily due to Lu Yingjie's inherently stoic nature. For the first time, Mu He felt a dull ache in her temples, bewildered by the presence of such a reckless spirit. Though her ankle injury would take at least half a year to heal, her obstinacy would likely leave behind a lingering affliction. A few days prior, in the training grounds of Li Kingdom, during a sparring match, Lu Qingya inadvertently suffered a shallow cut on his wrist, causing Gao Leng great concern, compelling him to escort Lu Qingya to the camp to await the physician. Outside the imperial study, The spy who had previously reported from the training grounds recalled Lu Qingye's admonition to discuss matters within the palace rather than at the training grounds. Among the hidden guards, one had once been assigned to Xiao Chongqing's side, positioned near this particular spy. Qian, what significant matter do you think is being reported this time? Why does he not seek out the emperor at the training grounds? He looks quite anxious. It makes me anxious too, remarked a companion beside Qian, who had once been with Xiao Chongqing. Qian, furrowing his brow, observed the spy standing outside the imperial study. He too was anxious, but could do nothing. Every guard must remain steadfast in their position. Your Majesty, Qi Kingdom's assault on Su Kingdom employed fire attacks. They ignited the entire palace and the streets where the citizens reside with fire arrows. According to our spies, the conflagration has raged for 3 days without sign of abatement. Lu Qingye's right hand rested on the bandaged area of his left wrist. Upon hearing the spy's report, he unconsciously pressed down hard on the wound, clearly visible through the cloth as crimson. Blood seeped through. What are the casualties in Su Kingdom? He endeavored to suppress his emotions, striving to appear nonchalant in his inquiry. The head of the crown prince of Su was severed by 2 deputy generals of Qi Kingdom, who were subsequently slain by General Xiao Chongqing of Su with a single stroke. The previous general, Xiao Buyuan, had perished in the flames, and nearly half of Su's populace was lost in the inferno. The spy suddenly felt an oppressive atmosphere, although the emperor's tone remained unchanged. He sensed a slight difficulty in breathing. You may withdraw. Lu Qingye's face paled slightly as he finally felt the pain radiating from his left wrist. He missed her, longed for her. As Li Gonggong entered with freshly brewed tea, he detected a hint of blood and quickly scanned Lu Qingye, noticing the injury on his left wrist. The initially superficial wound inflicted by Lu Qingye deepened considerably due to his relentless assault. However, this did not alter the healing time of the injury. "Oh my, your majesty, you are injured," exclaimed the old servant, hastily setting out to summon the imperial physician. It was well known that Lu Qingye had endured the most injuries while training under General Zheng Yuan. At that time, Eunuch Li had been quite distressed, and since Lu Qingye had matured, he had not sustained any injuries until now. Seeing him hurt again after such a long time left Eunuch Li in a state of panic. The imperial physician arrived in haste to treat Lu Qingye's wound, applying medicine and bandaging it, while advising him to avoid spicy food and keep the wound dry. Gao Leng faced reprimand from Eunuch Li for failing to protect the emperor from even the slightest harm. To the southeast lay a small nation, slightly larger than Su country, known as Miao country. This land was fertile, producing sweet and delicious fruits and vegetables, primarily transported to Li country and other smaller nations. The king of Miao country was rather lax, and the citizens, aside from farming, had few pastimes to occupy their time. The tranquility of Miao country rendered its presence largely unnoticed, and the produce sent to various nations was typically reserved for the royal family. Common folk relied on their own farms, never having tasted the fruits and vegetables from Miao country unless they belonged to affluent households, for whom Miao's produce was a favored choice. Xiao Chongqing rode for half a month to reach Miao country, not once encountering the 3 madams or her sisters along the way, leading her to suspect they might have encountered danger. Despite her anxious heart, the condition of her left ankle had begun to worsen, and it was imperative to heed Mu He's advice and focus on her recovery. Only then could she hasten her search for them. Eldest sister Xiao Yamen and second sister Xiao Yaqing were the daughters of the madam, and the only ones the 3 madams could turn to were the 2 of them in Li country. Mu He concurred, but emphasized that 13 must heal before proceeding to Li country, lest her injury hinder her if she encountered bandits on the road. Gaining entry into Miao country was relatively simple. With Xiao Chongqing's current attire and her increasingly pallid complexion, she merely needed to present the excuse of seeking medical treatment. Upon successfully entering Miao country, Xiao Chongqing promptly sought out a clinic. Initially, the doctor could not discern anything amiss, assuming her pale countenance was indicative of a common ailment. It was only when Xiao Chongqing, suppressing her pain, revealed her injured ankle that the doctor was taken aback, urging an attendant to assist her to a nearby seat. "My dear girl, this injury is quite serious," the doctor lamented, stroking his beard. The attendant brought a small stool, and Xiao Chongqing bit her lip, gently placing her left foot on it. The doctor had thoughtfully placed a soft cushion atop the stool. Otherwise, the pain would have been unbearable. Once relaxed, the intensity of the pain magnified tenfold. After a fortnight of heightened tension, Xiao Chongqing finally felt the full extent of her ankle's agony. Doctor, I am aware that my injury is severe. Could you provide an estimate of how long I must rest to return to my former self? This was Xiao Chongqing's first instance of confiding so much to a stranger. You will need at least a year, my dear. Your condition should not have been neglected. Immediate treatment was essential. The doctor sighed as he assessed her injury. Doctor, could you accommodate me for about a year? I have nowhere to go. She had anticipated a joyous new year at the general's residence, her first in a decade, but all had been consumed by a merciless fire. On New Year's Eve, she had watched the uncontrollable flames for an entire day. In the following days, she buried the citizens of Su country who perished in the fire, seemingly forgetting that those days were the first and second of the new year. The doctor, though sympathetic, regrettably declined her plea. His clinic had limited space and could not accommodate an unknown woman. Given the severity of her injury and the sword at her waist, it was evident that her background was not ordinary, and the doctor wished to avoid any trouble. Xiao Chongqing did not press the matter further. After receiving proper treatment for her ankle, she intended to take her leave when the doctor spoke again. Alas, my dear girl, I can only allow you to stay in my clinic for 3 days. After that, you must depart. A young woman, without any place to stay, likely had insufficient funds, prompting her earlier words of desperation. Thank you. Xiao Chongqing felt the lump in her throat, her eyes blinking back tears. 3 days of shelter was indeed a substantial kindness. A month later, the news of Su country's destruction by fire spread across all nations, and it became known that while Qi country burned Su country, Li country swiftly annexed Qi country within a single night. The perception of Li country among the various nations elevated further, and in a few months, word spread that the Queen of Li country was soon to give birth to a dragon heir, prompting envoys from all nations to convey their best wishes to the Queen. Lu Qingye bore a barely visible scar on his left wrist as he lifted a teacup with his left hand, savoring the rain-preceding Longjing tea from Miao country. Remarkably, Miao country was not far from Su country. A horseback journey would take merely half a month. An undercover agent recounted the details of Su country's inferno to Lu Qingye, glancing at him several times, yet failing to detect any shift in his expression. Before you left, were you aware of the whereabouts of that general named Xiao Chongqing? Lu Qingye had been holding back for so long and finally seized the opportunity to inquire about her safety, a thought that occupied his mind nightly. 1 month ago, you informed me via carrier pigeon that Su country was burned by Qi country, yet it took you 3 days to relay this news. I only learned of this a month later. Now, I ask you about the whereabouts of General Xiao Chongqing of Su country, and you tell me she is dead. Lu Qingye lost his composure. The agent, terrified, bowed his head and knelt, having spent years in Su country and knowing little of the events unfolding in Li country. Unaware that there was a vice-general named Xiao Chongqing, the sole female disciple of General Zheng Yuan and the current general of Su country. Hearing the sound of objects shattering in the imperial study, Gao Lang rushed to open the door, discovering the trembling agent on the floor, too frightened to breathe. I shall ask you one last time. Is General Xiao Chongqing of Su country alive or dead? Lu Qingye managed to regain his composure, taking a deep breath as he gazed down at the kneeling agent. The agent hesitantly raised his head, stealing a glance at Gao Lang, who averted his gaze slightly, silently conveying a message. After the agent departed, the study fell into silence. Gao Lang summoned attendants to clean the shattered teacups, and Lu Qingye suddenly slumped into his chair, supporting his forehead with his left hand, obscuring his expression from view. In the hour of the rat, in a dungeon where serious offenders were imprisoned in Li country, the king of Qi country admitted to being a descendant of the royal family. Ah, a rare visitor. Our esteemed emperor graces this filthy dungeon today. The king of Qi, dressed in his tattered dragon robe, still exuded remnants of past grandeur. I recall our agreement did not stipulate that you should annihilate Su country. Lu Qingye's voice echoed in the dim dungeon as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, addressing the seated king of Qi. Since you remember our original agreement, you may launch a sudden attack on Qi country, and I could likewise eradicate Su country, could I not, Emperor of Li country? Upon the mention of an accord, The king of Qi could no longer maintain his composure. He abruptly rose, rushed to the prison gate, and, grasping the bars, addressed Lu Qingye. In the original agreement, I only consented to relax protection of Su, but I never agreed not to act against Qi. You would do well to remember that. His tone conveyed disdain for the king of Qi. The pact stipulated explicitly that Li would diminish its defense of Su, enabling Qi's elite troops to infiltrate Su safely, provided Su's casualties did not surpass half. When Qi decided to launch rockets, the agreement was nullified. The populace of Su was almost entirely annihilated in the conflagration, including her. Allow me to surmise. Did our emperor receive news of someone's demise in Su, prompting this urgent inquiry? The king of Qi, despite the circumstances, managed a smile, albeit one that contorted his features. Despite the stringent security of the Li Imperial Palace, information could still leak out. Was General Xiao Chongqing of Su truly lost in that inferno? Lu Qingye, abandoning subtlety, adopted a desperate tone. The king of Qi erupted in laughter, releasing the prison gate and pacing the cell. His spies in Li had reported that General Zheng Yuan had a female disciple who had been appointed as his adjutant. This adjutant, named Xiao Chongqing, had an ambiguous relationship with the crown prince of Li, Lu Qingye, though the spies could discern nothing definite. Initially, he had scoffed at the appointment of a 15-year-old girl as a general in Su. Upon learning her name was Xiao Chongqing, he had briefly hesitated. Ultimately, the king of Qi dismissed it as mere coincidence and paid her no further attention. Having not heard of the death of the Xiao Chongqing who had decimated his Qi forces, he concluded that the emperor of Li was seeking confirmation of her death, having only just received the news. The defeat and annexation of Qi by Li, coupled with his ancestors' resentment of Li's aggression, led the king of Qi to align himself with those who had deceived Lu Qingye.
So,
Our emperor of Li is the last to learn of General Xiao Chongqing's death in Su? The king of Qi's tone was gleeful as he sought to gauge Lu Qingye's reaction. Lu Qingye, his hands clenched behind his back, struggled to maintain control. Feeling suffocated, he instinctively stepped back, preparing to leave. Let me speculate further. The General Xiao Chongqing of Su must be the same Xiao Chongqing who is your adjutant. My spy mentioned a peculiar relationship between her and your majesty. It seems they were correct. The king of Qi continued, and Lu Qingye sensed that if he remained, he would hear even more unpleasant words. However, his feet seemed rooted to the spot. I had assumed that as the emperor of Li, you would be more liberated than a monarch of a small nation like myself. Yet it seems you, too, are bound by constraints, unable to even marry the one you love. There will be no more. There will be no more like her, who appears indifferent but secretly cares, expressing her concern through subtle actions. She may not speak of it, but she acts. Her silence does not equate to indifference. For a fleeting moment, the king of Qi pitied the emperor of Li. He wondered if those who had deceived him had his best interests at heart or ulterior motives. 3 days later, in a small clinic in Mao, Xiao Chongqing, leaning on a crutch, bid farewell to the physician, expressing her gratitude for his hospitality. Over the past 3 days, she had gleaned much information about Mao from the doctor and his patients, and he had provided her with a map of the region.
Now,
she needed to find a place to recuperate for a year. In the vast expanse of Mao, where she knew no one, finding such a haven would be challenging. As Xiao Chongqing pondered her situation, a chubby boy collided with her, knocking her to the ground. Help! Murder! The boy's attire indicated he was from a wealthy family. Xiao Chongqing swiftly rose, shielding the boy with her body and using her crutch to deflect an arrow. Someone dared to attack a child in broad daylight. However, the subsequent scene left Xiao Chongqing bewildered. The archer was the boy's guard. The guards were following the boy's orders, playing a game of tag. Xiao Chongqing had inadvertently become involved. Now, she realized that the vendors and passers-by had shown no inclination to assist the boy, suggesting that he frequently engaged in such games. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Chongqing saw that the arrows lacked arrowheads. Furthermore, the guards were aiming at her, not the boy, perceiving her as a potential threat. Madam, I apologize for bumping into you. Are you all right? The boy, polite despite the circumstances, inquired about her well-being, noticing her crutch and wondering if she was injured. I'm fine, but do not play such games in the street. It is perilous. Xiao Chongqing warned him, explaining that if he had bumped into someone with malicious intent, the consequences could have been dire. The chubby boy, observing Xiao Chongqing's limping gait, grasped her crutch, his round face serious. "Madam, you are injured and should rest." Despite his size, the boy's grip was surprisingly strong, piquing Xiao Chongqing's curiosity. "Your Highness." A maid, pushing past the guards, rushed to the boy's side, anxiously checking for injuries. Upon seeing the maid, the boy released Xiao Chongqing's crutch, allowing her to quickly depart. However, the guards blocked her path. She was perplexed as to why they were detaining her. The boy was Hu Jiao, the eldest son of the Prince Rui, recently recognized as the heir. He was now behaving recklessly in the manor. They cannot possibly be expected to serve her. Moreover, why is this woman limping? She must have engaged in some dishonorable act. If Xiao Chongqing knew their thoughts, she would have used her qinggong to escape. Why subject herself to such indignity? Hu Jiao was led away by the maid. Leaving Xiao Chongqing standing in the corridor, she glanced around, slowly making her way toward the gate. "Stop! Come with me to see the Princess Rui." After only a few steps, a maid blocked her path. As she followed the maid, she reflected that if she were not injured and in need of a place to recover, she would never have entered the Prince Rui's manor. The esteemed Princess Rui appeared to embody the essence of virtue, her every smile and frown seemingly rehearsed, maintaining a constant curvature that evoked memories in Xiao Chongqing of another individual far away in the Li Kingdom, who bore a similar smile. Though her countenance was fair, a recent injury marred her beauty. Xiao Chongqing contemplated that in a few days, once the young master lost interest in her, she would be given some silver to send her on her way. The condescension in the young master's gaze felt akin to observing an ant, igniting a flicker of resentment within Xiao Chongqing. Yet, this spark was insufficient to incite an outburst. Her homeless state, compounded by her foot injury, required her to endure just 2 more days before she could depart the Rui Wangfu. Children possess a curious nature, flitting from one fascination to another, often discarding a recently played-with toy for a new one. Xiao Chongqing found herself to be such a toy, residing in the servants' quarters, where the fade of politeness belied the harsh whispers she heard with unsettling clarity. Muhi observed the plight of the beleaguered 13 half-immortal for the first time, as the influence of Luingjie left her spirit considerably subdued, unable to find joy. With the fall of the Su kingdom, Luingjie had failed to protect the Qi kingdom in her previous life and now could not save Su in this one, leaving her despondent as her ambitions crumbled across 2 lifetimes. She was ill-suited for the role of a general. The young master possessed remarkable strength that, with training, could yield extraordinary potential. 13 had set her sights on the chubby young boy, hoping to gain the protection of the Rui Wangfu, allowing her to rest well for the coming year. She pinned her hopes on Hu Jiao, believing he would prove to be an exemplary student. 5 months passed, and unlike Su, the seasons in the Mao Kingdom were remarkably consistent. Though winter brought cold, it was not unbearable. Autumn in Mao painted a picture of bountiful harvests, with the people bustling about, reaping substantial yields year after year. The crown prince of Li was born in summer, coinciding with the blooming of lotus flowers in the royal palace, a scene beyond words to describe its splendor. On the day of departure, young master Hu Jiao sought an audience with Xiao Chongqing as was customary. "Master, today I shall accompany my father to Li to offer congratulations. There are so many delectable treats there, and I must bring back all the finest delicacies for you." Since being tutored by Xiao Chongqing, the young master had tempered his mischievous spirit, no longer engaging in games of tag with the guards, transforming his behavior within the estate. The once dismissive Princess Rui now expressed her gratitude towards Xiao Chongqing, and the Rui Wang had often remarked to her that Xiao Chongqing was quite extraordinary and deserving of their respect. To this day, Xiao Chongqing had not revealed her true identity. The Su kingdom had fallen, and she was its general. Should her identity be exposed, it would jeopardize the Rui Wangfu. Within the walls of the Rui Wangfu, the young master feared only the Rui Wang, his master Xiao Chongqing, and then the Princess Rui. "I must bring something for my master, otherwise I would feel too ashamed to face her." The young master's peculiar thoughts elicited little surprise from Xiao Chongqing, who pondered what she truly desired in Li. Before she could finish her thought, Hu Jiao interjected, "If I am caught, I shall cry for them." "Surely." The Emperor of Li will not be so stingy as to deny me a single white plum blossom. The journey from Mao to Li would take nearly a month and a half, with even smaller nations lying farther from Li. On the road, freed from Xiao Chongqing's guidance, the young master faced the stringent supervision of his father, the Rui Wang. Throughout the journey, he found himself subjected to relentless study, delving into the 4 books and 5 classics, longing for the moment he could carelessly toss them from the carriage. Upon reaching Li, the young master grasped for the first time the profound meaning of liberation, yet still required another half-month to travel to the palace. Once they reached the Li royal palace, officials from the Ministry of Rites awaited them at the gates, escorting them to Hiyao Pavilion, where the character he symbolized peace, reflecting the hopes of the Li emperors for harmonious relations among nations. "Excuse me, esteemed sir, do you have any white plums here?" After nearly 2 months in the carriage, Hu Jiao now found himself cradled by a guard atop a horse. Leaning forward to see the official ahead, he inquired loudly, attracting the attention of several passing maidens. Though the Li kingdom boasted a plethora of flowers, the white plum he sought had long passed its season. An official from the ministry walked alongside the Rui Wang, while only Hu Jiao and his carrying guard rode, the rest leading their horses. Frowning, Hu Jiao insisted, "My master would not be mistaken. If she said the Li Palace has white plums, then it certainly does. Where might they be?" He refused to believe that all the white plums were confined to the imperial garden. "All the flowers are indeed planted in the imperial garden. If the young master wishes to see them, I can certainly take you there tomorrow." The official was both courteous and exceedingly patient. "We have an agreement. Tomorrow, at the hour of Wei, I shall visit the imperial garden." His seemingly arbitrary choice of time surprised the official. The young master had unwittingly selected the hour when the garden would be devoid of visitors, as the emperor would be napping, and the maidens attending to the garden would have finished their tasks early. As the Rui Wang engaged in light conversation with the minister, he overheard his son's inquiry about the white plums, realizing his son's interest likely stemmed from his devotion to Xiao Chongqing. Upon settling into Hiyao Pavilion, anticipation for the visit to the imperial garden kept Hu Jiao awake, as he had not anticipated such ease in gaining entry. The following day, having been unable to sleep until the early hours due to excitement, Hu Jiao missed breakfast and awoke near noon. After a quiet meal, he observed his father lounging comfortably. "Did master instruct you to pick white plums?" Nearing the hour of Wei, the Rui Wang posed this question, startling Hu Jiao. He promptly relayed everything to his father. As the hour of Wei approached, the official returned punctually, and Hu Jiao bid farewell to the Rui Wang before following the official to the imperial garden. They conversed along the way, yet Hu Jiao skillfully avoided disclosing his master's name, regardless of the official's probing questions. The official, merely curious, pondered the nature of the young master's instructor, believing that knowing the name might provide insight into his character. The imperial garden of Li surpassed Hu Jiao's wildest imaginings, its vastness overwhelming him. "This garden is more than 10 times larger than ours in Mao. Goodness, do you not get lost here?" The young master from Mao jested. "There's only one path through the garden. It is impossible to lose one's way. It appears that the elder has never encountered mischievous children. Once young, Hu Jiao, the little lord, is allowed to unleash his spirit. He can frolic throughout the palace of the Li kingdom, and it would not be surprising if he were to get lost. He is capable of anything. Indeed, the flowering season of the white plum has passed, leaving only lush green leaves on the branches, devoid of any buds, which left Hu Jiao somewhat disappointed. The Magua kingdom, due to land issues, cannot cultivate white plums.
Now,
Having finally spotted a few dozen white plum trees, only to find them bereft of blossoms, Hu Jiao sighed and requested the elder to help him pluck a branch of white plum. From the elder's reaction, it was evident that the man approaching from a distance was none other than His Majesty the Emperor of the Li Kingdom. As he awaited the Emperor's approach, Hu Jiao performed the customary greeting of the Magua Kingdom. Lu Qingyan knelt down to meet Hu Jiao's gaze and earnestly inquired, "What injury has your master sustained that remains unhealed? Why not inform me of your master's condition, and I shall have the imperial physician devise a remedy." Driven by goodwill and perhaps a sense of destiny with this child, he had been unable to sleep during the afternoon nap and decided to stroll through the imperial garden, where he fortuitously encountered the little lord from Magua. Hu Jiao blinked at the supreme ruler of the Li Kingdom before him, inexplicably compelled to assist his master. Despite his confusion, "My master said she would recover in about a year, and I appreciate your kind intentions, Your Majesty. Allow me to express my gratitude on her behalf." With that, Hu Jiao bowed to Lu Qingye in appreciation, since his goodwill had been politely declined. Lu Qingye did not press the matter further and shifted the conversation to idle chatter with the child. Hu Jiao regaled Lu Qingye with amusing tales from MASU-MANHUA, describing his master as someone who, despite her stern demeanor and infrequent smiles, possessed many admirable qualities. This portrayal inevitably reminded Lu Qingye of a certain individual, someone long deceased, who too rarely spoke and often wore a serious expression, with a smile that was a rare sight. But my master's martial arts are formidable. Whenever the subject of his master arose, Hu Jiao could not help but boast, for in his eyes, his master was the most extraordinary person in the world.
Oh,
Is that so? How about a friendly competition between the two of us? At that moment, Lu Qingye ceased referring to himself in the first person, as he perceived that the child unconsciously mimicked his master when speaking of her. Thus, it felt as though he were witnessing an apparition of her through this child. The elder, no longer kneeling, kept his head bowed, refraining from drawing attention to the peculiar situation where their emperor intended to spar with a mere 7-year-old child. Would this not become a source of ridicule if spoken of? Yes, yes, Hu Jiao exclaimed joyfully, promptly adopting a stance of defense and launching a sweeping kick at Lu Qingye's leg without a second thought. Although he had absorbed a modicum of the speed from Xiao Chongqing's techniques, Hu Jiao was still young, and such speed was inconsequential before Lu Qingye. The techniques taught to Hu Jiao were modified versions of General Zheng Yuan's moves, adapted by his master. Yet, remnants of General Zheng's style were still discernible in these techniques. Lu Qingye, being a disciple of Zheng Yuan, could easily identify the similarities in Hu Jiao's every move. In this realm, General Zheng Yuan had but 2 disciples, Lu Qingye and Xiao Chongqing. Anyone attempting to surreptitiously learn from him would be swiftly apprehended by the shadow guards. Thus, it was impossible for anyone to successfully pilfer General Zheng Yuan's techniques. The truth was singular. As Hu Jiao prepared to launch another attack, Lu Qingye suddenly seized his right hand, and Hu Jiao discerned a flicker of panic in the emperor's eyes. Alongside the panic was a fleeting joy, quickly replaced by a tranquil demeanor as Lu Qingye regarded Hu Jiao. Of course, my master is a man. Our girls in MASU do not possess the same martial prowess as those in the Li Kingdom, Hu Jiao said, his gaze suggesting that Lu Qingye's inquiry was superfluous. Lu Qingye released Hu Jiao's hand, realizing that the techniques the boy employed were all adaptations of General Zheng Yuan's moves. Only one woman, who was rumored to have perished in the flames of the Su Kingdom, could have made such adaptations. Your Majesty, why are your eyes so red? Only Hu Jiao, in close proximity, could observe the emperor's slightly reddened eyes, a reflection of his excitement as he yearned to dispatch someone to the royal residence of the Rui prince in MASU for further investigation. Upon witnessing Hu Jiao accept the white plum branch, he strode purposefully away from the imperial garden, aware that he could not afford to delay any longer. Hai Ling, who had remained hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow. What Lu Qingye could perceive, he too could discern. The white plum had been transformed into dried flowers. Yet it differed from other dried flowers, as it retained the essence of the moment it was plucked. Xiao Chongqing gently placed her hand upon the flower bud, having forgotten that the flowering season had ended, and had capriciously sent the little lord to fetch one for her. Master, this white plum was personally plucked by His Majesty the Emperor of the Li Kingdom, and I brought it as a gift for you. Upon hearing this, the usually inscrutable expression of Xiao Chongqing cracked slightly. Rest assured, Master, I always tell others that my master is a man. So His Majesty merely acted out of kindness when I mentioned wanting a branch of white plum for you. It seemed Hu Jiao had discerned Xiao Chongqing's concern and hastened to reassure her. Little lord, what kind of person is the Emperor of the Li Kingdom? To avoid revealing her acquaintance with the Emperor, Xiao Chongqing could only pose this question, hoping to glean information about Lu Qingye's recent activities. During his time in the Li Kingdom, Hu Jiao frequently encountered Lu Qingye, who occasionally offered him guidance, but insisted that this remained a secret between them, not to be disclosed to his master. Secrets among men were better left untold to the master. So, Hu Jiao resolved not to divulge his sparring with Lu Qingye or the additional techniques he had learned. In recent nights, Xiao Chongqing had been disturbed by faint footsteps, echoing upon her rooftop. From the sound, it appeared that two groups were engaged in a scuffle, preventing her from sleeping. Several times, she contemplated climbing to the rooftop to ascertain their intentions. If they wished to fight, why must it take place upon her roof, disrupting her rest? On the sixth day, Hu Jiao noticed that Xiao Chongqing appeared particularly fatigued, her complexion lacking its usual vibrancy. It was clear that poor sleep during the night had left her in a low-spirited state the following day, causing Hu Jiao to be on the receiving end of her reprimands if he was not careful. That night, the two groups clashed once more on the roof of Xiao Chongqing's residence, and she could no longer endure the disturbance. Stepping outside her room, she favored her right leg, lifting it slightly to make contact with the ground before launching herself onto the rooftop. The moment she appeared, bathed in moonlight, the fighting parties ceased their brawl. Staring at the somber-faced Xiao Chongqing standing at the edge, silent and watchful, Hu Jiao remarked that the emperor of the Li Kingdom treated him inexplicably well, a kindness that surely had some connection to her. However, someone had previously claimed that she was dead. From the words of this shadow guard, it was easy to discern another significant piece of information, causing Xiao Chongqing to furrow her brow slightly. Someone wished for her demise, and only one person possessed the capability and audacity to deceive Lu Qingye. Inform your master that I am in MASU-MANHUA, and once my foot injury heals, Miss Xiao Chongqing, our master has a message for you. But we must first request that the Emperor's people leave, interrupted the leader of the group to her right as she shifted her attention to Lu Qingye's shadow guard. After a moment of contemplation, she gestured to those on her left, signaling their departure. They obediently retreated from the rooftop, acquiescing to Emperor's decree that granted Xiao Chongqing authority over them. With the rooftop now occupied solely by Xiao Chongqing and the yet-to-be-identified group, she awaited their spokesperson. The demise of Su Kingdom stemmed from a clandestine pact between the emperors of Li and Qi, wherein the emperor of Li agreed to diminish Li's vigilance in Su Kingdom, thus enabling Qi's imperceptible invasion. This long-held suspicion, now substantiated, caused a pang of anguish in Xiao Chongqing's heart. He had pledged to safeguard Su Kingdom, a promise he had solemnly made. An interval equivalent to the brewing of tea passed in silence, as Xiao Chongqing and the others remained still. The individuals hesitated to act rashly, mindful of the woman before them, the sole disciple of General Zheng Yuan, whose injured leg did not diminish her formidability. Allow me to speculate, she began. Does your master bear the surname Gao? Within the imperial palace of Li, only Gao Lang, the sword-bearing guard, harbors significant animosity towards me. The leader, outwardly composed, betrayed himself by the sudden movement of his right hand towards the hilt of his sword. Once her ankle mended, she would bid farewell to the residence of Prince Rui and embark on a journey to Li. The four hidden guards before Xiao Chongqing kept their heads bowed. The importance of this woman to their emperor remained unknown to them, yet they understood the repercussions of relaying her words verbatim. Deputy General Xiao, the leader of the hidden guards, implored, there is no need for prevarication. The emperor is privy to your meaning. He hoped Xiao Chongqing would reiterate her statement for accurate conveyance. Tonight marked one of Xiao Chongqing's most loquacious moments, perhaps influenced by the youthful Hu Jiao, whose cheerful demeanor invariably brought solace to her. Contrary to popular belief, Deputy General Xiao Chongqing was not as callous as rumored, perhaps a condition of the night's gentle moonlight. Upon descending from the rooftop, she encountered the sleepless Hu Jiao, who, rubbing his drowsy eyes, was instantly alert at the sight of his master's descent. Master, your foot is not yet healed. You should not be using qigong. Hu Jiao admonished with concern, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chongqing's injured ankle. Xiao Chongqing gently stroked his head, reassuring him, my foolish disciple, your master still has her right foot. Xiao Chongqing carefully tucked him in, tiptoeing out of the room. She no longer required crutches, her left foot now capable of bearing some weight. Though her gait remained somewhat uneven, she anticipated a full recovery soon. 2 months elapsed, and the state of Mao approached the cusp of a new winter. Xiao Chongqing's ankle had largely healed, her walk no longer impaired, and she was even capable of personally instructing Hu Jiao in certain techniques. Previously, she had relied on support to demonstrate stances, guiding Hu Jiao's hands. Now, he could stand behind her, mirroring her movements. Xiao Chongqing had discussed her departure with Prince Rue and his consort, who, while not insisting she remain, expressed their gratitude for her tutelage of their son. They had witnessed her dedication firsthand. Over the past half-year, Xiao Chongqing had gradually earned the respect of the Rue household, and now, nearing a year, she would depart after the new year in Mao, though she found herself loath to leave the young prince. Upon learning of his master's impending departure, Hu Jiao staged a hunger strike lasting 3 days, while Princess Rue wept outside his chamber. Xiao Chongqing stood by, unsure how to console the distraught child. She recalled her 10th birthday in Li, her 5th year there, when she had received a beautiful garment from the general's residence in Su. On her birthday, Lu Qingye and Gao Lang, as was their custom, visited General Zheng Yuan's residence to celebrate with Xiao Chongqing. She felt a twinge of melancholy, longing for home, and found little appetite for the feast prepared by her mentor's wife, though she managed to consume a bowl of rice. Unbeknownst to the others, Lu Qingye discerned her somber mood and suggested a post-dinner stroll to admire the lanterns and perhaps take a boat ride. It was Xiao Chongqing's birthday, and she was free to choose. She opted for a boat ride, with Gao Lang rowing at the stern while Lu Qingye and Xiao Chongqing sat on cushions at the bow. The moon's reflection rippled across the water, its image blurred. Little Chongqing, Lu Qingye remarked, seeking to ease the tension. The moon visible in Su is the same as the one we see in Li. He gently placed his hand on her head, and for the first time, she did not flinch, allowing him to ruffle the elaborate hairstyle her mentor's wife had created. At that moment, Xiao Chongqing felt a sense of clarity. The moon in Su was the same as the moon in Li, and she shared the same celestial view with her beloved family. Thus, on the 3rd night, Hu Jiao, driven by hunger, crept out in search of food, only to be discovered by Xiao Chongqing, who sat outside his door holding a roasted chicken, his favorite. He devoured the chicken amidst tears, while Prince Rue and his consort watched from around the corner, respecting their son's newfound independence. "Disciple, do you not find the moon beautiful tonight?" Xiao Chongqing asked, her chin resting on her hands, as the half-moon shone brightly in the sky. Hu Jiao, gnawing on a chicken leg, glanced at the moon and retorted, "Not at all." He preferred a full moon, symbolizing reunion and happiness, and felt as though he was losing a family member with his master's departure. "Disciple, even when your master is in Li, we will still see the same moon," Xiao Chongqing said, placing her hand on his head. The soft hair felt pleasant to the touch, and she couldn't resist stroking it a few more times, knowing she would soon miss her disciple. Hu Jiao sniffled, wiped his greasy hands with a handkerchief, and rubbed his tear-stained face, turning it red. This sight elicited a rare smile from Xiao Chongqing, who had never laughed so heartily. Hu Jiao was taken aback. His master, though strict when he erred, was generally kind and approachable, speaking sparingly but possessing a good heart. "Master, if anyone dares to mistreat you, I will personally travel to Li and teach them a lesson," Hu Jiao declared, forgetting that only 2 individuals in Li could best his master, her own master and her master's disciple. Moreover, few would dare to cross her. Given her position as Deputy General of General Zheng Yuan, a force to be reckoned with in Li, silly disciple, Xiao Chongqing chuckled, "Your master's martial prowess is unmatched. Have no fear." The new year in Mao differed from that in Li primarily in terms of temperature. This winter in Mao was unseasonably mild, and many families chose to venture out on the 2nd day of the new year. The Rue Wangfu was no exception. After 7 days of rest, the Rue Wang found himself with ample time to accompany his wife and children, and thus resolved to take them on an outing. Xiao Chongqing was among them, while Hu Jiao occasionally hovered near her, showering her with flattery, which elicited suppressed laughter from the Rue Wangfei and the accompanying guards. The Rue Wang, however, could only look on in embarrassment. His son, once a mischievous child, had now transformed into a smooth talker. After the new year, Hu Jiao could not escape a fit of tears, pouting and silently clinging to Xiao Chongqing's left hand, crying until he hiccuped, much to the heartache of the Rue Wangfei. Yet, he could not persuade Xiao Chongqing to stay a few more days. With reddened eyes, he watched as his master rode away on the black horse that she had initially ridden upon her arrival. Over the past year, he had encountered his master on the streets, where her ankle injury had been severe. Though young, he was not naive. Initially, Hu Jiao was unruly and disregarded Xiao Chongqing's words. Later, while continuing to play a game of tag with the guards, he nearly injured someone, narrowly saved by Xiao Chongqing's intervention. After that incident, Hu Jiao recognized his folly and obediently followed Xiao Chongqing's guidance, no longer engaging in such games. In just 2 months, Hu Jiao underwent a transformation that was unmistakable to both the Rui Wangfei and the Rui Wang, who expressed their admiration for Xiao Chongqing and hoped she would reside in Rui Wangfu as Hu Jiao's mentor. Xiao Chongqing gifted Hu Jiao a sword, the very one crafted at her father's behest on her first day as general of the Shigua, replacing an old family heirloom. The 3 madams had laughed heartily, remarking on how many people Xiao Buyuan had enlisted to forge this new sword for his youngest daughter. Now, she entrusted this sword, a symbol of the Xiao family's legacy, to Hu Jiao, considering it a safe haven in her apprentice's hands. It is worth noting that the waist token given to Xiao Chongqing by Lu Qingye had been reduced to ashes in a great fire. It seemed she would soon join a merchant convoy heading to Li country as a guard, ensuring her passage into the realm. Each day, nearly 1,000 merchant convoys ventured toward Li country, allowing Xiao Chongqing to blend into any group, provided no one conducted inspections. As she mingled with the convoy, she planned to explore Li country at her leisure, taking at least half a month to reach the imperial city. Lu Qingye had stationed a shadow guard at the border of Li country, who would follow her and discreetly urge her to hasten her journey once she entered. Named Qian, this shadow guard, with a tuft of dogtail grass in his mouth, shadowed Xiao Chongqing, marveling at the breathtaking landscapes of Li country through her eyes. He felt a fleeting envy as she roamed freely, wondering when their emperor might indulge in such leisure. By the time Xiao Chongqing had nearly completed her exploration of Li country, a month had passed, and Qian received a message via carrier pigeon from the palace, reminding him to prompt Xiao Chongqing to continue her travels. "Have you seen the magnificent landscapes of Li country?" she asked, acknowledging her identity as the disciple of General Zheng Yuan. Though she had shadow guards accompanying her, she had long been aware of their presence, but had chosen to disregard it. "Indeed, they are beautiful," she replied succinctly, unable to articulate her thoughts on the stunning scenery, for the words had grown stale. With a subtle smile, she flicked the reins and urged her horse toward the imperial city. After nearly half a month, she reached the outskirts, intending to seek her elder sister directly. However, recalling the silence following her previous visit, she suspected her sister was avoiding her. "Xiao Fuzhang, why not enter the palace to pay your respects?" Qian suggested, having discerned her hesitation. He was aware that Xiao Chongqing's elder sister, Xiao Yamen, had sheltered the 3 madams of the Xiao family who had fled from Shigua. Unfortunately, the 4th sister had met with misfortune along the way. Xiao Chongqing acquiesced to Qian's proposal, gently squeezing her horse's belly to enter the imperial city. Moving through the palace, with Qian presenting the waist token, they encountered no obstacles. In Changchun Palace, the queen, Chu Qin, was entertaining her child, the young prince who, still in swaddling clothes, would cry at the slightest absence of his mother. "Have the high guards come to see me tomorrow at noon," she instructed, handing the young prince to his nursemaid as she prepared herself once more. She was eager to meet Xiao Chongqing, the vice-general she had not seen in nearly 2 years. The officials in the court would furrow their brows at the mention of her name, believing her to have perished in the fire. Outside the study, Uniquely knocked 5 times on the door, a gesture he had not performed in nearly 2 years, bringing him a measure of joy for the one within. Clad in modified riding attire for ease of movement, Xiao Chongqing stepped back into the palace, and the maids lowered their heads in acknowledgement of her presence. When she departed Li country, Lu Qingye had not stripped her of her position as vice-general, so she remained the vice-general under General Zheng Yuan in Li country. "Hush, we forgot the protocol. One must wait for Vice-General Xiao to leave before speaking," a maid reminded her, still by her side. This time, Xiao Chongqing appeared less aloof than she had 2 years prior. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. The maid, disobeying, continued speaking. These words reached Xiao Chongqing, and perhaps due to her prolonged interaction with the young Hu Jiao, her heart had softened, altering her demeanor. Within the study, Lu Qingye found himself glancing toward the door every half-tea time, aware of his nervousness and excitement, yearning to see that person. When the door swung open, it was not the one he anticipated, but rather his queen, Chu Qin, entering with snacks. Eunuch, feeling somewhat helpless, had not yet had the chance to announce her arrival before she barged in. As Chu Qin placed the snacks on the table, she heard the familiar 5 knocks on the study door, an indication known only to Gao Lang, Eunuch, and their emperor. She understood all too well what it meant. That woman, ranked 5th in her household, knocking 5 times, signified her arrival. The person Lu Qingye longed to see had indeed opened the door, and Xiao Chongqing stood there, feeling as if she had intruded. Out of courtesy, she closed the door behind her and stood beside Eunuch. "Does the queen have something to discuss with me?" he asked, his attention solely on the woman who had briefly entered and exited. Chu Qin clenched her left hand, hidden within her sleeve, into a fist. Once Chu Qin had moved away, Xiao Chongqing had not yet reached the study door when the one inside stepped out, merely casting her a glance before heading toward the imperial garden. With a decade of unspoken understanding between them, Lu Qingye slowed his pace, his lips involuntarily curving upward as he recognized the most familiar footsteps behind him. The white plum blossoms in the imperial garden were in full bloom, their fragrance refreshing and intoxicating, tempting one to linger in the cool air for just a moment longer to admire the blossoms. "Chongqing, I am sorry," he began, acknowledging the power he wielded within the palace, fully aware of the watchful eyes surrounding them and the subtle machinations of Gao Lang. Faced with Lu Qingye's sudden apology, Xiao Chongqing stood still, maintaining a distance of 1.5 meters from him, gazing at this long-lost figure. In truth, that night, when the group revealed the harsh reality to her, she pondered deeply. Lu Qingye was no ordinary man. He was the emperor of the Li Kingdom. Every action he took was aimed at strengthening Li and eradicating any potential threats posed by smaller nations. In this regard, as the emperor, he had committed no error. It was she who had failed, unable to safeguard the Su kingdom, nor fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to her by Xiao Buyuan. Xiao Chongqing understood that relying solely on Lu Qingye's earlier promises was futile. She had never genuinely believed in them from the outset. However, upon learning of Lu Qingye's agreement with the Emperor of Qi, a flicker of disappointment still lingered in her heart.
Why apologize to me?
"You have done nothing wrong." Xiao Chongqing took a small step forward, as it seemed Lu Qingye finally dropped his facade. Or perhaps she had been oblivious to the truth that Lu Qingye had never concealed his true self from her. "I promised you I would protect the Su kingdom. Yet I have not only failed to do so, but have also reached an agreement with Qi, thereby relaxing the defenses of Li and Su." He knew she was already aware of these matters. Now, though it was too late to confess, Lu Qingye believed he could still salvage the situation. In truth, she had never truly taken his words to heart. Aware that she could not depend on his strength indefinitely, she chose not to believe in him, thus freeing herself from the binds of reliance. During her 10 years in the Li Kingdom, Xiao Chongqing had unconsciously leaned on Lu Qingye, a realization that dawned upon her only 2 years ago during the ceremony of the new empress. Lu Qingye remained silent, cherishing the moments when she relied on him, for it was then that she felt closest to him. "I wish to resign from my position as Deputy General. I beseech the Emperor to grant my request." She felt weary and longed to live a simple, ordinary life with the 3 ladies in a secluded place. The downfall of the Su kingdom could only be blamed on her ineptitude, which led to its defeat by Qi, and subsequently, Qi was swiftly annexed by Li overnight. On her birthday 2 years prior, he had not celebrated with her. In the cover of night, she had departed from the imperial city, leaving farewell letters for everyone she knew, except for him. The feeling of being abandoned resonated deeply with his emotions at that time. "Your courtyard still stands," came Lu Qingye's voice from behind, sounding somewhat awkward, as if he felt his previous words had been overly solemn. 2 years had passed, and Xiao Chongqing's courtyard remained unchanged since her departure. Her black horse was leisurely munching on feed in the stable. The room was clean and tidy, evidence of regular visits from those following Lu Qingye's orders. She leapt lightly to the beam, sensing something amiss in her earlier conversation with Lu Qingye. Logically, if he had seen the letter she had placed there, his reaction towards her would have been more favorable. This letter, meant to express her feelings, no longer needed to exist since fate had deemed them unconnected. Lighting a candle, Xiao Chongqing ignited the dust-laden letter. The envelope bore no signature, for she had believed that only Lu Qingye would find it, but her anticipation had been in vain. Watching the flames consume the letter, she revealed a profoundly melancholic smile, ultimately letting out a sigh. The following day, at noon, Gao Lang arrived at Changchun Palace, where Chu Qin sat regally, her exquisite makeup not betraying her status as a mother. "Did you not promise me that Xiao Changqing would no longer appear before the emperor?" At this moment, only Chu Qin and Gao Lang occupied the main hall, the others dismissed. "Your Highness, some matters cannot remain hidden from the emperor." Gao Lang knelt, hands clasped, his head bowed, aware that he could not be absent from the imperial study for long. She now had only the young prince. "Li Gonggong, what is this?" There was only one blade-wielding guard present, and Gao Lang, taken aback, inquired of Li Gonggong. "Deputy General Xiao has been promoted to the emperor's personal blade-wielding guard, and you? Gao Guard, you should accept your punishment yourself." Li Gonggong shook his head with a sigh, patting Gao Lang's shoulder. "The lad has served beside the emperor for over a decade. Such a pity." Noon was typically when the emperor took his midday rest, yet today, His Majesty had foregone his nap to send out the decree he had penned yesterday, instructing Li Gonggong to deliver it outside the palace. Thus, Li Gonggong arrived at Xiao Changqing's modest courtyard to announce the decree, simultaneously congratulating her on her elevation from Deputy General to the Emperor's personal blade-wielding guard. Originally intending to step out to fetch the three ladies, Xiao Changqing was compelled to accept the decree and don the attire of a personal guard, following Li Gonggong into the palace. "Rest assured, your family is being taken care of. The Emperor is already arranging for them. Once you conclude your duties today, you shall reunite with them." Before exiting the palace, Lu Qingye had mentioned this to Li Gonggong, knowing Xiao Changqing would not voice her discontent openly. Yet her unwillingness would inevitably show on her face. Hearing Li Gonggong's words, Xiao Changqing felt reassured. She would appear before the court the next day and could see her master once more. "Thank you." Xiao Changqing recalled that when she was younger, Gao Lang had not been like this. At least, during that time, he bore no hostility or disdain towards her. News of the emperor replacing the blade-wielding guards swiftly spread throughout the palace and the capital. Though the ministers were dissatisfied, they recognized Xiao Changqing as the disciple of General Zheng Yuan. Compared to Gao Lang, Xiao Changqing far surpassed him in martial prowess. Observing Gao Lang push open the door to the imperial study, she realized the soundproofing was not particularly effective. Those with profound internal strength could easily overhear the conversations inside, and indeed, many of Li's skilled warriors lay in ambush around the study. "I thought I could keep my actions hidden from you. How naive I was." Gao Lang's choice to follow Lu Qingye had led him to make the gravest of mistakes. "The hidden guards surround the study. What are you doing? They report to me constantly. Why assist the Empress in deceiving me into believing Xiao Changqing is dead?" Lu Qingye was aware of Chu Qin's deep affections for him. Regrettably, he held only mutual respect for her as a wife, devoid of any additional feelings. "My wife is the Empress's cousin. She insisted I help conceal the supposed death of Xiao Guard. If I refused, she would leave with our son, and after much weeping and wailing, I had no choice but to acquiesce." Initially, Gao Lang harbored some disdain for Xiao Changqing due to her attitude towards Lu Qingye. However, after her departure, Lu Qingye devoted himself entirely to governing the kingdom, allowing Gao Lang to gradually forget her. Yet, less than a year later, Xiao Changqing's name frequently echoed in his ears, as his wife incessantly urged him to assist her cousin. In truth, he had been unaware of the familial ties between his wife and the current empress when he married her. Had he known, he should have conducted a more thorough inquiry. Expecting to be dismissed from his post, Gao Lang was astonished by Lu Qingye's words. However, it was not uncommon to have one or two personal blade-wielding guards. This realization led him to conclude he had misjudged the situation, believing Lu Qingye would dismiss him due to the affair concerning Xiao Changqing, a miscalculation on his part. Thus, Lu Qingye retained two personal blade-wielding guards, and the following day at court, these two stood flanking him, drawing the attention of officials from time to time. General Zheng Yuan attended the morning court and, upon seeing his disciple Xiao Changqing, was filled with joy. She was the most resilient among his students. No matter how sternly he instructed her, she never felt wronged. After court, Lu Qingye permitted Xiao Changqing to converse with General Zheng. while he prepared to retreat into the imperial study once more. Master, I hope to be forgiven for my abrupt departure last time. Although, I left a letter. My silent exit was still improper, Xiao Chongqing expressed. It matters not. Your letter moved your master's wife to tears for an entire night. Do visit us at our residence. I can forgive you, but you must mend things with her yourself, General Zheng replied, stroking his beard with a sense of relief. When news of the fall of the Su kingdom reached the general's residence, Mrs. Zheng nearly fainted, for Xiao Chongqing had become as dear to her as a daughter. She refused to believe the reports of Xiao Chongqing's demise, even contemplating sending someone to search for her in the Su kingdom. Yet she eventually dismissed the thought, recognizing that there was someone in the palace who would be even more anxious than herself. Xiao Chongqing promised General Zheng that once she acclimated to her duties as a blade-bearing guard before the emperor, she would request a day of respite to personally seek forgiveness from Mrs. Zheng. Outside the imperial study, Gao Lang and Xiao Chongqing stood together. She gazed vacantly at the eaves, her mind echoing with the voice of the wooden crane. What wish did Mingyue make under the Tree of Fates? The wooden crane, having observed the unfolding events, suddenly found itself perplexed. With the Su kingdom's downfall, the invading Qi kingdom was subsequently absorbed by the Li kingdom. Consequently, the surviving Su subjects felt gratitude towards the Li kingdom, unaware that it was the Li kingdom's relaxation of their troops that allowed Qi to invade. No one seemed to notice this, or if they did not contemplate the implications. Who would suspect a clandestine agreement between the kings of Qi and Li? The phrase 13 immortals is not to be taken lightly, the wooden crane declared with solemnity. Indeed, it was Mingyue's genuine wish, though some elements remained undisclosed. It was disheartening for 13, as he could only grasp half the truth. The other half, he would have to uncover himself to reveal the most crucial answer. Wang Qingrong's wish had been altered from the outset, allowing 13 to hear her complete wish, while Mingyue chose not to amend his, leaving 13 with only half of the revelation. Xiao Guard, do you have any plans ahead? Gao Lang, adhering to Mingyue's advice to converse more with Xiao Chongqing, inquired. Returning to the present, Xiao Chongqing cast a glance at Gao Lang, who had married and started a family, seemingly burdened by little. At 17, Xiao Chongqing, unlike typical girls of her age who would have married, had no intention of doing so. Her 3 wives and elder sister resided in her small courtyard. She found contentment in their company, cherishing the prospect of spending her life alongside them. The matter of her 4th sister had deeply saddened her mother, the 3rd wife, leading to her declining health. The doctor had advised that the primary focus should be on allowing the 3rd wife to relax, with time serving as the best remedy for her emotional wounds, a sentiment Xiao Chongqing wholeheartedly endorsed. Next, I have no particular aspirations, Xiao Chongqing stated, a response that did not surprise Gao Lang. Then, does Xiao Guard have a beloved or any hobbies worth exploring? Gao Lang pressed, feeling a slight headache from the lack of conversation with Xiao Chongqing. The thought of a beloved inevitably brought to mind the figure diligently reviewing memorials within the imperial study, prompting Xiao Chongqing to shake her head slightly, attempting to dispel the image. Does horseback riding count as a hobby? Gao Guard, shall we schedule a time to compete in equestrian skills? Xiao Chongqing proposed, an unusual initiative from her. Gao Lang scrutinized her, noting that after 2 years, she seemed somewhat different, though he could not pinpoint how. It is rare for you to extend an invitation. I assure you, I will not be bested in horsemanship, he replied, agreeing to a time that suited them both. Xiao Chongqing also secured a day of respite from Mingyue. At the general's residence, General Zheng Yuan had informed Mrs. Zheng of Xiao Chongqing's visit, prompting her to rise early and direct the kitchen staff to prepare a feast of Xiao Chongqing's favorite dishes. She personally crafted several light pastries, avoiding overly rich flavors, knowing they were to Xiao Chongqing's liking. Today, General Zheng had received a day of respite from Mingyue, allowing Xiao Chongqing to reconnect with the family. Accompanied by the 3rd wife, Xiao Chongqing soon found herself conversing comfortably with Mrs. Zheng. After enjoying a hearty lunch, the light snacks suited Xiao Chongqing's palate, leading her to indulge a bit more than usual, while Mrs. Zheng observed her with quiet affection, unnoticed by Xiao Chongqing. The 3rd wife, sitting nearby, felt somewhat estranged from her daughter, having not paid her much attention during childhood. Yet, as time passed, Xiao Chongqing had made it a point to spend moments with her, gradually bridging the gap in their relationship. After some casual conversation, General Zheng decided to test Xiao Chongqing's skills after 2 years away, catching both misses. Zheng and the third wife by surprise. As the master and disciple sparred, the encounter evolved into a three-way contest when Lu Qingya's voice interrupted, resulting in a spirited competition among the three. Finally, Lu Qingya, having escaped the burdens of the imperial study, found joy in reconnecting with his mentor, General Zheng. As they sat under a pavilion, sipping tea in a relaxed atmosphere, the third wife stood nearby, listening as Mrs. Zheng shared tales of Xiao Chongqing's life in the Li Kingdom over the past decade. This general's residence was where Xiao Chongqing had grown up, and General Zheng had become a father figure to her, caring for her as if she were his own daughter. In the pavilion, there were no titles or formalities, only the simple camaraderie of master and disciples. Chongqing's pace has slowed significantly. What has transpired? Lu Qingya and General Zheng both noted. They understood that her swordsmanship exceeded that of an ordinary swordsman. Having previously injured her left ankle, which had now healed but left lingering pain that resurfaced with the cold, Xiao Chongqing's tone was casual, as if discussing mere trifles. Both men were acutely aware of the reason behind her severe injuries, yet found themselves at a loss for words. After finishing her tea, Xiao Chongqing gazed at the remnants of tea leaves in her cup, continuing, "That day unfolded too abruptly. The Qi Kingdom launched a surprise attack on the Su Kingdom's palace, and I was entirely unprepared. It was my negligence." The fragments of tea leaves seemed to ignite, reminiscent of the day's great fire that consumed the Su Kingdom entirely. The delayed rain fell as if the heavens offered a shred of sympathy to the Su Kingdom, caught between two mountains and unable to rise, ultimately closing its chapter in flames. Lu Qingya's left hand, resting beneath the table, formed a fist. He knew that if he had not reached an accord with the King of Qi, the Su Kingdom would not have met such a fate. The agreement stemmed from his desire at the time to see the Su Kingdom cease to exist, believing that with its demise, Xiao Chongqing would remain in the Li Kingdom. When General Zheng Yuan uttered the phrase "victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare," it dawned upon him that the kingdom of Su had already fallen. "Rest assured, master, I am well. Now, all I desire is for the nation to flourish and for the people to live in peace, with favorable weather," she declared. Although she remained a citizen of Su, she fervently hoped for the cessation of hostilities. However, Xiao Chongqing's hopes were once again dashed. The might of the Li Kingdom had incited the ambitions of smaller nations, driving them to unite in their quest to overthrow Li. After all, the Li Kingdom was a coveted prize, blessed with fertile lands and resources scarce in other realms. War was inevitable. In the second year of Xiao Chongqing's appointment as the imperial bodyguard, these smaller nations formally declared war on Li. The art of ironworking was known throughout the lands, and many skilled artisans, employing Su's techniques, had crafted numerous extraordinary weapons. They coated the blades with deadly poison, leaving Li's soldiers with no chance of survival. A critical flaw of the Li Kingdom lay in their arrogance towards poison, dismissing it as beneath them. Consequently, no one in Li was trained to use it, and poison was outlawed, severely weakening the kingdom. Lu Qingya scarcely slept 2 hours a day, tirelessly reviewing battle reports. "Your Majesty, I implore you, grant me permission to take the field." Xiao Chongqing, the only female disciple of General Zheng Yuan, faced considerable opposition from ministers who questioned her ability to defend the vast territories of Li, having failed to protect even a small Su. At last, the time had come for her skills to be put to use. She could not stand idly by as the lands of Li were encroached upon, reminiscent of Su's own fate, consumed by waves of flaming arrows. Lu Qingya closed the recently delivered battle report, which, despite detailing a victory for Li's forces, lamented the countless casualties suffered due to the enemy's lethal poisons, for which no antidote existed. Slamming his hands on the table, he braced himself, struggling against his anger and reluctance to allow Xiao Chongqing to take the field. Kneeling, with her hands clasped, she looked up into Lu Qingya's eyes, saying, "I understand. In Su, I captured a deputy commander of Qi, only to discover he was but a pawn, a temporary replacement, used to humiliate Su." Lu Qingya fixed his gaze on her, prepared to refuse her regardless of her words. Yet, in the end, He conceded that allowing her to die on the battlefield would be the final act of respect he could afford her. Chongqing, you should have perished in the flames of Su. Had the Shao family perished in that inferno, you would have been ready to meet your end. A profound silence enveloped the imperial study. Just 2 days prior, Gao Lang had also sought Lu Qingye's permission to join the battlefield, only to be denied, as he had a wife and children, rendering him unfit for such peril. The imperial physicians labored daily to concoct an antidote, yet none had proven successful. A source of great distress for Lu Qingye. The ancestors of the Li Kingdom had scorned the use of poison and had enacted a nationwide decree to eradicate it. It was only during Lu Qingye's father's generation that the imperial physicians began to compile comprehensive medical knowledge, documenting hundreds of poisons.
Yet,
this knowledge was still insufficient to counter the virulent toxins developed by the united smaller nations. Creating poison was deceptively simple, but finding its antidote was a near impossible task. The physicians toiled endlessly, some going 2 days without sleep, striving to observe the effects of their antidotes. Chongqing, do not forget, your mother cannot endure any more distress. Reluctantly, Lu Qingye invoked Shao Chongqing's mother as a means to dissuade her. After a lengthy conversation that lasted until dawn, her mother discerned her daughter's true intentions. Ultimately, Madame Shao chose to let her go, recognizing that her daughter was destined for the battlefield. With her formidable skills, it would be folly to have trained for naught. Regardless of Lu Qingye's reservations, he could not deter Shao Chongqing from her resolve to fight. He stepped around the desk and approached her, gently supporting her. They exchanged glances. She perceived his reluctance, while he recognized her determination. With a bittersweet smile, he acknowledged that he had never truly sought to keep her from her path. With a gentle pull, he embraced the stubborn woman, enveloping her in a heartfelt hug. This was perhaps the first and last time Shao Chongqing would willingly rest her hands on Lu Qingye's back, allowing herself a moment of vulnerability as her chin rested upon his shoulder. Shao Chongqing transitioned from being an imperial bodyguard to serving as the deputy general under Zheng Xiao, accompanying him into battle. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Qingye delivered an inspiring speech, igniting the spirits of the soldiers. After saying their farewells to family, the soldiers drank a farewell toast and set forth en route, due to Zheng Xiao being Zheng Yuan's eldest son and Shao Chongqing being his sole female disciple. The two found much to discuss, surprising them both. The other soldiers, witnessing the camaraderie between Zheng Xiao and Shao Chongqing, began to reconsider their initial impressions of her. Moreover, as the only woman in the ranks, Shao Chongqing garnered additional attention, leaving her somewhat flustered, uncertain of how to respond to their concern. Thankfully, Zheng Xiao guided her on how to bolster the morale of the troops and foster mutual trust, imparting invaluable lessons. Before the army reached the border, they received word that the enemy had breached the city gates, swiftly capturing 3 fortifications. It had been 23 days since their departure from the palace, and they were expected to reach the border in 7 days according to their original plan. Clearly, that timeline was no longer viable. Their goal was now Yao City, and they hastened their march. Yao City was known for its abundance of herbs and pastries, serving as a hub for herbal transportation to various towns. Now, however, the city bore the scars of battle, its gates stained with blood and the bodies of fallen soldiers. As Zheng Xiao and his forces arrived, they found the city engulfed in flames, with its inhabitants perishing in the inferno. Meanwhile, the enemy coalition had already retreated to the next town, Guixian City. Deputy General Shao, you are to lead 200 soldiers to Guixian City and assess the situation. Zheng Xiao instructed, determined to find any opportunity to rescue those trapped in the blaze. Shao Chongqing accepted her orders, vowing to intercept the enemy coalition, even at the cost of her own endurance. Once she had departed, Zheng Xiao released a carrier pigeon, requesting reinforcements from the emperor. Upon reaching Guixian City the following evening, they found the enemy coalition still present, likely caught off guard by Li's rapid response. Seizing the moment, Shao Chongqing and her 200 soldiers donned practical night gear, ready to maximize their advantage under the cover of darkness. The sentries of the joint enemy forces were not to be underestimated. Upon detecting something amiss, they immediately raised the alarm. Although Shao Chongqing's speed had diminished, her figure remained elusive to the ordinary eye. Her first target was the most boisterous sentry, while her comrades captured 2 low-ranking soldiers. likely dispatched from one of the smaller nations, as the joint army comprised soldiers from various minor states. Only through unification could they muster a military strength comparable to that of the Li Kingdom. They swiftly extracted information regarding the whereabouts of the commanding general, but it was evident that the main force of the joint army was not present there. Within the main force, there must be an individual skilled in poison and, correspondingly, an antidote as well. Xiao Chongqing signaled for a retreat, and the 200 soldiers promptly departed from Guixian City. Having separated from Zheng Xiao, Xiao Chongqing was now the one whom these soldiers were obligated to obey. Zheng Xiao had instructed her to act according to the situation, granting her the authority to decide their next course of action. Those skilled in lightness of foot, follow me. The rest of you shall eliminate the joint forces in Guixian City. Without the use of horses, only 10 soldiers adept in agility stepped forward from the 200. Clad in night attire, Xiao Chongqing aimed to locate the commanding general who had fled from Guixian City before dawn broke. In the stillness of the night, the slightest sound could betray their presence, which necessitated an urgent and swift search for the general. With remarkable speed, Xiao Chongqing positioned her blade at the throat of the general and his guards, who were caught entirely off guard. I am Xiao Chongqing, the deputy general under Zheng Xiao of the Li Kingdom. If you disclose the current location of the main forces of the joint army, I can ensure you a death free of needless suffering. This was a matter of basic courtesy, allowing the general to know who had come to end his life. To her surprise, the general attempted to take his own life with her sword, only to be thwarted by the soldiers behind her. Such unwavering loyalty was indeed rare. It was disheartening for Xiao Chongqing to realize that even under torment, this individual would not divulge a single word. You shall be taken to Yao City for the general's judgment. Xiao Chongqing understood that she could not extract information from such a loyal person, but Zheng Xiao could. According to reports from scouts at the front lines, the joint forces had invaded the territory and divided into 5 paths, with the main force dispersed among these groups, making detection difficult. It was possible that the main forces had quietly regrouped somewhere, and she feared that among them were those adept in using deadly poison. If they were to deploy it on a large scale, countless lives would be lost in the Li Kingdom within a fortnight, primarily innocent civilians. This was the source of Xiao Chongqing's greatest concern. Upon returning to Guixian City, Xiao Chongqing held a map obtained from the general, a copy hastily made by her soldiers. The map marked several critical grain-producing cities of the Li Kingdom, indicating their intent to capture these cities and cut off the kingdom's food supply. The commanders defending these cities would not be easily overcome, provided they refrained from using poison in battle. Among the 200 soldiers, the 10 skilled in agility would escort the captured general to Yao City, while the remaining soldiers included 2 accompanying military doctors, sent by Lu Qingye. These doctors had joined the army and were robust enough to keep pace with the troops. We shall first proceed to Qianqing City, which is relatively close to Guixian City and can be reached in nearly 3 days. Observing the encircled Qianqing City on the far right of the map, Xiao Chongqing made her decision. Along the way, she inquired extensively about the poisons used by the enemy, discovering several toxic herbs that none of them had previously encountered. Doctors, should I fall victim to this poison, please do not hesitate to use me as a test subject. Once the antidote is developed, the soldiers at the forefront will no longer need to fear for their lives due to poison. The doctors looked at Xiao Chongqing, surprised that anyone would willingly volunteer for such a trial, as they had previously resorted to using livestock for testing, unable to ascertain the detailed process of antidote development.
Now,
with someone openly offering to test the antidote, the 2 military doctors consented, albeit with some trepidation, having heard whispers of the relationship between Xiao Chongqing and the emperor. In the palace, prior to the emperor taking a consort, Xiao Chongqing had been a frequent topic of gossip among the palace maids, with speculation about whether the emperor would marry her or if she harbored feelings for him. Such discussions were popular among the maids, and even some inquisitive eunuchs would join in, remarking on sightings of Xiao Chongqing dining with the emperor in the imperial garden. You are healers. Do not hesitate, Xiao Chongqing urged, unaware of the doctor's internal deliberations as she pressed for their agreement. Upon arriving at Qianqing City, it was midday and the sun blazed down. Xiao Chongqing and her soldiers lay in ambush within the woods, sending a few soldiers ahead to scout the city. Observing from the outside, It appeared that Qianqing City had been overtaken, leaving her anxious about the well-being of its citizens. Unable to remain idle, she joined the soldiers in entering the city. The soldiers beside her wore expressions of rage, eager to charge in and rescue a fellow soldier who had been hung on a flag. Xiao Chongqing employed several hand signals, comprehensible only to the soldiers of the Li Kingdom, to indicate a tactical withdrawal until nightfall. After dark, Xiao Chongqing, accompanied by 3 soldiers, stealthily infiltrated the occupied Qianqing City, having previously neutralized the sentries and guards at the city gate. Unfortunately, the disguise of the enemy officer was quickly unmasked by Xiao Chongqing, and each piece of information he provided regarding the main forces was revealed to be false. 9 out of 10 statements were fabrications. Had it been anyone else, they might have believed some of his claims, but alas, Commander Wu was caught. After apprehending him, he only divulged his surname. It seems this is your first time on the battlefield, Deputy General Xiao. Are you aware that in warfare, deception is commonplace? Commander Wu, restrained, inexplicably smiled at Xiao Chongqing. By the time she comprehended the situation, it was too late. She had already pushed aside the 2 soldiers holding him down, inhaling the toxic gas herself, leaving her as the sole victim. Quickly evacuate all civilians from Qianqing City, seal this in, and secure the windows and doors. As of now, it remained uncertain whether this poison would linger in the air. Xiao Chongqing chose to seal the room, and after the 2 soldiers exited, she rushed out and closed the door behind her. Do not approach me. Summon the doctors. Supporting herself with the scabbard of her sword, she barely managed to stay upright, acutely aware of her deteriorating hearing. Waves of pain surged through her chest. Were the soldiers on the front lines succumbing to such poison, suffering agonizing deaths? Xiao Chongqing felt an urgent need to develop an antidote for this poison, as it represented their most formidable adversary. Are the people inside dead? Despite her unbearable agony, she summoned the strength to prop herself up, and with the doctor's assistance, she weakly rapped on the door. The commander surnamed Wu remains inside, shrouded in uncertainty regarding his fate, whether alive or dead. The room is thick with a noxious gas, deterring anyone from approaching hastily, save for the poisoned Xiao Chongqing, who dares to venture forth. The first course of action is to ascertain whether the toxic fumes will dissipate autonomously. Thus, another military physician is tasked with this observation. Xiao Chongqing has temporarily taken residence in Qingshan City and has sent a carrier pigeon to General Zheng Xiao, informing him of her poisoning and her willingness to assist the physician in testing every antidote he has concocted. Upon receiving the message, General Zheng Xiao suppresses the news of Xiao Chongqing's condition, particularly from reaching the ears of the palace. The process of antidote testing is excruciating. The physician brings along 4 or 5 concocted remedies, previously tested on laboratory mice in the Imperial Medical Bureau, which might provide brief relief from the poison's effects. However, when administered to Xiao Chongqing, these remedies not only fail to alleviate her condition but exacerbate her suffering. The pain in her heart, once akin to being gnawed by hundreds of ants, now feels as if thousands are feasting upon her. On the 5th day in Qingshan City, Xiao Chongqing visibly withers. Yet she is fortunate not to succumb as many poison soldiers did, bleeding from their orifices within 2 days. 13. The remedy the physician just administered needs merely an additional ingredient to become the antidote. Why did you not remind him? Mu he observes as 13 forces down yet another concoction, this being the 8th she has ingested over the past 5 days. 13 clutches her chest tightly. This particular remedy finally alleviates her heartache, albeit at the cost of an overwhelming sense of suffocation. I am merely Xiao, the vice commander who leads troops into battle. I possess no knowledge of medicine. If I speak out, the physician will certainly question my identity. Our little Mu, he is so naive. How 13 wishes to simply transcribe the antidote's formula and present it to the physician. Yet, she cannot do so. Such actions would contradict her character. Xiao Chongqing has never studied medicine, and coincidence is an impossibility. On the 15th day, a carrier pigeon from General Zheng Xiao lands in Xiao Chongqing's quarters, delivering both good and bad news. The good news is that they have intercepted a shipment of poison from the Allied forces, while the bad news reveals that the reinforcements sent by the Emperor fell victim to the enemy's coalition and succumbed to poisoning en route. Upon reading this, Xiao Chongqing coughs up blood, staining the message crimson. How despicable to resort to poison. By the 25th day, the battle has dragged on for nearly 3 months, with sporadic reports reaching Xiao Chongqing, each varying in tone, preventing her from finding peace. The 22nd antidote is presented to her. Accompanied by Mu He's voice echoing in her mind, the physician has finally concocted an antidote. Without a moment's hesitation, she consumes the concoction, knowing it requires half an hour to take effect, during which the physician observes her closely. In the present state of the Li Kingdom, war rages on, with half of the military officials having departed for the battlefield, leaving only General Zheng Yuan as the last line of defense. At his age, he should have long since removed his official cap to enjoy a leisurely life, yet the old general remains unable to relinquish his concerns. The moment the antidote is successfully formulated, the physician hastily transmits this good news to General Zheng Xiao and the emperor via carrier pigeon. Subsequently, with trembling hands, he inscribes the antidote's formula and dispatches it using 2 remaining pigeons to General Zheng Xiao and his brother, General Zheng Rui, who is engaged in fierce combat at the borders. General Zheng Yuan's 2 sons are stationed at the front lines, one battling the enemy coalition, while the other pursues the enemy's main forces within the kingdom. The enemy coalition remains unaware that the antidote has been developed. It is time to strike back. In his fervent note about the antidote's creation, the physician includes Xiao Chongqing's name, stating that without her self-sacrifice, the antidote would not have been realized so swiftly. This inadvertently conveys to the emperor the news of her poisoning. Would they have concealed this from him until her demise if the antidote had not been discovered? Gao Lang and eunuch Li do not linger at the door of the imperial study but stand within, observing as Lu Qingye peruses the latest battle report, which distinctly mentions the name of Vice Commander Xiao. This report, sent by General Zheng Xiao, details when Xiao Chongqing was poisoned and her current position in Qingshan City, urging the emperor to dispatch reinforcements. After all, only Xiao Chongqing and fewer than 100 soldiers remain to guard Qingshan City, perpetually on alert against a potential ambush by the coalition forces. After 3 days of recuperation, when Xiao Chongqing dons her armor once more, she feels its weight for the first time. Previously, it had felt as light as ordinary clothing. Vice Commander, will you not take a few more days of rest? We have unwittingly gained the advantage. You may afford to recuperate longer, the physician implores. The physician receives a secret missive from the emperor, instructing him to delay Xiao Chongqing's return until she has fully regained her strength. She stretches her limbs, swiftly acclimating to the armor's heft, and prepares to practice her sword-drawing speed, aiming to restore her usual swiftness by day's end. Physician, please cease your insistence on my rest. I informed you yesterday that I am recovering well. Qingshan City is one of the primary grain-producing cities of our Li Kingdom. I will ensure the other soldiers remain here to defend it while I go to meet General Zheng Xiao. Having been apart from her main force for a month, Xiao Chongqing must rejoin her comrades, leaving over 100 soldiers to protect Qingshan City. She is greeted by her black steed, who, after nearly a month apart, joyfully waves its tail and nudges her with its head in a display of affection. The soldiers bid farewell to Xiao Chongqing, their imminent task being the defense of Qingshan City. Currently, General Zheng Xiao is stationed in Guixian City, where they have intercepted another batch of poison. Had it not been for the physician's successful antidote formulation, they would not have dared approach the sacks of poison. By the time Xiao Chongqing arrives in Guixian City, 3 days have passed. As the closest city to Qingshan City, she is welcomed at night by vigilant soldiers who recognize her and promptly open the gates. At this hour, General Zheng Xiao is indulging in wine to lift his spirits, not out of sorrow, but from joy at the successful creation of the antidote.
Now,
He need no longer fear for the lives of the frontline soldiers succumbing to poison. Observing General Zheng, whose complexion has reddened from drink, Xiao Chongqing realizes that he, who had previously insisted on not leaving until he was inebriated, has now reached his limit after just 2 cups. The other soldiers, too, feel a sense of relief. With the antidote, they no longer fear being overpowered by the enemy coalition. Yet, despite the newfound hope, Xiao Chongqing insists they maintain their usual vigilance, leaving no room for complacency. The following day, Zheng Xiao awakens with a slight headache, feeling as if his head is heavy and his limbs light. Just then, Xiao Chongqing presents him with a bowl of hangover soup, apologizing for his drunkenness the previous night. As a competent general, he understands that moments like these require utmost diligence. Last night's revelry was perhaps too exuberant. Yet, deep down, Zheng Xiao harbors a persistent fear. If he were to fall victim to the poison without an antidote, death would claim him within 2 days. In my mind, the faces of my wife and children occasionally resurface, along with memories of our playful moments together. Such scenes have lingered in my thoughts for some time, subtly influencing me. It is only natural. A general is but a man, and even he requires moments of respite after enduring recent hardships. Xiao Chongqing, having taken the now empty bowl, gently patted General Zheng Zhao's shoulder in a gesture of understanding. Another fortnight passed, and the forces of the Li Kingdom achieved a significant victory against the coalition of smaller nations, although a portion of their main forces remained hidden within the borders of the Li Kingdom. General Zheng Yuan speculated that these elusive troops would undoubtedly employ their mastery of disguise, a skill they had perfected to an extraordinary degree, making them nearly impossible to detect. Indeed, this small contingent had evaded capture for over a month, despite relentless searches. Xiao Chongqing's name had also etched itself into the memories of the enemy coalition. For had it not been for his courageous act of testing the poison, the Li Kingdom would have needed at least 2 additional months to develop an antidote. Zheng Xiao dispatched Xiao Chongqing to locate the main forces of the coalition, who had been launching covert attacks since the initial incursions into the Li Kingdom's territory. The weapons of the coalition were laced with deadly toxins, resulting in the loss of thousands of elite soldiers, leaving the Li Kingdom severely weakened despite their recent victory. To counter the art of disguise, Xiao Chongqing sought guidance from an exceptionally skilled subordinate. He diligently practiced while simultaneously searching for the main forces.
Yet,
Mastering this art proved to be quite challenging. Nonetheless, Xiao Chongqing persevered, adhering to the instructions of his mentor, applying a substance resembling human skin to his face. An experience that was far from pleasant. Within the royal palace, the royal relatives had transitioned from being perpetually ready to flee to leisurely enjoying tea in the courtyard, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. At the onset of the conflict, the Li Kingdom's troops suffered grievous losses, caught off guard by a potent poison, leaving the populace in a state of panic. Many citizens, unwilling to risk the safety of their families, chose to abandon their homeland. Some smaller nations capitulated, surrendering their territories, while others resolutely vowed to defend their lands against any incursions by the Li Kingdom. Along the way, Xiao Chongqing encountered amusing anecdotes, such as the revelation that the deputy commander teaching him the art of disguise harbored a fear of frogs. General Zheng Xiao expressed disbelief, having worked alongside this deputy for nearly 5 years without ever hearing of such a phobia. Presumably, the rarity of frogs within the palace contributed to this deputy's undisclosed fear. While Zheng Xiao accepted this notion, Xiao Chongqing sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the discrepancy. A fortnight later, they arrived outside the royal city at the hour of the rat, the emperor having already retired for the night. As the entire capital of the Li Kingdom lay enveloped in slumber. At that moment, the sound of a blade slicing through fabric pierced the silence, prompting both Xiao Chongqing and Zheng Xiao to turn, their expressions filled with astonishment. The deputy commander, upon encountering a frog, exhibited no fear, even advancing to chase a few away, contradicting the earlier assertion of his phobia. General Zheng Xiao, we have been deceived. We never anticipated that the main forces of the coalition would employ disguise to infiltrate our ranks. Within the royal city, all personnel designated for the front lines had been dispatched, including half of the Imperial Guard, who had gone to assist General Zheng Rue at the border. At this moment, the royal palace stood at its most vulnerable, having endured nearly 6 months of conflict with the coalition forces formed by the smaller nations, leaving the Li Kingdom considerably weakened. The main forces of the coalition successfully infiltrated their ranks, a consequence of negligence that led to the current predicament. Xiao Chongqing placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword. Deputy Commander Xiao, you must enter the palace at once and urge the emperor to evacuate immediately. Among the troops, Xiao Chongqing's black steed raced ahead, confirming Zheng Zhao's choice as wise. General Zheng Xiao and Deputy Commander Xiao, you shall not set foot beyond these palace gates today. The leader of the main forces tore away his facial disguise. General Zheng Xiao single-handedly ensured that Xiao Chongqing could escape on horseback, as the soldiers guarding the royal city stood bewildered, Had one of their own betrayed them? All soldiers of the royal city, heed my command. The main forces of the coalition, disguised as our own, stand before you. What you perceive as our comrades are, in fact, enemies. Some explanations may be simple, yet convincing others can be a daunting task. Fortunately, General Zheng Zhao's position lent him credibility. The soldiers guarding the palace, filled with doubt, reluctantly closed the city gates and gathered before Zheng Zhao, weapons drawn and ready for combat. Xiao Chongqing, having traversed the palace gates, produced her insignia, prompting immediate access. Her steed neighed as she charged toward the emperor's quarters. Although Hailang was absent, those stationed outside the palace were familiar with Deputy Commander Xiao. Upon seeing her, they hesitated to obstruct her path, sensing her grave demeanor, as if to say that any who stood in her way would face consequences. Deputy Commander Xiao, you cannot simply barge into the emperor's quarters. Eunuch Li, summoning his courage, attempted to block Xiao Chongqing's path just as she was about to ride in. The black steed neighed once more, and Xiao Chongqing swiftly dismounted, urgency evident in her voice. Eunuch Li, I have urgent matters to report. Should the emperor lay blame upon me, I alone will bear the consequences. Gently pushing past Eunuch Li, she opened the door with a deliberate force, ensuring that Lu Qingye would hear her and awaken. This approach proved effective as Lu Qingye emerged, dressed in garments woven from silk spun by ice silkworms. Upon seeing Xiao Chongqing, the tension that had gripped him for so long began to dissipate. Your Majesty, you must promptly evacuate with the Empress and the Crown Prince. We have discovered the main forces of the coalition, who have disguised themselves as our soldiers. Hundreds among them. General Zheng Zhao is currently engaged in fierce combat with them outside the royal city. Xiao Chongqing knelt on one knee, hands clasped in salute, her heart heavy with guilt. Had she conducted a thorough investigation of the troops, such a situation could have been avoided. Now, with the Li Kingdom severely weakened, the palace's remaining guards and Secret Service personnel numbered fewer than 200, facing nearly 800 coalition troops outside the royal city, a nearly impossible task. In recent days, the coalition forces lying in ambush among the Li Kingdom's troops had learned that the deadly toxin they had developed had been neutralized by the kingdom's military physicians. With the antidote discovered, they could concoct an even more insidious poison, one for which the Li Kingdom had no hope of finding a cure in the immediate future, as even the coalition had yet to devise an antidote for it. Thus, while deploying poison, they needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid mutual destruction. However, they faced General Zheng Yuan's eldest son, General Zheng Zhao. After nearly 6 months of skirmishes with the coalition, he had collaborated extensively with military physicians to develop countermeasures against the various toxins employed by the enemy. The first course of action was to cover their mouths and noses. As long as they refrained from inhaling the toxic gas, they would have a chance to retaliate. When General Zheng Zhao observed the enemy's main forces retrieving a pill-like object from their sleeves, he prepared for the impending toxic assault, signaling the surrounding soldiers to be ready to shield their faces. Previously, Zheng Zhao and the military physicians had tirelessly searched for suitable materials to effectively block inhalation of the toxic gas, a pursuit that spanned nearly 10 days. Ultimately, they discovered a fabric made from Gui Xian grass, which became mandatory attire for the soldiers of the Li Kingdom. Upon this discovery, Zheng Zhao dispatched a carrier pigeon to inform Lu Qingye, advising him to have all palace guards switch to this new garment. Yet this time, the lethal poison they developed was entirely different. Although the fabric made from the herb can prevent the inhalation of toxic gas, regrettably, this potent venom can linger in the air for 3 days. The leading general of the main force seemed to have swallowed a pill beforehand. No. It appeared that all the soldiers of the allied forces had ingested such a pill. It must be a remedy that temporarily shields them from the effects of the toxic gas. If only they could seize that antidote. As General Zheng Zhao contemplated this, he gradually lost consciousness and slowly collapsed to the ground, followed by his soldiers who fell one after another. The main force of the allied army surged into the imperial city. They did not engage in plunder or slaughter, but instead captured the Queen Chuqin's father, the current emperor's father-in-law, as a hostage, successfully breaching the royal palace of the Li Kingdom. In the process, many succumbed to the poison after the antidote they had taken proved ineffective, failing to endure even the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The number of survivors dwindled from nearly 800 to just over 600. Meanwhile, Lu Qingye, unwilling to abandon the palace, chose to fight alongside all the soldiers within until the bitter end. Queen Chu Qin tightly grasped the hand of the young prince, shielded by Xiao Chongqing as they retreated through a secret passage leading to a residence outside the imperial city. Once they reached safety, as Xiao Chongqing prepared to leave, Chu Qin clutched her hand and implored, "Deputy General Xiao, please ensure the emperor's safety. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall dedicate my life to protect the emperor. It is my duty." As Chu Qin watched Xiao Chongqing's figure grow fainter, she realized for the first time why Lu Qingye held such affection for her. All the soldiers in the palace had gathered, numbering barely 200, to face the main force of the allied army, which promised to be a fierce battle. A message was dispatched via carrier pigeon to General Zheng Rui stationed at the border, expected to arrive the following day. However, the journey from the border to the palace would take nearly half a month. Thus, for now, all hope rested on the shoulders of fewer than 200 soldiers. The main force of the allied army breached the palace gates and beheld the emperor of the Li Kingdom clad in armor, standing resolutely before a mere 200 soldiers. The leading general erupted into boisterous laughter. Even the mightiest Li Kingdom has fallen to this day. Little did the main force of the allied army anticipate their extraordinary success in infiltrating the ranks of the Li military, successfully entering the capital and storming the palace to confront the emperor in such a disheveled state. They deemed it utterly impossible for the scant 200 soldiers to triumph over them. Furthermore, the formidable General Zheng Yuan, whom they most feared, was now under their control. Should General Zheng Yuan disobey, they would unleash the lethal toxin, resulting in the demise of everyone within the general's estate.